A beam of light struck the sea, revealing an infant. And to everyone's astonishment, he was rescued by the Roger pirates. This scene left me utterly dumbfounded. The drunken crew aboard the Golden Jackson had just awakened when they stumbled upon the most ludicrous event of their Levisa. Radiant white light descended, and there floated a small child, seemingly having fallen from the very light itself. Without a moment's hesitation, Rayleigh dove into the water to rescue the child, only to be met by a fearsome fish that promptly swallowed him whole. My heart raced at the thought this was the future right hand of the Pirate King. But the next moment was pure adrenaline. 2 slashes erupted from within the fish's belly, creating a shaped gash as Rayleigh emerged, dagger in mouth, child in hand. Was that not spectacular? It's a boy, and he appears to be only a few months old. Remarkably, the child remained unfazed, staring intently at Rayleigh despite being swallowed by a fish. When Shanks and Buggy squeezed in, their eyes widened in disbelief. This was the future emperor and warlord, and here they were, merely apprentices. Suddenly, the cunning Roger produced gold coins and a log pose. Let him choose. Gold means a trip to the island. The log pose means he stays with us. Who could have anticipated that this mere infant would grasp the log pose with determination? Without a hint of hesitation, Roger laughed heartily. Very well, since you have chosen this path, join us as we navigate the world. Rayleigh, observing the child's small hand gripping the log pose, felt an inexplicable connection between the infant and the beam of light. An immense secret lay hidden within. What was the origin of this child who emerged from the light? Growing up alongside the Roger pirates, what kind of tempest would he unleash? With so many strong men aboard, caring for a child will be more than manageable. The adventures that lay ahead were simply unimaginable. Curious about who this child would become? Keep reading to find out. Rayleigh, you're getting on in years and still have no children. Why not take him as your son? Upon hearing Roger's suggestion, Rayleigh was taken aback. Wasn't Roger older than him? However, gazing into the child's clear eyes, he found himself unable to refuse. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be my son. Rayleigh lifted the child, his voice unexpectedly tender. Mislanda, Silbaz Mislanda, that shall be your name from now on. Who could have foreseen that this child, rescued by the Pirate King's crew, was in fact a time traveler? Once a university student who had never seen the ocean, he found himself transported to the Pirate King's ship with a mere wish to sail the seas. Curiously, while others arrived with systems and golden opportunities, he was gifted with an infant's body. Why have you brought me here? Mislanda shouted at the sky from the bow of the ship. At least provide me with something. He was aware of the narrative. He knew that Luffy would become the Pirate King, that Shanks would lose an arm, and that Buggy would rise to become a warlord. Yet now, he couldn't even wield a proper weapon. Shanks chuckled, patting his head, while Buggy made faces beside him, and Rayleigh taught him the fundamentals of swordsmanship. The lively atmosphere was palpable, yet deep within, Mislanda felt an urgent desire. He yearned to grow stronger, to survive in this merciless years swiftly passed, and the Roger pirates decisively defeated the Flying Lion pirate crew, gathering 4 pieces of the red road sign historical text, poised to set sail for Laugh Tale. However, just before their departure, Buggy fell gravely ill, and Shanks chose to stay behind to care for him. Mislanda opted not to go either, held no interest in the so-called One Piece. His sole ambition was to become powerful. Little did they anticipate that upon returning from Laugh Tale, Roger would choose to turn himself in. I'm going to surrender, Roger proclaimed, devoid of fear, only exuding a profound calmness, as if he had seen through everything. The entire crew erupted in chaos, yet none could deter him. On the day the Roger pirates disbanded, Rayleigh drank heavily through the night. Mislanda, upon seeing the newspaper headline declaring Pirate King Roger to be publicly executed, clenched his fists tightly. Old man, take me to Logtown. I wish to pay my respects. He needed to bid farewell to the man who had given him his name, and Shelter really nodded in silence. Unbeknownst to them, en route to Logtown, another monumental event was unfolding. Shiki, the Golden Lion, rampaged through Marineford alone, ultimately being subdued by the combined efforts of Garp and Sengoku, who cast him into Impel Down. On the morning in Logtown, several naval ships encircled the town, with the foremost vessel, a dog-headed ship belonging to Garp. The streets brimmed with people, all eager to catch a glimpse of the Pirate King's final moments as Roger, shackled and bound, appeared at the execution site. Mislanda stood atop a rooftop, his heart gripped by an agonizing pain. Would the man who always smiled and called him little guy, the one who stood at the pinnacle of the sea, truly meet his end this way? Rayleigh did not remain in Logtown. He stated he would return the next day to fetch Mislanda. Could not bear to witness that scene. Suddenly, Roger lifted his gaze, scanning the crowd as if searching for something. His lips moved, seemingly uttering a word in that instant. Mislanda realized that Roger's execution was not an end. It was merely the commencement of a grand scheme he had orchestrated. Do you know what Roger truly said at the execution site? What tumultuous waves will Mislanda stir in this impending age of pirates? Ding! Main storyline conflict detected, system activation initiated. Mislanda nearly toppled off the rooftop. This golden opportunity arrived, rather fortuitously. Why awaken now, of all times, right when Roger was to be executed? Why did you only show up now? Ding. The host resides within the pirate world. The system shall awaken only when the great age of exploration commences. The system's words left him momentarily speechless. Yet the subsequent content on the screen rendered him breathless. Ding. Mission initiated. Assist Roger in ushering in the age of exploration. Reward. The perfect version of the dark fruit. The perfect version of the dark fruit, devoid of double pain, allows for elemental transformation and is unhindered by sea stone or seawater. This was the fruit that Blackbeard had long coveted. Now enhanced to a formidable version, Mislanda's eyes turned crimson. This was a power capable of rivaling the tremor fruit, and now it was being delivered to him on a silver platter. He glanced at Roger on the execution platform, suddenly realizing the key to initiating the age of exploration was not some random passerby. It was he, the time traveler endowed with a system. Hey, Pirate King! Mislanda squeezed through the crowd, his youthful voice resonating throughout the square. An instant hush fell over the gathering, all eyes fixated on the 80-year-old boy. Is that Mislanda? What is he doing here? In a corner, Shanks and Buggy stood in stunned silence, tears still glistening on their cheeks. Pirate King, you've reached the end of the Grand Line, so you must have found the legendary treasure. One Piece, where have you hidden it? At this proclamation, the personnel within the Marine headquarters nearly overturned their tables. The executioner's blade was raised, yet Roger laughed with thunderous mirth. Little brat, and you lot, if you desire my treasure, come and seek it. I have placed everything there. Ding, mission accomplished, rewards being distributed. Mislanda's heart soared with joy, and he turned to make his escape. However, just as he squeezed through a couple of steps, he felt a tight grip at the back of his collar, lifting him off the ground. Looking up, his heart nearly stopped. Grasping him was none other than the Marine hero, Garp, the man capable of pinning Roger to the ground. Hey kid, where are you from? Garp's smile appeared warm, but Mislanda was drenched in cold sweat. He feigned composure, his voice trembling. I'm an orphan from Road Town. Do you need something from me? Feigning was essential. He was merely a defenseless child. Surely Garp wouldn't harm him, would he? Yet Garp suddenly leaned closer, a glint of sharpness flashing his eyes. Oh, an orphan? Yet your earlier call to Roger seemed so familiar. Mislanda's cold sweat instantly soaked through his attire. Had Garp discerned something? The dark fruit still eluded his grasp. Would he fall into the clutches of the Marine hero? Was Garp genuinely inclined to let him go, or was he merely testing him? To make matters worse, he noticed that Hawkeye and Doflamingo in the distance had fixated their gazes upon him. Could this 80-year-old child escape from the grasp of a Marine hero? Hey kid, refrain from asking such peculiar questions. Next time you may leave. The moment Garp released Mislanda, his legs felt like jelly, forcing himself to maintain his composure. He uttered a thank you and dashed toward the secluded area in the corner. Shanks nearly drew his sword and charged out, but upon witnessing the scene, he collapsed onto the ground. Those few minutes had been even more nerve-wracking than battling with the Golden Lion. Who are you with? Haven't you already caused me enough trouble? Just go on your own. I intend to remain in the East Sea. Bucky shouted at Shanks before turning away. The three who had grown up together aboard Roger's ship parted ways in Rogue Town. Mislanda plunged into the forest, his heart racing. Yet in the next moment, his eyes sparkled. Before him lay a dark purple spiral fruit within a black vortex. Is this truly a devil fruit? The instant he took a bite, he was utterly bewildered. Hadn't Bucky claimed that devil fruits tasted as dreadful as moldy salt bread? What was this sweet and sour delight with a hint of crunch? Finishing it in a few bites, he suddenly felt a wisp of black mist emanating from his palm, slowly swirling into a vortex, its pull nearly dragging the nearby stones toward him. Excellent. With this power, I can sufficiently ensure my own safety. He gazed at the darkness in his palm, a grin stretching almost to his ears. This was a perfected version of the dark fruit. If Blackbeard were to learn of this, he might explode with rage. Upon returning to the ship, Rayleigh scrutinized him for quite some time, his brow furrowed, as if he could crush a mosquito. Mislanda, you seem to have changed a bit. In just a day and a half, what had imbued this child with such an unsettling profundity? It's nothing, I merely consumed a devil fruit. Mislanda extended his hand, and the black vortex re-emerged. Rayleigh's pupils constricted. This power appeared unassuming, yet instinctively filled him with wariness. All right then, a power user is just a power user. Just be mindful of your inability to swim. Rayleigh did not inquire further, but in his mind, it was crystal clear this fruit was undoubtedly extraordinary. As the ship was about to sail out of the East Sea, Rayleigh suddenly halted. Mislanda, do you have anything to say about the life ahead? He truly had no idea where to go with Roger gone and the pirate crew disbanded. Amidst the vast ocean, he found himself devoid of direction. Just as Mislanda was about to speak, a voice echoed within his mind. Ding. System task initiated. He paused, his expression shifting to one of peculiarity. Why did the system emerge at such a moment? Could this task be related to Rayleigh's destination? Rayleigh observed his foster son's suddenly frozen expression, a sense of alarm rising within him. What had this child experienced in Roadtown? That unsettling aura seemed to have intensified. Very well, let's keep our distance. That rascal Garp hasn't left Roadtown yet, and I have no desire to encounter him. Rayleigh maneuvered the small wooden boat, his tone laden with apprehension toward his old rival. Who would have thought that the first mate of the Pirate King would fear an encounter with the marine hero? Miranda crouched at the stern of the ship, her mind consumed with thoughts of the system. Before we discuss the mission, I would like to understand your system better. Ding. This system is officially known as the Ultimate Warrior System, primarily designed to assist the host in becoming the strongest being in a given world. The tier classification displayed on the screen left her utterly astonished. Bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, starry, king, Peking. Surely, this system must be a gaming enthusiast. Even more outrageous was the revelation that Rayleigh's level was king, capable of earning 10,000 points upon defeat, while she herself was merely classified as gold. Does a Peking truly exist in this world? Indeed. As for who it is, that remains for the host to discover. The system spoke with an air of nonchalance, yet Miranda's heart raced. Who could possibly be stronger than Rayleigh? Ding. Mission issued. Protect Ohara. Repel the Navy's demon-slaying order. Upon reading this line, she nearly leapt into the air system. Are you jesting? What do you expect me to use to thwart the demon-slaying order? That was an annihilation-level assault led by 5 Navy admirals, including the future Akainu and Aokiji. Was there any difference between this and a death sentence? The host must devise a solution independently. A friendly reminder. External assistance is permissible for this mission, such as the individual currently aboard this ship, as well as the one in the sky. In the sky, Miranda abruptly looked up, spotting a figure draped in a gray-green cloak, hovering in midair, gazing down at them with a commanding presence. System. Who is that? Monkey D. Dragon, strength level king, currently the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Dragon, the son of Garp, the future leader of the Revolutionary Army? Miranda's eyes widened. This was a powerhouse on par with Rayleigh. The first mate of the Pirate King, the Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh. I never expected to encounter such a significant figure here. Dragon's voice resonated with authority, prompting Rayleigh to draw his sword instantly. What? Do you wish to engage in combat? Of course not. After all, you would prefer to avoid the Navy hero, and I share that sentiment. Upon hearing this, Miranda nearly burst into laughter. This father-son duo was clearly engaged in mutual evasion. The three of them ascended to the deserted island, where Dragon directly extended an olive branch to Rayleigh, only to be met with a swift refusal. I must disappoint you. My fervor and passion have long since faded now. I simply wish to find a place to retire and raise this young lad. Seizing the opportunity, Miranda rushed forward. Mr. Dragon, trouble is brewing in Ohara. As she recounted the situation regarding the demon-slaying order, Dragon's brow furrowed in concern. Are you serious, young one? However, recalling his long-standing friendship with Dr. Clover of Ohara and the significant implications surrounding the secrets of history. Old man, I shall accompany him. Miranda sprinted towards Dragon, her mind focused solely on one thought. She must recruit this future revolutionary leader onto their ship. On the shore, Dragon remained silent for a prolonged period. After hearing his words, Mislanda's heart raced. Would Dragon acquiesce? With merely a golden-tier little ghost, a reclusive king yearning for retirement, and a revolutionary leader yet to be established, could they truly withstand the demon-slaying order? To make matters worse, a system notification abruptly appeared. Countdown to the Ohara crisis, 72 hours. Would they truly have enough time? Young one, I shall keep a vigilant eye on the Navy's movements. Should they deploy the demon-slaying order, I will hasten to Ohara immediately. A gust of wind swept by, and Dragon's figure vanished. Mislanda dashed back to Rayleigh's side and laid it all out. Old man, let us head to Ohara. A week later, on the island of Ohara in the West Sea, everyone stood in stunned disbelief. Dr. Clover had personally arranged accommodations for 2 outsiders, his demeanor exceedingly courteous. Doctor, who are those 2 individuals? A 6-year-old girl looked up, her curiosity piqued. Dr. Clover patted her head. Robin, do not inquire too much. These two are remarkable. They may prove invaluable to us in the future. Upon hearing the name Robin, Mislanda's eyes widened. Was this not the future child of the devil? Presently, she was merely a timid little girl. Rayleigh, however, paid no heed to such thoughts and began instructing his adopted son. Though you possess a formidable devil fruit, its powers do not encompass everything. He raised his hand, and his arm was instantly enveloped in a layer of black armor. Like Roger, Garp, and myself, we are not reliant solely on abilities. What we depend on is this Haki. However, for you, mastering Haki is still somewhat premature. I intend to teach you once you reach the age of 10. As for martial arts, you are still in your growth phase. Mislanda had no choice but to diligently develop the capabilities of the dark fruit. Little did anyone anticipate that Dr. Clover would suddenly bring Robin over. Mr. Rayleigh, I would like to entrust her care to you for a few years. Rayleigh regarded the small child before him, then glanced at Mislanda, and with a smile, nodded in agreement. 2 years later, on the shores of Ohara, Robin sat upon a stone, observing Mislanda swimming joyfully in the sea. Her lips pursed in disbelief. How could this individual, a user of abilities, swim so effortlessly? It defied logic. Hey, it's time to come back, she shouted towards the water. Surely Rayleigh had prepared a meal by now. The following morning, as Mislanda stood ready, Rayleigh's expression darkened. Listen well, Mislanda. He sensed a shift in Rayleigh's aura, a pressure so palpable it seemed to solidify the very air around them today. I shall teach you Haki. Which form of Haki would Rayleigh impart? Would Mislanda grasp it immediately? More critically, the Navy's demon-slaying order was en route. How much time did they truly have to prepare? And what unforeseen developments would the giant tribe, drifting ashore, bring forth? Next is the armament Haki, which is like an invisible armor, both offensive and defensive. When used for attacking, it can hit an elementalized enemy. You should know this very well from the previous training. If it weren't for the armament Haki, I wouldn't have been able to touch you at all. Saying this, Rayleigh took off the blindfold from his eyes. You are very lucky to have obtained a Logia-type devil fruit. But you must remember, elementalization is not omnipotent. Once you reach a certain level, you will realize that the abilities of the fruit are not as good as Haki. I remember. Mislanda nodded solemnly. During the previous week's battles, every time he elementalized, he was attacked by Rayleigh's Haki. He understood that Rayleigh wanted him to develop a conditioned reflex, constantly reminding him not to overly rely on his elementalization. All right, you need to focus now. Don't get distracted. This is your first time directly experiencing the third type of Haki. If you can't hold on, signal me immediately. Upon hearing this, Mislanda took a deep breath, looked at Rayleigh seriously, and nodded. This third type of Haki, mastered by only a few, is called Conqueror's Haki. Boom! As soon as Rayleigh finished speaking, a massive aura surged into the sky, immediately enveloping the surrounding area for dozens of meters. Of course, with Rayleigh's strength, his Conqueror's Haki was enough to stun everyone in Ohara. At this moment, he only wanted Mislanda to feel the Conqueror's Haki, so he was naturally restraining himself. For a moment, Mislanda felt as if he couldn't breathe. His body felt extremely heavy, as if a large stone was pressing down on him. Under this pressure, he immediately braced himself with one hand on the ground. However, Mislanda did not wait for Rayleigh to stop releasing his Haki. Instead, he used all his strength to resist. In the end, to Rayleigh's astonishment, Mislanda slowly stood up. According to Rayleigh's estimate, this was Mislanda's first time directly feeling Conqueror's Haki. Even if he tried his best to restrain himself, he shouldn't have been able to stand up. But now, seeing this shocking scene, Rayleigh couldn't help but marvel. While gradually increasing the release of his Conqueror's Haki, he also wanted to see where Mislanda's limit was. Suddenly, a force even stronger than before descended, causing Mislanda's body to lower again, but he no longer supported himself with his hands. Looking at Rayleigh's expectant gaze, Mislanda let out a loud roar and directly broke through his limits to stand up. All right, again. Rayleigh was very satisfied with Mislanda's performance and immediately increased the release once more. Feeling the pressure on his body increase again, Mislanda braced himself against the ground once more. The first time had already been his limit. The second time he broke through his limits, but this time he was really about to collapse. No, I can't be underestimated. It's just Conqueror's Haki. I won't be stopped by it. What kind of strongest person would I be? Suddenly, Mislanda let out a loud roar. The next moment, a similarly powerful aura erupted from within him, soaring into the sky. Under this aura, the entire forest where they lived immediately swayed as if a storm had passed through, and their wooden house collapsed under this massive pressure. On the opposite side of Mislanda, Rayleigh couldn't help but take a step back, staring blankly at his adopted son. Conqueror's Haki? Rayleigh's voice trembled slightly. What kind of monster is this? What kind of genius? Genius is no longer enough to describe it. All he wanted was for Mislanda to feel the Conqueror's Haki, but Mislanda awakened it directly. Previously, Rayleigh didn't have high hopes. After all, Conqueror's Haki is exceedingly rare. 1 in a million. But Mislanda truly refreshed Rayleigh's understanding. For a moment, Rayleigh even doubted whether he was dreaming. Bang! Suddenly, the exhausted Mislanda collapsed to the ground. After breaking through his limits twice, he could no longer hold on. That night, Robin immediately came to the bedside, looking very concerned at Mislanda. She hadn't even noticed that the wooden house had collapsed. Mr. Rayleigh, what's wrong with him? Don't worry, he just fainted from exhaustion. He really overdid it today? Rayleigh sighed, and then looked at the wreckage of the wooden house. Robin, please take care of him. I need to rebuild the house. Oh, leave it to me. At the coast, a giant figure was gnawing on a large fish. I need to quickly replenish my strength. Time is short. If Mislanda were here, he would definitely recognize this tall figure. It was Vice Admiral, a giant Saul. He has arrived. The demon-slaying order isn't far off. The next morning, Mislanda finally woke up. Ouch, my head hurts. As soon as he got up, a headache forced him to lie back down, covering his head with one hand. You're awake. Sensing the movement beside her, Robin immediately got up to check on Mislanda. How are you? Do you feel unwell? It's okay. I just need a moment. After a few minutes, Mislanda felt a bit better and then looked at Robin. He hadn't noticed before. How did Robin end up sleeping here? Normally, Rayleigh and Mislanda shared a wooden house, while Robin had her own, but now, seeing Mislanda's strange expression, Robin chuckled. Mr. Rayleigh asked me to come. The house collapsed, and he said sleeping on the ground would make me catch a cold. In Rayleigh's eyes, it was perfectly fine for 2 kids to sleep in one bed. Miranda is not yet 10 years old, and Robin is just a little over 8. What can they do? Immediately, Miranda looked at her own situation. Name, Silbaz Miranda, strength level, platinum ability, dark fruit, Conqueror's Haki. Looking at her strength having broken through to platinum, Miranda felt quite puzzled. Also, where did this Conqueror's Haki come from? Could it be from that time? Mislanda remembered that she had fainted under Rayleigh's pressure, and then an unnamed force suddenly erupted. It seemed she was right. By the way, how did the house collapse? And how did you faint? After 2 years of getting along, Robin understood Mislanda very well. In Ohara, who could make Mislanda faint? It's nothing, I was just training with the old man yesterday, and we got a little carried away. After saying that, Mislanda walked outside, and Robin quickly put on her shoes to follow. After a busy night, Rayleigh finally tidied up the wooden house. All right, you should rest well for the next 2 days. Don't run around. In a few days, I'll teach you how to practice Haki. For the next 2 days, Mislanda and Robin didn't go anywhere. To take care of Mislanda, Robin didn't even go to the library, which surprised Mislanda. After all, Robin was the youngest scholar in Ohara, and getting her not to go to the library was no small feat. Thank you. No need to thank me. This is what I should do. On the 3rd day, the 2 of them arrived near the coast again. As soon as they got close, Mislanda spotted the huge figure building a raft. This is Vice Admiral Soro. Not good. Thinking of this, Mislanda immediately approached Soro. Who are you? Hearing this, Soro was taken aback for a moment, then saw Mislanda below, but he only paused for a moment. He had more important things to do and didn't have time to explain. Kid, don't bother me. By the way, do you know which direction Ohara is? Soro didn't know where he was and couldn't believe he had accidentally drifted to Ohara. If you're building a boat to go to Ohara, you can listen now. What do you mean? Soro asked in confusion. Because this is Ohara. Not long ago, Soro had freed an archaeologist captured by the world government. And that archaeologist was Robin's mother, Alvia. Soro believed Alvia was innocent, and after a conversation, he took her away. At this moment, numerous Navy warships were rushing over. What? Hearing that he was already in Ohara, Soro was left in a daze. What has he been doing these 3 days? Then, he no longer cared about Mislanda and ran directly towards the island. He needed to get the people of Ohara to escape quickly. It would be too late if they waited any longer. Seeing Soro running towards the residential area of Ohara, Mislanda knew there wasn't much time left. The extermination order was about to descend. Soon, Akainu, Aokiji, 3 other vice admirals, and numerous warships would arrive. It would be tough for Rayleigh to escape alone. Let alone, he wouldn't be escaping by himself. Dragon, I wonder if you'll come. At this moment, Mislanda could only pin her hopes on Monkey D, Dragon, hoping he could arrive in time. Robin, go back and find the old man. Tell him to hurry to the library. After saying that, without giving Robin time to react, Mislanda directly followed Soro. With Mislanda's current strength, As long as Akainu, Aokiji, and those strong Navy forces didn't make a move, she could still protect herself. In the library, the recently returned Olvia was recounting the recent events. Upon hearing the news of the Navy's descent, Dr. Clover's expression turned grim. "Doctor, what are we waiting for? We need to escape immediately," some scholars said. But others were reluctant to leave because this library contained priceless treasures of human history. If they fled, these books would surely be lost. "Olvia, go to the other side of the forest. There lives a person. If you can ask him for help, things might turn around. However, if that happens, we would truly become fugitives of the world government." Hearing Dr. Clover's words, Olvia was puzzled. What kind of person could have such ability? "Don't ask so much. Hurry up, we'll hold them off here for now." Meanwhile, Mislanda, who was rushing to the library, suddenly stopped, because he saw a group of people. This group was dressed strangely, all wearing very formal suits. World government people? Thinking of this, Mislanda focused his gaze on the leader. This must be Spandam. In an instant, Mislanda had a small idea. If he could capture this guy and steal that golden transponder snail, wouldn't it be known that the extermination order is a national-level attack that could be executed by an admiral, primarily using that golden transponder snail? That transponder snail had already been handed over to Spandam by Admiral Sengoku. If he could really steal it, Mislanda thought it was feasible. With this in mind, he extended his right hand, and a black vortex immediately enveloped everyone. Oh, what is happening? Suddenly, Spandam fell to the ground as a powerful gravitational force was pulling him down, and he couldn't stand up. Not just him, the others were also affected, involuntarily moving toward the center of the dark vortex. But the world government people were extraordinary. In just a few seconds, 3 relatively powerful individuals broke free from the gravitational pull, one of whom charged directly at Mislanda. "Have I been discovered? Then let's fight." Immediately, a large amount of black substance erupted from Mislanda's left hand, forming a black sphere. The next moment, the dark sphere was driven directly into the ground by Mislanda. Centered around Mislanda, the surrounding ground began to churn continuously as if it wasn't land but a pool of black water. "Dark hole!" Mislanda let out a loud roar, and the dark energy surrounding his body quickly spread outwards. Soon, everyone was enveloped in it. "Oh, what is this? What is happening?" Deep within the dark tunnel, Spandam was horrified to find himself slowly descending. Before long, he was submerged up to his knees. "Damn it, stop it!" Seeing the scene, the 3 powerful individuals launched an attack on Mislanda from 3 directions. But before they could get close, Mislanda vanished into the darkness like a diver. The dark tunnel could absorb many things. As a user of the dark fruit, Mislanda could naturally enter and exit freely. "Where is he? Where did he go? Hurry up and find him, and also come save me," Spandam immediately commanded. But the next moment, he dared not speak again, because Mislanda had appeared behind him like a ghost. "Save you? You think too highly of yourself." After saying that, he pressed Spandam's head down and forced him into his dark tunnel, while Mislanda entered again as well. Then, the darkness disappeared, and everything around returned to its original state. Although they hadn't fought directly, Mislanda was certain that these 3 formidable individuals could all use Haki, and the strongest among them was even a devil fruit user. Mislanda just learned about that person through the system. Rayleigh, a world government agent, a Zoan-type user of the ant fruit, strength level, diamond, defeating him grants 1,000 points. A strong opponent at the diamond level already mastered the use of Haki, combined with his fruit abilities. In this case, it's best to achieve the goal and run quickly. Otherwise, there's a high chance of getting caught. On the other hand, Soro, who was running forward, also stopped because he unexpectedly encountered Olvia. "Soro, what are you doing here?" "Olvia, no time for explanations. The Navy is coming soon. Hurry and let everyone run. Otherwise, it will be too late." Saying this, he grabbed Olvia and ran toward the massive tree of omniscience. Olvia wanted to say something, but then thought that perhaps Dr. Clover was referring to Soro. So, when she saw Olvia returning with a giant, Dr. Clover's heart was in turmoil. "I told you to find Rayleigh. Why did you bring this guy back? Who is this? Enough talk. I'm taking you all away." Before Dr. Clover could say anything more, Soro used his massive body to carry all the scholars in the library away. Although the library was large, there weren't many real scholars, and Soro could easily take them all. But before Soro could get far, an ice spear suddenly flew out and pierced his right leg. Blood splattered everywhere, and Soro fell to the ground. He looked back to see a tall, slender figure approaching. "Ah la la, Soro, I didn't expect to find you here. Kazan, it's you." Indeed, the newcomer was one of the 5 vice admirals of the Demon Slayer Order, the future Navy Admiral, Aokiji. Although both were Navy vice admirals, the gap between Aokiji and Tesoro was not small. In front of Aokiji, Tesoro was simply outmatched. I don't want to say too much, just surrender. Don't force me to take action. Humph. Make me surrender? Kazan, do you think that's possible? Saying this, Tesoro stood up and swung his massive fist at Aokiji. Bang! In an instant, the entire ground seemed to tremble. But as Tesoro retracted his fist, more ice spears appeared, and blood immediately splattered from his limbs. The intense pain made Tesoro scream. But it wasn't over yet. Soon, his limbs were completely frozen, leaving him lying on the ground, unable to move. After dealing with Tesoro, Aokiji walked over to Olvia and the Dr. Clover. Come with me. I promise the Navy won't kill innocents. Seeing this situation, everyone had no power to resist. But then, a somewhat immature voice suddenly spoke up. I don't think they can go with you. Vice Admiral Kazan. Huh. This voice immediately attracted everyone's attention, and they saw Mislanda standing not far away, holding a shiny golden transponder snail. Seeing this scene, Aokiji was stunned. He certainly knew what this golden transponder snail was. It was something Sengoku had given to Spandam. How did it end up in his hands? Kid, where did you get that? Spandam must be in trouble. Otherwise, how could he lose something like the Demon Slayer order? This is something I snatched, Admiral Kazan. If you don't want someone to die, leave this place and give them a way out. As she said this, Mislanda began to assess Aokiji's various conditions. Kazan, Navy Vice Admiral, Logia-type user, strength level, stellar, defeating him grants 2,000 points. Aokiji was still in his 20s and didn't possess the powerful combat capabilities he would have in the future. However, this was merely a matter of time. It wouldn't be long before Aokiji's strength reached the king level, standing at the same height as Rayleigh. However, handling a platinum-level Mislanda was still easy for him. Although he had a strong dislike for the world government, Aokiji could not turn a blind eye to their plight, not for any other reason, but because Spandam was part of the world government and the Navy was subordinate to the world government. If he ignored Spandam today, the Navy would undoubtedly face trouble in the future. Moreover, Aokiji was a rational person who never wanted to kill. Considering all of this, he nodded. Let me see Spandam. Okay. Mislanda snapped her fingers, and a cloud of black mist appeared on the ground, for which a person was spat out. Cough, cough, cough. After being released, Spandam coughed a few times and then gasped for air. The Dark Aperture. This is the plus version developed by Mislanda based on Blackbeard's abilities. It can absorb a lot of things, compress them, and then release them. The difference is that Mislanda can control the pressure within the Dark Aperture, allowing her to take things in and then release them unharmed. Admiral Kazan, save me, please save me. Seeing Aokiji standing not far away, Spandam hurriedly shouted. But Mislanda pulled out a dagger and pressed it against Spandam's neck. You better behave, or I can show you what you look like without a head. If you have the guts, go ahead and kill him. Just as the situation was at a standstill, a very old voice came from another direction. It was clear that those who had originally followed Spandam had arrived, and the strongest among them was holding a snail phone. Obviously, someone had just been speaking through the snail phone. Kazan, immediately capture everyone. Don't worry about Spandam's life or death. Yes, Aokiji did not even hesitate to refuse this person's order and immediately agreed. Mislanda also had a guess about this person's identity. Most likely one of the 5 elders. In her memory, if things developed normally, the 5 elders would indeed get involved. Sorry, kid. Ice Age. Suddenly, Aokiji slapped the ground with one hand, immediately covering the earth with a layer of ice crystals. Miranda instinctively elementalized to dodge the freezing. Immediately after, he transformed into a cloud of black mist and swiftly floated towards Aokiji. Is this a natural type? I never expected you to be a natural type user. I am truly surprised. Looking at Miranda, who was caught by him, Aokiji was extremely shocked. Natural types, there are so few in the world. I never thought I would encounter one in Ohara. However, I am also a natural type, and much stronger than you. At this moment, Aokiji had Miranda in his grasp, but there was no panic on Miranda's face. On the contrary, Miranda was smiling strangely. Really? Then try this. Dark water. Being caught by Aokiji was actually part of Miranda's plan, because only by doing this could he make the dark fruit work better. Miranda's right hand directly grabbed Aokiji's wrist, and where they touched, black mist surged. Seeing this scene, Aokiji immediately frowned. You. He then realized something extraordinary. Looking at Miranda, as if he had seen a ghost, he discovered that his fruit ability seemed to be unusable. Aokiji tried to use his ability, but it really didn't work, as if he were not an ability user. What did you do to me? I didn't do anything. just made you temporarily lose your fruit ability. As he spoke, Miranda took out a dagger again and stabbed towards Aokiji's heart. Ding! It hit. But Miranda couldn't be happy at all, because he clearly felt that his dagger was blocked by something hard. Armament Haki. The next moment, Aokiji directly grabbed Miranda by the neck and lifted him up. Kid, although I don't know what method you used to make my fruit ability unusable, even so, you are not my opponent at all. Following that, Aokiji violently threw Miranda away, hitting a large tree in the distance. At the moment he could no longer touch Aokiji, Aokiji's fruit ability immediately returned. Realizing he could use his ability again, Aokiji understood. It seems as long as I don't touch you, my ability is still here. Saying this, Aokiji immediately stomped his right leg on the ground, and a massive chill instantly enveloped Miranda, freezing him. No, Miranda. Seeing Miranda being frozen, Dr. Clover immediately shouted. Over the past 2 years, Miranda had developed a good friendship with Dr. Clover. Now, seeing him frozen, he was naturally very anxious. Dr. Clover, do you remember me? Just then, the person on the other end of the phone spoke. As guest, it was one of the 5 elders. Following that, in front of everyone, Dr. Clover revealed his exploratory findings. And the name of that kingdom is... Enough! The 5 elders hurriedly interrupted him. Kill him immediately, under the command of the 5 elders. The agents of the world government raised their guns, aiming at Dr. Clover. But before they could fire, a vast amount of black mist enveloped everyone, and Miranda finally broke free from Aokiji's freeze. Dark condensation. In the next moment, everyone present felt a strong gravitational pull, and Aokiji was no exception. Their bodies involuntarily moved towards the center of this black mist. What exactly is this kid's ability? It's so bizarre. No doubt a natural type fruit, after all. Aokiji had just witnessed elementalization, but what is this ability that makes people lose their fruit powers, along with this gravity? Now at around 10 years old, Miranda has such power. What will he be like in the future? At this moment, Aokiji saw the immense potential within this child. Meanwhile, everything in the vicinity was moving towards Miranda. Even trees began to sway, and stones flew into the air. Kid, this is where it ends. Aokiji immediately appeared behind Miranda, placing his hand on Miranda's back. Although this gravitational pull was strong, it was still easy for Aokiji to resist with his abilities. Freezing time capsule. Not good. Mislanda wanted to turn around, but it was already too late. His limbs could no longer move, and his body was immobilized. 3 seconds later, Mislanda completely lost consciousness. After witnessing Mislanda's potential, Aokiji directly intensified the freezing force this time. Given Mislanda's current situation, there was no way he could escape. Therefore, he could do nothing now. Sigh. What a troublesome little brat. Looking at the frozen Mislanda, Aokiji couldn't help but sigh. Finally, he was dealt with. Navy, stay away from him. Just as Aokiji was about to touch Mislanda, a massive slash filled with anger suddenly struck. Aokiji couldn't dodge in time and was hit directly, spitting blood and falling some distance away. Seeing this scene, Saul, Alvia, and the agents of the world government were all stunned. What was going on? Although Aokiji was not yet an admiral, his strength was already well known, so how could it come to this? Before they could recover from their shock, Rayleigh's figure appeared here, shielding Mislanda behind him. He held a sword in his right hand and cradled Robin in his left. In a rush, Rayleigh finally made it here. It had been 10 years since he picked up Mislanda at sea, and in these 10 years, Rayleigh had treated Mislanda as his own. Now, seeing Mislanda frozen, Rayleigh's earlier strike had been without reservations. He was now a level above Aokiji. If he hadn't injured Aokiji, it would have been strange. Cough, cough, cough. Aokiji couldn't help but prop himself up with one hand, while the other pressed against his chest. Rayleigh's blow had caused a long wound on him, and it was bleeding now. Aokiji quickly ran his fingers over the wound, using ice to lower the temperature, alleviating the pain and stopping the bleeding. After doing all this, Aokiji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Rayleigh with a face full of caution. The Dark King silvers Rayleigh. He recognized the identity of the newcomer at a glance. Aokiji was unwilling to believe his eyes. Why would someone like this appear in Ohara? Hearing his words, apart from Dr. Clover, who breathed a sigh of relief, everyone else looked shocked. They were certainly familiar with who Rayleigh was. He was the right-hand man of the Pirate King, the one who set foot on the final island alongside the Pirate King. Doctor, is this the person you are looking for? Alvia looked at Dr. Clover, who nodded in response. 2 years ago, Mr. Rayleigh brought his son, Mislanda, to Ohara. Alvia, look. The one he is holding is your daughter, Robin. The doctor pointed at Robin. Hearing this, Alvia looked at the little girl. Indeed, she felt very familiar and looked a lot like herself. But Robin didn't look at Alvia. Instead, she focused on Mislanda. Rayleigh walked over, checked him, and sighed in relief. He brought Mislanda and Robin to Dr. Clover's side. Take them away from here. I'll handle the rest. Rayleigh waved his sword, directly leaving a large crack in the ground, blocking the steps of the others. Seeing this, Aokiji also forced himself to stand up. Dark King Rayleigh, why are you here? Why? My son, and I just want to find a place to live peacefully. And you dare to ask me why I'm here? Vice Admiral Kazan, I've heard of you. You were already a Vice Admiral at such a young age, but I didn't expect you to take action against a child. Is this the way your Navy operates? Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Rayleigh unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, instantly sweeping through the area. In the next moment, many of the world government's agents, including Spandam, fell unconscious, foaming at the mouth. Aokiji couldn't help but take a few steps back. He was no match for Rayleigh, especially since he was already injured. So, upon hearing Rayleigh's words, Aokiji realized who he was talking about. If it's Rayleigh's son, then it's not surprising to have such talent. It's quite normal. You should be grateful I didn't kill you, or I would have definitely killed you today. Now get lost. Rayleigh swung his weapon again, releasing another slash that forced Aokiji back. Under Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki, the snail used to contact the Gorosei also fainted. This meant that Aokiji had the highest rank present. Just as Aokiji was about to give the order to retreat, Rayleigh suddenly looked in another direction and swung his sword. The massive sword energy instantly cut through many trees, ultimately striking a mass of red magma. In an instant, scalding lava began to drip everywhere, and the once forested area turned into a sea of flames. Oof. Dark King Rayleigh, you will stay here today. The remnants of the Roger pirates must die. A figure in a red Navy uniform arrived, with fists continuously erupting with hot magma, looking quite terrifying. Vice Admiral, the future Admiral, Akainu Sakazuki. This was a presence whose strength was comparable to Aokiji's. Seeing this person, Aokiji also breathed a sigh of relief. He and Akainu shared the same thought at this moment, to capture Rayleigh. Of course, just the two of them wouldn't be enough. But not far away was their Navy's demon-slaying orders lineup. No matter how strong Rayleigh was, he would be in danger today. What on earth was happening today? That so many Navy troops came here? It seemed that they wouldn't be able to leave without a fight. Rayleigh tightened his grip on his sword. With just Akainu and an injured Aokiji, Rayleigh wasn't afraid. Even if Aokiji weren't injured, he wouldn't be afraid. Rayleigh was at his peak now. Oomph. Do you think you can escape? Akainu sneered. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Akainu finished speaking, the warships in the distance immediately began firing shells at the island. Hearing the rumbling cannon fire, Rayleigh couldn't help but frown. Sakazuki, what's going on? Why are you firing? Aokiji asked in a low voice, but Akainu snorted coldly. I don't know either. Admiral Sengoku contacted you just now, but you weren't there, so he found me, saying that the Gorosei personally ordered the demon-slaying order to attack Ohara. The golden snail was taken by Mislanda, but it was just a token of the Navy Admiral. As long as Sengoku personally gave the order, it didn't matter whether you had the golden snail or not. The demon-slaying order would be activated directly. However, there are many civilians on the island. If the demon-slaying order is activated, then they... The most important thing now is to capture the Dark King Rayleigh. We could discuss the rest later. After saying this, Akainu ignored Aokiji and directly swung his massive magma fist at Rayleigh. Rayleigh also swung his sword to counterattack. They had to end the battle quickly, otherwise, it would be troublesome later. The Navy had already started bombarding. If they didn't retreat soon, their stamina would eventually be exhausted, and they would be captured. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rayleigh unleashed 3 waves of sword energy, causing the entire forest to tremble as he fought against Akainu. On the other side, with Rayleigh covering their retreat, Saul limped as he led everyone onto his makeshift raft. Although the Dark King Rayleigh was powerful, the Navy's extermination order was an indiscriminate attack, and they had to leave immediately. No, the library is humanity's treasure. It cannot be destroyed. I must go back. The extermination order, Dr. Clover had heard of it. If it truly descends upon Ohara, not to mention the Tree of Knowledge, the entire Ohara would turn into ruins. He couldn't watch this place be destroyed. At the very least, he had to save those books. There was a huge water pit by the Tree of Knowledge. Yes, he could put the books in there. With this thought, Dr. Clover disregarded the obstacles and ran back. Olvia followed suit. No, Mom, Doctor, come back. Robin shouted from behind. She had just recognized her mother with Dr. Clover's help. They couldn't be separated now. I'm sorry, Robin. I am unworthy to be your mother. Tears welled in Olvia's eyes. But she did not turn back. Kazan, what are you waiting for? Come help. In the forest, Akainu covered the wound on his arm and shouted at Aokiji. After a fierce battle, Akainu was already injured. He realized that at this moment, he was no match for Rayleigh. Continuing to fight would only destroy the forest, and he would definitely be the one to lose. Hearing Akainu's words, Aokiji snapped back to reality and joined the fight. For a moment, sword energy, magma, and ice constantly collided in the forest. The Grand Line, Navy Headquarters, Marine Fort. At this moment, the Navy's fleet admiral was not Sengoku, but Steelbone Kong. Sengoku was still a Navy admiral, but Garp was still that Navy vice admiral. The Dark King, Rayleigh, how could he be at Ohara? Looking at the message just received from the world government, Steelbone Kong was perplexed. Ohara, the holy land of scholars. What is that pirate Rayleigh doing there? Unknown. But at this moment, Kazan and Sakazuki were already engaged with him, and the situation was not optimistic. Even the extermination order might not be able to stop Rayleigh. The strength of Rayleigh was well known to Steelbone Kong, Garp, and Sengoku. Akainu and Aokiji were indeed not enough. Unless the extermination order fired all at Rayleigh, otherwise, the latter would definitely seize the opportunity to escape. After much contemplation, Steelbone Kong issued the order. All extermination orders turn their fire. Target the Dark King, Rayleigh. He must not be allowed to escape this time. Yes, understood. The 3 Navy vice admirals on the sea immediately received the orders, then directed all warships to move towards another direction of Ohara. Soon, they found their target. After all, the commotion caused by the battle between Rayleigh, Akainu, and Aokiji was too great to go unnoticed. Due to Aokiji's previous injury, Rayleigh still had the upper hand for the time being. Fire! Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, countless shells were launched, all aimed at the same person. Seeing this scene, Rayleigh inwardly cursed and was immediately engulfed by the flames of the explosion. Upon seeing this, Akainu and Aokiji quickly distanced themselves from the battlefield, wanting the extermination order to consume Rayleigh as much as possible. The Navy's artillery seemed endless, bombarding Rayleigh without giving him a moment to breathe. But the warships were simply too far away. Rayleigh had to swim over to attack them. However, in the sea, how could he defend against the rain of shells? With no other choice, Rayleigh moved backward while defending. Don't stop. Keep firing. We must capture him. He cannot be allowed to escape. On the other side, Saul had already taken the others away from Ohara. Dr. Clover and Alvia were determined, and Saul could only do his best to protect the others. But they hadn't gotten far when several warships arrived, surrounding them directly. Seeing Saul's massive figure, a Navy vice admiral immediately contacted Sengoku. What? They found Saul? Yes, there's still many people on the raft. All scholars from Ohara. I understand. Ceasefire. I want to talk to Rayleigh. You forced those people back to Ohara? Sengoku said immediately. At this moment, he had a plan? Yes. Soon, under the pressure of the warships, Saul had no choice but to steer the raft back to the shore. Just like that, everyone was surrounded by the extermination order. Seeing the situation, Rayleigh found himself without any options. Mr. Rayleigh, you take your son and Robin and escape. I will hold them off for you. No, you can't hold them off. And how can I hide from the encirclement of the warships at sea? In an instant, they found themselves in a desperate situation. Just then, a Navy officer approached with a din-din mushi. Upon seeing this, Rayleigh understood. The Navy wanted to talk to him. Sure enough, a somewhat familiar voice came from the din-din mushi. Rayleigh, I didn't expect that after Roger's execution, you would be hiding here. It really surprises me. Ha ha. I originally wanted to find a place to retire, but I didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Rayleigh couldn't help but sigh. Sengoku, cut the nonsense. What do you want? Sengoku stopped the extermination order, which meant he had a plan. Rayleigh, you know the current situation very well. You and those behind you cannot escape. As long as you lay down your weapons and surrender, I, in the name of the Navy Admiral, guarantee a way out for those behind you. Otherwise, you might escape. But those people can only turn to ashes under the bombardment of the extermination order. Hearing this, Rayleigh's face showed no expression. This was all within expectation. Sengoku's words were completely anticipated. Then, Rayleigh looked at the people behind him, finally fixing his gaze on Mislanda, who had not yet freed herself from the ice. Sigh, have I really grown old? I can't even protect my own son. Rayleigh plunged his sword into the ground, having already made up his mind. Seeing this, the Navy side also breathed a sigh of relief. If Rayleigh continued to resist, even if they could defeat him, they would certainly suffer heavy losses. After all, no one wanted to die. Just as Rayleigh was about to state his choice, a gentle breeze blew in, interrupting his movement. He turned his head to see a massive wave rapidly approaching. The wave was dozens of meters high, roaring towards them. Everyone be careful. Hold on tight. Upon noticing the gigantic wave, the three Navy vice admirals on the warship immediately commanded. Such a large wave would surely capsize their ships. Leave it to me, everyone else. Don't move. Aokiji immediately jumped into the sea, ready to use his powers to freeze the massive wave. But just as he placed his hands on the surface of the water, an axe fell from the sky, forcing Aokiji away from the water. Suddenly, a figure appeared, wielding another axe and swinging it towards Aokiji. In a careless moment, Aokiji's shoulder was directly hit, and he fell to the ground. Aokiji looked at the attacker and gritted his teeth, saying a name, Jabba. Ha ha ha, Navy, bullying my brother. Are you ready for the consequences? The man named Jabba raised two axes and looked imposing at the Navy. Meanwhile, the massive wave, unhindered by Aokiji, directly swallowed all the warships. All the warships were carried to the land of Ohara and turned upside down. Behind the wave, a ship adorned with a dragon emblem was approaching, and standing at the bow was Monkey D, Dragon. That's right, he has arrived. Rayleigh, it's no good. We're going to have to surrender to the Navy. After reaching Rayleigh, Jabba directly bumped his fist against Rayleigh's shoulder and smiled. Looking at Jabba in front of him, Rayleigh let out a heavy sigh of relief and warmly embraced his old friend. It had been 2 years since they last met. Jabba, thank goodness you came. Otherwise, I would have had to live next to the Golden Lion. Rayleigh had just been thinking of surrendering to secure a way out from Mislanda and the others. But unexpectedly, the heavens played a joke. Forget about that for now. After we leave here, let's have a good drink. Okay, it's on me. Drink whatever you want. Then, Rayleigh pulled out the sword stuck in the ground and stood next to Jabba. In the Roger Pirates, the two were Roger's right-hand men. Their synergy was extraordinary. Together, even Akainu and Aokiji, 20 years later, might not be able to defeat them. Moreover, Aokiji's condition was not good. First, he took a hit from Rayleigh's sword, and now he was struck by Jabba's axe. Aokiji wanted to cry, but couldn't. Why am I always the one getting hurt? Not far away, Dragon arrived at Ohara with his subordinates. Seeing the ready Navy, Dragon walked directly to the front of the crowd. Stand down, Navy. I will protect Ohara today. Rayleigh, Jabba, and Dragon. These three together could completely crush the Demon Slayer Order. Looking at the lineup across from them, the Navy couldn't help but feel a bit scared. They didn't recognize Dragon's identity, but Rayleigh and Jabba knew him. Sengoku at Navy headquarters was in a bad mood upon hearing that Jabba had come to help Rayleigh. In terms of strength, Jabba may not be as strong as Rayleigh, but he was still someone in Navy didn't want to provoke easily. What should we do? Admiral Sengoku, the worried vice admirals asked. Aokiji was already seriously injured. The four of them couldn't possibly defeat the lineup on the opposite side. Akainu wanted to capture all of them, but alone, he couldn't possibly take on any one of them, let alone three. Ultimately, after discussions between Sengoku and Steelbone, the Navy retreated. There was no way. Staying would definitely lead to defeat. So what else could they do? Watching the Navy warships gradually sail away, Rayleigh directly sat down on the ground. Today was quite thrilling. He looked at Mislanda, who was thawing in the water, and couldn't help but smile wryly. Why did I listen to that brat and come here? No, I can't listen to him anymore. I want to live a few more years with these old bones of mine. After making up his mind, Rayleigh approached Dragon and Jabba. After some conversation, he understood why Dragon and Jabba had come here. After the exchange 2 years ago, Dragon had been keeping an eye on the Navy's actions. Sure enough, not long ago, they had captured a group of scholars exploring the world government, and many warships had entered the West Sea, carrying 5 Navy vice admirals. A typical Demon Slayer Order lineup. Thus, Dragon immediately brought his men over and happened to run into Jabba on the way. Hearing that Rayleigh was in danger, Jabba immediately followed Dragon. Phew, that was really close. Thank you all so much. I'll remember this favor, and if you ever need me, just come find me. Upon hearing this, Dragon smiled. This trip was worth it. Then they looked at the scholars, discussing how to settle them. Ohara was definitely not a safe place. The Navy would surely return soon. Ultimately, after some discussion, Dragon decided to take all the scholars with him and find them a hidden place to settle down. Dr. Clover strongly agreed with this suggestion. He wasn't unreasonable. Leaving was the best choice now, or they would lose everything. So, after 2 days of preparations, Dragon took all the scholars and prepared to leave, and the ship was filled with countless books. Before leaving, Robin looked at the still unconscious Mislanda. Mom, Mr. Rayleigh, can we not be apart? After being with Mislanda for 2 years, Robin had developed a dependency and didn't want to separate. Rayleigh sighed at this. Robin, you saw what happened the day before yesterday. Mislanda has no choice now. You know very well Miranda's goal, to be the strongest in the world, and he's still far from that goal. If you really want to help him, then just bless him in your heart. Hearing Rayleigh's words, Robin wiped the tears from her eyes and nodded. Seeing her daughter so reluctant, Olvia held her in her arms. Don't worry, Robin, you will see each other again. And so, under Dragon's lead, these scholars left Ohara. Now, only civilians remained in Ohara. When the Navy came, as long as they still cared about their reputation, they wouldn't harm these people. All right, they have left. We should go too. With a small boat and a box of supplies, Rayleigh took Mislanda and left. As for where to go, they didn't know. Jabba, where do you want to go next? I don't know, just wander around a bit. If we find a nice place, we can settle down. Okay, as long as you're happy. Just don't know when we will meet again. Let's not talk about that. We're leaving. Take care. After saying that, Rayleigh steered the small boat with Mislanda away from Ohara. They couldn't stay in the West Sea any longer. There would be big trouble. Ding! Congratulations, host. Mission accomplished. Repelling the Demon Slayer order. In a semi-conscious state, Mislanda suddenly opened her eyes and sat up. He covered his chest and gasped for breath. Damn it. Stupid system. You scared me to death. Mislanda looked around and found herself lying on a small boat, while Rayleigh was sitting quietly at the bow. Noticing the movement behind him, Rayleigh immediately turned around. You're awake, so let's eat something. Where are we now? Mislanda picked up a piece of roasted meat and took a big bite, then asked. His last memory before losing consciousness was that Green Bull had sealed him. What happened afterward, he didn't know, but since the mission was completed and Rayleigh was fine, then Dragon and the others must have arrived as well. The Calm Belt. We are about to enter the Grand Line. That's right. After a few days of sailing, Rayleigh had taken Mislanda away from the West Sea. After thinking it over, Rayleigh still felt that the Grand Line was better. What about Robin and the others? They are safe, taken away by Dragon. The world government can't find them for the time being. Then, while Mislanda was eating, Rayleigh roughly explained the situation in Ohara. After hearing it, he couldn't help but be shocked. It was indeed quite dangerous. Rayleigh almost ended up and impelled down. However, he didn't expect Jabba to also go to Ohara, which was surprising. Mislanda had a pretty good relationship with Jabba. On an uninhabited island near the Calm Belt within the Grand Line, Rayleigh was preparing to build a wooden house here to stay for a while. Taking advantage of some free time, Mislanda went to a hidden place. System, where's my reward? Hurry up and give it to me, Mislanda hurriedly said. This task is so difficult and dangerous. The reward must be substantial. The last reward was the shadow fruit. So this time it can't be worse than the shadow fruit. Ding, reward is being sent. Congratulations, host, you have received dragon essence and phoenix blood. Soon, a pill-like object appeared in Mislanda's hand, with a dragon-shaped mark on it. Dragon essence, phoenix blood? What are these things? System, please explain. Mislanda looked at the item in her hand with confusion, not understanding at all. The name sounded somewhat familiar, but she just couldn't recall. Ding, dragon essence, phoenix blood. Dragon essence, the vital energy of dragons, has the effects of immortality and invincibility, greatly enhancing strength, and even allowing for transformation into a dragon. Phoenix blood, the vital energy of phoenixes, also grants immortality and invincibility. Immortal, undying, invincible? Wow. Looking at the explanation provided by the system, Mislanda almost lost her balance. Her eyes nearly popping out. Is it really that amazing? Immortal, undying, invincible? Are you kidding me? No wonder it sounded so familiar. It turns out it's such an incredible treasure. It's no exaggeration to say that the item in Miranda's hand can truly grant immortality and invincibility, at least for thousands of years. Thinking of this, Mislanda hesitated no longer and directly swallowed the dragon essence. Immediately afterward, she felt the effects of the dragon essence. Her body was warm, and a massive energy was flowing through her, making Mislanda feel an unprecedented sense of comfort. Crackle! Mislanda stretched his body, and immediately a vast energy surged within him, causing his body to grow a bit. Originally, at 10 years old, Mislanda was about 1.5 meters tall, which was already quite tall, but now he was at least 1.6 meters. Moreover, he felt that his body had become significantly stronger, enhanced by about 5 times. Mislanda is just a child now, and Long Yuan's biggest role at this moment is to lay a perfect foundation for him. The future Mislanda can become even stronger. Immortal and indestructible, Long Yuan's power is truly terrifying. Huh! Mislanda let out a loud shout, and an invisible aura immediately erupted, sweeping across the entire deserted island. In the distance, Rayleigh, who was building a wooden house, suddenly stopped. This is Conqueror's Haki, Mislanda. Realizing this, Rayleigh hurriedly ran towards the direction of the Haki release. By the time he arrived, he was completely stunned. He saw Mislanda grinning at him. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was, how had Mislanda grown so much taller in just a few minutes? He quickly supported Mislanda's shoulder and started to examine him closely, finally discovering that there was nothing unusual. What on earth is going on? How did you? Rayleigh was shocked to find that Mislanda's body had become sturdier. I don't know. Maybe it's because the Haki awakened, and I've developed a bit faster. No more talking. Let's hurry back to build a house. Or we'll have to use the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed tonight. After saying that, he pulled the stunned Rayleigh back. A week later, Mislanda had fully adapted to the changes in his body. The dragon essence is truly a treasure. It not only instantly boosted Mislanda's strength, but also continuously nourished his body, making him grow stronger. Name: Silbaz Mislanda. Age: 10. Ability: Dark Fruit, Conqueror's Haki. Dragon Essence Strength Level: Platinum, about to break through. Highest score: 100. When he first awakened the Conqueror's Haki, Mislanda broke through to Platinum. And now he's about to reach Diamond level, all thanks to the Dragon Essence. Wait, what about the Phoenix Blood? Miranda suddenly thought of something and immediately asked the system. Didn't it say that the reward was Dragon Essence and Phoenix Blood? But now there's only Dragon Essence. Where's the Phoenix Blood? Ding! Dragon Essence and Phoenix Blood cannot coexist in one body, so it hasn't been given to the host immediately. In the world of Feng Emperor Shurtian consumed Phoenix Blood 1,000 years ago, and when he tried to take Dragon Essence later, it didn't work. The same goes for Miranda. Even with Dragon Essence, he cannot consume Phoenix Blood. That's the rule. Hey, I can't consume it, but at least you should give it to me. What do you mean? If I can't use it, you won't give it to me? Are you kidding? I won't agree. Host, don't be anxious. Let me explain. Since ancient times, dragons and phoenixes have represented a couple. Therefore, this system has decided that for every woman the host acquires in the future, the host will receive 1 portion of Phoenix Blood, up to a maximum of 5 portions. Ding! Friendly reminder. A relationship must occur for her to qualify as the host's woman. Mislanda, damn, what is this? If you're not satisfied, the host can protest, but of course, if someone else is also dissatisfied, I won't immediately give you the Phoenix Blood. At night, Rayleigh and Mislanda sat by the campfire. Mislanda, I've decided. I will teach you how to use Haki tomorrow, and I will also arrange training for you. Really? That is great. I can't wait. Last time Rayleigh only taught him once, and it was just that one time. Now, he finally gets to learn Haki again. Seeing Mislanda's enthusiasm, Rayleigh couldn't help but smile. Youth is wonderful. However, Rayleigh's next words made Mislanda less happy. For years, I will only teach you for 4 years. During these 4 years, I will teach you everything I can, and then I will leave this deserted island, and you can go wherever you want. Hearing this, Mislanda looked at Rayleigh in confusion. What does this mean? P.S. Abandoning him? Sigh. Mislanda, I am your adoptive father. I've taken care of you for 10 years. But a person must have their independence at some point. I can't always be by your side. If you want to become a true strong person, you must learn to move forward on your own. Rayleigh said earnestly. He wanted to always protect Mislanda, but the latter aspired to become the strongest in the world. So Rayleigh had to be resolute. By saying this today, Rayleigh was just giving Mislanda a heads up. Just as Rayleigh thought, after hearing this, Mislanda nodded seriously. No problem. 4 years is enough. Miranda is confident that in 4 years, he will master all of Rayleigh's skills and embark on his own journey. The Great Sea Route. One day, he will return to conquer it. Navy Headquarters, Marineford. At this time, it has been a month since the incident at Ohara. After Akainu, Aokiji, and others returned, Sengoku immediately took Garp to Ohara, but of course, it was a wasted trip. Rayleigh, Dragon, Jabba, and those scholars were all gone, leaving only the civilians of Ohara. After a symbolic questioning, Sengoku did not trouble the civilians and directly led his men back. Upon returning, Sengoku gathered his old partners, Vice Admiral Garp and Vice Admiral Tsuru, to discuss how to deal with Rayleigh and Jabba. The final result was a worldwide bounty increase on both of them. But all of this was in vain. Regardless of whether they could find them or not, who dared to capture them? Who could capture them? No one really. Those bounty hunters are not brainless. On the other side, Dragon also arranged for the scholars from Ohara to be in a very secretive location, not far from their main base. After this incident, Dragon decided to form an organization to oppose the world government and spread ideas of freedom and equality around the world. He believes that what he does will surely be rewarded. And this organization is the future Revolutionary Army. Meanwhile, Miranda was unaware of the events outside. All he needed to do was train with Rayleigh. 4 years is neither long nor short. Luffy learned from Rayleigh for 1.5 years before Rayleigh left. Although he is still a child, he does not think he is inferior to Luffy. He is confident that he can master the basic use of Haki within a year. But things like Flowing Cherry and Conqueror's Haki, there's still 4 years left, right? If he can't learn everything, how can Mislanda claim to be the strongest? The Dark Fruit and Dragon Energy can help Mislanda reach the peak, especially the Dragon Energy. In every battle with Rayleigh, Mislanda truly experienced the power of Dragon Energy. Immortal and indestructible. No matter how many injuries he suffers, he can recover quickly without leaving any aftereffects on the body. Every time he gets hurt, he becomes stronger. Therefore, during battles, Rayleigh also becomes increasingly serious. Starting from using only 10 of his power, it gradually increased, and the rounds changed from 1 to 2, 3, 4. Gradually, Mislanda could no longer remember how many times he had been defeated or how many times he had been injured. A year has passed, and Mislanda has mastered the most basic uses of the 3 types of Haki. His power level has also reached the diamond level. 2 years have passed, and Mislanda has mastered the Conqueror's Haki with the enhancement, further improving his strength. 4 years have passed. Looking at Miranda's growth, Rayleigh could hardly believe it. He had planned to stay for 5 years, but unexpectedly, 3 years had passed. Since it's like this, it's time for him to leave. The remaining time should be left for Mislanda to explore on his own. On this last day, Rayleigh had one final battle with Mislanda. The result was, without a doubt, Mislanda was defeated again. However, Rayleigh was very satisfied. Now that he lets Mislanda go out, he can fully protect himself and no longer needs his protection. After the battle, Rayleigh caught a big fish, roasted it over a fire, and the smell of the meat attracted the beasts on this deserted island. But those beasts dared not approach because they had witnessed the terror of these 2 humans over the past 3 years. They certainly did not want to become the next thing roasted over the fire. The next morning, Rayleigh packed his things and prepared to leave. I'm leaving from now on. You have to walk your own path. Keep my life card safe. I know, you be careful. I don't want to go to Impel Down just for you. You brat. Can't you think of me a little better? Early the next morning, Rayleigh left. Mislanda looked back at the small wooden cabin where he had lived for 4 years. After a few seconds of staring, he smashed it to pieces with a single slap. Next, he decided to explore the world. He didn't want to leave without having traveled through it. The system had once said that the next world would only begin when Mislanda became the strongest in this world. Mislanda doesn't want to leave too early. The world is so big, I want to see it. The pirate world is full of wonders. It would be a shame not to explore it. And so, Mislanda left here. 3 years later, that's right, another 3 years have passed. At this time, Mislanda is already 17 years old. Looking at the sea currents flowing upstream at the foot of Reverse Mountain, Mislanda smiled. It's been 3 years. I've traveled through the West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea, so I guess I won't go to the East Sea. Mislanda was standing at the highest point of Reverse Mountain, facing 5 paths leading to the East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, North Sea, and the Grand Line. Now, Mislanda decided to head to the Grand Line. It was time. His moment had come. He glanced towards the East Sea, but ultimately shook his head. Forget it. If he said he wouldn't go, then he wouldn't. Although the main character group was mostly in the East Sea, they were still just kids at this time. What was the point of meeting them? Then, Mislanda immediately transformed into black mist and disappeared from the highest point of Reverse Mountain. Meanwhile, at the starting point of the Grand Line, beneath the Red Land, a man with a hairstyle resembling a broom was lounging in a chair, basking in the sun while reading a newspaper completely at ease. Not far from him, a gigantic whale covered in scars was swimming in the sea. This man was no ordinary person. He was the ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates, Dr. Kurokas. It is no exaggeration to say that Kurokas played an indispensable role in Roger being able to reach the final island. Without his medical skills, Roger would never have made it that far. Kurokas, you've been doing quite well in the years since leaving the Roger Pirates. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, and Kurokas's body jolted. Very few people knew about his time with the Roger Pirates. Being reminded of it now, how could he not be shocked? But when he turned around, he found a young man, someone somewhat familiar. Who are you? Kurokas asked Mislanda with some confusion. He could sense that the young man meant him no harm. In response to this question, Mislanda did not answer immediately, but walked directly to the seaside. He extended his right hand towards the whale Laboon, which slowly swam closer and eventually touched Mislanda's hand, much to Kurokas's astonishment. It seemed that Laboon was very close to Mislanda. Uncle Kurokas, did you see that? Laboon still remembers who I am, but you didn't recognize me right away. I'm really disappointed. Uncle Kurokas? Upon hearing this, Kurokas immediately recalled that only one person had called him that. You are Mislanda. Ha ha ha, Uncle Kurokas. Long time no see. Come, sit down. I really didn't expect you to grow into such a handsome young man. Kuroka's was very pleased to see the handsome Mislanda. Mislanda, Shanks, and Buggy were all raised by the Roger Pirates, and their relationship is quite special. What about Rayleigh? How's he doing? The incident in Ohara 8 years ago really shocked me. Don't worry, that old man is doing well. I'm actually planning to find him. Then, Mislanda mentioned the fact that Rayleigh left 3 years ago. Kuroka's didn't say anything in response. It was a decision made by Mislanda and Rayleigh, so he felt it wasn't his place to comment. But as long as he's okay, that's what matters. So, what are you planning to do next? Kuroka's asked. In response, Mislanda looked towards the Grand Line, and the meaning was clear. Ha ha ha, good, that's the spirit. Uncle wishes you success soon. All right. After chatting for a while, Mislanda prepared to leave. Before he left, he patted Laboon. Be good, don't hurt yourself anymore. You'll definitely be able to wait for the person you want to wait for. Splash. Laboon slapped the sea surface with his tail, and a huge splash fell on Mislanda. He didn't dodge, but took it directly. Ha 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 ha. All right, stop messing around. I'm leaving now, and I'll come see you next time. By the way, do you need a log pose? I have one. No need. I have a clear goal for my next destination. I don't need a log pose. Miranda waved his hand, and the next moment, he disappeared from Kuroka's sight. Name, Silbaz Miranda. Gender, male. Age, 17. Ability, 3-color Haki, dark fruit, dragon element. Strength level, starry, about to break through. Highest points, 3,200 over the past 3 years. Miranda has been traveling and training, and now he has become a starry-level powerhouse. Moreover, he has encountered some strong individuals, including the Navy, bounty hunters, and pirates. After defeating many opponents, Miranda was even put on a bounty for defeating a Navy vice admiral. However, his bounty notice only features the silhouette of a figure in a black robe, with nothing else discernible. Black robe person, bounty, 120 million berries. After defeating those individuals, Miranda's highest points have reached 3,200. Regarding the use of the highest points, Miranda has figured out. He can directly tell the system what he wants, and then the system will determine how many points his desired item is worth. Not bad, neither too good nor too bad. After leaving Reverse Mountain, Miranda took out Rayleigh's life card. That's right, he is heading in this direction. If Miranda guessed correctly, Rayleigh should be on Sabaody Archipelago, which is exactly where Miranda wants to go, because Miranda's next task is to destroy the Celestial Dragon's slave prison. It is well known that there are people in the pirate world who have low combat power and low intelligence, but hold a very high status. So high that even the Navy Admiral does not take them seriously. They can do whatever they like, even committing murder in the streets. Under their hands, many slaves are kept, most of whom are innocent people. In the face of such evil acts, the Navy not only cannot intervene, but sometimes even has to help them. And these people are the Celestial Dragons, also known as the nobles of the world, descendants of the creators. Miranda's next task is to destroy the prison located on the Red Line that holds nearly 10,000 slaves. This is the third task suddenly issued by the system half a month ago. Miranda feels that this task is manageable. It shouldn't be too difficult. After all, Fisher Tiger can do it alone, and Miranda doesn't think he is weaker than this Fishman Explorer. This mission lasts for a month, because on the day 1 month after the mission starts, Tiger will take action. This time, Miranda decides to act alongside Tiger. In fact, Miranda admires Tiger quite a bit. Originally, he was a slave of the Celestial Dragons, suffering for 3 years before finally escaping. Yet he still wants to rescue those who are suffering inside. So he climbed the Red Line barehanded and rescued thousands of slaves. Just for that alone, he is worthy of admiration. On the way to Sabaody Archipelago, Miranda originally did not plan to make any stops. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. 3 days later, Miranda stopped, because a ship on the sea below caught his attention. It bore the Navy's emblem, with a doghead shape biting a bone at the bow. It was the ship of Navy hero Garp. Ever since Roger was executed, Garp hasn't been idle. After all, this is the age of great pirates, not to mention, the 4 emperors of the New World haven't formed yet, and the future Grand Line will be chaotic for several more years. As a Navy hero, Garp certainly cannot sit idly by. He has to catch pirates. Unexpectedly, he would encounter him here. Looking at the ship below, Miranda thought for a moment and then slowly approached the doghead. Since he encountered it, he might as well go meet him. Although Garp's strength is terrifying, even stronger than Rayleigh's, Miranda is not afraid at all. He is just 1 step away from reaching the king level. Although he is somewhat weaker compared to Garp, he can still hold his own. Besides, he can run. Garp's Jeppo might not be enough to stop him. Moreover, Garp doesn't know him. He doesn't believe that Garp would directly attack him. Huh? Has he been spotted? just as Miranda was getting close. He was surprised to find that the somewhat old yet very spirited Navy hero was looking at him. In response, Miranda smiled slightly and landed on the bow of the dog-headed ship. "Hey kid, who are you?" Garp asked, picking his nose with his pinky, seemingly indifferent, but Miranda felt a pressure. It was clear that this old man harbored hostility towards him. "My name? You wouldn't know it even if I told you. So let's skip it." Mislanda looked around. At this moment, more than a dozen naval soldiers had raised their guns at him. "Everyone, no need to be so nervous. I'm not foolish enough to come and fight with a naval hero." After saying this, Mislanda spread his hands, indicating that he wasn't holding any weapons. Garp glanced at Mislanda for a moment, then waved his hand to the naval soldiers behind him, signaling them to lower their weapons. The way the other party looked didn't seem like a pirate, and which fool of a pirate would rush towards the guns? "All right, young man, what do you want? Need a ride?" "No thanks, I have hands and feet. I can travel on my own." As he spoke, Mislanda looked at the situation on the ship. He curiously asked, "Vice Admiral Garp, where are you headed?" "Oh, to deal with a pirate crew, a guy with a bounty of 250 million. Garp sat down in a chair and started eating a donut from the table. "Oh, I see. Haha, Vice Admiral Garp, you truly are a naval hero. Facing a pirate with a bounty of 250 million so casually. I heard my old man talk about you many times when I was a kid." The direction the ship Mislanda was looking at was opposite to that of the Sabaody archipelago. "It won't be long now." "What? You've heard of me since you were a child? Am I that famous?" Garp laughed heartily as he took a bite of his donut. In response, Mislanda chuckled as well. Of course, the naval hero Garp was the one who chased the pirate King Roger all over the world back then. Who hasn't heard of that? But Mislanda suddenly changed her tone and looked at Garp with great interest. What impressed me the most was that Mr. Garp defeated the Rocks Pirates in the battle at God Valley. Boom. God Valley, the Rocks Pirates? Hearing these two familiar, yet unfamiliar terms, Garp suddenly stood up from his chair. He hadn't heard these two names in many years. Garp couldn't help but clench his fists and looked at Mislanda with an imposing presence. At this moment, Mislanda began to check Garp's information. Navy Vice Admiral Garp, Strength, King. Defeating him grants 10,000 points. Mislanda had long anticipated this information. Feeling the pressure from Garp, he merely raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "Kid, who exactly are you, and how do you know this?" Garp took a few steps forward, ready to strike at any moment. "What's going on? This is something worth boasting about. Yet Mr. Garp looks like this." Seeing Garp's clenched fists, Mislanda also moved his arms a bit. "I've changed my mind. Since I've met a naval hero, I have to experience it for myself. So this trip won't be in vain." After saying that, Mislanda also clenched his fists and charged at Garp. Bang! The two fists collided, causing the ship under Garp's feet to shake violently, showing signs of capsizing. And the surrounding sea began to churn with waves. Feeling Mislanda's strength, Garp couldn't help but be surprised. So young, yet so powerful. Even he couldn't underestimate him. "Kid, you have some strength, but you're still a bit lacking compared to me." Garp's iron fists make even the great pirates feel a headache just hearing about them. Although Mislanda has enhanced herself with dragon essence, she is still not as strong as Garp. After holding on for a few more seconds, her body was sent flying out. Taking advantage of this impact, Mislanda immediately left the scene. After a long time, the once turbulent sea gradually calmed down. Watching the rapidly retreating black mist, Garp frowned deeply. "Go, bring me my din mushy, contact the Navy headquarters." Although he didn't know who the other party was, Garp was sure that in the near future, this young man would definitely shake up the dynamics of the sea. Hiss, as expected of Iron Fist Garp, the power in his fists is truly immense. Miranda's arms are still trembling. There's nothing to be done. Garp's strength is just too great, and he's not even a match. However, Miranda is confident that in half a year, at most, he will be able to compete with Garp head-on. After all, it was just a contest of fists earlier, which is Garp's specialty. Forget it. Let's hurry to the Sabaody archipelago. The Sabaody archipelago. This is a very important island. The calm belt and the red line divide the entire world into 4 parts, 4 seas in the east, west, south, and north. The 2 ends of the Grand Line are separated by the towering red line. There are currently 3 known ways to get from the first half to the second half. First, fly directly over. But there are very few people in the world with the ability to fly, so this option can be ignored. Second, marry Geos, where there is a passage. However, only the Navy, the world government, or the allied countries of the world government can use this route. Ordinary people have no chance of using this passage. The third method is to pass through the 10,000-meter deep sea, which means going through Fishman Island. And to use this method, the Sabaody archipelago is a must-visit place. Because here, you can coat the ship to withstand the terrifying pressure of the 10,000-meter deep sea. But even so, it's good if 2 or 3 out of 10 ships can reach Fishman Island. There's nothing to be done. This world is just that cruel. On the Sabaody archipelago, Rayleigh, who has lived here for more than 2 years, has also learned to coat ships. That's right, he has become a coating craftsman. Of course, this is just a little hobby of Rayleigh. After 10 days of traveling, Miranda finally arrived at this island full of bubbles. It has been a long time since he last saw Rayleigh, and he misses him quite a bit. Following Rayleigh's life card, Miranda finally found him in a small alley. 5 years have passed, and Rayleigh's hair has turned a bit gray, and there are several noticeable wrinkles on his face. However, he still looks quite energetic. Although they haven't seen each other in these years, they communicate regularly through transponder snails. So, Rayleigh also knows what Miranda has experienced over these years. You've made significant progress in 3 years, Miranda. Rayleigh immediately recognized this somewhat unfamiliar, yet familiar person. It seems it won't be long before you surpass me. Of course, my goal is to become the strongest in the world. If I can't surpass you, what am I even doing? So, are we just chatting here? Aren't you going to take me to meet my stepmother? Rayleigh, stop talking nonsense. She's not your stepmother. Rayleigh rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit guilty. Is that so? Old man, ask yourself if you believe that. After saying that, he directly pulled Rayleigh towards the direction of the number 13 red tree. Their SA bar there. Anxia's coding bar. Many years ago, Rayleigh had an old flame. This person's identity is quite extraordinary. The queen of Nine Snake Island in the Calm Belt. The former king of the Amazon Lily, who is now the former king. At that time, Rayleigh was the vice captain of the Roger Pirates. Back then, the Nine Snake Pirates were also a considerable pirate crew, which is why the naval hero car planned to capture them. Just at that time, Rayleigh appeared to save the day. It is well known that after a hero saves a beauty, the beauty cannot help but fall in love with him. Rayleigh was in that situation. After some time, they hit it off. Peony, the former king of Amazon and former captain of the Nine Snake Pirates, is now Aunt Xia. Of course, at first, Xiaoqi had unrequited feelings. Rayleigh had no interest in being with her. And Xiaoqi knew Rayleigh's thoughts, so she didn't pursue it too much. But after the Roger Pirates disbanded, Xiaoqi began a crazy pursuit. For Rayleigh, Xiaoqi gave up her identity as a queen and captain and left Nine Snake Island. In the initial years, she had no idea where Rayleigh was. But fate allowed them to meet in the Sabaody archipelago. Now, it can be said that lovers finally became a couple, and they lived together. Rayleigh did not refuse. After all, he didn't want to be too lonely. In Aunt Xiao's coding bar, Miranda pulled Rayleigh in through the door, which delighted Xiaoqi, who was smoking nearby. Although she lives with Rayleigh, he is often away for days at a time. Hello, Aunt Xia. Mislanda greeted, and then threw Rayleigh onto the sofa. Hee, compared to calling me Aunt Xia, I would prefer you to call me Mom. Oh, that's not possible. The old man just said you're not my mom. It's not that I don't want to call you that. It's just that the old man refuses to let me. And there's nothing I can do about it. Hearing Mislanda's words, Xiaoqi looked at Rayleigh with a half-smiling expression, making Rayleigh's scalp tingle. Is that so? It seems I haven't done enough. I need to step up my game. That's right. Actually, I really want you to be my mom. Keep it up. I'm rooting for you. Haha, all right. To become your mom, I will put in more effort. After saying that, Xiaoqi pushed a glass of wine to Mislanda. She knew that Mislanda wasn't there just to see how Rayleigh was doing. There must be something important. So, what do you need my help with? It's simple. I will be staying on the Comoros Islands for the next few days, waiting for someone, but I don't know when he will come. Oh, I understand. Leave this matter to me. I'll notify you when that person arrives. Miranda nodded. Fisher Tiger, a merman explorer, come on. After saying that, Miranda left. Hey, Miranda, help me hang the closed sign. Okay, right away. After that, Miranda hung the closed sign on the door and left without looking back. After he left, Haki smiled and walked towards Rayleigh. The kid just said that out of the blue. I never said anything like that. Oh, really? Haki didn't care about that. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and no matter what Rayleigh said or didn't say, he couldn't escape today. I really didn't say it. I didn't say it. Don't do this, please. Don't come over. Hearing the commotion in the bar, Miranda couldn't help but laugh. Ah, serves him right. Miranda originally planned to stay here for a few days, waiting for Tiger. But now it seems better to find another place. After waiting, Miranda directly waited for 5 days. On the 5th night, Rayleigh found Miranda. When he saw the red mark on Rayleigh's neck, Miranda almost died laughing. Aunt Summer really is someone who has been a queen. Dealing with Rayleigh is a piece of cake for her. What's so funny? It's all your fault. That's not right. I didn't lie. You can't blame me. That sentence was indeed said by Rayleigh. Miranda just related. Blame it on me, huh? All right, enough nonsense. Rayleigh's tone became more serious. The person you were waiting for has arrived, but he has already left, and I don't know where he went. What? He has already left. Hearing Rayleigh's words, Mislanda decided not to stay any longer and immediately elementalized away from the Sabaody archipelago. The dark fruit of Mislanda can elementalize, and he can fly using this ability. In addition, Mislanda can create a small space for himself with the dark fruit, which he calls the black hole space, similar in function to a spatial ring. And it can accommodate people. Seeing Mislanda in such a hurry, Rayleigh couldn't help but feel curious. What was he planning to do? Fisher Tiger really doesn't play by the rules. He thought he would go to the Sabaody archipelago first, but unexpectedly, he went straight to the red Earth continent. Thinking of this, Mislanda quickened his pace. However, when he thought about how Tiger still had to climb up the red Earth continent, he slowed down again. The red Earth continent is towering and cloud-piercing. For an ordinary person, climbing from the bottom is something they wouldn't even dare to think about. Forget it. Let's find him first. Soon, Mislanda saw the red chasm. Looking up, he couldn't see the top at all. If he really had to climb up by hand, it would take at least 3 days. This should be the place. Previously, Mislanda had researched a lot of information, and the location he was in was just below the slave prison. This means that if he wanted to climb up quickly, this was the best choice. As a runaway slave, Tiger would definitely choose this as a starting point too. But Mislanda didn't find any signs of climbing, meaning he arrived a bit early. Sigh, what a miscalculation. Let's wait for him. So, Mislanda began to wait. Time quickly passed to the late night. A sturdy figure emerged from the sponge, and those bright, piercing eyes were fixed on the red Earth continent. After hesitating for a few seconds, he grabbed a place on the red Earth continent that could be climbed and started his plan. But just then, a sudden voice came from behind him. You're quite brave. Really daring to climb up barehanded. Boom! This voice exploded in Fisher Tiger's mind like a bomb. He was so shocked that he lost his grip and fell directly into the sea. Who is it? Tiger resurfaced and looked up at the sky. He saw a young man in a black trench coat floating in midair, looking at him with great interest. Seeing the smile on Mislanda's face, Tiger's heart skipped a beat. He felt as if this person could see right through him. Don't be nervous. I'm not your enemy. Mislanda slowly descended and finally stood on the surface of the sea. Looking at the person just a few meters away, Tiger couldn't help but place his hand on the dagger at his waist. Although he didn't know who this was, Tiger didn't feel he was a match for them. Who are you and what do you want? Tiger didn't understand. Only he knew about his plans for today, and he hadn't told anyone. But what was happening now? How could there be someone here? You don't need to know who I am for now. You just need to understand one thing. As she spoke, Mislanda looked up at the sky. I also can't stand the existence of that prison. If it were to turn into ruins, I would be very happy. Isn't your goal also that slave prison? What do you say? Do you want to join forces with me? In fact, Mislanda had absolute confidence in his own strength. Even in the New World, there were not many who could match him. He could even escape unscathed when facing someone like Whitebeard. A slave prison was not difficult. If he didn't appreciate Tiger's character, Mislanda wouldn't have waited so many days. He would have gone alone. I'm waiting for your answer. If you disagree, that's fine. You could just crawl slowly. If Tiger really didn't believe him, then there was no helping it. He would go alone, and by the time Tiger crawled up, it would probably already be in ruins. Seeing that Mislanda was about to leave, Tiger hurriedly called out to him. Wait, what? Have you thought it over? Tiger didn't answer immediately, but stared intently at Mislanda with his eyes. After a long while, he asked, Why do you want to help me? I'm a fisherman, and you're a human. You must be aware of the hatred between our two races. The conflict between fishmen and humans was not something that could be summed up in just a few words. Mislanda didn't want to explain too much. There are many humans in the prison, and I'm here to save them. Is that reason enough? After saying this, Mislanda directly grabbed Tiger by the collar and pulled him out of the seawater. There's no time to talk. Just follow me. As soon as she finished speaking, a mass of black substance completely enveloped the two of them. When the black mist dissipated, the two had already vanished without a trace. Mislanda has developed the dark fruit very well. He can now move quickly in the darkness with others. It's deep night now, and he uses his ability with even greater proficiency. For Tiger, his feelings are very strange. Before him is complete darkness. He can see nothing and hear nothing, only feeling that he is moving. He wants to speak, but no one pays him any attention. Just like that, 10 minutes have passed. Finally, Tiger is spat out by a black vortex. When he regains his senses, he finds himself next to a scene that resembles a bottomless abyss. They have arrived at the very top of the red Earth continent, right beside a cliff. Tiger turns to look at Mislanda, his face full of shock. No need to be too surprised. It's just a small application of the fruit S ability, Nothing remarkable. After saying that, he points to a building not far away. From a distance, it looks like a castle. But this might be the cruelest castle in the world, as it holds nothing but slaves. Looking at that familiar structure, Tiger clenches his fists. That place is his demon. Now he yes back, but this time he intends to deal with it. What do you want to do? Share your plan. Actually, it's nothing much. Tiger waves his hand, looking towards the slave prison ahead. This is the Celestial Dragon's slave prison. It sounds quite frightening, but there aren't many strong individuals inside. I plan to set a fire first to attract the attention of the guards inside, and then take the opportunity to sneak in. If I can release enough slaves, they will definitely fight hard for their freedom. At that time, someone will be able to escape, and it will be most of them. Hearing Tiger's plan, Mislanda shakes his head. You want to set a fire to sneak in? Are you kidding? Just break through directly. It saves time and effort. Without further ado, Mislanda strides forward. Tiger quickly follows. Inside the prison, a horrifying scene unfolds. The Celestial Dragons are typical of the foolish and rich, so they frequently buy slaves. Those they dislike are killed, and then new ones are bought. This is no longer strange. In this prison, there are those who have just arrived and those who have been held here for over a decade. The first thing that happens upon entering the prison is that the Celestial Dragon's slave mark is branded Celestial Dragon's hoof. Tiger has one too, but he covered it with a larger mark, which will later become the mark of the Sun Pirates. The walls of the prison are lined with torture devices, looking very frightening. These are used to deal with disobedient slaves. No, I don't want to stay here. Let me go. Accompanied by the sound of something being burnt, a Celestial Dragon's hoof is branded onto a slave's body. The intense pain causes him to faint immediately. Next, the guards say expressionlessly. For them, this kind of thing is commonplace. Before long, another scream is heard. Boom! Just as the guards were dealing with the new slaves, the large door at the entrance was suddenly broken through. That massive iron door was directly smashed away, landing in a fire pit in the middle of the prison. What is going on? What happened? This huge commotion immediately attracted everyone's attention, and the prison warden rushed out of his office. Then he saw the broken door and two figures at the entrance. Someone has broken in, preparing to attack. The warden hurriedly ordered. Soon, a large number of guards gathered, grabbing guns and aiming at Mislanda and Tiger. Seeing this, Tiger wanted to take action, but Mislanda stopped him with a hand. Let me handle it. Saying this, he walked forward with his arms spread wide. Stop. Don't move. Raise your hands. Seeing the other party getting closer, the warden shouted loudly. But Mislanda completely ignored him and continued to walk forward, his killing intent unabated. Damn it, go die. Shoot, everyone shoot. With a command from the warden. Hundreds of bullets were fired towards Mislanda. But Mislanda still maintained his arms wide open, showing no intention of dodging. Hey, be careful, Tiger exclaimed. But the next moment, a strange scene occurred. Surrounding Mislanda, numerous black vortexes appeared, and as the bullets approached, they were directly sucked into the vortex, not a single one hitting Mislanda. What's going on? Someone use cannons, bombard him. Yes. Soon, a dozen guards came carrying several cannons. Boom, 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 boom. They bombarded Mislanda's position with a barrage of fire, and for a moment, the prison was ablaze. But before long, they were shocked to find that the flames were being absorbed by something. At that moment, Mislanda, engulfed in flames, seemed like a bottomless pit, sucking in the surrounding artillery fire. Are you done? Now it's my turn. After absorbing all the cannon fire, Mislanda smiled eerily. He then lifted his right leg and stomped down. The next moment, a burst of flames exploded on the ground, sweeping towards the guards opposite. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the sound of the ground cracking, many guards were directly sucked in and torn to pieces by this terrifying force. After years of development, Mislanda has made the dark fruit very powerful. By absorbing and releasing, he stored a massive amount of energy from the bullets and cannonballs that were just used against him, releasing it at that moment. This move is reminiscent of Black Queen from the X-Men. Looking at the remaining guards, a black ring immediately appeared beneath Mislanda's feet, quickly encompassing a large area. Soon, the ground beneath everyone began to soften, and those standing on it started to sink slowly. What is this? How can this happen? The guards with guns above began to panic. They started to struggle violently, trying to free themselves. But it was like quicksand. The more they struggled, the faster they sank. No, help! In just a few breaths, they had sunk to their chests, but it did not stop. In the end, only their raised hands remained above the surface. Mislanda suddenly clenched his right hand, and the black ring beneath his feet began to shrink rapidly, eventually forming a black sphere. Without a second thought, he crushed it, and the person inside was naturally dead. After dealing with those guards, Mislanda immediately approached the warden. The previous shockwave hadn't swept him away. Bastard, what do you want? This is the Celestial Dragon slave prison. The world government won T. Before he could finish a sentence, Mislanda grabbed him by the throat and brought him to the center of the prison. He looked around. There were iron cages in all directions, filled with the slaves of the Celestial Dragons. Pirates, marines, bounty hunters, civilians, and even officials from certain countries were present. At that moment, some of them looked at Mislanda with hopeful eyes, wishing he would set them free. They didn't want to stay in this hellish place for even a moment longer. In front of everyone, Mislanda placed his hand on the warden's head. An unimaginable force of suction emerged from his palm, and the warden's body began to compress and fold under this force. Feeling the pain in his body, the warden screamed, but Mislanda did not stop. A few seconds later, the screams ceased as the warden had been compressed to an incredibly small size, small enough for Mislanda to hold him with one hand. A plump man had turned into a bloodied meatball. The visual shock was extraordinary. Seeing this scene, the slaves in the cages gasped in horror. What a terrifying method. Listen up. Today, my fisherman friend and I are here for one purpose only: to free all the slaves in this place. Miranda shouted loudly. The prison immediately fell silent, followed by loud cheers. They didn't expect that they would really be set free. Excitement, surprise, shock, but my responsibility is only to let you leave here. Whether you can escape and regain your freedom depends on how tough you are. Whoever can escape, from now on, behave yourself. If I hear anyone daring to commit crimes, this will be your end. Saying this, Miranda threw the meatball in her hand into the fire pit. The raging flames quickly turned it to ashes. Seeing the fate of the warden, the slaves hurriedly nodded. They certainly didn't dare to provoke her at this moment. Very well, then you can leave. Suddenly, a chilling black mist appeared, quickly filling the entire prison. But this black mist only enveloped the cages and did not touch the people inside. There was a sound like something shattering. A few minutes later, the black mist returned to Miranda's body, and under the light of the fire, everyone was surprised to find that the iron cages that trapped them had actually shattered. Hurry and leave here, don't block me. I want to go out. I want freedom. I want to leave this hell. The slaves inside immediately cheered and quickly ran towards the exit. This was their chance at freedom. Seeing this, Miranda smiled slightly and walked towards the warden's office, completely disregarding the situation behind her. The warden's screams lasted only a moment. He was trampled into a pulp by the angry slaves, dead beyond recovery. Meanwhile, Tiger had also arrived at the place where the fishermen slaves were located. Upon seeing Tiger, many fishermen slaves knelt down. "Boss, it's you who saved us from now on. Our lives belong to you." Tiger nodded and picked up a torch from the wall. "Brothers, follow me and fight our way out. Let's destroy this place." "Okay, boss." And so, the entire prison descended into chaos. The guards outside tried to suppress the riot, but there were simply too many slaves, and they couldn't stop them at all. So, they reported to the nearest location, the Holy Land, Mary Geos. In the warden's office, Miranda glanced around and finally arrived at the safe. With a click, the lock of the safe was directly twisted off. Gold bars, pearls, emeralds, diamonds. Everything was there. Mislanda was unceremonious and gathered everything up. Why not take it if it's free? These things shouldn't be kept even if thrown into the stinking ditch. Just as he was about to leave, a box on the table caught his attention. Mislanda walked over and directly opened the box. Inside was a fruit with strange patterns. A devil fruit? Looking at the devil fruit in the box, Mislanda smiled. This is quite an unexpected gain. After all, devil fruits are quite rare, and encountering one relies on luck. System, can you tell me what kind of fruit this is? Miranda couldn't help but ask. If this is a powerful fruit, there would be a huge profit. Ding, scanning. Scan complete, superhuman type, gold fruit. After consuming this fruit, one can gain the ability to control gold. Gold fruit? Hearing the system's scan result, Miranda was stunned. Gold fruit, Gold Emperor? Isn't this the devil fruit of the Gold Emperor? No, wait. I remember this fruit seems to be in Doflamingo's hands. If Miranda remembered correctly, this was indeed the fruit that was auctioned by Doflamingo later and was ultimately taken by the Gold Emperor. For a moment, Miranda was bewildered. This fruit is not just any valuable item. In the original story, the Gold Emperor Tesoro became the richest person in the world with this fruit, controlling 1/5 of the world's wealth. Could it be that in the original plot, Someone entered here and took the gold fruit? After thinking it over, Miranda could only come to this conclusion. It should be like this. After Tiger liberated the slaves, some slaves wanted to come in and take valuable things, and they brought this fruit with them. It later ended up in Doflamingo's hands. If that's the case, then it belongs to me. Mislanda directly absorbed the golden fruit into the dark vortex. With the golden fruit, Mislanda will become the world's richest person, and it will be much easier to get things done then. Outside the prison, Tiger is setting fires everywhere with his men. Goodness, he won't be satisfied until he burns down this slave prison. Mislanda understood this very well. After all, Tej had also suffered here. The guards outside were almost dealt with, and these slaves were definitely doing their best to escape. Tej, stop it. You are wasting too much time like this. Mislanda came up behind Tiger and couldn't help but remind him. Then, he spread his 5 fingers and directly used the power of the dark fruit to surround the entire prison, crushing and compressing. The large prison was reduced to ruins in an instant. Seeing this scene, Tiger let out a heavy sigh. He turned to look at Mislanda. Can you tell me your name? At first, Tiger did not trust Mislanda. After all, the conflict between humans and fishmen was evident. But now, he was very grateful to the man before him. My name? It's fine to tell you, Mislanda. Miranda. Tiger firmly remembered this name. He then placed his hand on the mark on his chest, looking sincerely at Miranda. I, Fisher Tiger, swear that I will repay you in the future, no matter what happens. Tiger is also a person of character, and he said this with absolute certainty. Mislanda was convinced of this. All right. He patted Tiger's shoulder and then looked towards the direction of Mary Geos. Here they could see the massive buildings. At this moment, Mislanda was sure that many world government agents were on their way. You guys should leave quickly. I still have things to finish. This is the Red Soil continent. If you don't leave, soon it will be very troublesome. Hearing Mislanda's words, Tiger nodded and prepared to leave with the many fishmen. Wait. Suddenly, Mislanda thought of something and hurriedly called out to Tiger. The latter immediately stopped. Tiger, I have something to ask of you right now. Listen carefully. I'm making a pact with you. 2 years from now, let's establish a large pirate crew together, and my request of you is to live until that day. If Mislanda remembered correctly, Tiger did indeed have a glorious period after rescuing the slaves. The Sun Pirates he formed were a thorn in the side of the Navy. But later, Tiger still died because he refused to accept human blood. Now Mislanda didn't know how Tiger's future would be, but he wanted Tiger to survive. Upon hearing this, Tiger was puzzled. Although he didn't understand why Mislanda said this, he still nodded. Don't worry, I will live until 2 years later. This is our pact. After making the pact, Tiger left with his people. After Tiger left, Mislanda looked at the escaping slaves. Suddenly, he noticed that 3 people did not run away, but were looking at him. From their appearance, they should be 3 women. They were wearing dirty clothes, their faces covered in dust, looking very pitiful. Out of curiosity, Mislanda used the system to check the information of the 3. Boa Hancock, sweet fruit user, strength level, platinum. Sandersonia, snake fruit user, strength level, gold. Marigold, snake fruit user, strength level, gold. Defeating any of the above 3 will not earn the strongest points. So it was them. After seeing the information of the 3, Mislanda instantly became interested. Boa Hancock, the future pirate empress. If nothing unexpected happens, this Boa Hancock will be the next queen of Amazon Lily. This is interesting. Mislanda walked towards the 3 of them. Seeing her approach, the 3 sisters couldn't help but feel a bit scared. They had just witnessed Mislanda's methods. So it would be strange if they weren't afraid. Miranda's gaze was directly fixed on Boa Hancock. Although she was wearing dirty clothes and her face was also dirty, a closer look revealed that this woman exuded an extremely alluring aura. This must be the power of the sweet fruit. The sweet fruit is quite interesting. It originally had no petrification ability. However, when combined with Boa Hancock's beauty, it somehow gained the ability to petrify. Of course, the current Boa Hancock probably doesn't have that ability. She was bought by the celestial dragons and only fed the fruit afterward, and has been trapped in prison ever since, with no opportunity to develop her fruit's powers. Why don't you leave? Miranda asked. Hearing Miranda's question, Boa Hancock mustered her courage and took a step forward. Benefactor, our sister is injured. Can you help us? Mislanda looked at Marigold behind her. Indeed, at this moment, Marigold's face was pale, and there was a deep wound on her left leg. After thinking for a moment, he took out a few towels, some water, and some bandages from his black hole space. Mislanda can now use the dark fruit to store items and even put people inside. That's how Tej was brought up. Usually, He also stores some supplies inside. Soon, the wound on Marigold's leg was bandaged. You must be from Snake Princess Island, right? Mislanda immediately asked. Nine Snake Island? Upon hearing the name of their hometown, Boa Hancock and the others became excited. That's right, we are from Nine Snake Island. We were captured by human traffickers during a voyage. As she spoke, Boa Hancock's mood dampened. She had been captured as a slave since she was a child, and there were still marks from the branding iron left on her body. The hoof of the heavenly, flying dragon. Mislanda wet a towel with water and then walked in front of her, wiping her dirty little face. Seeing the other person wiping her face, Boa Hancock couldn't help but take a step back, but Mislanda directly grabbed her. Don't move. At his words, Boa Hancock immediately stood still, staring at the person who was wiping her face. A few minutes later, looking at the stunning beauty in front of her, Mislanda couldn't help but nod. No wonder she is the world's #1 beauty. Boa Hancock is now around 17 years old, a little younger than Mislanda, but she already has a very beautiful appearance. If she had a few more years to take care of her looks, it would be something else. Feeling Mislanda's unabashed admiration, Boa Hancock's cheeks flushed. Want to turn her head away. All right, now let's get down to business. Mislanda put everything away. You should all remember Peony, right? Peony, originally named Xiachi, was the king of Nine Snake Island at that time. Sure enough, upon hearing that name, Boa Hancock immediately looked up. Your Majesty the King? Benefactor? Are you talking about her? The three sisters of Hancock were captured by human traffickers when Xiachi was still the king and also the captain of the Nine Snake Pirates. You should know that the Nine Snake Pirates held a very high status on Nine Snake Island, so it's impossible not to know her. That's right, it's her. Speaking of which, you three are somewhat related to me, right? My dad is with Peony, so she could be considered my stepmother. Upon hearing Mislanda's words, Boa Hancock was stunned. She looked at Mislanda in shock. Really? Are you a prince? Prince? Hearing this interesting title, Mislanda paused for a moment. Indeed, if Xiachi was the king of Nine Snake Island, and Rayleigh was her husband, and he was Rayleigh's adopted son, then it seems he really is a prince. Interesting. Interesting. I guess so. Wait for me a moment. I'll take you away shortly. After saying that, Mislanda walked towards the ruins of the slave prison. He then pressed his right hand tightly against the ground below. Boom! Suddenly, a black mist emerged from Mislanda's body, flowing along his arm into the red earth below. After the black mist spread throughout the ruins of the prison, he stopped. A little gift for the world government. Hope they like it. After doing all this, Mislanda returned to the side of the three sisters. He casually summoned a black vortex. Don't be afraid. I'll take you away now. After saying that, Mislanda waved his hand, and the black vortex directly engulfed the three of them. Holy Land, Mary Ahua. At this moment, people were being summoned to the slave prison. They had already received a distress signal from the slave prison. Led by CP0, dozens of agents dressed in black suits set off directly. They were agents capable of operating in Mariewa, so their strength goes without saying. The weakest among them was proficient in the 6 powers. Thus, the group used one of the 6 powers, Shave, to quickly make their way to the location of the slave prison. But they were all stunned. Where's the slave prison? Such a large prison? That's right. What lay before them was merely some broken walls. There was nothing else left. If there was anything, it was just a few corpses not far away. There were dead prison guards and dead slaves. Of course, there were more slave corpses. Damn it, chase them. We can't let them escape. The leader gritted his teeth and then chased forward. These were all Celestial Dragon slaves. If they let them escape, knowing the Celestial Dragon's character, they might just take them as slaves. After all, the Celestial Dragons aren't exactly normal, so anything is possible. Boom! Suddenly, just as the group was about to pursue the slaves, they all knelt down on the ground. Some of the weaker ones fell down directly, unable to get up no matter how they struggled. What is happening? One of the leading guys, who was the strongest among them, was also propping himself up with one hand, but he was firmly held down by a terrifying suction force from the ground. Soon, the red ground began to crack like a spider web, and a large amount of black mist seeped out from the cracks, surrounding the entire group. What is this? Roar. Sensing a deadly threat, the leading agent shouted. Then, he began to rapidly grow larger, eventually transforming into a fierce tiger. Zoan type, cat fruit, tiger form. After using his fruit ability, his strength greatly increased, allowing him to break free from the gravitational pull. And then he used moonwalk to leave the area enveloped by the black mist. He managed to escape, but the others didn't have such strength. No, help. I don't want to die. Please save us. The people inside cried out in panic. Soon, The black mist surrounding them began to spin rapidly, and they all involuntarily gathered towards the center. After a series of screams, everyone was piled together. Instantly, blood spattered, making the red soil of the red Earth continent even more vivid. Seeing the horrific scene below, the escaped individual couldn't help but feel a chill run down his back. If he hadn't escaped in time, he would have likely ended up like that, crushed into a meat patty. Damn it, who did this? Who on earth? He shouted loudly to the surroundings, trying to vent the fear in his heart. It's too terrifying, really too terrifying. Oh, are you looking for me? Suddenly, a voice unexpectedly came from behind him. The agent hurriedly turned around and saw a black vortex that had appeared behind him, and a man in black walked out of it. Oh dear, I was planning to leave, but if someone is looking for me, I can stay a little longer. Mislanda looked at the fierce tiger in front of him and couldn't help but feel intrigued. Hey, what a pleasant surprise. CP0 agent, motley, animal type cat fruit, tiger form. Strength level, diamond. It is well known that the dark fruit has a very unreasonable ability, which is to extract the powers of A. With such an ability, of course Mislanda would want it. So, today he would obtain 2 devil fruits. Thinking of this, a mass of black energy immediately appeared in Mislanda's right hand, causing Motley, who was not far away, to shiver. Stormleg. Sensing the threat from Mislanda, Motley hurriedly used one of the 6 powers, Stormleg, to attack. He knew that if he couldn't strike first, he might not even get the chance to act. And the reality was just that. But Mislanda was much faster than him. Before the Stormleg attack could be unleashed, Mislanda quickly arrived in front of Motley and grabbed his neck with his hand enveloped in black energy. Your power. I will take it. Bang. On the red Earth continent, Mislanda slammed Motley's head into the ground. Instantly, Motley's head was bloodied, but that was not the end. The black energy in Mislanda's palm immediately burrowed into Motley's body. Stop, what are you doing to me? Don't worry, I'm just taking your power. I won't take your life. Under Mislanda's immense strength, Motley struggled but could not escape and could only allow the black energy to invade his body. Motley screamed in agony, feeling as if his body was being torn apart, and his soul seemed to be pulled out of his body. The dark fruit has a very special suction power, and after the devil fruit is swallowed, that ability wanders throughout the body. To extract this ability, it is certainly very painful. Accompanied by a final scream, several beams of light burst from Motley's eyes and mouth, gathering into a light orb, and Motley directly fainted. Looking at the light orb in his hand, Mislanda took out an apple from the black hole space and merged the light orb into it. Soon, the originally ordinary apple underwent a transformation, displaying beautiful patterns. Thank you, I really like this gift. After saying that, Mislanda took out a rack. A glance, wow, it's all devil fruits. The gold fruit he just obtained in prison was among them. These were all acquired by Mislanda during his 3-year journey, thanks to the dark fruit. Along with the cat fruit in his hand, there were 4. From left to right, there were the gold fruit, the explosive fruit, the weapon fruit, and the cat fruit. Among them, the explosive fruit belonged to a digital agent from the future Baroque works, specifically a subordinate of Crocodile. Mislanda obtained this fruit after defeating that explosive man in the West Sea. The weapon fruit was the ability of a maid under Doflamingo in the future, which he stumbled upon in the North Sea. Mislanda took a look and then collected all 4 fruits. Afterwards, he grabbed Motley's neck and directly threw him off the red Earth continent at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and with Motley currently unconscious. He had no chance of survival. After doing all this, Mislanda took advantage of the night and left the red Earth continent. Not long after, the second group sent by the world government arrived, but they were too late. Aside from the body crushed into a meat pie and the ruins of the prison, there was nothing left. Hurry, report the situation here to the adults. Ding, destroy the celestial dragons, slave prison, mission completed. As soon as he reached the surface of the sea, Mislanda heard the system's prompt. Would you like to claim your reward? Not yet. I'll wait until I find a place. Surrounded by seawater, I'll check what the reward is once I find a suitable place. The first mission rewarded him with the dark fruit, the second with dragon essence. Both of these things brought Mislanda considerable benefits, and he was now very curious about what the reward for this third mission would be. After a while, Mislanda arrived at an uninhabited island. There was a forest here, and in the center of the forest was a sizable lake. The environment looked quite nice. Then, Mislanda released the 3 sisters from the black hole space. Your Highness, where's this? Seeing the unfamiliar surroundings, Boa Hancock couldn't help but ask. Mislanda pointed to the lake and then took out 3 pieces of clothing. I have something to do, You can wash up during this time. I'll be right outside the forest. After saying that, he handed the 3 pieces of clothing to the 3 sisters. These are my clothes, new and unworn. Make do with them for now. Then, Mislanda walked out. Watching Mislanda's departing figure, Boa Hancock was lost in thought for a long time. Sister, sister. Hearing her sister's reminder, Boa Hancock came to her senses. Her face flushed and looking extremely beautiful. Listening to His Highness the Prince, let's go take a bath. Indeed, their clothes were already filthy. Outside the forest, Mislanda sat on a large rock. System, claim the rewards. Ding, reward are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 6 Imperial tools from the world of Aokiji Kill. Mislanda. Aokiji Kill? Could it be that warm-hearted romance anime with no violence? Let me tell you about this anime. There is no magic in it, but there are some other magical items known as Imperial tools. There are a total of 48 Imperial tools. Crafted by the kings and many craftsmen, they're using extremely complex and lost methods, each with its unique ability. It's actually quite similar to devil fruits. They are just types of abilities. Among the 48 Imperial tools, can I choose 6 by myself? If I remember correctly, there is the strongest Imperial tool. The National Defense Mechanism, Supreme Power. This is equivalent to an ancient weapon in the world of pirates, capable of destroying an island with just a wave of the hand. If I could obtain it, then Mislanda would dare to walk sideways in the future. Ding, no. The 6 Imperial tools will be drawn randomly. Whether good or bad depends on luck. Mislanda, it's fine if I can't choose, drawing 6 out of 48. An eighth of a chance, it's not impossible. System, let's draw. Ding, drawing in progress. With a command from Mislanda, the system activated the big roulette. Of course, Mislanda couldn't see this roulette. Soon, the first Imperial artifact was revealed. Ding, congratulations host for obtaining the Imperial artifact, Romantic Cannon, Pumpkin. Romantic Cannon, Pumpkin. A firearm-type Imperial artifact can convert mental energy into shockwaves, with power varying according to the level of danger encountered by the user. The higher the danger, the greater the damage. Then, a sniper rifle over a meter long appeared in front of Mislanda. Looking at the Romantic Cannon, Pumpkin before her, Mislanda couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. It's not exactly strong if you say it's strong, and not exactly weak if you say it's weak. A bit of a chicken rib, tasteless to eat, but a pity to discard. With Mislanda's current abilities, there aren't many dangers that could trigger a recognition. So, in Mislanda's hands, this is just a slightly powerful gun. Sigh, starting off on the wrong foot. System, draw the second one. Ding, drawing in progress. A few seconds passed, and the system's voice sounded again. Ding, congratulations host for obtaining the Imperial artifact, soaring for thousands of miles, Mastema, on the deserted island. Looking at the pair of large wings before her, Mislanda almost cursed. Flying, who do you think you're looking down on? I can't fly. Without a doubt, right after the Romantic Cannon, Pumpkin, Mislanda drew another chicken rib Imperial artifact. After a moment of speechlessness, Mislanda rubbed her forehead. Headache. Could today be my unlucky day? System, double draw. I refuse to believe I can't get something good. Ding, drawing in progress. Another few seconds of waiting. Ding. Congratulations host for obtaining the Imperial artifact, Beast Transformation, 100-armed giant, Lightning Flash, Susanoo. Beast Transformation, 100-armed giant, a biological type Imperial artifact, is a small dog in its normal state. It can transform into a giant fierce dog for battle, as long as the core is not destroyed. It is immortal and can go berserk, significantly increasing combat power. Its roar can limit human movement. Lightning Flash, Susanoo, a biological humanoid Imperial artifact, like the 100-armed giant. As long as the core is not destroyed, it is immortal, and its secret technique Disaster Soul Manifestation can absorb the host's life force for a brief evolution, with combat power reaching the king level after evolution. Ding, the system adjusts Susanoo, changing Disaster Soul Manifestation to absorb 1 year of the host's lifespan in exchange for 30 minutes of evolution time, usable once a week. Originally, Susanoo's Disaster Soul Manifestation was very unfriendly to the host. Just using it 3 times would result in the artifact user's death, with transformation time limited to 3 minutes. But now the system has strengthened it. Then, 2 light orbs appeared, and in front of Mislanda appeared a man in a kimono with horns, along with a somewhat cute little dog. 100-armed giant, Susanoo, this is okay. This is equivalent to giving Mislanda 2 loyal and powerful subordinates, especially Susanoo, which can use Disaster Soul Manifestation once a week, comparable to a king-level powerhouse for half an hour. That's quite impressive. Even without transforming, Susanoo's power is quite considerable. probably between diamond and starry level. As for the 100-armed giant, in its strongest state, it should be able to briefly contend with starry level powerhouses. Suddenly, Susanoo seemed to have discovered something incredible and shouted loudly. Then he immediately crouched down and tidied Mislanda's somewhat messy hair. Mislanda. Wow, I almost forgot. This Susanoo is not only powerful in combat, but also a skilled homemaker. He can build houses quickly and is proficient in nearly 1,000 types of cooking. Then, Mislanda looked at the 100-armed giant. From the outside, it really looks harmless. But don't be fooled by its appearance. This is a terrifying monster that eats people without blinking. From now on, you continue to use the name Sabaody. Mislanda touched Sabaody's head and smiled. Sabaody also affectionately rubbed against Mislanda, looking very docile. Romantic cannon, pumpkin, soaring for miles, Mastema, plus Sabaody, and Susanoo. That's 4. You can still draw twice. Your Highness. Just as Mislanda hesitated whether to wait for a better day to draw, a voice suddenly echoed. Mislanda looked over and saw Hancock, dressed in black, standing in the distance watching her. At that moment, Hancock was wearing Mislanda's clothes, which were a bit large in some places, but a little tight in others. For example, well, let's just keep that to herself. But there's a saying that goes, a beautiful person looks good in anything, and that's exactly the situation now. A beauty is a beauty. Even if the clothes don't fit perfectly, she can still exude charm. Miranda was directly attracted by Hancock's appearance and was momentarily taken aback. Seeing the other person's unabashed gaze, Hancock shyly lowered her head. Come here. Miranda extended her right hand towards Hancock, signaling her to come over. Hancock obediently walked over and placed her hand on Miranda's. Your Highness, don't call me Prince, it sounds strange. My name is Miranda. Then, Lord Miranda, whatever you say. By the way, where are your sisters? Only Hancock came out. What about the other 2? They're still taking a bath. I wanted to meet Lord Miranda. So I came out first. As she said this, Hancock sneakily glanced at Miranda and then shyly lowered her head again. Seeing such a boa Hancock, Miranda found it hard to imagine that this would be the future pirate empress. Suddenly, Miranda thought of something and pulled her hand away from Hancock's grip. Come on, Hancock. Blow a breath into my palm. Mislanda smiled and said, Huh? Why? Blow? Hancock was a bit confused. I heard that a beautiful woman's blessing can bring good luck. So let me see if it's true. Come on, blow a breath, and that will represent your blessing for me. Oh, Hancock nodded, and then slowly brought his mouth closer to Mislanda's palm. Whoosh! A warm breath blew over, and Mislanda nodded in satisfaction. Thank you. After saying that, he closed his eyes again. System, next I will draw myself. Give me a lottery box or a spinning wheel. Ding, no problem. Processing now, please wait. Soon, a spinning wheel appeared in front of Mislanda. It had the remaining 44 Imperial artifacts on it. Come on, let me draw something good. Mislanda immediately spun the pointer on the dial. After spinning for more than a dozen rounds, the pointer finally stopped. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Imperial tool. Fivefold Vision, Observer. Fivefold Vision. Observer grants the user the abilities of X-ray vision, illusion vision, foresight, telescopic vision, and mind's eye. Soon, a decorative item appeared on Mislanda's forehead, a strap adorned with a gem-shaped eye. Fivefold Vision, Observer. Mislanda immediately opened his eyes and used his ability of the 5-vision omnipotence. Soon, scenes appeared in his mind. Far out on the sea, 2 sea kings were fighting, and in another direction, a pirate ship was sailing. In addition, many events happening in the distance appeared in Mislanda's mind. Isn't this the ability of distant sight? Mislanda muttered to himself. However, he wasn't too disappointed. After all, farsightedness was just one of the 5 abilities of the omnipotent vision, and there were still 4 others. He tried the other 4 abilities. Lord Mislanda is so handsome. I want to be with him forever. Suddenly, a strange voice came from beside him. Miranda turned her head and saw Hancock looking at her with admiration, just like a little fan seeing her idol. But Hancock didn't say anything, and Miranda already knew what she was thinking. Wow, this skill is impressive. Seeing into one's heart is quite a good ability. Let's try the next one. Mislanda closed his eyes again and then suddenly opened them. He was stunned for a few seconds before turning his head away, because this time he experienced X-ray vision. This skill probably doesn't need much introduction. Anyway, at that moment, in Mislanda's eyes, Hancock was not wearing any clothes. Although Hancock was only in her teens, younger than Mislanda, she was destined to be the most beautiful woman in the world. Plus, with the enhancement of the sweet fruit, it was the first time a spirited Mislanda had seen such a scene. After all, who could resist a beautiful woman standing before them, completely naked, looking at them with a shy expression? Lord Mislanda, what's wrong? Seeing Mislanda's strange behavior, Hancock approached a bit closer and asked with great concern. As she spoke, one of her hands had already touched Mislanda. Mislanda hurriedly grabbed her hand and then retracted his omniscient ability. Huh. He took a deep breath to calm some of the inner turmoil. Damn it, he actually had a reaction. Mislanda is about to come of age. A time full of vitality. And then there's the dragon element. Although the dragon element has brought him significant enhancement, it also has a slight side effect. The dragon nature prefers the. Miranda has been somewhat affected. Every morning, she feels that the hardest thing in the world is not diamonds. Ahem, I digress. Anyway, that scene just now had quite an impact on Miranda. Don't worry, I'm fine. Although the all-seeing eye doesn't have much offensive power, it's still a great auxiliary tool. Miranda is quite satisfied with the Imperial tool she just drew. Next, she turned the dial again. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Imperial tool, Water Dragon Manifestation, Black Marlin. Water Dragon Manifestation, Black Marlin. A ring-type Imperial tool, made from the organs of aquatic dangerous species, can flexibly manipulate surrounding liquids, including seawater and blood. As soon as the system's voice fell, a black ring engraved with a dragon's head appeared on Miranda's finger. She looked closely and couldn't help but feel happy. Controlling seawater, what does that mean? One thing everyone knows is that seawater is the nemesis of ability users, and here in the pirate world, seawater is everywhere. This means that any ability user would automatically feel inferior in front of Miranda. Of course, this alone doesn't make Miranda invincible. After all, seawater isn't omnipotent. Like that guy Aokiji. Seawater is utterly useless against him. Not bad. Besides the romantic cannon, pumpkin, and the soaring across the miles, Mastema, the other 4 Imperial tools are quite good. Although she didn't draw what she wanted, it's better to be content. Thank you, Hancock. Miranda pinched Hancock's pretty face, then stood up and walked toward the seaside. He wanted to test Black Marlin's abilities. Watching Miranda's back, Hancock touched the spot where he had just been pinched, feeling shy again. Soon, several massive water dragons appeared at the shore of the deserted island. The surrounding sea kings hurriedly fled, as if sensing something terrifying. Compared to Miranda's joy, the Navy was in quite a bad situation. Marshal Steelbone Kong was lying in bed preparing to sleep when a call from the world government came in. They said that the slave prison had been destroyed, and over 10,000 slaves were all released. The world government demanded that the Navy act immediately, on one hand, to recapture the slaves, and on the other hand, to capture the person who released them. After receiving this order, Steelbone Kong took a long time to react. How dare someone do such a thing? This was equivalent to rebelling against the celestial dragons, a direct slap in the face of the world government. Who would be so bold? After understanding the situation roughly, Steelbone Kong immediately called Sengoku and others over. Hearing this news, everyone was shocked. They in the Navy also disapproved of the celestial dragons owning slaves, but they didn't dare to intervene. But now someone actually did it. Marshal Kong, if the Navy intervenes to capture the slaves, what will happen to our Navy's reputation? Sengoku said with some concern. He fully believed that if the Navy dared to do this, within 3 days, their reputation would decline. The Great Pirate Era had just stabilized a bit. If the Navy had problems at this time, the consequences would be serious. I know, so this time we will focus on capturing the mastermind. As for those slaves, if they are pirates, we will bring them back. The others can be let go. Yes, at this moment, the Navy was in a difficult position and could only do this. Just as Sengoku was about to execute the plan, the Navy hero Garp suddenly walked in. Seeing Garp's figure, Steelbone Kong and Sengoku were momentarily stunned. Because Garp had repeatedly refused to serve as a Navy admiral, he generally wouldn't come to find Steelbone Kong. Because once they met, the latter would want to discuss the admiral position. Garp, do you have something to say? Steelbone Kong asked, rubbing his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. Currently, the Navy had 2 admirals, Sengoku the Buddha and Zifa the non-killer. Zifa had retired due to family reasons and currently served as the Navy's chief instructor. This meant that Steelbone Kong's only capable subordinate was Sengoku. If Garp could become an admiral, it would make things much easier for Steelbone Kong, but this guy just wouldn't agree. Facing Steelbone Kong est question. Garp didn't waste time and directly placed a photo on the table. The photo was a man in black, looking about 20 years old. This was exactly Miranda, whom he had encountered not long ago. Marshal Kong, I have a feeling that the slave prison incident is related to this person. Upon hearing this, Steelbone Kong picked up the photo and took a look. He frowned. Isn't this the person you mentioned last time? Do you have any evidence? No. Garp shook his head. But this person is definitely not simple. A young man who actually knows about God Valley. Steelbone Kong shook his head. Garp had mentioned this to him before, but Steelbone Kong felt it was just a coincidence and had no direct evidence. Garp, let's talk about this person later. I will ask the world government people to pay more attention to it. Right now, the most important thing is the slave prison incident. If it's not resolved soon, not only will the Navy's reputation be damaged, but it will also be hard to explain to the world government. Soon, the slave prison incident was published in the newspapers. In an instant, this news caused a huge uproar around the world. No one could have imagined that someone would dare to directly challenge the authority of the world government and the celestial dragons and slap them in the face. After the shock, people wanted to know who did it, and the world government, as expected, quickly gathered intelligence. A fishman explorer, Fisher Tiger, and a man in black. This was all obtained from the slaves that were captured back. After all, so many slaves had escaped, and there would always be a few unfortunate ones who got caught again. At Sabaody Archipelago, in Shaki's bar, Rayleigh sat in a chair, drinking heavily, while Shaki accompanied him. On the table lay the latest newspaper. Others might not know, but Rayleigh could guess it. Besides Miranda, who else would do such a thing? Come on, don't look so gloomy. Don't you know Miranda? Shaki lit a cigarette and said with a smile. We should have guessed from the beginning that someone like him wouldn't wait so many days just for a fishman. He originally wanted to do something like this. Rayleigh couldn't help but sigh. I'm worried about his safety. Miranda is not yet my match, yet he did something so big. It's tough. If Miranda were strong enough, Rayleigh wouldn't be so worried. But now, while his strength was considerable, it was still not enough. Just then, the door of the bar was pushed open. Don't worry, old man. Though I can't beat you now, soon you won't be my opponent. Miranda walked in, and right behind him were the three Hancock sisters. Upon hearing Miranda's voice, Rayleigh quickly stood up. You brat, you still know how to come back. Rayleigh scolded directly. But when he saw the three Hancock sisters, he froze completely. All right, it's good that you're back. Aokiji pressed Rayleigh back into his chair and then smiled at Miranda and the people behind him. Upon seeing Aokiji, the three Hancock sisters' eyes lit up. Your Majesty, is it really you? Hancock said excitedly as she looked at Aokiji. They had been secretly captured on the Snake Princess ship, and at that time, the king of Snake Island was still Aokiji, who was also the captain of the Snake Pirates. Hearing Hancock address her as Your Majesty, Aokiji was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't heard that title in a long time. For Rayleigh's sake, Aokiji had given up the position of king, had searched for Rayleigh for several years in between, and had only recently been living together with him for just over 2 years. By now, it had been almost a decade. Subsequently, Miranda roughly explained the situation of the three Hancocks. After listening, Aokiji suddenly understood. I had heard that 3 children went missing from the Snake Princess ship, but I didn't expect this. Saying this, Aokiji reached out and hugged Hancock. Poor children. I've seen plenty of celestial dragon slaves, and their suffering can't even be described as tragic. The hardships the 3 Hancocks endured after being captured as children were evident. Don't worry, even though I'm no longer the king, I can still ensure your safe return home. Home. Upon hearing Aokiji's words, Hancock turned to look at Miranda beside Rayleigh. Your Majesty, don't call me Your Majesty anymore. I'm no longer the king of Snake Island. Just call me Aunt Xia. Aunt Xia. Can I stay? Stay? Aokiji looked at Hancock with some confusion, but she was surprised to find Hancock's gaze fixed on Miranda. With her intelligence, she could figure out what was going on with just a little thought. A hero saving a damsel in distress. That was exactly how she had fallen for Rayleigh at first. Who would have thought that history would repeat itself? Someone from Snake Island had fallen in love with a man for that very reason, and that man happened to be Rayleigh's son. For a moment, Aokiji didn't know what to say. Miranda, we're short on a few things in the shop. Can you run errand? Aokiji handed a list to Miranda, effectively sending him away. After Miranda left, Aokiji noticed that Hancock actually wanted to go along too. She directly grabbed Hancock and looked at Rayleigh with a half-smile. So, what do you plan to do? After all, Rayleigh was Miranda's father, so Aokiji could only ask him. In response, Rayleigh also didn't know what to do. Perhaps you might be mistaken. The incident happened last night. They had only just met, so it shouldn't be possible. Oh, really? Aokiji pressed the cigarette in her hand into the ashtray and then looked at Hancock. Just look at the clothes Hancock is wearing. They look like men's clothes to me, and the size seems to be the same as Miranda's. Even the color is the same. Miranda likes to wear black clothes, and both Aokiji and Rayleigh know this. Moreover, Hancock's outfit is clearly a men's outfit, and anyone who isn't a fool can see that. Because of this, 2 parts of the outfit appear very tight. However, Sandersonia and Marigold are different. They are both large in size, so they still wear prison uniforms. As for what Miranda gave them, they simply can't wear it. Hancock, do you like Miranda? Xiaoqi asked directly. Rayleigh, sitting nearby, almost lost his balance. Is she asking so directly? However, faced with this question, Hancock blinked in confusion. Aunt Xia, what does it mean to like someone? After a few seconds of being stunned, Xiaoqi burst out laughing. Ha ha, Hancock, if you weren't from Amazon Lily, that would be suspicious. Women on Amazon Lily know nothing about relationships between men and women. Because there are only women on Amazon Lily, plus Hancock was captured when she was young, she definitely doesn't understand these things. Come on, Hancock. Place your hand on your heart. Xiaoqi took Hancock's hand and placed it on her chest. Now, close your eyes and think about what Miranda looks like. Hancock immediately complied. I ask you, is your heartbeat faster than before? Do you want to see Miranda right away? Yes. Do you want to be with her forever and never be apart? Yes. Hancock nodded, blushing. Seeing this, Xiaoqi smiled. Okay, open your eyes. I'll ask you again. Do you like Miranda? This time, Hancock already had an answer. I like Miranda. Xiaoqi lit another cigarette, looking somewhat troubled. She then glanced at Rayleigh beside her and couldn't help but tease, I don't know what charm you two have that even the women of Amazon Lily like you. To this, Rayleigh smiled embarrassedly. What could he say? I wasted several years for you two, and I don't want to see Hancock like this anymore, so... Xiaoqi said somewhat warningly. Rayleigh dared not refuse and nodded quickly. All right, Hancock stays. You go prepare rooms for the two of them. Subsequently, Sander, Sonia, and Marigold were taken away by Rayleigh, leaving Hancock to accompany Xiaoqi. Looking at the exquisite featured Hancock, Xiaoqi couldn't help but feel surprised. Miranda is really lucky to have her. At the Navy headquarters, in the Marshal's office, looking at the intelligence just received, Steelbone Kong couldn't help but sigh and then looked apologetically at Garp, who was standing in front of him. I'm sorry, Garp, this time it was my fault. Garp had already reminded Steelbone Kong twice, but the latter didn't take it to heart at all. Now the facts are in front of them. The person Garp encountered was indeed one of the masterminds behind this incident. Do you have any impressions of this person? The more detailed, the better. Steelbone Kong immediately asked. Garp was the only one present who had seen Miranda and had even fought with her. He might know some valuable intelligence. Garp recalled carefully. He should be a devil fruit user. As for what kind of ability, I don't know, and he's very strong. Even among our Navy, there aren't many people stronger than him. Until now, Garp still remembers the strength of that punch. So strong. There are very few people in the world who dare to exchange blows with him. But not only did the opponent do that, but they also took that punch and left. This is enough to show the opponent's strength. According to the description of those slaves, this person can release a black substance and absorb many things. Such a strange ability. I've never heard of it before. Steelbone Kong felt a bit of a headache. There are countless devil fruits in the world. Who knows what kind of strange ability this is? The world government is already investigating the devil fruit encyclopedia, and I believe there will be results soon. Just as he finished speaking, the snail phone on Steelbone Kong's desk rang. Brew, 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 brew. Is this Marshal Kong? We found out. If the devil fruit encyclopedia is not mistaken, this person's ability should be the natural type. Dark fruit. Dark fruit? Natural type? Upon hearing the answer from the world government, Steelbone Kong was taken aback. At that moment, another person walked into the office. Marine Admiral candidate, Aokiji Kazan. Since Steelbone Kong had not yet become the commander-in-chief, and Sengoku had not yet become the Marine Admiral, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu were still only Marine Vice Admirals. However, their strength was already sufficient to serve as Marine Admirals. Therefore, they are referred to as Admiral candidates, but they still carry the title of Vice Admiral in public. Once Sengoku is promoted, the three of them will be promoted as well. Kazan, what are you here for? Seeing Aokiji walk in, Steelbone Kong hung up the phone. Aokiji walked up to the desk and carefully looked at Miranda's photo. Marshal Kong, I think I know this person. Hearing Aokiji's words, Sengoku, Garp, and Steelbone Kong all looked at him. 7 years ago, during the buster call at Ohara, Aokiji then recounted the events of that year. He returned severely injured from that buster call. First, there was Rayleigh's sword, then there was Jabber's axe. Aokiji remembered it vividly, and at that time, Miranda's performance left a deep impression on him, especially Miranda's strange ability. Aokiji would never forget. So, this person is the son of the Dark King Rayleigh. That's right. That child was about 10 years old. 7 years have passed, and he should be about that age now. Aokiji was very sure that this person is the child from back then. As for the name, he heard it once back then, but didn't remember it. Good, very good. Silbaz Rayleigh, you've truly raised a good son. Steelbone Kong looked at Miranda's photo and snorted. Immediately issue a bounty, capture him worldwide. What about the bounty? 500 million. He's worth that price. Yes. Soon, Miranda's bounty notice was issued. Since they didn't know the name, the Navy gave Miranda a code name, the Dark King. Dark King, bounty of 500 million berries. At the same time, Fisher Tiger also issued a bounty of 300 million berries. But before the bounty notice could be released, another piece of news reached Steelbone Kong's office. Fisher Tiger has formed a pirate crew, the Sun Pirates, all of whose members are fishmen. This could be troublesome. A pirate crew composed of fishmen is not easy to deal with on the sea, not to mention whether they can win or not. As soon as they jump into the sea, who would dare to chase them? In the water, Steelbone Kong has never heard of anyone daring to confront the fishmen head-on. On the Sabaody Islands, Mislanda quickly returned to the bar. Looking at what Mislanda poured out from the black vortex, Xiaqi's expression was somewhat unpleasant. I said, "Didn't you see that Hancock is still wearing your clothes?" Until now, Hancock was still in Mislanda's black outfit. In response, Mislanda smiled. "Aunt Xia, I thought you would have prepared something for her." "Oh, so you're blaming me?" No. It's my fault." Miranda dared to joke with Rayleigh, even to get physical. However, she was still very respectful towards Xiaqi. After all, she was the woman who had given up everything for Rayleigh. How could Miranda then not respect her? "All right, I won't blame you. Go take Hancock to buy a few things. Is that okay?" "No problem. I'll go right now." Saying this, Miranda reached out her hand to Hancock. "Let's go." Seeing this, Hancock's face turned red, and she placed her hand in Miranda's palm. Watching this scene, Xiaqi shook her head and then took the things that Miranda had just bought to the warehouse. Outside the Grand Line, on a secret island. 7 years ago, the scholars who left Ohara moved here with the help of Dragon, including Robin and her mother. Not far from this island was a white island, which was also the base of the Revolutionary Army. That's right, 7 years have passed, and the Revolutionary Army has taken shape. On the island, 15-year-old Robin looked at the latest newspaper and made a decision in her heart. She immediately packed her things and prepared to leave. "Robin, have you really thought this through?" In front of a row of bookshelves, Olvia and Dr. Clover looked at the already packed Robin and couldn't help but ask. It was clear that Robin wanted to leave, with the help of the Revolutionary Army. They had lived a stable life for several years. But Olvia knew very well that Robin's heart longed for the outside world. Or rather, she had someone she always wanted to meet in her heart. "Mom, Doctor, I made up my mind." Robin tightened her grip on her luggage and answered with determination. "Mom, I've grown up." In the end, Olvia sighed and held Robin tightly in her arms. "Robin, go ahead, pursue the life you want." Olvia knew that with Robin's current strength, if she wanted to leave, the few of them couldn't stop her. It was time for Robin to go out and explore. "Yes, thank you, Mom." Soon, a small boat gradually drifted away from here. Watching Robin on the small boat, Olvia wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes. She didn't know if what she did was right or wrong. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and Dragon's figure appeared not far from Olvia and Dr. Clover. "Don't worry, I've already informed the people of the Revolutionary Army. If Robin encounters danger, they will help her." "Yes, thank you. Actually, we don't need to worry too much. If Robin can find the son of the Dark King Rayleigh, her safety will be guaranteed." Dragon looked at the newspaper in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. The boy from back then has grown to this extent. It's truly surprising. "Boy, I look forward to the changes you will bring to this world next." The scene shifts back to Sabaody Archipelago. At this moment, Miranda was holding Hancock's hand and wandering around. Mislanda is no saint, with a beauty by his side. Why not enjoy it? Thinking of this, Mislanda glanced at Hancock beside him. She truly is a stunning beauty, with her smooth white skin, exquisite face, and curvaceous figure. Hancock's charm turned heads on the street. However, Hancock was not concerned about the gazes around her. She was only focused on one person, and she had been looking at him the whole time. This made it hard for Mislanda to resist several times. With such a gorgeous woman by his side, who could hold back? He had never encountered someone like Lu Xiahui until now. However, Mislanda did not plan to make a move on Hancock just yet. Hancock's physical condition wasn't great at the moment. The years of imprisonment had left her needing time to recover. Although her strength was at a platinum level now, she still needed to recuperate. "All right, this is probably the biggest clothing store on the Chambord Archipelago. Let's go in." Upon arriving at their destination, Hancock was immediately pulled inside by Mislanda. At this point, Mislanda had changed his outfit, completely different from before. So even though his appearance was all over the newspapers, no one recognized him now. "Oh, sir, are you here to buy clothes for your girlfriend?" Seeing Mislanda walk in with Hancock, the attendant was immediately stunned by Hancock's beauty and hurried over. "Let's talk." Miranda was too lazy to talk to him. He directly threw a stack of cash at the waiter. The latter hurriedly accepted it, then smiled, even more flattering. Get one of every style of women's clothing here. Yes, yes, just a moment, sir. Soon, the clothes around Hancock piled up like a small mountain. All right, you can go now. Don't disturb us. Okay, call me if you need anything. After the waiter left, Miranda looked at the pile of clothes and picked out a white dress from the middle. He imagined how Hancock would look in it. Forget it. Let's just try one by one. Buy everything that fits. Oh, hearing Miranda's words, Hancock sweetly smiled and picked up the dress in his hand, intending to try it on. 2 minutes later, Hancock walked out of the fitting room in a white dress. For a moment, Miranda felt his gaze was firmly nailed down, unable to move away. Hancock was already a great beauty, but the previous clothes covered everything except her chest. Now, wearing the dress, Hancock's beauty was fully revealed. Her pure, white long legs, straight black hair, plus her unparalleled pretty face. Goodness. Miranda felt that if he couldn't have Hancock, his life would be over. Seeing Miranda's unabashed gaze, Hancock slowly walked over, shyly asking, "Sir Miranda, do I look good?" Faced with this question, Miranda paused for 3 seconds before giving an answer. He lifted Hancock's chin with his right hand and carefully admired her. Hancock didn't resist at all, allowing Miranda to look at her. If someone said you weren't beautiful, that person must be a fool or blind. You're very beautiful. You're the prettiest woman I've ever seen. No exception. Over the years, Miranda had been to many places and had seen many beauties, even a few princesses. But compared to the Hancock in front of him, those people were not even close. So, do you like me? Hancock gathered her courage and asked this question. Yesterday, Sabaody had talked a lot with Hancock and taught her many things. She really wanted to know the answer now. In response, Miranda didn't answer. He waved his hand, using his fruit ability to collect all the clothes around them. Then he took Hancock's hand and left. "Sir Miranda, where are we going?" "To the hotel." "Huh, today. You will show me every piece of clothing, and then I'll answer your previous question." With that, the two found a hotel and opened a VIP room. As soon as they entered, he pressed Hancock against the door and kissed her directly. He had been holding back for so long, not able to eat, but having some fun was still fine. Facing Miranda's kiss, Hancock couldn't refuse, nor did she want to. Instead, she was very willing. A few minutes later, Miranda released Hancock, who was struggling to breathe. "Sir Miranda, beautiful, you have already ignited the flame in my heart. Now, help me extinguish it." Saying this, he scooped Hancock up at the waist. "System, can I get Phoenix blood in this situation?" In the hotel room, Miranda couldn't help but ask. Ding no. Only when a real male-female relationship occurs will this system grant Phoenix blood. Otherwise, it won't. All right, Mislanda feels a bit regretful. If she could get a Phoenix blood now, Hancock would not only fully recover, but also become even stronger. At that time, what would Mislanda be waiting for? She would directly drain Hancock dry. But thoughts are ultimately just thoughts. Alas, it seems that now is not the right time. Miranda touched Hancock's hair, feeling a bit regretful. Suddenly, Miranda thought of something and asked Hancock to stop. System, exchange for storage ring. No problem, a space ring with 100 cubic meters of space. 1,000 strongest points. Do you want to exchange? Exchange. Looking at her 3,200 points, Miranda didn't hesitate. Now, Miranda could only obtain the strongest points by defeating opponents above the starry level. But those levels of people are not so easy to find. So, if it needs to be spent, then spend it, especially when it's on one's own people. The next moment, a gem-studded ring appeared in Miranda's hand. It had a ruby, and the ring was engraved with some strange symbols. "Here, Hancock, this is for you." Miranda handed the ring in her hand to Hancock. Upon seeing the ring, Hancock covered her mouth in disbelief. Could this be the legendary proposal? Am I going to become Miranda's wife? Am I not dreaming? For a moment, Hancock was enveloped in immense happiness. "Take it from now on, you are my woman. I promise you will be the happiest woman in the future." Hancock accepted the ring and put on her finger. That night, yes, you read that right, it was night. The two of them had stayed in the hotel room for most of the day before coming out. Hancock was happily holding onto Miranda's arm. Back at Aunt Xia's bar, Rayleigh, Sabaody, and Hancock's two younger sisters were sitting at the table, ready to eat. "Did it take that long to buy clothes? What are you doing?" Rayleigh immediately asked. "Just bought some clothes, let Hancock try them on, and then took Hancock out for a bite to eat." Upon hearing this, Hancock immediately buried her face in Miranda's shoulder. Seeing this scene, Sabaody and Rayleigh were momentarily stunned. What's going on? They were only gone for a day, and it seems their relationship has improved a lot. Wait. Suddenly, Sabaody noticed something and quickly came to Hancock's side. She grabbed Hancock's hand and looked at the ruby ring. Wow, I didn't expect our Miranda to be so impatient. In such a short time, she has already captured Hancock's heart. Hearing Sabaody's words, Rayleigh also looked over. Then he couldn't help but be surprised. And I don't know. Hancock felt her cheeks were about to catch fire and quickly covered her face with both hands. Aha, why are you still shy about it? Come on, tell Aunt Xia. Didn't you just come from the hotel? How far did it go? Xiaoqi relentlessly asked. To be honest, she felt a bit envious at this moment. It took nearly 10 years for her and Rayleigh to be together. But Hancock was already with Miranda in less than a day. This would make anyone feel a bit uncomfortable. All right, Aunt Xia, stop teasing Hancock. Mislanda interrupted the two and then pulled Hancock to a seat. He sat down and let Hancock sit on his lap. Actually, it's nothing much. Now Hancock is my woman, and that's all that matters. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqi looked at Rayleigh with eyes full of extreme dissatisfaction, as if to say, look at your son, and then look at yourself. How can there be such a big difference? If Rayleigh could be as proactive as Mislanda, she wouldn't have to wait so many years. Feeling Xiaoqi's gaze, Rayleigh shivered. He didn't dare to look at Xiaoqi. Instead, he looked at Mislanda. You've made your decision, and Hancock is a very nice girl. Don't let her down. The women of Nine Snake Island are very devoted. Just look at Xiaoqi, and Rayleigh deeply understands this. Once they are committed to someone, it's almost for a lifetime. Don't worry, I'm not like you, timid as a mouse. You brat, who are you talking about? Rayleigh was somewhat unconvinced, but Mislanda shot him a glance a bit dismissively. The meaning was already clear. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. I just read the newspaper. Mislanda said. I really didn't expect it. The Navy is quite generous, directly putting a bounty of 500 million on me. What a surprise. 500 million. This bounty is already quite high among pirates. At least Rayleigh has never seen anyone under 18 with a bounty over 100 million, let alone 500 million. You need to be careful from now on. I don't know who has such a good memory to remember that you are my son. The newspaper clearly states that you are the mastermind behind the slave liberation. Besides Fisher Tiger, that merman explorer, there's also the son of the Dark King Rayleigh. Thinking back, aside from that incident in Ohara, I haven't been exposed at all. It should be Aokiji, after all. He was the only one who witnessed my abilities back then. Maybe it is him. Aokiji is now a candidate for Admiral. His strength should have reached the king level. And Mislanda currently only has star level strength. She wouldn't be able to handle Aokiji in a one-on-one fight. By the way, Aunt Xia, can you still contact the people from Amazon Lily? I have some matters to attend to next, and it's inconvenient to take Hancock with me. For Hancock, her strength is still not enough. Facing the pursuit of the world government, Mislanda can protect herself, but with Hancock, it would be difficult. Moreover, Hancock just escaped from prison. She needs to recuperate now. Mislanda had just told Hancock this at the hotel, although the latter was very unwilling. She would not go against Mislanda's words. Amazon Lily. Thinking of her hometown, Xiaoqi sighed. She hadn't been back in a long time. Leave it to me. Besides me, there is also an elder from Amazon Lily living outside. She told me not long ago that she wants to go home to retire. So let her take Hancock and the others back. Mislanda, can I not leave you? At night, in a hotel, Hancock lay on Mislanda's chest, asking reluctantly. They were now in a hotel, some distance away from Rayleigh and the others. After dinner, Rayleigh had sent Mislanda out. As for the reason, he was worried that something might happen between Mislanda and Hancock at night. Xiaoqi was quite perceptive. She could pick up on the slightest disturbance in a small bar. If she heard it, how could Rayleigh have a good night? So, he sent Mislanda out. Hancock had quietly followed, and that is how it ended up. No way. Mislanda directly refused. Listen, I'm doing this for your own good. Hancock twisted a couple of times in Mislanda's embrace, hoping to change her mind. But what she got in response was a slap on her butt. Stop messing around. This matter is non-negotiable. Just listen to me. Don't worry, I won't abandon you. At most, in 2 years, when my strength has improved, I'll come and find you. Mislanda is absolutely confident that in 2 years, someone like Rayleigh will no longer be his opponent. By then, nothing will be able to stop him. Get some rest. I will stay with you until you return to Nine Snake Island. Oh, then hold me tight. We can't be apart. No problem. In the following week, Mislanda kept his promise. He accompanied Hancock everywhere, and they explored the entire Sabaody archipelago. A week later, an old lady found Shaki. She was the former empress of Nine Snake Island, the previous generation of Shaki. Giroliosa. Shaki called her Grandma Za. Like Shaki, Grandma Za had also left Nine Snake Island for her beloved, and it had been decades. Now, at her old age, Grandma Za planned to return home to retire. Xiaoyao, I know everything. What about those 3 children? Grandma Za couldn't help but ask. She originally planned to return to Nine Snake Island alone, but Shaki insisted she bring the 3 little girls back. What shocked her even more was that these 3 little girls had escaped from slave prison. Grandma, wait a moment, the situation is a bit complicated. Then, Haki explained Hancock's situation. After listening, Grandma frowned. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Just then, Mislanda returned with Hancock. The moment she saw Hancock, Grandma was completely stunned. She's so beautiful. Hancock, come here, let me introduce you. Haki pulled Hancock over to stand in front of Grandma. This is our former Empress of Nine Snake Island. Giroliosa, you can call her Grandma. Oh, Grandma. Hancock greeted politely. After a few seconds, Grandma finally regained her composure from the surprise. Good. You 3 prepare yourselves. In a couple of days, I will take you back. Xiaoyao, you should also go back once. There have been some issues at Nine Snake Island lately. Grandma suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Haki couldn't help but rub her forehead. She knew what had happened at Nine Snake Island, but she was already the former queen. To put it nicely, she left for love, but to put it less nicely, she abandoned her country. In the end, Rayleigh stepped forward. How about this? We'll go back together. The Calm Belt is still very dangerous. I will escort you. The Calm Belt is a very troublesome area. There is no wind inside, and ordinary ships can only glide through by manpower. But the most terrifying thing is the Sea Kings in the Calm Belt. Under their threat, even naval warships do not dare to pass easily. All right then, I will go get ready. Mislanda, what about you? Haki looked at Mislanda and couldn't help but ask. In response, Mislanda shook his head. I have something to do. I need to go to the North Sea. It will probably take a year. North Sea? Hearing this, Rayleigh was taken aback. What is there in the North Sea? Probably nothing. You don't need to worry about that. When I return from the North Sea, everything will be very simple. All right then, be careful. Rayleigh thought carefully, and it seemed that there was no one in the North Sea who could threaten Mislanda. Produce. With Mislanda's quick thinking, he wouldn't be in danger. Mislanda, I'm leaving tomorrow. On the night before leaving, Hancock clung to Mislanda, not wanting to part no matter what. I know, after you go back, take a good rest, and don't forget to train. If you are not strong enough in the future, I won't keep you by my side. Miranda joked. Upon hearing this, Hancock quickly assured that she would train hard. All right, now it's dark. Miranda directly pulled Hancock into her arms, her eyes fixed on her red lips. After so many days, let me see how much my darling has improved. With that, Miranda lowered her head and kissed her. At the Navy headquarters Marineford, Vice Admiral Garp was gathering his fleet, looking like he had a mission to execute. Garp, according to the world government's information, the Dark King Rayleigh's son is on Sabaody Archipelago. I'm counting on you. 3 days ago, Miranda took action on Sabaody Archipelago. It was near a slave auction house, where Miranda used the power of the dark fruit to destroy the entire building. The world government soon learned about this. Now, Garp was ready to set off to capture Miranda. Don't worry, this time I won't let that brat escape. Garp clenched his fist, which was as big as a sandbag. Looking somewhat excited. All right, be sure to be careful. With that, Garp set off with Steelbone Kong's orders. The target, Sabaody Archipelago. Since Sabaody Archipelago is not far from the Navy headquarters, they arrived that very night. As their warship docked, Garp immediately organized a team to go capture her. Meanwhile, Miranda, who was enjoying a massage on the bed, immediately stood up. With the enhancement of the 5 senses, Miranda's senses had reached a terrifying level. And coupled with his mastery of observation Haki, he immediately knew what Garp and the others were waiting for. What's wrong, Miranda? Hancock was startled by his behavior. But Miranda did not answer her. Instead, he used the farsight and X-ray vision of the 5 senses to observe the situation at the port. Sure enough, Garp was making his way toward his location. Hancock, quickly go find the old man and Aunt Xia. Tell them Garp is coming. Miranda kissed Hancock, and then quickly put on her clothes, heading outside. You might have to leave early. Mislanda is unsure of what Garp is here for. After all, he is on Sabaody Archipelago with Rayleigh. Both of them are targets the Navy wants to capture. But no matter what, Rayleigh and his group need to leave immediately. I'm sorry, Hancock, but we have to part ways in a situation like this. Trust me, we will meet again soon. After saying this, Mislanda rushed towards Garp and the others. Garp's strength surpasses Rayleigh's. After all, he is a Navy hero who stands against Roger. Moreover, he has brought so many Navy personnel with him, so if it's just Rayleigh, he would be hard-pressed to escape. Regardless of whether Garp's target is him or Rayleigh, Mislanda will go to intercept. Watching Mislanda's disappearing figure, Hancock sat on the bed, hugging her knees. We will meet again, I believe in Mislanda. Then, she got dressed and went to inform Haki and Rayleigh. What? Garp is here. Hearing the news from Hancock, Rayleigh couldn't help but furrow his brows. Back then, he and Roger were chased all over the place by Garp, and so was Haki. Rayleigh really doesn't want to see Garp. Shaki, hurry up and pack. We need to leave now. Rayleigh picked up his sword and looked outside. Sabaody Archipelago, if I don't come looking for you by noon tomorrow, don't wait for me. Rayleigh. Shaki called out to him. Be careful. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh nodded and then left. Granny, Hancock, Sandersonia, Marigold, hurry up and get ready, then follow me. At the port, the Navy led by Garp is heading towards the location of Red Tree number 13. Hurry up, we must catch that guy. Garp is full of confidence. Last time, he had a rough understanding of Mislanda's strength. She is strong, but not as strong as him. However, Mislanda's abilities are too strange, so he still needs to be cautious. As they walked, Garp and his group stopped. A little creature was blocking their way. Huh, where did this dog come from? Indeed, they were blocked by a strange little dog. Unlike a normal dog, this little dog was standing on the ground with its front legs spread wide, trying to block Garp's group's advance. Moreover, this little dog had fierce eyes, but its appearance was somewhat cute, making it seem a bit adorable. Just then, Garp looked behind the little dog. He saw a person with horns on their head, holding a weapon, slowly approaching. Sensing the presence behind him, the little dog retreated a few steps, standing behind this person, continuing to glare at Garp's group. Indeed, these two individuals were the biological imperial tools drawn by Mislanda. Susanoo and the Beast Transformation, 100-armed giant. Boom! Susanoo slammed the weapon in his hand to the ground, causing the ground to crack. Seeing this scene, Garp's expression became somewhat serious. Hey, who are you? What do you want? Garp immediately asked. He could sense that these two were not to be trifled with. Sure enough, Susanoo swung his weapon a few times and then said, By the order of my master, I will stop you. Upon hearing this, a Navy officer behind Garp snorted coldly. Who do you think you are to block Vice Admiral Garp? Let me deal with you. Saying this, the Navy colonel drew his sword and slashed at Susanoo. But what awaited him was a very casual strike from Susanoo. In an instant, he was struck in the face by Susanoo's long weapon and flew backwards. Garp frowned and stepped forward. Who exactly are you? Susanoo did not answer him, but tightened his grip on the weapon and swung it down towards Garp. But who is Garp? He single-handedly blocked Susanoo's full-force strike. Even though the ground beneath him cracked, Garp's body did not move an inch. That was a good strike, but still not enough. Bang! Garp punched Susanoo in the chest. Crack, the sound of bones breaking. Susanoo's body crashed into a large rock behind him, and his weapon flew far away. As expected of Vice Admiral Garp, he resolved this guy with a single punch. The Navy soldiers looked at Garp with admiration. But Garp couldn't be happy because he was sure that such an easy punch would not be enough to defeat the opponent. Sure enough, the next moment Susanoo, as if nothing had happened, walked up to Garp again. He opened his right hand, and the weapon flew back into his grasp. The rib that Garp had just broken had already healed. Huh! Susanoo roared, and the weapon in his hand immediately sprouted rows of rotating blades and continued to attack Garp. Garp could only retaliate. With that terrifying recovery ability, Susanoo was injured multiple times by Garp, and even when his limbs were broken, he quickly healed. During the battle, Garp's navy coat was cut several times, but Garp himself was unscathed. Seeing this scene, the Navy soldiers were stunned. What kind of monster is this? Even when Garp broke his limbs, he could stand up quickly. Meanwhile, Chobi also approached the Navy. At this moment, the Navy, witnessing Susanoo's strength, no longer underestimated this little dog. Fire! Garp's lieutenant ordered. Bang, bang. Soon Chobi was hit by countless bullets. Seeing this little dog standing still, taking bullets without dodging, the Navy was bewildered. What's going on? Is this a dumb dog? All right. Chobi does look quite dumb at first glance. But this biological imperial tool definitely cannot be killed by bullets. Chobi stood motionless, and the holes created by the bullets were actually healing at a visible speed, returning to perfect condition in just a few breaths, without a single scar left. What kind of monster is this? The Navy couldn't help but gasp, thinking of the madman currently battling Garp, who also had incredible recovery abilities. Roar! Suddenly, Chobi let out a roar, and then his whole body began to grow larger. Beast Transformation, 100-armed giant. It has 3 forms. The normal form is just a little dog, looking harmless. The advanced form can transform into a 10-meter-tall giant, possessing tremendous strength and destructive power. The third form is the berserk form, where the body changes from white to blood red, filled with fangs, mercilessly devouring people, with drastically increased strength and speed. At this moment, Chobi was in the second form. A 10-meter-tall giant stood before the Navy, with a row of sharp teeth, looking much more intimidating than the little dog just now. Roar! Chobi suddenly jumped into the air and then quickly smashed down to the ground. On Sabaody Archipelago, Susanoo is battling Garp. The situation looks quite bleak. Every punch from Garp leaves Susanoo struggling to cope. Fortunately, his core hasn't been damaged. Otherwise, Susanoo would have been finished long ago. Boom! After knocking Susanoo away once again, Garp's expression became strange. Hey, what kind of ability user are you? A Logia, a Paramecia, or some special Zoan? Susanoo's abilities are truly bizarre. To Garp, Susanoo doesn't seem particularly strong, but he's really troublesome. Every punch he throws can push him back, but there's no real effect. From just now until now, Garp has injured Susanoo more than 30 times. Among those, he has broken his ribs no less than 20 times. Yet each time, the opponent stands up again as if nothing happened, with no change in expression. Garp is starting to doubt if this guy is even human. Just then, a huge commotion behind him caught Garp's attention, and he turned to look. He saw many Navy soldiers being sent flying into the air. A 10-meter giant dog was rampaging through the Navy soldiers. What kind of monster is this? Garp couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. Before he could return to help, Susanoo charged at him again. "Get away from me," Garp shouted angrily, then delivered a powerful punch directly to Susanoo's chest. Compared to this punch, the force Garp used was many times greater than before. Susanoo couldn't withstand it at all and immediately flew out like a cannonball, crashing heavily into a nearby giant red tree. A large dent appeared on the sturdy trunk, and Susanoo's body was deeply embedded within it. Unable to break free for a time, with Susanoo no longer in his way, Garp jumped up above Little Bai. Bang! Another heavy punch struck Little Bai's head directly. Immediately afterward, its head shattered like a watermelon. Little Bai's body fell to the ground, motionless, as if dead. Seeing the scene, the Navy soldiers all breathed a sigh of relief. Great, they finally got rid of this monster. But what exactly is this thing, a dog that ate a Logia fruit? It's possible, but a dog eating a Logia fruit is just too much. As everyone knows, among the 3 types of devil fruits, Logia fruits have a highest lower limit and are the rarest. But now a dog that has eaten a Logia fruit has appeared. Envy and jealousy. Who is so extravagant? Just as the Navy soldiers were discussing, Susanoo appeared before them again. This made the Navy tense up once more. "Hey, this dog is already dead. Are you still going to stop me?" Garp cracked his knuckles, making a popping sound. In response, Susanoo calmly glanced at Little Bai, then expressionlessly said, "He's not dead." Sure enough, as the words fell, Little Bai's body on the ground stood up again, but without a head. However, a fleshy bud-like thing was wriggling on its neck. In just a few seconds, a new head appeared, and Little Bai's 10-meter-tall body reappeared before everyone. "What kind of monster are you?" Garp furrowed his brows. It's not a Logia. He had just used Haki, and he had also shattered this dog's head. But now, can someone tell me what's going on? "Garp, I didn't expect to see you again." Suddenly, a voice came from above, and Garp and the others looked up. They saw a figure in black, Mislanda, standing on the branch of a red tree, looking down at them. Then, Mislanda jumped down from the branch and stood beside Susanoo and Little Bai. "Master." Susanoo immediately bowed. Little Bai also quickly shrank down to a small dog size and rubbed against Mislanda's leg, completely different from the giant monster that had just rampaged through the Navy soldiers. Seeing this scene, Garp's expression became somewhat awkward. These two monsters are actually Mislanda's subordinates. Garp has deeply experienced the performance of these 2 monsters just now. Now, with Mislanda added, will his capture this time succeed? Cap understood a bit about Mislanda's strength. He was a user of the nature-type dark fruit, which was personally investigated by the world government. Cap was confident he could defeat Mislanda, but he wasn't sure he could capture him. Now that the opponent had 2 more monstrous subordinates, it was even harder. In fact, Cap never expected that Rayleigh was on his way otherwise. He might have turned around and left. After all, Rayleigh was someone who could withstand Cap. He might be slightly inferior, but the gap wasn't that big. "Humph, kid, you really surprised me." Cap looked at Mislanda with undisguised admiration in his eyes. "To be honest, I've long disliked that slave prison, but I've never had the courage to destroy it." Cap was indeed a hero of the Navy. It's not an exaggeration to say that as long as Cap said to Steelbone Kong, "I want to be an admiral," the latter would complete all the procedures within 10 minutes. But Cap wouldn't do that because being an admiral came with a strange responsibility to directly serve the Celestial Dragons. Whenever the Celestial Dragons faced a threat, the admirals had to help. This was something Cap really didn't want. And seeing the Celestial Dragons owning slaves and even building a prison for them was something Cap wanted to avoid even more. But there was nothing he could do. Now that he encountered someone like Mislanda, who dared to slap the Celestial Dragons in the face, it was fake if Cap didn't appreciate it. "If it weren't for the mission, I really wouldn't want to come and catch you." With that, Cap twisted his shoulder. "But duty is duty. I can't ignore the marshal's orders." Kid, are you coming with me willingly, or do you want me to take you with me? Looking at the confident Cap, Mislanda couldn't help but laugh. It seems Mr. Cap is quite confident that he can catch me, but I'm also quite confident that you won't catch me. With that, Mislanda looked at the Susanoo behind him. More precisely, he was looking at a red ring-shaped ornament on Susanoo's chest, the Yada mirror. This was the core of Susanoo. As long as Mislanda infused his life force into it, Susanoo would undergo a temporary evolution. At that time, he alone would be able to block Cap. The cost would be a year's worth of Mislanda's life for half an hour of Susanoo's evolution. However, Mislanda had a magical thing, dragon essence. Immortal and indestructible. A year of life is nothing in front of dragon essence. Kid, although you are Rayleigh's son, you are still too young. Give you a few more years. And I might not be able to take you down, but for now, you should come with me obediently. By the way, where's that old guy Rayleigh? After Ohara, he hid away. We searched everywhere back then and couldn't find him. Rayleigh messed up the demon-slaying order of Ohara, and the Navy almost turned the West Sea upside down trying to find him. That would really disappoint you. That old man Rayleigh is busy now, and you won't see him. Besides, with just the three of us, we are enough to deal with you. Mislanda pointed her hand at the disaster Soul Hook Jade, preparing to infuse it with vitality. Speaking of which, Admiral Garp, I'm really not happy right now. Because of your arrival, my warm and soft jade is gone. I was lying comfortably in bed with a beautiful woman giving me a massage by my side. That feeling was almost too much for Mislanda to handle. But before he could enjoy it for long, Garp landed on the island. Mislanda had to give up that extreme tenderness. Who could bear it? So, get ready to pay the price. As she spoke, a golden light appeared in Mislanda's hand, and all the light gathered at the cursed soul Magatama on Susanoo's chest. But before Susanoo could manifest the cursed soul, a slash cut through the space between Garp and Mislanda, leaving a long mark. Seeing this scene, Mislanda couldn't help but frown. A slash of this level is rare in the Sabaody archipelago. Sure enough, in the direction of the slash, Rayleigh was standing there. Sigh, old man. What are you doing here? Mislanda couldn't help but sigh. According to her original plan, if Garp was stopped here, Rayleigh and the others would be able to leave. But now Rayleigh hadn't left. Rayleigh, just in time. Garp grinned widely, looking very happy. Then, he clenched his fist and charged at Rayleigh. Rayleigh was not to be outdone, swinging the sword in his hand to strike back. Ding! The two immediately clashed. In an instant, a huge shockwave spread in all directions. Even Mislanda had to raise her hand to shield herself. Then, Mislanda looked over and saw the two of them in a standoff. Rayleigh, I finally see you again. Garp laughed heartily. After Roger's death, the Roger pirates disbanded, and Garp had not seen those he once pursued. Now seeing Rayleigh, Garp was excited again, feeling Garp's terrifying strength. Rayleigh couldn't help but chuckle a few times. Garp, I really don't want to see you again, but there's no helping it today. With that, Rayleigh jumped back, distancing himself from Garp. Garp, on the other hand, punched the ground, causing a large area to shake. Mislanda, who is this? Rayleigh couldn't help but ask, pointing at the man with the Susa. He had never heard of Mislanda having subordinates. This guy? He along with this dog? Are the subordinates I obtained after destroying the slave prison just 2 days ago, so of course you wouldn't know. Oh, they are slaves of the celestial dragons? Mislanda didn't respond again, so Rayleigh assumed he was in agreement. All right, let's leave this place first. Garp is quite troublesome. Actually, you don't need to come. I still have these two with me, enough to block Garp. The Susanoo hadn't unleashed its full power yet, which saves a lot. A year of lifespan. Although it doesn't mean anything in front of Long Yuan, the Curse Soul can only be used once a week. If it can be saved, then save it. Let's hurry and get away from Garp. Oh, do you have a way? Seeing Mislanda so calm, Rayleigh doubted if Mislanda had some backup plan. In response, Mislanda gave a mysterious smile. While Susanoo was engaged in battle, Mislanda hadn't been idle. Now he had set up a huge black hole below. Once triggered, the Navy below would be sucked in and unable to move. Thinking of this, Mislanda raised his right hand. Immediately, a wave of black mist appeared where the Navy soldiers were standing, seeping up from the ground, as if something was buried below. Seeing the black mist around, the Navy immediately felt a tremendous threat. They wanted to escape immediately, but their bodies were held by an invisible force, making it difficult to even lift a leg, let alone flee. Damn it, what's going on? A Navy officer propped himself up with one hand, looking very strained. He was already quite strong among the Navy, while those weaker than him had already collapsed on the ground and couldn't get up. Boom! Suddenly, the ground below cracked open, and all the Navy involuntarily moved toward the center. Seeing this scene, Garp couldn't help but recall the huge pit on the Red Earth continent, along with the agents squished inside it. Stop it! Garp immediately jumped into the air, clenched his fist the size of a sandbag, and smashed it toward Mislanda. But facing this immensely powerful punch, Rayleigh directly stood in front of Mislanda, blocking the punch with his sword. Garp, bullying a child isn't interesting. Don't forget I'm still here. Get out of my way. Looking at Rayleigh blocking him, Garp shouted, and then the muscles in his arm bulged. Under a terrifying force, Rayleigh found it hard to hold on. In terms of strength, Rayleigh was certainly no match for Garp. Meanwhile, the Navy below had been gathered into a black vortex, and it was continuously compressing. At this rate, they would eventually be squished into a big meatball, just as Mislanda was about to increase his power. A sharp slash cut through. This slash was very strong. In Mislanda's view, it was not much weaker than Rayleigh. Helpless, Mislanda had to give up on eliminating those Navy soldiers and dodge that slash. Who is it? Miranda looked in the direction of the slash, her eyes fixed intensely. A Navy officer in a brown suit and hat approached. His expression was extremely cold, like a block of ice, sending chills down one's spine. Judging by his appearance, he was around 30 years old, but he gave off a sharp feeling. The Navy's top bodyguard, Bogart, strength, starry peak, defeating him grants 2,000 strongest points. Bogart? Isn't he Garp's vice admiral? If Miranda remembers correctly, Bogart was previously the bodyguard of Admiral Steelbone Kong, but was later taken by Garp, because Garp's previous vice admiral was Aokiji. And now that Aokiji has become a candidate for admiral, Garp naturally needed to fill the position with a powerful vice admiral. Why is it him? Seeing Bogart's figure, Rayleigh couldn't help but frown. He had fought Bogart before. Although he won, he was also injured. So many years have passed. Who knows how strong Bogart has become? Bogart, this kid is up to you. I'll deal with Rayleigh. Garp pointed at Miranda and said. He was very confident in Bogart's strength, believing that even in a battle with Rayleigh, he could inflict some injury on him. This level of strength was more than enough to contend with Miranda. No problem. Bogart drew his saber again, staring at Miranda like a tiger. The latter immediately felt a sharp aura. Interesting. I didn't expect there to be such a strong individual beside Vice Admiral Garp. I want to have a match with him. Fighting strong opponents was also what Miranda wanted to do. Miranda and Bogart are at the same power level, both being of the stellar level. However, Bogart has already reached the peak of this level, while Miranda is just slightly short of it. But this does not affect the battle. Susanoo, go deal with those Navy forces. Little Bai, go berserk. Roar. Upon hearing Miranda's command, Little Bai's massive body immediately changed. Its originally white skin turned blood red, and combined with its taut muscles, Little Bai looked nothing like the cute creature it once was. It resembled a monster from hell. Unlike Susanoo's evolution, Little Bai's evolution has no restrictions, meaning it can enter this state at any time. Unlike Susanoo, which can only evolve by absorbing its master's life force. Roar. Little Bai roared again and charged towards the Navy forces. Quick, shoot, hurry, hurry. In an instant, bullets were fired at Little Bai's terrifying body, but they had no effect at all. With a crunch, Little Bai's fangs bit down. Soon, only a torso remained standing, with the upper half already in Little Bai's mouth. Crunch, crunch, Little Bai chewed excitedly, seemingly quite satisfied with its meal. It eats people. Watching the half-body corpse, many Navy soldiers broke into a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Miranda, who was fighting Bogart, spoke up. He punched Bogart in the chest, and his own arm was scratched. Little Bai, eat freely. All of this is your food. Enjoy it. Roar. Upon hearing Miranda's words, Little Bai was rarely excited and looked fervently at the Navy soldiers. Under Little Bai's crimson gaze, the Navy soldiers felt a chill run down their spines. Run, it's a monster. I don't want to be eaten. Help. An hour later, yes, an hour has passed. On the battlefield, Miranda and Rayleigh teamed up against Garp and Bogart. Rayleigh was slightly weaker than Garp, and Miranda was about equal to Bogart. But in a short time, it was impossible to determine a winner. In such a closely matched battle, it would take days and nights to reach a conclusion. Looking at Bogart not far away, Miranda raised his right hand and aimed at the nearest red tree. Boom! A massive sucking force appeared, causing the 100-meter-high, giant red tree to tilt. Finally, the tree came crashing down towards Garp and Bogart. Facing the falling trunk, Bogart showed no signs of panic and directly slashed out beams of light. Whoosh! The blade light swept across, cutting the entire red tree in half. In a battle between the four, the entire Sabaody archipelago felt like it was experiencing a massive earthquake, with the ground shaking constantly. We can't stay here, Miranda. We need to leave quickly. With such noise, The Navy will definitely send more people. You should know, the Navy is not far from here. They can send reinforcements at any time. Garp and Bogart are already tough enough. If 2 more come, we probably won't be able to escape. Hearing this, Miranda sighed. He looked at the battlefield on the other side. Although Littleby had entered a berserk state, Susanoo was also very strong. However, there were many powerful individuals among the Navy, and they had the advantage in numbers. So, although the Navy suffered losses, they could still barely hold on. Littleby's mouth was covered in blood, having devoured who knows how many people, and around Susanoo lay fallen Navy soldiers. It's been an hour. They should have gone far by now, so let's leave. After so much time, Xiachi and the others should have left far behind, so there's no need to linger here. It might not be so easy to leave. Looking at Garp and Bogart opposite him, Rayleigh couldn't help but smile wryly. These two wouldn't let them leave so easily. Don't worry, I still have a trump card. Mislanda smiled and then looked at Littleby and Susanoo. The person and the dog immediately stopped fighting and came to stand behind Mislanda. Admiral Garp, Bogart, goodbye. Next time we meet, let's settle this. As soon as he finished speaking, a black vortex appeared behind Mislanda. He immediately pushed Rayleigh and Susanoo into it, leaving only himself and Littleby outside. Stop him. We can't let them escape. Garp hurriedly said. If Mislanda managed to escape this time, Garp couldn't guarantee he would win in their next encounter. Soon after, Garp and Bogart rushed forward. It's useless, you can't stop it, Littleby. In fact, Littleby had a particularly interesting skill that Mislanda had only recently discovered. It could restrict the movements of those around it through the sound waves generated when it went berserk. Roar! In the next moment, a deafening roar erupted from Littleby's mouth. This roar actually created visible waves in the air. Immediately, Garp and Bogart's movements slowed down and eventually came to a halt. Not only them, but even Mislanda himself felt a piercing sensation, and his body became somewhat immobile. There was no way around it. Littleby's skill was area-based, and anyone within this range who heard the sound would be restricted. Although Mislanda was also affected, the vortex behind him was still intact. It would not be affected. Soon, Mislanda and Littleby were sucked into the vortex's pull. The moment Littleby was pulled in, Garp and Bogart immediately felt that weird restriction disappear. They hurriedly organized themselves. But it was already too late. That black vortex was rapidly moving away, and it was rising upwards. Just relying on the moonwalk speed was not enough. They were not skilled in aerial combat. Damn it, they got away. Garp angrily smashed a nearby boulder, fuming. Many of his naval soldiers had been injured or killed, yet they still let the enemy escape. What a disgrace. Sigh. After a long while, Garp sighed, admitting the failure of this mission. Let's go back. On a deserted island in the New World, a red pirate ship was docked here, and its captain was a familiar face to Mislanda. Red-haired Shanks. At this moment, Shanks was sitting by the shore, looking at the newspaper he had just received. The newspaper featured the news about the slave prison. Ha ha ha! Shanks suddenly burst into laughter, unable to resist clapping his hands. That's right. At this time, Shanks still had both hands, as he had not yet encountered that fish from the East Blue. Hearing Shanks's hearty laughter, his crew gathered around to see what had made the red-haired so excited. Not long ago, the red-haired pirates had encountered trouble, having sailed hard for many days. It was only after they set foot on this deserted island that they had time to check the newspaper. Is this for real? Such things happened during this time. Looking at the news about the destruction of the slave prison, the members of the red-haired pirates were stunned. The Dark King, Rayleigh, his son. A look of nostalgia appeared on Shanks's face. Mislanda, I really miss the days of old. You guys bring me the good wine. Let's have a feast and drink to our heart's content. At this moment, Shanks's mood could be summed up in one word: exhilaration. He believed that before long, Mislanda would enter the New World and perhaps even compete with him. He really looked forward to it. As he thought of this, another person appeared in Shanks's mind. Buggy. Since parting ways in Lowtown, Shanks had not seen Buggy again. He had heard that Buggy had formed a pirate crew in the East Blue, but had not entered the Grand Line. Sigh, Buggy. I wonder when the three of us can sit together and drink again. Not only the red-haired pirates, but also another pirate crew in a distant sea was shocked at this moment. This crew was the largest pirate crew in the world today, and one of the overlords of the New World, the Whitebeard Pirates. Captain Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, was once a rival of Roger. Gururara. Whitebeard lifted his large drinking bowl and gulped down a mouthful. Rayleigh, I didn't expect your son to be so crazy. As he spoke, Whitebeard recalled some events from the past. A little red-haired brat, a little red-nosed brat, both shouting about wanting to take his head. Behind them stood an even smaller child. Thinking of this, Whitebeard laughed heartily again and continued drinking. The sea is becoming more and more interesting. Kid, I really look forward to our meeting. Just as Whitebeard was feeling happy, in an inconspicuous corner of the deck, a person was gritting his teeth while looking at the newspaper. His eyes were filled with unmistakable anger and madness. Marshal D, Teach. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Teach angrily tore the newspaper to shreds. Why? Why did he get the dark fruit? Why? Teach was a thoroughgoing, ambitious man. He had been waiting for an opportunity. He had waited for this opportunity for over a decade, even begging Whitebeard to take him as a son. Long ago, Teach had seen the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia and had his sights set on the dark fruit, searching for it for many years. But now, the dark fruit had appeared, yet it had already been consumed, and the person who ate this fruit was so powerful, which made Teach feel envy, jealousy, and hatred. That was the version of himself in his eyes. I will kill you, I must kill you. Looking at the torn newspaper, madness was written all over Teach's face. The dark fruit, he must obtain it. On Qianfeng Island, the island agreed upon by Rayleigh and Xiaqi. This was an uninhabited island filled with many small peaks, located quite far from the Sabaody archipelago. At dawn, Mislanda brought Rayleigh to this place and met Xiaqi and Hancock. As Hancock ran towards him, Mislanda opened his arms to catch her. At the same time, Mislanda sighed inwardly. He had originally decided to part ways directly and head to the North Sea alone. But Rayleigh still needed to be delivered. All right, get down. Miranda patted Hancock's back, urging her to release her legs from around her waist. After calming Hancock for a while, Miranda released Susanoo and Kobe. These are my subordinates and my pets, Susanoo and Kobe. Their performance was impressive during the battle against Garp and his crew, and Rayleigh had noticed it all. Rayleigh still thought that these two were brought out of prison by Miranda. Susanoo, go cook, Miranda commanded. Yes. Besides fighting, Susanoo mastered the preparation of thousands of delicacies. Then, to the astonished gazes of Rayleigh and others, Susanoo quickly got to work. After a series of actions, a large table full of dishes appeared before everyone. Rayleigh, Xiaqi, Grandma. So fast? After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Miranda prepared to leave. Although there aren't any particularly strong individuals in the North Sea, you still need to be careful, Rayleigh advised. With Miranda's current strength, she could easily dominate the North Sea, but it's better to be cautious. If Garp were to chase her to the North Sea, it could still be somewhat dangerous. Don't worry, I know all of that. Following that, Miranda looked at Hancock. Rayleigh and Xiaqi immediately took the others and left, leaving this place to them. I'm really leaving this time. Don't miss me too much. Mislanda remembered that the lovesickness seemed to deeply affect every generation of the 9 Snake Island emperors. Not to mention, both Xiaqi and Grandma Zhao had suffered from it, and they both left 9 Snake Island because of it. But I will miss Mislanda, Hancock said with teary eyes. For this, Mislanda already had a solution. System, give me 2 smartphones. They need to have internet, video capability, and be able to charge with solar power. Ding, 2 smartphones. Can video call from anywhere in the world. Charges for 5 minutes for 2 hours of talk time. It can be charged with solar power. Exchange successful. Deducting 1,000 strongest points. Go ahead and deduct. It's not much anyway. Miranda originally had 3,200 points, of which she exchanged 1,000 for a storage ring for Hancock. And now she has used another 1,000. It's tough. Shortly after, 2 smartphones appeared in Miranda's hands. Here, take this. I'll teach you how to use it. 10 minutes later, Hancock figured out how to use the device, then stored it in the ring. After a long kiss, Miranda left. But it wasn't long before the smartphone started vibrating. After answering, Hancock's pretty face appeared on the screen. Miranda, I miss you. Miranda, Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford, in the Marshal's office. Garp reported to Steelbone Kong about last night's battle. In this battle, 15 Navy soldiers were killed, 30 were seriously injured, and over 40 were lightly injured. As for the enemy, Garp didn't know what the situation was with those 2 monsters. Anyway, Rayleigh and Miranda were not injured at all. There's no doubt that this Navy operation was a complete failure, and a disastrous one at that. Steelbone Kong rubbed his brow with his right hand. So, this Miranda obtained 2 powerful subordinates from prison? Like Rayleigh, Garp also believed that Little B and Susanoo were subordinates that Miranda found in the slave prison. After all, if such monsters came from the celestial dragons, it would seem quite normal. What on earth are these celestial dragons up to? Steelbone Kong said with great dissatisfaction. It was one thing to cause trouble on ordinary days, but now, Garp, continue the search, and once you find the enemy's whereabouts, capture them directly. I will send Kazan to you, and Bogart will still serve as your aide. Yes. Soon, the new bounty notice was released. Dark King Miranda. bounty of 600 million berries, increased by 100 million from before. The undying monster, Susanoo, bounty of 200 million berries. Hellhound, little b, bounty of 100 million berries. Sabaody archipelago. That's right, after leaving Thousand Peaks Island, Mislanda returned here. Because Nine Snake Island and the North Sea are in opposite directions after sending Rayleigh away. Mislanda had to come back. What Mislanda didn't expect was that he would encounter a very interesting person on Sabaody archipelago. In the place where he fought against Garp and others, a green-haired person was searching for something. System, scan this person's information. Looking at the person below who was constantly searching for something, Miranda's heart was filled with curiosity. He could sense that this person was not simple. Ding, Guild Tesoro. Strength level. Gold. Defeating him will not earn points. The system quickly obtained specific information about this person. Guild Tesoro? Hearing this guy's information, Mislanda was stunned for a moment. Golden Emperor? This guy is the future Golden Emperor, the man who holds 20% of the world's wealth, 500 billion berries. Is it really him? Of course. The current Tesoro definitely cannot become the Golden Emperor by himself, because the gold fruit is currently lying on the shelf in the black hole space. Soon, a thought appeared in Miranda's mind. Guild Tesoro, without a doubt, is a talent. If he could let him become his subordinate, then in the future, Mislanda could completely grasp the pulse of the economy. Thinking of this, Mislanda approached Tesoro from behind. At this moment, Tesoro was still carefully searching for something. What are you looking for? Mislanda couldn't help but feel a bit curious. Was there something in this ruin? Yesterday, he had used the gravity of the dark fruit to pull down a red tree, and it was still lying here. Hearing the sudden voice, Tesoro's heart jolted, and he hurriedly turned around. Why you? You are the Dark King, Mislanda. Tesoro was first frightened, then his eyes lit up. The reason he came here was to find traces of Mislanda. But after searching the battlefield for a long time with no clues, he was about to give up. And unexpectedly, he encountered the real person now. So, are you surprised to see me, Guilder Tesoro? Upon hearing Mislanda call his name, Tesoro was shocked. How could he know his name? But the next moment, Tesoro noticed that Mislanda was looking at his right shoulder. His slave mark was right there. Follow me. Mislanda quickly brought Tesoro to a bar owned by Haki. After seeing that there was no one around, Tesoro immediately knelt down in front of Mislanda. Lord Dark King, please let me follow you, Tesoro pleaded. Seeing this scene, Mislanda was taken aback. He originally intended for Tesoro to become his subordinate, but unexpectedly, this guy spoke up first. Noticing Mislanda's hesitation, Tesoro hurriedly bowed his head. Lord Dark King, I beg you. A few seconds later, Mislanda came to his senses and picked up a bottle of liquor to pour 2 glasses. He then placed 1 glass in front of Tesoro, who quickly accepted it. Now tell me, why do you want to follow me? Tesoro once wanted to become a musician, but was looked down upon by many, until he met a woman at a slave auction who did not despise him at all and even encouraged him. For her, Tesoro worked hard, wanted to buy her freedom. But the celestial dragons intervened and bought her instead. When Tesoro tried to resist, he was captured by the celestial dragons and made a slave. Now, Tesoro only has one thought in his mind: revenge against the celestial dragons. Perhaps after experiencing many things, Tesoro has become a person who despises the whole world. Lord Dark King, a few days ago, I found the Sun Pirates, but I did not see Lord Tiger. Instead, I was driven out after being injured by one of his fisherman subordinates. Mislanda and Tiger have destroyed the slave prison, and Tesoro believes both of them can help him. However, the gap between the fish people and humans is too great. In desperation, Tesoro can only turn to Mislanda. After hearing Tesoro's account, Mislanda hesitated, unsure whether to trust Tesoro. System, is there a way for me to know Tesoro's loyalty? Ding, scanning. Guilder Tesoro's loyalty to the host is 60, barely passing. But there is a high possibility of rebellion. Scanning once cost 100 points. Mislanda, I'm so angry. This just cost me 100 points. And now I only have 1,100 points left. After being angry for a while, Mislanda made a decision. He looked at Tesoro. With a loyalty of 60, Mislanda felt a bit uneasy. System, is there something like a contract? After signing, the other party will be completely loyal to me and won't betray me. Ding. Such a thing exists. Signing costs 500 points. I'll take it, deduct the points. Ding, exchange successful. Soon, a scroll exuding an ancient aura appeared in Mislanda's hand. He spread the scroll and placed it on the table. Tesoro, I can make you my subordinate and also give you powerful abilities, but you must sign your name on it or leave a handprint on it. Upon hearing this, Tesoro looked at the scroll and found that he couldn't recognize the characters on it. After hesitating for a long time, Tesoro nodded. It's just signing a name. Not a big loss. Soon, a bloody handprint appeared on it, and the contract was successfully signed. The next moment, a thought appeared in Tesoro's mind. That he would never betray. Very well, from now on, you are my third subordinate. Mislanda nodded with satisfaction. With the existence of the contract, he felt much more at ease. Then, Mislanda took out the golden fruit and placed it in front of Tesoro. Eat it. This is your power now. Thank you, my lord. Tesoro took the golden fruit and swallowed it whole. The fruit you just ate is the paramecia-type golden fruit, which, as the name suggests, grants you the ability to control gold. From now on, what I need you to do is to use the ability of the golden fruit to earn wealth. Upon hearing this, Tesoro's eyes instantly filled with excitement. He had deeply experienced the pain of being without money. All right, take this money and use it to acquire even more wealth. Mislanda took out half of her money, 1 billion berries. Over the years, Mislanda has done a lot of things, visited the treasury of a certain kingdom, and taken down quite a few pirate crews. She has saved up quite a bit. Also, take these 2 devil fruits with you. You need 2 bodyguards. Miranda handed the tiger fruit and the explosive fruit to Tesoro. In the original work, Tesoro's subordinates were really weak and had almost no combat power, which was not acceptable. With that, Tesoro set off with Miranda's orders. Mislanda believes in Tesoro's abilities. He will definitely help her master the pulse of the economy. Oh, Golden Emperor. Having such a subordinate makes Mislanda feel like she's struck gold. After staying in the Sabaody Islands for half a day, Mislanda is about to leave. Oh, I almost forgot this thing. Flying thousands of miles, Mastema, whoosh. In the next moment, a pair of large wings appeared behind Mislanda, covered in sharp feathers, each one capable of being launched and extremely sharp. Let me test your effectiveness. With that, Mislanda controlled Mastema and flew into the sky, rapidly heading towards the North Sea. Below, people only felt a gust of wind pass by. Apart from the Grand Line, the North Sea is the second most chaotic area among the 4 seas. The South Sea ranks first, the North Sea second, the West Sea third, and the East Sea fourth. In fact, the East Sea is not weak at all. After all, Roger came from the East Sea, which directly raised its level. However, Garp often returns to his hometown. It's important to note that he has 2 grandsons in Windmill Village in the East Sea. After 3 days of flying, Mislanda directly crossed the doldrums and entered the North Sea. All right, I admit, my previous disdain was too hasty. Looking at the large wings on her back, Mislanda has to acknowledge her previous narrow-mindedness. Flying thousands of miles, Mastema. Miranda tried it out with a let's see what happens attitude, and she didn't expect the effect to be so good. Not to mention anything else. The flying speed is much faster than her own dark fruit. But Mastema has no limitations. Besides that, Mastema's attacks are also quite powerful. Mastema's skill is called Divine Wing, where the wings on her back transform into light, and her attack method is similar to Kizaru's H-Shaku-Kei Gyoku. Overall, Mastema's value is not as high as Susanu's, but it's comparable to Little Bai. Mislanda looked back at her large wings with satisfaction and then took out a small piece of paper. It was a life card. The owner of this life card was the main reason for Mislanda's journey to the North Sea. At this moment, in a mysterious sea area of the North Sea, a huge castle was slowly moving. Upon closer inspection, this was not an ordinary castle. Beneath it were giant snails. The snails were continuously moving forward, carrying the castle above them along with them. This was a kingdom, Germa 66, a notorious killer nation in the North Sea. In fact, someone even created a comic about this country, which was quite popular in the North Sea. At this time, the king of this nation, Vinsmoke Judge, was standing at the top of the castle, holding a newspaper. Looking at Mislanda on the newspaper, Judge couldn't help but recall the mysterious person who had entered here over a year ago. At that time, Judge was training his clone soldiers, but someone had quietly approached him from behind. He had fought that person, but lost. Although he didn't know the other's name, Judge vividly remembered that mysterious fruit ability. After defeating him, the opponent had proposed to recruit him, but Judge had refused at that time. However, the other party did not get angry and said they would return in the future. "Father, what are you thinking about?" Just then, a little girl walked over. Vinsmoke Reiju, Judge's eldest daughter. Judge had 5 children, all genetically modified beings, altered with his own bloodline factors. Reiju, Ichiji, Niji, Sanji, and Yanji. Those who knew were well aware that Sanji would become one of the 3 major powers on Luffy's ship in the future. But Sanji was currently in the East Sea, working in a floating restaurant. "Father, are you thinking about that person from a year ago?" Judge did not respond, but handed the newspaper to Reiju and walked into the laboratory. Besides his identity as the king of Germa 66, Judge's scientific expertise was also considerable, especially in cloning technology. After all, he had once worked with Vegapunk. The soldiers under him were all clones, genetically modified clones, powerful, absolutely loyal, and incredibly brave. All of these were Judge's creations. Silver's Mislanda. If you want me to become your subordinate, let's see if you have that kind of strength. In the West Sea, on an island, Miranda was sitting next to a cluster of campfires, curiously watching the little one beside her. Just a moment ago, Miranda passed by and discovered that there was actually a little girl here. Baby, 5, strength level, bronze. Defeating her will not earn the strongest points. That's right. This is the very obedient little maid, a weapon fruit user. If things had developed normally, this little maid would have followed Don Quixote da Flamingo. But who would have thought that Miranda triggered the butterfly effect? Now the weapon fruit is still in Miranda's hands, which will naturally affect Baby 5's entire life. Come here. Miranda extended his right hand towards her. Seeing the outstretched hand, Baby 5 appeared a bit scared and was reluctant to approach. Noticing this, Miranda smiled. He remembered that this little maid seemed to respond to, "Come, I need you to come over, okay?" Need. Upon hearing those words, Baby 5's eyes immediately changed. Needed. Am I being needed? By the campfire, watching the little girl eat grilled fish, Miranda couldn't help but laugh. What an interesting person. All right, eat slowly. There's still a few left. No one will snatch them from you. Sir, do you need me to eat slowly? The little girl looked up at Miranda and couldn't help but ask. In response, Miranda shook his head. No, eat however you like, just enjoy it. Miranda felt quite sorry for her regarding her past experiences. Abandoned by her mother in the forest, her mother had told her that she was not needed. That one sentence directly affected Baby 5's entire life. When he watched the anime back then, Miranda quite liked this little maid. Now that they had met, of course, he wouldn't let her follow Doflamingo. Wouldn't it be better to keep her himself? After finishing the meal, Miranda took her to find a hotel. At that moment, Baby 5 was in tatters and needed a wash and a change into beautiful clothes. Half an hour later, Baby 5 emerged after a bath and change. Her small frame was now dressed in a small-sized maid outfit. Now that's the feeling. He walked up to the little maid and ruffled her hair. How about following me? Okay. After a short time together, Baby 5 felt that Miranda needed her. Without much effort, Miranda gained a little maid subordinate. All right, since you're following me, I'll give you a name. The name Baby 5 is a bit unsuitable. Mislanda thought for a moment and immediately came up with a name that suited her. Alice. From now on, you will be called Alice. Alice. It's a very fitting name for a maid. Baby 5, no, it should be Alice now. She nodded, accepting the name. Then, Mislanda took out the weapon fruit that was supposed to belong to Alice and had her eat it. Ugh, so disgusting. After taking a bite of the weapon fruit, Alice felt like her tongue was about to explode. Devil fruits are notoriously hard to swallow. Ha ha ha. All right, just one bite is enough. Throw the rest away. Mislanda took out a candy and put it into Alice's mouth. Come on, try out your fruit ability. If you're not satisfied, I can get you a better one later. With the dark fruit in hand, Mislanda could change anyone's fruit ability at any time. Soon after, under Mislanda's guidance, Alice gradually learned how to use her ability. The weapon fruit allowed any part of her body to transform into a weapon, which was quite powerful. Following that, under Mislanda's instruction, Alice gradually mastered the basic use of her fruit ability. By the way, I'll give you this too. Mislanda took out another gun. At this moment, he drew his first imperial tool, the romantic cannon, Pumpkin. This thing was indeed somewhat useless for Mislanda, but it was just right for Alice. Thank you, my lord. Alice smiled as she accepted the romantic cannon, Pumpkin, which was about her height. All right, don't call me my lord anymore, just call me captain. Mislanda was also going to form a pirate crew to compete for dominance over the Grand Line. Okay, captain, get some rest, and tomorrow morning I'll take you somewhere. Mislanda gently touched Alice's hair and then prepared to rest. But just as she lay down, her smartphone vibrated. Without thinking, it must be Hancock getting bored again. Sure enough, after she pressed the green button, Hancock's face appeared on screen. Hancock and the others had already arrived at Amazon Lily. However, something had indeed happened recently on Amazon Lily. The current king had fallen in love, just like Xiaoqi and Granny Jia. In fact, as long as the current emperor leaves with his beloved, he would be fine. But the other person is a scumbag, flirting irresponsibly, and then died in a casino due to greed. This is a big problem. Anyway, when Xiaoqi and Granny Jia arrived at Amazon Lily, the current king looked haggard. Mislanda, you won't abandon me in the future, right? Hancock asked with some concern. She was a bit scared now. He dares. Before Mislanda could speak, Rayleigh and Xiaoqi, who were eating in the distance, spoke up at the same time. Don't worry, Hancock, if that guy dares to abandon you, I'll catch him and give him a beating. Through the screen, Mislanda saw Rayleigh and Xiaoqi. It seems Rayleigh was also affected. Just as Mislanda was about to reassure Hancock, Alice suddenly came over, looking curiously at the smartphone in Mislanda's hand. She leaned in to take a look, and then her face appeared on the screen. Captain, what is this? Boom! Seeing the suddenly appearing little girl, Hancock was stunned. She couldn't believe her eyes as she looked at Alice, tears welling up in her big watery eyes. Mislanda, do you not want me anymore? Do you already have a child? No, Hancock, don't cry. What are you saying? Rayleigh hurried over, grabbed the smartphone, and widened his eyes. Sure enough, a curious-looking girl about 10 years old was staring at the screen. You little brat, what's going on? I said, are you senile? Could I possibly have a child this big? How old is he? 18. If he really had a child as big as Alice, that would mean he must have had a woman when he was 7 or 8. Is that possible? Moreover, before he was 14, Mislanda had been with Rayleigh the whole time. Mislanda was suspicious that Rayleigh had lost his mind. Then, Mislanda explained the specific situation, which cleared up the misunderstanding. All right, Hancock, you heard that. Don't be sad. Xiaoqi immediately said. By the way, I discussed it with Granny, and we decided to train Hancock to become the next king. Mislanda, do you have any objections? No, it's great that Hancock can become king. Not only a king, but Hancock is also going to become the pirate empress in the future. Mislanda also hopes that Hancock can rise higher. All right, enough talk. You all should rest early. The next morning, after breakfast, Mislanda took Alice and left the place. With a life card in hand, Mislanda quickly found the location of Germa 66. Captain, what is this place? The little maid couldn't help but ask as she looked at the moving castle below. This is one of my future forces. After saying that, Mislanda placed Alice into the dark vortex and flew alone to the top of the castle. Vinsmoke, Judge, it's been over a year. I wonder if you've thought about the matters from back then. A loud voice echoed, and Judge, who was training soldiers, immediately frowned. Vinsmoke, Judge, power level, starry. Defeating him grants 1,000 points. Originally, defeating a starry-level powerhouse would grant 2,000 ultimate points, but since Mislanda had already defeated Judge once before, it was halved. In fact, Judge himself was not particularly strong, but he was a scientist. Germa 66 has a type of combat suit that greatly increases combat power. Otherwise, Judge would just be a diamond-level powerhouse. And his scientific expertise is exactly what Mislanda values about Judge. The power of technology is substantial, and Mislanda firmly believes in this. In the pirate world, the pinnacle of science is undoubtedly Vegapunk, who is 500 years ahead of the world. Back then, Vegapunk had a research team called MDS. Vegapunk was the leader of this team, which included 4 others: Judge, Queen, Caesar, and Bakken. Mislanda does not dare to take on Vegapunk now. Caesar and Bakken are missing, and Queen is with Kaido. So, Mislanda can only look for Judge. After waiting for a long time without seeing Judge appear, Mislanda shouted again. What? Do I need to come in and find you, or are you not coming out? Boom! Just as the words fell, a powerful aura erupted from Mislanda's body. A tremendous pressure descended, immediately enveloping the castle below. At this moment, the clone soldiers training below involuntarily fell to the ground, and even the snail carrying the castle became weakened. Conqueror's Haki. Miranda's Conqueror's Haki has awakened for many years, and after training with Rayleigh for so long, it has become unimaginably terrifying. As expected, under the pressure of this Conqueror's Haki, Kaji had no choice but to reveal himself. Stop! A missile was launched from the castle, heading towards Miranda, and exploded about 3 meters away from him. But such an attack was useless against Miranda. He simply opened his right hand, and a black vortex appeared in his palm, directly absorbing all the energy produced by the explosion. Once everything calmed down, Kaji, dressed in battle gear, appeared in the air. Finally willing to show yourself? Mislanda looked at Gaji with great interest. More than a year had passed, and Gaji still looked the same, but his combat suit had changed. It was obvious that after losing to Mislanda, Gaji had put a lot of effort into upgrading his combat suit. Humph. Gaji snorted coldly, then tightened his grip on the spear in his hand and thrust it towards Mislanda. But Mislanda caught it with one hand and firmly controlled it. No matter how hard Gaji tried, he couldn't break free. Well, with your little skills, you might as well focus on research. Combat is not suited for you. Mislanda let him go and then looked down at the 4 children. Leijio, Iji, Niji, Yongji, and the hundreds of clone soldiers. What's wrong? Don't you want to invite me in for a seat? Upon hearing this, Gaji's expression turned grim. You're not welcome here. If there's nothing else, please leave, Gaji said coldly. He knew Mislanda was definitely trying to recruit him again. However, with only a few subordinates, Mislanda didn't seem very promising to Gaji. Leave? Do you think I would leave easily today? Saying this, Mislanda raised his right hand. Gaji, it's been over a year. Tell me the answer. Does Germa 66 want to join me or not? Miranda's voice was not loud, but the children of Gaji below could hear her. Upon hearing this, Gaji's three sons looked at Miranda with gritted teeth. However, the red-clad Reiju showed a thoughtful expression. Under Gaji's genetic modifications, apart from Reiju and Sanji, the other three lacked emotions, only knowing how to obey and be fierce. Therefore, Reiju appeared more rational and had a more human-like feeling. It was also because of this that she let her brother, Sanji, go back then. What can I gain by joining your power alone? Although Miranda was powerful, she was not at the peak and was just one person. What if she was the son of the Dark King Rayleigh? Ever since the Pirate King Roger died, the Roger pirates had long disbanded, and Rayleigh was old. It was impossible for him to set sail with Miranda again. Gaji was indeed somewhat skeptical. No. I'm not alone. Saying this, Miranda released two people and a dog from the black hole space. Alice, Susanoo, and Little Bai. Now, I already have 4 subordinates, and there is one more person working for me. Besides that, the Sun Pirates have already made an agreement with me. If Tiger does not die, he will join me too. So what do you think? Want to consider it? Mislanda asked again, but Gaji sneered. Do you think I'm that easy to deceive? If you don't have a better reason to convince me, you can leave. I will not join you. Boom! As soon as Gaji finished speaking, he was shaken back by a terrifying aura. When he steadied himself, he saw Mislanda appear not far in front of him. Gaji, did you think I was easy to talk to? I have a habit. If I like someone, I will show my courtesy. But, as he spoke, Mislanda raised his right hand, and the black ring with a dragon head on his finger immediately reacted. Following that, the dozens of giant snails began to tremble. Water droplets shot up into the sky, forming water dragons dozens of meters high. Overlooking everything below, the water dragons, relying on the black marlin, allowed the user to control liquids, including seawater. As soon as Mislanda moved his hand, the numerous water dragons roared out. At that time, the area below would be mostly destroyed by him. If someone doesn't know what's good for them, I will make them understand my terror. Since I can't have it, then I'll destroy it. Roar! The many water dragons opened their mouths and roared, seemingly wanting to tear apart everything below. Gaji, I give you one last chance. Submit to me, or die immediately. Looking up at Mislanda, Gaji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared fiercely at Mislanda, his eyes filled with defiance. It seems you've chosen to die immediately. I will remember you, Gaji. After saying that, Mislanda controlled the water dragons to rush towards the Jumar 66 castle. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the originally majestic castle collapsed, and hundreds of clone soldiers were directly swallowed. Miranda had Gracie by the neck, ready to take him out. Stop. Please spare my father. Just then, a pink-haired Leitio ran over. Germa 66 is willing to submit to you, Leitio hurriedly said, but Gracie resisted this, wanting to struggle. But Miranda had a firm grip on his neck. My lord, Germa 66 is willing to submit to you. Leitio knelt on one knee in front of Miranda, expressing her willingness to submit. Seeing this, Miranda glanced at Gracie in her hand. Look, those who know how to adapt are the true talents. Your daughter understands this better than you. Meanwhile, Miranda was already preparing another move. System, give me another contract, the same kind as the previous Tesoro. Mislanda has lost patience. He has given Gartsi so many chances, but this guy only responds to tough measures. What is there to talk about? Just use a method to make him submit. It's simple and convenient. Damn it, I originally wanted to show some respect, but it's just a waste of time. Ding, no problem, deducting 500 strongest points. Friendly reminder, the host only has 100 strongest points left. It's fine, I don't have many points anyway, and Gartsi provided me with 2,000 points a year ago. Not long ago, Mislanda's strongest points were 3,200, of which 2,000 came from Gartsi. What is this called? Shearing the sheep, and using the money from selling the wool to buy a knife to kill the sheep. Soon, a contract identical to the one signed with Tesoro appeared. Mislanda directly released Gaji and threw the contract in front of him. Sign it, or I'll kill you right now. My little pet has been hungry for several days, and I think you should be able to feed him. How? As soon as the words were spoken, The little bee transformed into a huge monster, its gaping maw seemingly capable of swallowing Gaji whole. Looking at the contract before him, Gaji found that he couldn't understand any of the content. He didn't recognize a single symbol. "Father, just sign it," Leichio hurriedly urged, not wanting to see Gaji die here, right in front of him. "Besides, it's just signing something. It's nothing." Hearing Leichio's words, Gaji glanced at Mislanda and the little bee behind him. In the end, he pressed his handprint on the contract. Seeing Gaji sign, Mislanda smiled and then walked behind Gaji. With a thud, he punched Gaji on the head, knocking him out cold. Seeing Gaji knocked out, Leichio quickly supported him and then glared angrily at Mislanda. "My father has already submitted to you. Why do you have to do this? He has already signed, yet you still attacked him. How is that reasonable?" In response, Mislanda sneered. "Little girl, I'm not a good person." He rubbed Leichio's head. "Even though your father is now my subordinate, his recent behavior annoyed me, and not killing him is already very merciful. Don't be ungrateful." Saying this, Mislanda looked at the three brothers, Iji, Niji, and Yonji. "You three as well, don't think about doing anything foolish. That will only cost you your lives." After warning the four, Mislanda walked toward a nearby, small castle. "When he wakes up, have him come find me." Ding! Defeated the star-level powerhouse, Vinsmoke Gaji, and gained 1,000 strongest points. The current host points are 1,100. Gaji had already lost to Mislanda a year ago, so the points were halved. However, Mislanda was very satisfied. Now that he had reclaimed Germa 66, his power was already taking shape. What he needed to do next was to further enhance his strength. Mislanda is already a star-level powerhouse, but he feels it's not enough. Not to mention, he felt somewhat powerless in front of Bogart not long ago. It's not that Mislanda is weak, it's just that he can't unleash his strongest power. Neither Kapu nor Bogart are ability users. Mislanda's Dark Fruit can only demonstrate its full potential when facing ability users. However, among the people Mislanda has encountered so far, very few are ability users. After all, devil fruits are not common commodities. Indeed, strength still holds significant influence. Mislanda has decided that he will not break through to the king level and will never enter the Grand Line again. When he reappears in the Grand Line, it will be the moment he shocks the world. Early the next morning, Mislanda met the awakened Kaji and his companion, Reiju. With the influence of the contract, Kaji no longer resisted like he did yesterday. Now Mislanda is his master. "All right, take me to your lab. I'm very curious about the progress of your research." In the MADS team, Caesar mainly studies artificial devil fruits, while Queen focuses on human modification and viruses. As for Kaji, besides Vegapunk, he should be the best among a few in cloning. Moreover, he is a clone modified with bloodline factors. Among his 4 sons, they possess abilities such as fire, lightning, toxin resistance, and defense. In addition, Kaji is also keen on making combat suits. This can be seen from the warriors of Germa 66. "Yes, please follow me." Then, the group headed toward Kaji's laboratory. Seeing this scene, Reiju was stunned. She felt like her father had changed. Why was he so polite to Mislanda? Upon entering the laboratory, Mislanda saw thousands of clones. They were all standing in containers filled with nutrient solution. As long as Kaji awakens them, they are all warriors capable of fighting 100. Very good. You continue your research. If you need anything, just find me. I will find someone to help you in the future. After saying that, Mislanda left. Cloning, artificial fruits, and human modification technology. Vegapunk perfectly combines the three, ultimately forming the pinnacle of technology in the pirate world, the Seraphim. Mislanda wants this too. "Vegapunk, I really look forward to meeting you." After returning to his residence, Mislanda looked at the little Reiju standing in front of him. Among the 4 children beside Kaji, Mislanda felt that Reiju was worth cultivating. "Starting today, you will follow me. Unfortunately, I don't have any devil fruits on hand." Recently, Mislanda had several devil fruits: the gold fruit, the weapon fruit, the explosive fruit, and the fierce tiger fruit. However, she gave the last 2 along with the gold fruit to Taizolo and the weapon fruit to Alice. "No need. I can become stronger with my own power." Reiju was unfazed. Devil fruits are just that, dispensable in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Mislanda couldn't help but regard her with a bit more respect. "I didn't expect you to have such high awareness." Although Haki and physical skills are the true testament of a person's strength, there is an undeniable fact that fruit abilities can indeed make one stronger. Do as you wish. We can discuss this matter later. Now, I need to assign you your first task. Mislanda called Alice over and then looked at Leiju. "What you need to do now is to teach Alice the correct outlook on life. and don't let her be easily deceived. Mislanda also found it a bit troublesome that Alice couldn't refuse when others needed her help. Forget it. Let's see how her peers handle it. 3 days later, the castle that Mislanda had originally destroyed had returned to its original state. There's no helping it. Susanoo is simply a great helper for humanity. In no time at all, he completed the construction of the castle. One word: fast. That afternoon, Leiju found Mislanda with a letter. What's wrong, Leiju? Did something happen? Miranda looked at Reiju and couldn't help but ask. Reiju nodded and then took out a letter. The Vinsmoke family, being a top-tier assassin family, naturally has a strong intelligence system. They can obtain information that even some newspapers do not have immediately. Sir, there's been a major event in the North Sea recently. The world government is willing to offer 5 billion berries to exchange for a devil fruit from a pirate crew. And this fruit is called surgery fruit. Before Reiju could finish her sentence, Miranda immediately interrupted her and directly spoke out the name. Upon hearing this, Reiju looked at Miranda with curiosity. How do you know? That's right, it's called surgery fruit, but I don't know how it's worth 5 billion berries. To be clear, currently the highest bounty in the world, Whitebeard, is just over 5 billion. A single devil fruit is equivalent to a Whitebeard. The world government must be crazy. But the world government is not crazy. Mislanda stood up from her seat. Where is the trading location, and in which direction? She immediately asked. Seeing this, Leiju was quite curious. What? Does the Lord want to intervene? Of course. I'm not someone who is very idle right now. Mislanda is very clear. In this transaction involving the surgery fruit, the Don Quixote family and Admiral Sengoku will be involved. How could such a scene be without Mislanda, who is in the North Sea? The transaction will take place in 3 days at Rubeck Island. I understand you all continue to train and wait for my return. The surgery fruit, in the eyes of others, may just be a paramecia-type devil fruit. But to those who understand, this is not a simple paramecia-type devil fruit. Once the ability of this fruit awakens, it can grant eternal life. However, the cost is the life of the user. One person's death in exchange for another's eternal life sounds pretty good. But Mislanda doesn't care about that. He has something even more impressive than the surgery fruit. The dragon essence. The surgery fruit only grants eternal life, while the dragon essence can make a person immortal and indestructible. It's simply the surgery fruit plus. Therefore, Mislanda doesn't care about the eternal life from the surgery fruit. What he cares about is whether he can use the surgery fruit to stir things up. Luo Corazon, the Don Quixote family, Admiral Sengoku, these people coming together must be very interesting. In a certain area of the North Sea, a pirate ship is sailing towards the location of the surgery fruit transaction. On the deck, Doflamingo, dressed in a pink coat and wearing loafers, is sitting on the steps with his legs crossed. At this moment, he shows no clear expression of joy or anger, or perhaps he is both happy and angry. He is happy because he has obtained a trace of the surgery fruit. After all, everyone desires eternal life. He is angry because his brother, his blood-related brother, might very well be an undercover agent. Corazon has not been chased by Admiral Sengoku for a year, while he was constantly pursued when Corazon was around. This naturally raises suspicions. And the truth is Corazon is indeed a marine undercover agent, and he is also the adopted son of Admiral Sengoku. Hee. Suddenly, Doflamingo bursts into laughter, his forehead veins bulging. Corazon, you are not an undercover agent for the Marines, right? He truly hopes that his brother is not betraying him, as he does not want to kill his family again. Soon, they arrive at Rubeck Island. Torpole, what is going on? What happened here? Looking at the situation on Rubeck Island, Doflamingo can't help but frown. He senses that something has gone wrong. The island is in chaos, and there is even smoke visible. Something has definitely happened. Time rewinds to an hour ago. After some searching, Mislanda finally arrives at Rubeck Island. With the ability of observation Haki, he quickly locates Corazon and Luo. In fact, Mislanda's observation Haki can already cover the entire island. After all, Rubeck Island isn't very big, so achieving this isn't difficult. However, Corazon's ability makes it impossible for observation Haki to find him. The silence fruit is indeed a good helper for stealth. Since he came to steal the surgery fruit, Corazon activated a soundproof barrier as soon as he landed on the island, making no noise at all. Corazon finds a hidden spot for Luo and then goes directly to steal the surgery fruit. Under the torment of his illness, Luo is now delirious. When Mislanda gets close, he can only see a blurry figure, thinking it is Corazon returning. Corazon, how did you come back so quickly? Luo weakly says. In response, Mislanda looks at him. System, how many points do I need to heal him? If he can use points to heal Luo, Then Mislanda will take the surgery fruit without hesitation. Ding, scanning. After scanning, it reveals that healing Luo requires 5,000 strongest points. Alright, forget I asked. Right now, Mislanda only has 1,100 points, which is a long way off. It seems that the surgery fruit is very deeply connected to you. In that case, I want to take it from you. Saying this, Mislanda places Luo in the black hole space and flies towards Corazone's location. By the time he arrives, Corazon has already obtained the surgery fruit. But due to his tendency to make mistakes, just as he is about to escape, he trips and falls in the midst of many pirates. This is a devil fruit worth 5 billion. So of course, the pirates are furious. Thus, bang, bang, bang after a series of gunshots. Corazon ends up taking a few hits and limps away. And behind him are the pirates he killed. Looking at the devil fruit in his hand, Corazon smiles, very happily. Luo, you are saved. Indeed, he is saved, but what about you? Suddenly, a figure descends in front of Corazon, blocking his path. Corazon hurriedly picks up his weapon, looking warily at the newcomer. You are the Dark King Mislanda. Upon recognizing the face of the other party, Corazon is directly shocked. Recently, Mislanda shocked the entire world, and Corazon couldn't possibly not know him. How did you end up here? Corazon tightly gripped the own.The in his hand. In his eyes, Mislanda most likely came for the own.The. No, absolutely. After all, this island only has this one precious thing. But even if he wasn't injured, he couldn't possibly be a match for the other party. Moreover, he was currently enduring pain just to walk. Looking at Corazon's expression, Mislanda could roughly guess his thoughts. Mislanda smiled slightly and said, Don't worry, I'm not here for the own.The. Saying this, Mislanda opened a black hole and released the unconscious Law from inside. Upon seeing Law, Corazon hurriedly caught him in his arms. What have you done to him? Corazon couldn't understand how Law ended up in Mislanda's hands. Don't worry, if I wanted to make a move, you and this kid would have died 5 or 6 times already. As for the own.The, didn't you come for him? Just give it to him. Upon hearing this, Corazon looked at Mislanda. It made sense. If the other party really came for the own.The, he wouldn't be able to protect it. Thus, in front of Mislanda, Corazon stuffed the own.The in a Law's mouth. However, Law's condition did not immediately improve. As the own.The was not a panacea, recovery depended on Law's own healing. Seeing that Law had already swallowed the own.The, Corazon also sighed in relief. Under the torment of pain, he collapsed directly to the ground. Mislanda hurriedly helped him up and placed Luo back in the black hole space. What do you really want? Unable to hold back, Corazon asked upon seeing this scene. If it wasn't for the own.The, Corazon was very curious about Mislanda's true intentions. I originally just wanted to cause some trouble, but now, I've changed my mind. Don Quixote Rosinante, I want you to become my subordinate. On the other side, Doflamingo had also landed on the island and saw the situation. Not good. Everyone go grab the own.The. We can't let it fall into anyone else's hands. With Doflamingo's command, Treble, Pica, Diamante, and the rest of his subordinates all rushed forward. Target, the own.The. Meanwhile, not far away on the sea, Admiral Tsuru's fleet was approaching. You want me to be your subordinate? Hearing Mislanda's words, Corazon couldn't believe his ears. The other party actually wanted to recruit him. You know very well that from the moment you grab the own.The, you will have offended the Don Quixote family, the Navy, and the world government. If nothing unexpected happens, today will be the last day of your life. The world government is willing to spend 5 billion, which shows how much they value the own.The. If they find out that it was Corazon who took the own.The and gave it to a little boy, and this boy harbors deep hatred for the world government. Even if Doflamingo doesn't kill him, even if Corazon is Sengoku's adopted son, he won't be able to survive. And I am very interested in you. It would be a shame to let you die after so long. So, I decided to give you a second choice. You need to make a choice quickly. Your brother, Doflamingo, has already landed on the island, and he and his subordinates are coming this way. If you don't hurry, you won't have a chance. In the end, Corazon agreed. He became Mislanda's subordinate. Just as Mislanda said, he had no way out. Captain, from now on, I will be your subordinate, and I will be absolutely loyal to you. Corazon knelt before Mislanda and declared, Very well, get up. Mislanda helped Corazon up, feeling very happy. He wouldn't bind Corazon with a contract like he did with Gaji and Tesoro, because there was no need for that. Corazon's character was still trustworthy, and Mislanda felt at ease. Just then, Doflamingo and the others finally arrived. Corazon, it really is you. Upon seeing Corazon, Doflamingo's hopes vanished. He had truly been betrayed by his own brother. I'm sorry, brother, Corazon said apologetically. You can talk. You've hidden it well. Doflamingo had always thought that Corazon became mute due to his childhood experiences, but unexpectedly, he cursed, "Damn it, go die, Corazon." Before Doflamingo could act, his subordinate, Pika, immediately reached into the ground. Soon after, a large hand made of rock emerged from the ground, smashing towards Corazon. But before it could hit, it was struck by a black object, and the rock hand melted away. You are the son of the Dark King Rayleigh, the Dark King Mislanda. Upon seeing Mislanda next to Corazon, Doflamingo immediately felt something was wrong. Meanwhile, Mislanda was checking the information about the Don Quixote family. Don Quixote Doflamingo, Paramecia type, string fruit user. Strength level, Starry. Defeating him grants 2,000 points. Treble, Pika, Diamante, Paramecia type fruit users, strength level, Diamond Peak. Apart from these four, the others were insignificant in front of Mislanda. What are you doing here? Is it also for the surgery fruit? Doflamingo couldn't help but ask. At this moment, he was mentally preparing for battle. He wasn't Mislanda's opponent, but he had his absolutely loyal subordinates behind him. With them, he might still have a chance to fight. Do I need to answer your question? Who do you think you are? Boom. The next moment, Mislanda directly unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, and the terrifying aura immediately enveloped the entire area, accompanied by a massive shockwave. In an instant, everyone except Doflamingo uncontrollably stepped back a few paces. Above the sea, Admiral Tsuru also sensed this Conqueror's Haki. Realizing something was wrong, she quickly ordered full speed ahead. Damn it, you madman. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and unleashed his own Conqueror's Haki. The two auras collided, and the difference was clear. Doflamingo was instantly defeated. If it weren't for Treble and the others supporting him from behind, he would have been pushed back far away. Well, I don't want to eliminate you. Get lost quickly, or you won't be able to leave later. I think those Marines aren't here for me. Miranda looked out at the sea. That warship was so obvious. Damn, how did it arrive so quickly? After being chased for so long, Doflamingo certainly knew who had come. He glanced at Corazon, then at Miranda. Damn it. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and then spread his 5 fingers. Subsequently, thin threads as fine as hair shot out from his hands and into the air. Birdcage. The threads intersected in the sky and shot out like meteors, ultimately weaving into a massive cage. Before long, the birdcage took shape, covering most of the island. These threads were imbued with Haki, incredibly strong and sharp. Ordinary people couldn't get in or out at all. This was one of Doflamingo's signature moves, his strongest skill. Looking at the scene around her, Miranda sneered contemptuously. However, Corazon next to her did not share the same sentiment. He had personally witnessed Doflamingo use this move to slice an island into pieces. You all go die. With that, Doflamingo clenched his fingers together, and the birdcage above immediately began to shrink. The threads cut across the ground, leaving deep scratches. But Miranda was not flustered at all. Instead, she took 2 steps forward. This was indeed a good skill, but why would you want to be inside this cage? This is simply giving me the chance to take you down. Mislanda admitted that the birdcage is indeed a troublesome skill. After all, even a vine tiger had to push it, but as long as Doflamingo is defeated, the birdcage will naturally break. And now, Doflamingo is right in front of him. Thinking of this, Mislanda opened his hands towards Doflamingo's position. Dark water. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful attraction emerged with a wide range, affecting not only Doflamingo, but also his subordinates. The dark fruit has a strong restraining effect on other fruit users, unless the opponent is a master of Haki and can forcibly break free from this attraction. But clearly, Doflamingo has such ability. Under the pull of dark water, he could forcibly stabilize his body and not move towards Mislanda. However, his subordinates were different. They were all attracted and quickly came before Mislanda. Damn, what kind of ability is this? 5 color threads. Doflamingo's material cut through the air, and 5 different colored threads flew towards Mislanda like blades. However, when they came into contact with the dark energy released from Mislanda's palm, Doflamingo's threads were directly devoured, having no effect at all. Seeing this, Doflamingo launched another attack, sending countless threads from his hands, surrounding Mislanda like a spider's web. Then, these threads quickly tightened, trying to cut Mislanda into pieces. Is it useful? Facing countless fine threads, Mislanda charged out directly. The originally sharp threads couldn't even cut his skin and were instead broken. No need to waste effort. Suddenly, Mislanda flashed and appeared in front of Doflamingo. As for the rest of the Don Quixote family, they were all trapped by a black vortex and couldn't escape for a while. In the next moment, Doflamingo's head was pressed down by him, and he lay flat on the ground. The moment he came into contact with Mislanda, Doflamingo's fruit ability directly failed, and the birdcage in the sky slowly dissipated, ultimately disappearing completely. How could this happen? Feeling his fruit ability suddenly vanish, Doflamingo couldn't help but panic. He tried to struggle to stand up, but how could his strength compare to Mislanda's? With the enhancement of dragon essence, Mislanda's strength was growing every day and had now reached a terrifying level. Now, the only ones who could surpass Mislanda in strength were those old men, plus Kaido. Your ability is quite good. I'll accept it. Mislanda smiled, and then dark energy began to gradually enter Doflamingo's body. Just like back on the Red Soil continent, Mislanda was going to use the dark fruit to extract the powers of the ability user once again. The string fruit may not be particularly great, but it is at least a very decent ability. Bastard, you won't get away with this. Boom. Just as Mislanda was about to extract the powers of the string fruit, Doflamingo suddenly burst forth with a strong force, breaking free. God's kill. At this moment, Doflamingo had gone mad, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Then, the ground beneath Doflamingo's feet immediately turned white. Awakening? Doflamingo had already developed the string fruit to a very strong level, and it had long since awakened. The ground was immediately assimilated, turning directly into threads. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, several thread-like objects shot up from the ground, resembling the tips of long spears. Seeing this, Mislanda frowned. This is a bit troublesome. He hadn't expected Doflamingo to suddenly explode with power. However, he was not afraid at all. Mislanda crossed his arms over his chest. A large amount of black energy gathered in front of him, forming a huge black sphere. But then, Mislanda clasped his hands around the black sphere and began to compress it continuously. Finally, a black orb the size of a ping-pong ball appeared in his palm. Just at that moment, Doflamingo's attack arrived, with 8 tentacle-like appendages imbued with Haki piercing towards Mislanda. However, Mislanda did not dodge at all. He simply pushed the black orb in his palm outward. Immediately afterward, Mislanda rushed to Corazon's side, grabbed his collar, and flew away without looking back. He knew very well that whatever happened next with this move, the scene would definitely be terrible. This was also the first time he used this technique. Behind him, Doflamingo's attack directly struck the black orb, piercing it. But this strike was equivalent to opening Pandora's box. The compressed black energy erupted instantly, then crazily absorbed everything around it. On the sea, sensing the 2 conquerors' Haki from the island, Admiral Tesoro did not immediately land on the island. Based on his understanding, Doflamingo possessed Conqueror's Haki. So who was the other one? Look, what is that? Suddenly, a Navy officer pointed at the island, seemingly seeing something incredible. Admiral Tesoro also looked up. He saw a gigantic black sphere floating in the air above Rubeck Island, and below, things were continuously being sucked in. Rocks, soil, trees, and even buildings. Boom! Before long, the black sphere exploded, engulfing the surrounding sky in a mass of black energy. What kind of power is this? It's terrifying. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating the star-level powerhouse, Don Quixote Doflamingo, and earning 2,000 strongest points. The host currently has 3,100 points. On Rubeck Island, the orb left by Mislanda dealt a devastating blow. When the black energy completely dissipated, the entire Rubeck Island seemed to have been bitten by a giant monster. A once great mountain had simply vanished, leaving only a massive pit. Meanwhile, Mislanda did not immediately leave with Corazon, but hovered in the air not far away. After all, this was his first time using such a wide-ranging skill, and he wanted to see just how powerful it was. Not bad. Mislanda was quite satisfied with the power of this move. He had already thought of a name for this skill, Mysterious Dark Hole. Are they dead? Looking at the scene below, Corazon couldn't help but swallow hard. They didn't die. They escaped. Through his omniscient vision, Mislanda discovered Doflamingo fleeing in the distance, with several subordinates tied up beside him. At this point, Doflamingo was covered in black wounds, and his subordinates were the same. The blood oozing from the wounds was all black. Hearing that Doflamingo was not dead, Corazon breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was his own brother, and he didn't want the other to die in front of him. All right, you go rest for now. I'll take care of the rest. Mislanda opened a black hole and put Corazon inside. Then, he looked down at the warship. Below, Admiral Crane and others also noticed him. Navy Vice Admiral Crane, a superhuman type wash fruit user, strength level, starry, defeating him grants 2,000 strongest points. Vice Admiral Crane is an existence that stands alongside Sengoku and Garp. Although she is just a Vice Admiral, her status in the Navy is not lower than that of Garp and Sengoku. Moreover, she is also the Navy's think tank. The wisest person in the Navy. In terms of strength, she is also very strong, at least not weaker than Doflamingo. A character like this is quite formidable. Mislanda tidied up her somewhat messy hairstyle and then slowly descended towards the sea, eventually arriving not far from the warship. Looking at Mislanda, Admiral Crane wanted to speak, but was stopped by the other party. That's right, it's me. Admiral Crane, don't ask me why I'm here. I've already heard that question twice. It's pointless. As she spoke, Mislanda glanced at the two female Navy officers behind Admiral Crane. Rear Admiral Guion, with a non-fruit ability. Power level, Diamond Peak, about to break through. Guion, Tontada, a future candidate for Admiral. In a decade or so, both Tontada and Shibuda will be candidates for Admiral. But for now, Guion is just a Navy officer on Admiral Crane's ship, serving as her aide. As for the other female Navy officer behind Admiral Crane, she is also a diamond-level officer and quite formidable. So, do you intend to take action against us? Admiral Crane said with a very unfriendly expression. She had originally intended to capture Don Quixote Doflamingo, but unexpectedly encountered Mislanda. It seems that the destruction on the island just now was caused by him. Forget it. I just fought a battle. I don't want to fight again now, especially against women. I rarely take action against females, especially older women. I'm very worried about directly killing them. Her words were filled with disdain for Admiral Crane. Of course, Mislanda was just saying this. In reality, he held Admiral Crane in high regard. Oh, do you look down on women? Dark King Mislanda. Upon hearing Mislanda's words, before Admiral Crane could respond, Guion stepped forward, looking very unconvinced. Mislanda looked at her. So graceful and elegant. Guion looked beautiful, with large eyes, great skin, and that beauty mark at the corner of her mouth was very attractive. Plus, the famous sword at her waist. Mislanda was sure that Guion was definitely the dream lover of countless Navy personnel. What? You don't agree? Looking at Guion's face full of anger, Mislanda felt that she had a unique charm at this moment. Do you think I'm intimidated? Guion directly drew her sword, seemingly ready to attack. Seeing this, Admiral Tsuru quickly tried to stop her. Guion, don't act impulsively. But it was too late. Guion had already jumped into the air, and the famous sword in her hand immediately unleashed a slash. Admiral Tsuru became worried. Guion was in her 20s, in a time of youthful recklessness, and due to having few rivals in the Navy, she was a bit proud in her daily demeanor. Now, provoked by Mislanda like this, she was ready to strike. But her opponent was not an ordinary person. Miranda's strength is so impressive that even Garp can't help but praise her. Guion is definitely no match. As expected, when faced with Guion's slash, Miranda directly shattered it with a punch. Then, she pinched Guion's famous sword with 2 fingers like a pair of tongs. Feeling the terrifying power from her opponent, Guion was shocked and then used all her strength to try to pull out the sword. However, she simply couldn't do it. Beautiful lady, if you don't have enough strength, don't stick your neck out. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Ding! Miranda flicked her finger against her dagger, and a violent tremor caused the blade to slip from her hand, flying straight into the naval flag. Whoosh! Just as Miranda was about to say something else, a blue light suddenly shot towards her. She hurriedly turned her body, but still got hit in the arm. Soon after, her arm began to change, flattening out as if it were a piece of sleeve. Mislanda looked over and saw General Crane raising her hand towards him. The blue light just now was caused by her. The Superman type, wash fruit, can turn people into clothes, which is quite an unreasonable ability. Interesting. Mislanda remained completely calm, for he knew that powerful Haki could restrain devil fruit abilities. He let out a loud roar, and his Haki instantly expanded, causing the surrounding sea to tremble, with naval ships tilting under this pressure. By the time Admiral Tsuru looked again, Mislanda's arm had returned to normal. At that moment, Guion, having retrieved his sword, soared into the air and struck at Mislanda with a slash. Having just recovered, Mislanda's reaction was a beat slower. Whoosh! A spray of blood flew into the air, and Mislanda felt a warmth on his face, followed by a sharp pain. Guion's sword struck Mislanda on the side of his face, creating a wound of about 2 centimeters. Mislanda immediately grabbed the famous sword of Guion, and with the other hand, wiped the wound on his face. It's bleeding. He looked at Guion with a dark expression, quickly released the famous sword, and then grabbed her by the neck. Woman, you have some nerve. It's not just women who care about their appearance. Some men do too. Mislanda doesn't particularly care about whether he is handsome, but he cannot tolerate being disfigured. Although, under the influence of Long Yuan, this minor scar will disappear in no time. He can't swallow his anger. Let me go. Seeing Mislanda gripping her neck, Jiyuan immediately started to struggle. But Mislanda's strength far exceeded hers. She couldn't escape at all. As Jiyuan continued to struggle, Mislanda directly slapped her on the buttocks. He used a lot of force this time, and the effect was quite evident. Feeling a sharp pain at the back, Jiyuan immediately became obedient. You! She glared at Mislanda, but her cheeks turned red. Being spanked in such a situation. She was a woman, and, of course, she would feel shy, especially with General Crane and the others on the warship below. Be good, or I'll tear your clothes off, Mislanda threatened. As he spoke, his hand moved to the collar of Guillaume. No, stop it, let Guillaume go. Seeing the situation above, Admiral Crane immediately panicked. Guillaume was her aide, and she had always regarded Guillaume as her sister. If something happened to Guillaume, she wouldn't be able to explain it to Steel Bone Kong. Oof, you injured my face and still want me to let her go? Admiral Crane, it's still daytime. What kind of dream are you having? Then what do you want to let Guillaume go? Admiral Crane hurriedly asked. At this point, saving Guillaume was the most important thing. Hee, if you want to let her go, wait until I'm no longer angry. Farewell. As he spoke, Mislanda's body immediately erupted with a surge of black mist, quickly enveloping a vast area of the sea. In this black mist, no light could enter, and an ordinary person would be as blind as a bat. Not good. Realizing that her vision was completely obstructed, Admiral Crane panicked. Sure enough, when the black mist dissipated, there was no trace of Mislanda in the air. Sister Crane, what should we do? A female Navy officer hurriedly asked. Quickly, contact the Northern Sea Navy base and have them search the entire Northern Sea. We must find Guillaume. Yes. Then, Admiral Crane reported the situation in the Northern Sea to the Navy headquarters. Upon learning that Guillaume had been captured by Mislanda, Steel Bone Kong immediately ordered a large-scale search of the Northern Sea. Bastard, where are you putting your hands? In a certain area of the sea, Mislanda was flying with Guillaume, and in order to better carry Guillaume, some physical contact was unavoidable. Then, Mislanda's hand accidentally touched the meat bun. Guillaume was in her 20s and had a pretty good figure. If you don't let go of your hand, I'll chop off your claws. If looks could kill, Mislanda would have been killed by Guillaume 50 or 60 times already. But Mislanda did not let go. With a sword slash on his face, Mislanda's anger was still not quelled, and he wouldn't easily let Guillaume go. Therefore, not only did he not withdraw his hand, but he also retaliated by squeezing a bit. You! Guillaume's face turned red again, filled with shame and anger, looking very alluring. Mislanda glanced at her and said, if you dare to speak to me like that again, next time I won't do it through your clothes, or I won't use my hands at all. Upon hearing this, Guillaume was instantly scared into silence. She was genuinely a bit afraid. If Mislanda really did something to her, it would be the end. She was still the adopted daughter of Marshal Steelbone Kong, while the other party was a notorious pirate. If something really happened, Guillaume didn't dare to think further. Seeing that Guillaume was silent, Mislanda smiled triumphantly, and then took Guillaume to a small island. He threw a piece of clothing at Guillaume. Take off the Navy uniform and change into this. Why should I? Guillaume immediately threw the clothes back in front of Mislanda. I don't want anyone to know I'm with the Navy. Miranda was sure that the Navy was preparing for a large-scale search in the North Sea. With Corazon seriously injured, Miranda had to take him to a nearby hospital as soon as possible, which meant she couldn't let Jien appear in a Navy uniform. Come back in 5 minutes. If you haven't changed your clothes by then, I'd be happy to help. After saying that, she walked away. Watching Miranda leave, Jien kicked and punched the air in frustration. In the end, she picked up the clothes and started changing. After she changed, Jien realized that Miranda still hadn't returned. Her bright eyes darted around, and then she took off the shoulder insignia from her Navy uniform and hid it behind a large rock. On the shore, Miranda communicated with Luggio through the phone bug, instructing him to keep Jamar hidden recently and not to let the Navy find out. She would return a few days later. When she got back to Jien, she didn't immediately take her flying, but instead pinned her down on her lap. Smack! After 3 loud slaps, Jien covered her rear, her face flushed with embarrassment. That damn jerk, hitting her backside again. What? Did you think I didn't notice your little trick? Miranda said as she pulled out the shoulder insignia that Jien had hidden. Don't be clever. If there's a next time, the punishment will be 10 times worse. Do you hear me? Jien glared at Miranda without saying a word. Smack! I'll ask you again. Do you hear me? Saying this, Miranda raised her right hand again, ready to strike. Jian hurriedly pleaded, "Don't hit me, I understand." Then, Miranda paused her movements, and Jian sighed in relief, thinking she wouldn't have to endure any more hits. But then smack. "Sorry, you were too late." Miranda smiled, and then let go of Guillaume. "You bastard, I won't let you off next time," Guillaume said angrily. But Miranda didn't care. Instead, she hugged Guillaume again, and then a pair of wings appeared behind her, flying into the sky. "I'm waiting for your revenge, but right now you have no chance. If you don't believe it, you can try." That night, Miranda took people to a hotel. "Boss, open 2 rooms." The boss looked at Miranda strangely, then at the very angry Guillaume behind her. He couldn't help but ask quietly, "Sir, are you sure you want 2 rooms? Stop talking nonsense, can't you hear? I want 2 rooms." Guillaume immediately shouted. In her eyes, 2 rooms were great. At least she wouldn't have to sleep in the same room as Miranda. Miranda wouldn't know her thoughts. "Oh, girl, reality can be very cruel." After reaching the door of the room, Guillaume quickly took a key from Miranda's hand, then opened the door and ran inside. Being alone in the room, she didn't have to fear Miranda's beastly nature, and she could find a chance to escape. Perfect. But before she could close the door, Miranda directly pressed against it and looked at Guillaume with a smile. "What do you want? Let go. I'm tired and need to rest." Guillaume hurriedly pushed against Miranda's chest, but it didn't move at all. On the contrary, Miranda walked straight into the room and closed the door. Seeing Miranda forcefully entering, Guillaume couldn't help but place her hand over her chest, looking at her with vigilance. "I warn you, if you dare to touch me, you're dead," Guillaume threatened. But in Miranda's eyes, her threat seemed so weak and powerless. "Ha ha ha, you're the Navy, and I'm a pirate. Even if I don't take you hostage, if the Navy catches me, I won't have a good ending. Since that's the case." Mislanda lifted a strand of Guillaume's hair and smelled it near her nose. It smells nice. If I let you go back with our child, do you think Steelbone would let me off this time for the sake of the child?" "You're dreaming." Guillaume quickly took a few steps back. If she really became pregnant with Mislanda's child, she couldn't even imagine the consequences. "If you don't want that to happen, you'd better behave. You hurt my face, and I won't let you off without proper compensation." Mislanda stepped forward again, lifted Ji-Yuan's chin, and said fiercely. Then, he approached the bedside and released the 2 people from the black hole space. It was Corazon and Law. Seeing the sudden appearance of 2 people, Ji-Yuan was immediately shocked. "Who are these 2? Cough, cough, cough." "Captain, I." Corazon coughed a few times and then tried to sit up, but Mislanda pressed him back down on the bed. Then, he stuffed a towel into Corazon's mouth and placed his right hand about 5 centimeters above Corazon's chest. A black vortex appeared, sucking down towards Corazon. Intense pain struck, and Corazon bit down hard on the towel. A few seconds later, Mislanda retracted his hand, and at that moment, he had a few bullets in his hand. "Don't speak. Don't move around, just rest well." He threw a first aid kit to Law, who was also awake but confused about what was happening. "Stop dazing off. You studied medicine before, bandage him up." Mislanda handed another key to Ji-Yuan. "Go to another room and wait for me. Don't run around, or the consequences will be severe." As she spoke, Mislanda glanced at the places where Ji-Yuan had been hit multiple times, and her meaning was clear. Sensing Mislanda's gaze, Ji-Yuan shivered and left without looking back. Once in another room, she immediately entered the bathroom to check the places where she had been hit. Bastard, using so much force. In the room, after a flurry of activity from Luo, Corazon's wounds had been bandaged. "Mr. Corazon, how do you feel?" Luo hurriedly asked. "Don't worry, Luo, I won't die. You should quickly feel your own strength. I've already had you eat the surgery fruit. With it, your illness will be cured soon." Luo came from a family of doctors, and if it weren't for the upheaval in his hometown, he would have continued pursuing his dream of being a doctor. With a solid medical foundation and the surgery fruit, it wouldn't be long before Luo became the best doctor in the world. "Well, thank you, Mr. Corazon." Although he had no blood relation to Corazon, the other party was willing to do this for him. The gratitude was as heavy as a mountain, like being reborn. "All right, Luo." Corazon looked at Luo very seriously. "Next, I will be following this person. I am now his subordinate. As for you," he looked at Mislanda, wanting to see how she would arrange for Luo. "You don't have to worry. I won't force him. If you don't want to follow Corazon and become my subordinate, then you can leave. I won't stop you." To be honest, Luo was of no use to Mislanda now. He didn't even want the surgery fruit, let alone Luo. If he really wanted to leave, then let him go. And if he wanted to stay, Mislanda welcomed that too. Luo looked at Corazon, then at Mislanda. Finally, he bowed to Mislanda and then knelt in front of Corazon. "Mr. Corazon, thank you for taking care of me for more than a year." More than a year ago, Corazon had taken Luo around seeking medical help. Otherwise, Luo might have already died. From now on, I will walk my own path. Corazon nodded, then helped Luo up and patted his shoulder. All right, take care of yourself from now on. With your abilities, you will definitely be able to carve out your own path. Go for it. And just like that, Luo left. The moment he stepped out of the room, tears streamed down his face, but he made no sound. Seeing this, Mislanda sighed. He's a strong kid. Okay, you should rest well. We will leave tomorrow. After saying this, Mislanda didn't go out through the door, but walked to the window and opened it. Seeing this scene, Corazon was puzzled. Captain, aren't you going back to rest? Mislanda looked at the night outside and shook her head. I can't rest yet. A little rabbit is being quite naughty. Always try to escape right under my nose. I'll go catch her first before taking a break. In the next moment, Mislanda's figure vanished from the room. That's right. Jiuin took the opportunity while Mislanda was away and quietly escaped. By the time Mislanda caught up, Jiuin had already driven a small boat far away from the island. Seeing that no one was chasing her from behind, Jiuin let out a sigh of relief. It's good that no one is coming after me. Dark King, Mislanda. You could be careless too. Just wait. One day I will come back for revenge. Just thinking about being spanked, not just once, made Jiuin wish she could bite Mislanda to death. But right now, she was no match for Mislanda at all. There was nothing she could do but remember today's grudge and seek revenge another day. But just as she was trying hard to row the boat, a jet of water suddenly burst forth from beneath the boat, sending it flying into the air. The small boat was instantly cut in half. What is going on? Jiuin was shocked and hurriedly stepped lightly to avoid falling into the sea. Boom! Suddenly, the sea below began to stir again, and a water dragon shot up into the sky, opening its massive mouth to bite at Jiuin. In midair, Jiuin had no way to dodge and was directly bitten by the water dragon, then fell into the sea. Oh dear, look what I've discovered. Miranda stood on the surface of the sea, looking playfully at Gion, who had fallen into the water. A little rabbit that fell into the water. How pitiful. Bastard. Did you do this? Gion wiped her face and glared angrily at Miranda. It must have been this bastard. Sigh, if there is no evidence, I'll be punished for being wrongfully accused. Saying this, Miranda directly grabbed Gion by the collar and pulled her out of the water. Due to the seawater and Gion's thin clothing, it became completely transparent. However, Miranda didn't shy away. Instead, she stared intently at Gion's figure. In her 20s. Very nice. Gion had a great figure, with curves in all the right places and very fair skin. At that moment, Miranda noticed that Gion had a spider tattoo on her thigh. Bastard, close your eyes. Gion hurriedly covered her important areas with her hands, but it was no use. She could only let Miranda appreciate her. Little rabbit, not bad figure. Mislanda couldn't help but praise. Not long ago, Mislanda had seen Hancock's figure. However, Hancock had not yet matured at this time and was not fully developed, so she fell a bit short compared to Gion. Nevertheless, Mislanda believed that it wouldn't be long before Hancock's figure would reach perfection. Just thinking about that scene made Mislanda feel excited. You still look, quickly close your eyes. I'll poke them out. You think you have the ability to poke my eyes out? Saying this, he pinched Gion's face. Little rabbit, you have quite a lot of nerve to run away. What, do you think I don't exist? After saying this, regardless of how Gion struggled, he took her directly back. In the hotel room, Gion buried her head in the pillow, too scared to lift it. Upon returning here, the first thing Mislanda did was to press her down on his lap again, then came around to spanking, slap, 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 until Mislanda felt his hand getting a bit numb before he stopped. That's it for today. Feel free to run away again next time. At that moment, Mislanda felt his smartphone ringing. He patted the swollen part of Gion that he had hit. In half an hour, you need to finish your shower before I get back, or I'll wash with you. Got it? This time, Gion didn't sulk and remain silent. She was genuinely scared, afraid that Mislanda would hit her again. Understood. After that, Mislanda left the room to video call Hancock. Gion obediently went to take a shower. After showering, she realized she had no clothes. Her previous clothes were wet, and Mislanda hadn't given her new ones. Helpless, Gion could only wrap herself in a towel and then burrow into the blanket, lying on the far left side of the bed. Leaving such a big space. That guy shouldn't crowd me, maybe? Mislanda, I've become king. On the other side of the smartphone, Hancock said excitedly, the king of Nine Snake Island. She had envied it since childhood, and never expected she would have a day to become a king herself. Well done, my darling is the best. Now the world government was selecting the Shichibukai, and Mislanda believed that it wouldn't be long before Hancock would be discovered when she led the 9 snake pirates out to sea for the first time. Then, Hancock would receive an invitation to join the Shichibukai. There were already 3 members in the Shichibukai, the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, the moonlight Moria, and the sand crocodile Crocodile. Mihawk had already received the invitation, but had not agreed yet. Jinbe was still a subordinate of Tiger, and as long as Tiger was alive, he would always be under Tiger's command. As for whether Hancock should become a Shichibukai, Mislanda didn't care. Currently, all the resources of Nine Snake Island came from the Nine Snake Pirates. If they had the convenience of being a Shichibukai, Nine Snake Island would benefit greatly. Alright, it's already very late, get some rest early. After chatting for half an hour, Mislanda prepared to go back to the room to rest. I want a kiss. Then sleep. No problem, Muadash. After hanging up, Mislanda returned to the room and immediately saw Guillaume curled up in the blanket. Sleeping so close to the edge. Aren't you afraid of falling off at night? At this moment, Guillaume was naturally not asleep. Instead, she was peeking through a crack to observe Mislanda. Stop looking. Come out, Miranda said directly. However, Jiwon did not come out because she had no clothes at that moment, and the towel was too small. If she appeared in front of Miranda like this, there was no telling what kind of beastly reaction he might have. Seeing that Jiwon did not come out, Miranda thought for a moment and understood the problem. He took out another piece of clothing and placed it on the bed, then entered the bathroom. When he came out, Jiwon had already changed her clothes. At that moment, he was shirtless and only covered the lower part with towel. Looking at Miranda's very attractive abdominal muscles, Jiwon's face turned red, and she quickly turned her head away. Seeing this, Mislanda directly laid down in the middle of the bed. Jiwon wanted to move a little further away, but if she did, she would really fall off the bed. Do you know? Miranda suddenly spoke up, startling Guillaume. Just a little while ago on the Gambadi Islands, that old man Cap ruined my good fortune. If it weren't for Cap, Miranda would have had a great night. You Navy folks did something wrong, of course you have to pay for it, and on top of that, you injured my face, so... At this point, Miranda pulled Guillaume directly into her embrace. Then one hand began to stroke the tattoo on Guillaume's leg. What are you doing? Get your hands off me, you pervert. You lecher, you bastard. Faced with Miranda's dominance, Guillaume was no match and could only let herself be toyed with. Little bunny, be good. Sleep with me for a night, and I'll let you go. Miranda definitely wouldn't kill Guillaume. Everyone has a love for beauty, and it would be a pity to kill a beauty like Guillaume. But Miranda certainly wouldn't take her back to Germa. After all, she is a Navy officer. So, she could only let her go and think about what to do later. You are the little bunny. Your whole family are little bunnies. Let go of me. Guillaume's hands pushed desperately against Miranda's chest, trying to distance herself, but she couldn't push her away at all. Stop wasting your effort, didn't I say? Stay with me for one night, and I'll let you go. The night is still long, little bunny. Don't waste time. Huh, when a rabbit gets anxious, it really can bite. That saying is absolutely true. Mislanda wiped the corner of his mouth, which had been bitten by Chiyuan. You're quite fierce, I like it. Saying this, Mislanda kissed Chiyuan again, who had been resisting, but it was futile. The difference in strength was too great. Even though Chiyuan found a few opportunities to escape from bed, she was quickly pulled back. The next morning, when Chiyuan woke up, she found herself lying in Mislanda's arms like a little rabbit. She couldn't believe what she had done the night before. In order to prevent Mislanda from going all the way, Chiyuan had desperately pleaded for mercy, agreeing to all sorts of excessive demands. Looking at the love bites all over her body, Chiyuan felt a pang of bitterness. Although she had managed to avoid going all the way, the price she paid was too high, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow. She wanted to cry. Do you keep your word? Chiyuan wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and asked. She knew Mislanda was awake, but didn't dare to look at him. Of course I keep my word. I've already received my compensation, and you can leave now. This is your original outfit. After that, Chiyuan hugged her Navy uniform and walked into the bathroom with a bitter expression. Watching Chiyuan's back, Mislanda smiled. In fact, he just wanted to have some fun. He certainly desired Chiyuan, but it wasn't the right time yet. He didn't have the capital to challenge the Navy, at least not now. So he decided to show her some mercy. There would be opportunities in the future. In the bathroom, Chiyuan scrubbed her skin until it was red and brushed her teeth for over 20 minutes before finally dressing and coming out. She glanced at Mislanda and then prepared to leave. Wait, Miranda suddenly spoke up, and Guillaume's body jolted. What? Have you changed your mind? Do you want me to stay with you for another night? Guillaume looked at Miranda with disdain. Of course not. I'm just reminding you not to forget your belongings. As she said this, a knife suddenly appeared in Miranda's hand. It was Guillaume's own sword, the Jin Kuan Luo, one of the 21 great blades. Oof. Guillaume snorted coldly and snatched her sword back. Little rabbit, don't forget what you promised me last night. Wait for me to find you. With that, Guillaume left. With the help of a nearby navy, Guillaume quickly returned to Admiral Crane's warship. The moment she saw Guion, Admiral Crane hurriedly checked on her condition. "I am sorry, done. It's all my negligence. You've been wronged. Sister Crane, don't worry, I'm fine. Let's go back to the Navy headquarters. I'm a bit tired." After that, Guion locked herself in her room. Seeing this, Admiral Crane felt uneasy. For a period of time afterward, she kept an eye on Guion's condition every day, hoping to see if Guion showed any signs of vomiting. After a month of observation, there were none. Admiral Crane breathed a sigh of relief. But Steelbone Kong couldn't hold back his temper. He declared he would capture Rayleigh and Mislanda worldwide, intending to kill them to avenge Guion. However, after a lengthy manhunt, there was no progress, and not even a trace of the two could be found. Soon, a year had passed just like that. One afternoon, in the seas of Germa 66, a tremendous aura soared into the sky. The originally clear sky darkened at that moment. The four siblings in the distance, along with Alice, found it hard to breathe and stared in shock at the figure in the sky. "Who?" In the air, Mislanda exhaled and then stretched his joints. "Ah, refreshing." He couldn't help but let out a howl, causing the surrounding sea to churn. After exhaling, Mislanda stopped releasing his conqueror's Haki. The surrounding environment finally returned to normal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the king level. That's right, after a year of training, Mislanda had finally advanced in strength. King level. This was the highest level ever seen in the world. From this moment on, Mislanda could walk with confidence. He then summoned his information interface. Name, Mislanda. Gender, male. Age, 19. Strength level, king ability, dark fruit, dragon origin items, all-seeing observer, water dragon manifestation, black marlin, miles fly, Mastama, lightning speed, Susanoo, 100-armed giant, little by task, none. Looking at his information, Mislanda was quite satisfied. He then landed on the ground and approached everyone. "Captain." Alice immediately dashed over and tightly hugged Miranda's leg. After a year of proper guidance from Reiju, Alice's understanding had changed a lot. At least now, she wouldn't be deceived by a simple "I need you." Quite a big improvement. "Congratulations, my lord. Your strength has progressed," Reiju said with a smile. After a year of getting along, Reiju found the situation was much better than she had imagined. Germa 66 had not been treated harshly. Everything was just as usual. Judge had spent the year mostly in the laboratory, rarely coming out, which made the originally cold place a bit more relaxed. This was wonderful for Reiju, who had emotions. You're also doing well. Your strength is improving rapidly." Through the system scan, Mislanda had obtained Reiju's information. A year had passed, and her strength had also reached the platinum level, which was quite strong in the North Sea. It had to be said that Judge's genetic modification was quite powerful. All of his children were like superhumans. This was thanks to Mr. Susanu's help. Without his training partner, they wouldn't have progressed so fast. Judge was focused on research, and Mislanda aimed to enhance his own strength. So the task of training these people could only be entrusted to Susanoo. And for Susanoo, doing these things was a piece of cake. Soon, Judge and Corazon arrived here. After bringing Corazon back, Mislanda made him his assistant, and during Miranda's training, he had always acted as his identity. "Corazon, has anything happened recently?" Upon seeing Corazon, Mislanda immediately asked. He hadn't paid attention to external matters for many days, and now he needed to know some news. Hearing this, Corazon solemnly nodded, his expression not looking good. Noticing the change in Corazon's expression, Mislanda realized something might have happened. "Captain, Fisher Tiger is dead." Boom! This news detonated in Miranda's mind like a bomb. "What did you say?" "Say it again." Mislanda couldn't believe her ears. "Tiger is dead?" "That's right. Tiger is indeed dead. The Sun Pirates have now changed their name to the Fishman Pirates, and the captain is Tiger's trusted subordinate, Jinbei. Moreover, this Jinbei has received an invitation from the Seven Warlords of the Sea, but has not yet responded." Mislanda frowned and then found a chair to sit down. After that, Corazon recounted what had happened. It turned out that Tiger had fallen into a naval ambush, suffered serious injuries, and then died. This news was too sudden for him. Alas, he didn't expect that Tiger still couldn't escape the arrangement of fate. Mislanda believed he could change Tiger's fate, but reality gave him a resounding slap in the face. After being sad for a while, Mislanda composed himself. "Captain, according to your plan, we are about to set sail." Corazon said to him from behind. Forming his own pirate crew was something Mislanda had always wanted and had to do. Shanks, Buggy, and Mislanda among the 3 kids from the Roger Pirates. Shanks and Buggy already had their own pirate crews, although the gap between them was a bit large. Mislanda certainly won't be idle. "All right, go get ready. We'll set sail in a month." Mislanda has been waiting for this moment for a long time. He has been training all this time just to be able to stand on his own and withstand the pressure from a navy. Now, he has that capital. A month? Upon hearing that they still have to wait a month, Corazon found it strange. According to Miranda's personality, he wouldn't wait that long. There can only be one possibility. Captain, do you have something else to handle? Mislanda definitely has something to do. Otherwise, he would wait at most 3 days. In response to Cola's question, Mislanda did not hide anything. Well, I'm going to meet a few people, and then I'm going to a place that will probably take about a month. You always have to enjoy a bit before doing something big. Miranda stood up. Prepare everything before I return, and the moment I come back, set sail. Seeing that Miranda was about to leave, Corazon continued to ask, how many people do we need to bring? What is the name of the pirate crew? Since we're going out to sea, we must have a name. Mislanda thought for a moment and finally made a decision. It will be me, you Suzunoko, Xiaobi, Alice, and Leigio, just the 6 of us. It's not about the number of people, but the quality. At this stage, 6 people are enough. As for Gaji, Mislanda plans to let him continue staying in the North Sea until he has built up his power before bringing him over. Moreover, it's time for Mislanda, as previous plans, to come to fruition. The 9 Snake Pirates, this is something he can definitely strive for. After all, the king of 9 Snake Island is one of his own. Besides, he also has Tesoro, the money bag. According to current information, Tesoro has gained some fame in the New World thanks to the Gene fruit, and he currently has about 50 billion in cash. All of this belongs to Mislanda. The name of the pirate crew will be the Dark Knight Pirates. With Mislanda's order, Corazon immediately went down to prepare. He waved his hand, and the entire sky darkened, as if shrouded in night. Mislanda also left the place. His target, the calm belt, 9 Snake Island. Since they parted over a year ago, Rayleigh and Shachi have temporarily been living on 9 Snake Island. One reason is that Hancock has just become the king of 9 Snake Island and the captain of the 9 Snake Pirates. And there are many things she still doesn't understand. The other reason is that, due to Mislanda, Rayleigh is currently being hunted everywhere. Anyway, since leaving 9 Snake Island means finding a place to settle down, it's better to stay on 9 Snake Island for now and wait for the storm to pass. And this stay has lasted over a year. Everything has gone as Mislanda anticipated. After going out to sea a few times with the 9 Snake Pirates, Hancock caught the attention of the world government. Hancock's strength can no longer be underestimated, and that terrifying petrification ability is something most people can't withstand. At this point, Hancock's bounty has reached several tens of millions. While that ISNT particularly high in the Grand Line, she is only 18 years old. Because of this, the world government is considering whether to issue an invitation for the Shichibukai. Not long ago, Mihawk has already agreed to become a Shichibukai, but there are still a few spots left. In the palace of 9 Snake Island, Hancock was lying on Shachi's lap, boredly looking at the smartphone in her hand. Seeing this scene, Shachi tidied Hancock's hair and couldn't help but sigh. Hancock, if you missed that guy, just video call him. Don't keep doing this. You are the king of 9 Snake Island. You have many things to deal with every day. Hearing Shachi's words, Hancock reluctantly pouted. Ansia, Mislanda hasn't contacted me for 10 days. Does he not like me anymore? Am I going to be abandoned? Upon hearing this, Shachi couldn't help but cover her forehead. Headache. Hancock, don't think too much. Mislanda might be very busy recently, and doesn't he have time? All right, get up quickly. After handling these matters, you still need to go to the hall. The supplies on 9 Snake Island are running low. In a few days, you'll have to take the 9 Snake Pirates out again. Under Shachi's urging, Hancock sat up and began to handle her affairs. By the time she arrived at the hall, the warriors of the 9 Snake Pirates were already waiting. After discussing for half an hour, they decided to set sail in 3 days. With the experience from the previous outings, Hancock was already quite familiar. That night, Hancock lay on her big bed in her palace, wanting to video call Mislanda again. But no matter how she called, no one answered. Woo-woo. Does Mislanda really not like me anymore? Hancock placed her hand on her chest, feeling her heart racing and her body temperature rising. Next to her, a spotted snake suddenly raised its head. But before it could make a sound, it was caught by someone. Then, a hand suddenly touched Hancock's forehead. Silly woman. How could I not like you? Baby, I came to see you. Miranda gently pinched Hancock's nose and said softly, hearing words she hadn't heard in a long time. Hancock quickly opened her eyes and saw the man she had been longing for. Miranda. She immediately leaped from the bed and into Miranda's embrace. You finally came to see me. I've missed you so much. Hancock nestled into Miranda's arms, trying to make up for the time they had been apart. Seeing this, Miranda patted her back. I was busy training for a while and didn't have time to see my darling. I'm here today as a compensation for you. How about it? Are you happy? Happy. Hancock tightly wrapped her arms around Miranda's neck, pressing closely against his chest. Hearing Miranda's strong heartbeat, Hancock felt very comforted. She hadn't felt this embrace in a long time. All right, let go now. No, let me hold on a little longer. Hancock began to act coy, not wanting to part. Seeing this, Miranda said nothing. He glanced at Hancock's pet snake, Salome. On Nine Snake Island, almost everyone had a pet snake. These snakes were very useful, serving as both bows and protection against mosquitoes. They were incredibly convenient. As the queen, Hancock's pet snake was naturally the best. Compared to other snakes, Hancock's was larger and more fierce. But under Miranda's gaze, it immediately lowered its head and slithered out of the room, even shutting the door behind it. With the troublesome pet snake gone, Miranda let loose. He directly threw Hancock onto the bed and then tilted her delicate chin up, kissing her directly. Hancock was very cooperative, and the two quickly entwined together. After a long kiss, Miranda was very excited. A submissive woman is so much better. Compared to the past, in Guion, Hancock's obedience was simply irresistible to Miranda. Moreover, Hancock's attire at that moment was very alluring. Her long legs were exposed, making it hard to look away, and her upper body had large areas of bare skin not covered by clothing. After more than a year of development, Hancock's figure was simply stunning. A slim waist, full breasts, this was the epitome of a devilish figure. Coupled with her breathtaking beauty, Miranda couldn't hold back any longer. With a bit of force, Hancock's clothes were torn away and tossed aside. Miranda also removed his own clothes. Darling, it's getting late. Let's rest early. Soon, the two pressed against each other. Not long after, Hancock shed a tear, and a voice from the system appeared in Miranda's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the item, Phoenix Blood. Every time Mislanda acquires a woman, the system will provide a piece of Phoenix Blood. Compared to Mislanda's Dragon Essence, Phoenix Blood is slightly weaker, but it is still a rare and excellent treasure. Can't you see the value? We'll talk about it later. Mislanda scolded the system and then continued with the most important thing at hand. Outside the palace, Xiaoqi was preparing to enter. Hancock seemed a bit off today. She was about to set sail in a few days, and she needed to remind Hancock of a few things to prevent any issues later. Aunt Xia, good evening. Sandasonia and Marigold hurried out to greet her. Although Xiaoqi was no longer the king, she was still highly respected on Amazon Lily. All right, take me to see Hancock. I have something to discuss with her. Yes, please follow me. The three then headed toward Hancock's chamber. As they approached the chamber, Xiaoqi's sharp ears caught some strange sounds. The cigarette in her mouth fell directly to the ground. Being someone with experience, she certainly understood what that sound was. Xiaoqi froze for a few seconds, then took out Mislanda's life card. Sure enough, the card pointed to Hancock's chamber. Is sister feeling unwell? What's going on? Sandasonia and Marigold also heard the sounds. They wanted to knock on the door, but Xiaoqi pulled one of them away, preparing to leave. Aunt Xia, what are you doing? Sister seems unwell. No, your sister is actually quite comfortable right now. Xiaoqi didn't explain much and directly took the two away. Outside the palace, Rayleigh was drinking from his bottle. After all, this was the kingdom of Amazon Lily, and it wasn't appropriate for a man to go inside. So he waited outside for Xiaoqi. You're back so soon. Did you finish your business? Rayleigh was puzzled by Xiaoqi's quick return. But Xiaoqi shot him a glance and lit a cigarette for herself. No need to finish. Hancock is busy right now. On the bed, Mislanda looked at the mark on Hancock's back and couldn't help but frown, even pausing her movements for a moment. Noticing that Mislanda suddenly stopped, Hancock turned her head to look. Then, she found Mislanda frowning at her back. Hancock certainly knew better than anyone what was on her back. She immediately laid down on the pillow and started to cry. Hearing Hancock's crying, Mislanda came back to her senses. Why are you crying? Does it hurt a lot? Mislanda possessed her and asked. Then, Hancock raised her head with tears in her eyes. Mislanda, do you despise me? Do you despise me for having been a slave? How could that be? Don't think wildly. Miranda understood that the mark she had been staring at on Hancock's back reminded her of some tragic past. That period was a shadow in her mind that she couldn't shake off, and Hancock didn't want Miranda to focus on it either. Then please don't stare at the mark on my back, Hancock said as she turned her body to prevent Miranda from looking at her back. Be good. Don't overthink it. I was just looking at the mark on your back, mainly thinking about how to help you get rid of it. I will help you remove this mark. Removing a mark was easy for Miranda. She was just considering which method would be the quickest. Really? Hancock looked at Miranda with anticipation. She certainly wanted to get rid of this detestable mark. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Miranda kissed Hancock's forehead. Let's continue. Then, the two continued what they had just left unfinished. On the other side, after returning to his residence, Rayleigh questioned what had happened, but Haki directly extinguished her cigarette. Want to know? Come on, I'll tell you. Miranda, it's almost dawn, Hancock said weakly as he looked at the sky that was about to brighten. Upon hearing this, Miranda didn't continue after finishing this battle. All right, then let's sleep. He held Hancock in his arms, and the latter nodded slightly before falling asleep. After Hancock fell asleep, Miranda opened his palm, and a drop of blood appeared in his hand. Phoenix blood, a treasure similar to dragon essence. It can also grant immortality and invincibility. System. Can Phoenix blood make things like marks disappear? Mislanda asked. Of course, it's just a mark for a treasure like Phoenix blood. No big deal. That's great. Then, Mislanda applied the Phoenix blood to her finger and put it in Hancock's mouth. Dragon essence and Phoenix blood cannot coexist in the same body. Even if they could, Mislanda wouldn't covet this drop. After swallowing the Phoenix blood, Hancock let out a sound of acknowledgement, and her discomfort eased. Soon, Hancock's body temperature began to rise, and her skin gradually turned red. Miranda looked at her back, and sure enough, the place where the mark was located was also changing. It seemed that the Phoenix blood was taking effect. As Hancock's breathing gradually became rapid, her body temperature also gradually returned to normal. When her body temperature was completely normal, the mark disappeared as well. The effect was quite good. Mislanda hugged Hancock and decided to rest for a while. Sleep was definitely not enough, so a short nap would do. After resting for some time and looking at the bright sky outside, Mislanda quickly got dressed and went out. Outside the door, Hancock's pet snake, Salome, was standing guard. It had stood there all night. Well, not bad, a responsible pet. He patted Salome's head, and the pet snake immediately froze, fearing it might be struck down in one blow. Stay here and watch carefully, or I'll make soup out of you. After saying that, Mislanda left and flew towards the place where Rayleigh and Haki lived. Since Haki was the former king, she certainly couldn't live in the palace. So she settled down near the forest. Not far from them, Granny Za was also settling in. When Mislanda arrived, Rayleigh was having a meal. However, his condition wasn't very good. Miranda could clearly feel that Riley's legs seemed to be trembling a bit, and there were red marks on his neck. Last night, Haki went to the palace, and Miranda knew about it. But at that time, he was busy with Hancock and didn't come out at all. Hey, old man, did you sleep well last night? Mislanda held back her laughter and said to Rayleigh. Hearing that familiar voice, Rayleigh turned around and saw Mislanda's expression, trying hard not to laugh. When did you arrive? Last night, and Xia knows about it. Why? Didn't she tell you? Miranda sat opposite Rayleigh and looked around. It's well kept. Quite improvement. The house is small, but it's tidy and looks nice. Just then, Haki came out from inside, holding a pot of porridge. Oh, why are you here so early? Is our Hancock not charming enough? You actually managed to get out of bed. With a big beauty like her around, most people would have forgotten to eat and sleep for 3 days and nights. Yet Miranda could still get up this early. Haki couldn't help but be curious. But what she didn't know was that Miranda hadn't slept at all. Of course, I didn't want to get up, but I have to care about Hancock's health after all. She's not my opponent. Mislanda served herself a bowl of porridge and drank it in one gulp. By the way, what did you do not long ago? Steelbone Kong seems to have gone mad, searching for the whereabouts of me and my son all over the world. A year ago, Rayleigh was already preparing to leave Snake Island. But at that time, Steelbone Kong had just issued a bounty on Rayleigh and Mislanda. He even took money out of his own pocket to reward the two. Reluctantly, Rayleigh had to stay here until now. It's nothing much, I just captured his daughter. Miranda said nonchalantly, is that all? Steelbone Kong being captured by pirates is quite normal, right? Yeah, I just let his daughter sleep with me for a night. Nothing else happened. Upon hearing Miranda's words, Rayleigh spat out the porridge he had just taken a sip of. He looked at Miranda in disbelief. What did you say? You slept with Steelbone Kong's daughter? Yeah, she hurt my face, so I let her stay with me for a night. That's normal. Rayleigh, I have Steelbone Kong didn't eat you alive after what you did. You must be really lucky. All right, it was just some kisses and hugs. I didn't really do anything. At your age, you can't even handle this little psychological burden. You're still the Pirate King, Rayleigh. What a shame. After dinner, Miranda gathered everyone from the 9 snake pirates in front of the palace. Under the intimidation of Haki, Granny, and his own powerful strength, Miranda quickly earned everyone's respect. Today, I'm only announcing one thing. All voyages of the 9 snake pirates in the past 6 months are canceled. The supplies you need, I have provided. As he spoke, Miranda raised his right hand, and a huge black vortex appeared in the open space. Then, bags and packages were sent out. These were all things Miranda had bought on his way to 9 Snake Island. The population on 9 Snake Island is not large. And these items are enough to fill 3 or 4 9-snake ships, which can fully support the island's needs for half a year. Not having to go out to sea for half a year, this kid must have something planned. Upon hearing Miranda's plan, Xiaoqi immediately guessed what was going on. Just then, Hancock came over dressed. "Your Majesty, Snake Princess." The people of Nine Snake Island eagerly shouted. Hancock's beauty is appealing to both men and women. Even the women on this daughter island can't resist it. "Are you still feeling unwell?" Xiaoqi asked softly. Hancock immediately blushed and secretly glanced at Miranda. Much better. Seeing this, Miranda shrugged it off as normal. The phoenix blood had already been administered to Hancock, so if she felt anything wrong with her body, that would be strange. He then extended his hand, and Hancock immediately placed her hand in Miranda's palm. "Aunt Xia, I have a favor to ask." "I knew it. You must have some scheme." Not letting Hancock go out definitely means there is something to do. "It's nothing much, just taking my woman on a honeymoon. After all, I really care for my woman. Unlike some people." Rayleigh, who was drinking on the side. "So, you want me to be king for a little longer?" Xiaoqi understood. This kid wants to take Hancock out for fun and have her help with the things she needs to do. "That's right. Aunt Xia is Aunt Xia." She immediately guessed my thoughts. Hancock also looked at Xiaoqi with anticipation. She hoped Xiaoqi could agree so she could accompany Miranda. In the end, seeing Hancock's gaze, Xiaoqi sighed. "Go on, you two despicable guys. You really don't consider the elderly." Upon hearing Xiaoqi's agreement, Hancock immediately hugged her. "Aunt Xia, thank you so much. All right, if you want to leave, hurry up. If I change my mind, you won't be able to go." And so, Miranda left Nine Snake Island with Hancock. Along the way, he told Hancock that the mark was gone. Upon hearing this, Hancock insisted on finding a mirror to see for herself. So, on a deserted island full of beaches, Hancock took off her upper clothes and carefully looked into the mirror. Sure enough, the mark she had always been afraid to see and touch was gone. Mislanda, Before she could express her gratitude, her lips were sealed immediately. Just imagine, with no one around, a beautiful woman standing in front of you without clothes. Who could resist? And it's still daytime. Oh, really? Mislanda immediately activated her fruit ability, enveloping the entire island in darkness. It was no longer daytime. With the experience from last night, Hancock clearly showed improvement. East Sea. Here I come again. 5 days later, Mislanda stood at the top of the upside-down mountain, looking at the water flow leading to the East Sea. The last time he came here was also when Roger was publicly executed. In the 3 years since then, Mislanda had traveled through the other 3 seas, but had never come here. Now, he finally had the chance to come here. "Mislanda, what are we doing here?" The East Sea is the weakest among the 4 seas. And Hancock had heard this long ago. She didn't understand why Mislanda wanted to come here. "To meet a good friend of mine, whom I haven't seen in many years. If we don't come this time, we might not meet again for another decade. Let's go." Miranda doesn't have many friends, but Donghai actually has one. And this person is having a great time right now. In Donghai, on Barbaro Island, a small pirate crew is digging for treasure. The circus pirate crew, led by Captain Buggy, has a bounty of 5 million berries. A small pirate with a bounty of 5 million isn't much to look at, but Buggy's background is top-notch. He was a member of the Roger Pirates, is close friends with Shanks, and has fought against the Whitebeard Pirates, the flying pirate crew Gold Lion, and the Navy led by Garp. With such a background, it's easy for people to think of those pirates with bounties over 1 billion. But the reality is completely different. Buggy is quite a typical exception. "Come on, guys, keep digging, the treasure is right below." At this moment, Buggy, holding a treasure map he picked up from somewhere, said enthusiastically. By the time Miranda found him, there was already a pit several meters deep on the ground. "Captain Buggy, this treasure map must be fake. We've dug so deep, and there's no treasure." "Impossible," Buggy said confidently. "This treasure map is definitely real. There must be treasure down there. Keep going." Boom! Before Buggy could finish his sentence, a loud noise suddenly erupted. Then the small island began to shake, as if an earthquake had occurred. "What is happening? Is it an earthquake? Run." Buggy immediately used the powers of the chop-chop fruit, and his whole body flew into the air. But his feet were still on the ground. "All right, why run? I was just saying hello." Miranda suddenly grabbed Buggy by the collar and pulled him back. Who pulled me? "Be careful, I'm a big shot here." "Miranda." Before Buggy could finish a sentence, he saw an old acquaintance. He often reads newspapers, so he naturally saw Miranda's exploits in them. Moreover, compared to when they were kids, Miranda's appearance hadn't changed much, and Buggy immediately recognized her. "Ha, Buggy, time flies, huh? Long time no see." "Miranda, is that really you?" Back when they were in the Roger Pirates, Shanks, Buggy, and Miranda had a great relationship. Until one day, Shanks caused Buggy to eat a devil fruit. Regardless, Buggy and Miranda's relationship remained strong, and so did Shanks' relationship with Miranda. All right, come with me. Let's go have a nice meal. Under Miranda's guidance, the two arrived at an island. What? You're asking where Hancock is? She's sleeping in a hotel room, too tired. Miranda, what are you doing in the East Blue? How's Rayleigh? Blah, blah, blah. Buggy's mouth was like a machine gun, asking all sorts of questions. Stop, hold on. You've asked me so many questions. Why not ask about Shanks? Buggy had asked many questions, but he didn't mention Shanks. It was better not to bring up Shanks. As soon as he did, Buggy stood up from his chair. Why bring up that bastard? I can't wait to beat him up. Seeing this, Miranda couldn't help but laugh. Buggy, Shanks is not someone you can just beat up now. Even Whitebeard doesn't want to easily provoke Shanks. At that moment, Shanks was fighting for dominance in the New World. Although it would be a few more years before he became one of the four emperors, the red-haired pirates were already a formidable presence in the New World. That was undeniable. So what? Shanks treated me so badly. Can I beat him up? There's a saying, everyone has to give Shanks face, except for Buggy. No matter how powerful Shanks became, in Buggy's eyes, he would still be scolded without fear. Do as you please. By the way, I'm going to Lowtown. Do you want to come? Lowtown? Buggy thought for a moment. Are you going to see the captain? That's right. I'm about to form my own pirate crew. But before that, I need to pay a toast to Captain Roger. I believe you went to see Shanks when you were forming your crew too. Buggy nodded. Indeed. Shanks had gone, and Buggy had gone too. I'm not going to follow you. I finally found a treasure map, and I want to go back to dig for treasure. Goodbye, Miranda. Hey, you don't need to dig anymore. There's no treasure on that island. I just checked. After parting ways with Buggy, Miranda arrived at Lowtown. After all these years, the execution platform was still there and had become a famous landmark in Lowtown. After all, this was the place where the Pirate King was executed. The Navy would certainly preserve it well. This was their Navy's moment of glory. Miranda found a shop, bought a bouquet of flowers and a bottle of wine, and then went to the square. Behind the square, not far from the execution platform, was the Navy building in Lowtown. Seeing someone approaching the execution platform with flowers and wine, several Navy soldiers immediately came forward with unfriendly expressions. Hey, what do you want to do? Faced with the obstruction of these Navy soldiers, Miranda did not speak. He quickly moved forward and was soon above the execution platform. Seeing the scene, the Navy soldiers immediately raised their guns. Although they didn't know who the other party was, climbing onto the execution platform was unacceptable. Who are you? Get away. This is the Navy's place. Don't cause trouble. Faced with the threats from these Navy soldiers, Miranda finally spoke. You guys are too noisy. Get lost. As soon as he finished speaking, all the Navy soldiers were sent flying by an invisible force. Not only them, but the Navy inside the Navy building also felt a tremor, as if something terrifying was outside. The Navy soldiers inside the building rushed out, led by a Navy colonel, who was also the highest-ranking Navy officer in Lowtown. That's right, at this moment, the highest officer in Lowtown was not Smoker, because he was currently at Navy headquarters, receiving Zephyr's education. Even if he were here, it wouldn't matter. Miranda was more than happy about it. After all, a Logia-type devil fruit was a good thing, and Miranda had to consider his subordinates. How is it possible? He is. Upon seeing the person on the execution platform, the Navy colonel immediately felt a chill run down his back. As a Navy colonel, others might not recognize him, but he certainly knew who this person was. Get away from here. I'm just here to see my captain today. I don't want to kill anyone, but if someone really wants to seek death, I wouldn't mind helping them. As soon as these words were spoken, a force even stronger than before erupted from Miranda's body, and the Navy building collapsed under the terrifying pressure. Seeing this scene, the Navy colonel swallowed hard and immediately led his men away from there, although he was unwilling. In the face of such a terrifying gap, it was best not to seek death. After they left, Miranda placed the flowers in the center of the execution platform and then opened the bottle of wine. He poured more than half of the bottle onto the execution platform while saying, "Captain, I'm here to see you. Soon, I will also form my own pirate crew. Bless me." After saying this, Miranda gestured and then finished the remaining wine in one gulp. "By the way, I will take care of your son. At least I won't let him die so early. The Summit War, whether it happens or not, Miranda will not let Ace die so early. Goodbye." Without saying anything more, Miranda directly left Lowtown. After he left for quite a while, that group of Navy soldiers dared to approach. They immediately reported this incident to Navy headquarters. Upon hearing this news, the soon-to-retire Steelbone Kong directly overturned his desk. "You bastard, don't let me catch you, or I'll chop off your head." Just thinking about what happened a year ago in Guion made Steelbone Kong furious. At the same time, he looked at Guion, who was sitting on the sofa beside him. At this moment, Guillaume's expression was not good. Ever since returning a year ago, no matter how much he asked, Guillaume just wouldn't say what had happened. She had been crying all the time, looking like she had gone through a great injustice. Can this be tolerated? He couldn't bear to see his precious daughter being bullied by Miranda like this. If Miranda were a Navy officer or a civilian, Steelbone Kong would definitely appreciate him. But as a pirate, how dare he touch his precious daughter? Just thinking about this made Steelbone Kong wish he could swallow Miranda alive. Go, find Vice Admiral Garp, and have him go to the East Blue. The remnants of the Roger pirates should be handled by Garp. Soon, Garp was called over. Upon hearing that Mislanda was toasting Roger at the execution platform in Logtown, Garp shook his head. We don't need to look for him anymore. This kid toasting Roger is a sign in itself. A sign that he is about to enter the Grand Line. Hearing this, Steelbone Kong nodded. Garp, keep an eye on him, and if that kid dares to enter the Grand Line, arrest him immediately. Yes. Just as Garp was about to leave, Guillaume suddenly stood up. Wait, I want to go too. Guillaume, don't make a fuss. Steelbone Kong couldn't allow Guillaume to go. No, I want to go. I want to defeat him with my own hands. In the end, Steelbone Kong couldn't stop Guillaume and let her go with Garp. The entrance to the Grand Line. Reverse Mountain. After leaving Log Town, Mislanda brought Hancock here. Upon seeing Mislanda again, Kurokas and Labu were very happy. I didn't expect you to become close with the king of Amazon Lily. Kurokas couldn't help but marvel. Most people on the Roger Pirates knew about the relationship between Rayleigh and Haki. Because of this, many believed Rayleigh was unaware of his own fortune, having a woman willing to give up everything for him. Others would be overjoyed, yet he seemed somewhat reluctant, which seemed bizarre. What surprised everyone was that Mislanda had a similar experience. The only difference was that Mislanda was very straightforward and directly took the person down. All right, enough of that. Uncle Kurokas, I came to see you in Labu. It won't be long before I bring my own pirate crew into the Grand Line. I won't pass through here then. I just came to see you. For Mislanda, the first half of the Grand Line wasn't particularly interesting. So this time, I took Hancock out just to take a look around. At that time, he would directly enter the Grand Line through the Calm Belt, heading straight to Sabaody Archipelago. Do as you wish. You have your own path to walk. What can an old man like me say? Just be careful. Miranda nodded. Don't worry, I will. Shanks has already made a name for himself in the New World, and I won't fall behind him. After chatting for a while, Miranda took Hancock and left. Hancock, seize this opportunity. Let's have some fun. And so, the two began a shameless life that lasted over 20 days. Each time, they reached an island. They would stay for 3 days, but the actual time spent having fun was less than half a day. Those who understand, understand. Of course, besides eating, drinking, and reveling, Miranda also had significant gains along the way. He obtained a devil fruit, the paramecia type, the munch fruit, which belonged to the king of Drum Island, Wapple. While watching the snow scenery on Drum Island, this ignorant fool who dared to covet Hancock's beauty was directly crushed into a pile of meat paste by Miranda, and his devil fruit ability was naturally extracted. As for who would get this fruit, Miranda had a plan. Little B, that's right, the legendary weapon, the 100-armed giant, Little B. Little B loves to eat, and with the ability of the munch fruit, Miranda is looking forward to what kind of performance Little B will have. After killing Wapple, Miranda added another crime to his record with the world government, the murder of a king of a world government allied country. Although Drum Island wasn't very wealthy, it was indeed a legitimate member of the world government. Because of this, Miranda's bounty increased to an astonishing 800 million berries. But this was just the bounty publicly announced by the Navy. Miranda was also privately offered a bounty of 500 million by Steelbone Kong. This means that if anyone can capture Miranda and hand him over to the Navy, apart from the world government and the Navy paying 800 million berries, Steelbone Kong would also have to take out another 500 million from his own pocket, totaling 3 billion. Looking at his new bounty notice, Miranda scoffed. Only 800 million. Who do they look down on? With Tesoro as his subordinate, Miranda's net worth had already exceeded 60 billion. Moreover, there weren't many people who could capture Miranda now, or rather, there were almost none. Darling, what are you looking at? Hancock quietly approached and directly hugged Miranda's neck from behind. Nothing, just my new bounty notice. After saying that, Miranda turned around and embraced the delicate figure behind him. Just one glance, and he felt himself losing control. Hancock had just taken a shower, and her body was still slightly wet, with droplets of water in her hair, giving her a unique charm. No matter how many times he looked, Hancock's beauty always captivated Miranda, making him reluctant to leave. Feeling Miranda's fiery gaze, Hancock's face flushed. Having experienced much, she certainly understood what he was thinking at that moment. In the next moment, she consciously removed the only towel she had on. I can wash again later. Just wash twice, it's nothing. Upon hearing this, Miranda could no longer hold back. He picked up Hancock. What are we waiting for? Let's go wash now, together. Hancock gently nodded and was then carried into the bathroom. After wandering for more than half a month, Miranda and Hancock finally arrived at their final destination. Looking at the oddly shaped island, Hancock was somewhat puzzled. This island isn't very big, and it doesn't seem to have any places worth visiting. Why are we here? Our goal isn't the island below, but the one above. Above? Upon hearing this, Hancock couldn't help but look up. Haha, no need to look. At such a low place, you won't be able to see by looking up. That's right, at this moment. Miranda had brought Hancock to Sky Island, but this was not their destination. The Sky Island thousands of meters above was... Come on, I'll take you to see the world above the clouds. After saying that, he took Hancock, and a legendary weapon, the 1,000-mile flying Mastema, immediately appeared behind him. In the next moment, the two flew straight into the sky. With Mastema speed, it only took a short while to reach the altitude of thousands of meters. Looking at the clouds above, Miranda didn't slow down and directly passed through. This is the kitty cloud beneath the Sky Island, equivalent to the foundation of a house. Without it, the Sky Island could not exist in the high altitude. After experiencing a brief darkness, light immediately appeared above, accompanied by the sound of water splashing. The two found themselves in a world of pure white. Here, there was no color other than white. Sky Island, long time no see. Mislanda once came here with the Roger pirates. Here, Roger and the others found the legendary land of gold and saw the enormous golden bell. Roger even carved a line of words beneath the golden bell, inscribed in ancient script. Mislanda witnessed all of this firsthand. However, his purpose for this trip was not for gold, nor for the golden bell. Taking Hancock on a tour was part of it. But the main reason was the thunder fruit. The thunder fruit is undoubtedly one of the top existences among the Logia-type devil fruits. However, the current owner of this fruit is not very impressive. To prevent this fruit from being overlooked, Mislanda had to come up with another plan. This is all for the sake of the thunder fruit, without any personal interest involved. Let's go. I'll take you to see Skypiea first. Mislanda was not in a hurry, as there was no one on Sky Island who could compete with him for the thunder fruit. Besides Mislanda and Hancock, the owner of the thunder fruit, Enel, was the absolute ruler of Sky Island. Even if someone dared to steal it, he could just kill the opponent and take the fruit back. No big deal. Moreover, with the help of the thunder fruit, Enel's observation Haki, also known as the Mind Network, had already covered the entire Sky Island. Mislanda didn't even need to look for him. Enel would come to him on his own. Then, the two arrived at the entrance of Sky Island. In front of the gate of heaven, a sea of white clouds was quite boring. Wait, just as they were about to enter, a voice called out to them. An old woman with a wrinkled face approached, holding a camera and taking several pictures of Mislanda and Hancock. Entering Sky Island required a fee per person. When Mislanda first came, Enel didn't even know where he was. So, he didn't pay last time. It was only after Enel arrived that this fee rule was established. Don't even mention it. Even if I had money, I wouldn't pay. After saying that, Mislanda directly took Hancock and flew inside. Regarding this behavior, the old woman said nothing, but just contacted the police on Sky Island with a snail phone. And just as Mislanda expected, the current ruler of Sky Island was indeed Enel. About 2.5 years ago, Enel arrived at Sky Island. Don't nitpick about the timeline, no negative guidance. With the powerful abilities of the Thunder Fruit, Enel was practically a god on Sky Island. After all, there were no methods to train Haki on Sky Island, and no one could hurt Enel. After driving away Gonfor, the previous ruler of Sky Island, he took the position of ruler. Under his vast mind network, he knew what anyone on Sky Island said or felt, no matter where they were. Mislanda honestly felt he couldn't do that yet. However, in terms of strength, Enel could only be a bit reckless on Sky Island. If he went below, he would dare to call himself a god, but there would be plenty of people to show him who his father was. But the Thunder Fruit was indeed very strong. An undeniable fact. The moment Mislanda and the others refused to pay the fee, Enel, in the distant upper yard, had already learned of this news. Foolish blue sea people, you will pay the price for this. Enel took a bite of the apple in his hand, then flashed out of the upper yard and into the outside. At this time, there were not many of his subordinates around. The 4 priests were not there yet. So, he had to take action himself. Although he had not seen Mislanda yet, Enel's mind network could sense that the other party was not simple. On the other side, Mislanda and Hancock, who had arrived at Sky Island, were shopping. Dear, do I look good in this dress? After drawing the curtain, Hancock emerged in a white dress, with a pair of white wings at the back, looking very beautiful. With the dress, Hancock looked like an angel. Of course, you're beautiful. My darling looks beautiful in anything. Unmatched by anyone. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Mislanda was about to admire Hancock's beauty, thunder suddenly roared outside, catching his attention. Hearing the commotion from above, Mislanda's expression immediately turned displeased. I was planning to let you show off a bit longer, but if you want to seek death yourself, then don't blame me. Saying this, Mislanda kissed Hancock on the forehead. Be good, you go pick out some clothes first. I'll be back soon. Then, dear, be quick. I still want to wear beautiful clothes for you to see. Haha, okay, wait for me. After saying that, Mislanda instantly disappeared from the shop and appeared in the sky. Looking up at the thunderclouds above, Mislanda sneered. What? You've come all this way, but don't dare to show yourself. Come out. Mislanda looked up at the thunderclouds. His voice was not loud, but it carried an extremely strong impact. In the next moment, the originally terrifying thunderclouds were directly dispersed by an invisible shockwave. Seeing the situation above, the residents of the Sky Island hurriedly searched for places to hide. They certainly knew who had arrived. What surprised them even more was that this young man from the Blue Sea possessed such terrifying power. Damn it, foolish Blue Sea people, you dare to disrespect me. That's a death sentence. Several bolts of lightning suddenly appeared, intertwining in the air and ultimately forming a figure. This was none other than the ruler of the Sky Island, the user of the rumble fruit, Enel. With long earlobes, holding a golden staff, and backed by 4 hook drums, his appearance was indeed quite novel. TCH, Miranda is a bit amused. A person who has consumed a powerful devil fruit is quite amazing. Enel, are you still half asleep? Mislanda twisted his wrist. He looked at Enelu as if he had his prey in sight. Under Mislanda's gaze, Enelu felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't know why, but he felt a soul-deep fear for Mislanda. 30 million Ford Thunderbirds. Enelu decided to take the initiative and couldn't afford to be careless. A bird formed from condensed lightning erupted from Enelu's golden staff and charged towards Mislanda. But Mislanda neither dodged nor flinched, just stood there like he was looking at a fool. Or rather, Mislanda didn't even bother to evade. When a Thunderbird was about to hit him, he still didn't move. But in front of him, a black vortex appeared. When the Thunderbird struck the vortex, it was as if it had been swallowed by the sea, disappearing without a sound. Is that it? Miranda scoffed disdainfully. With this level of strength, you aren't even worthy of tickling me. If you have any skills, hurry up and use them, otherwise, once I make my move, you won't have a chance. Miranda also wants to see what the thunder fruit looks like in this fool's hands. Damn, how dare you underestimate me? Hearing Miranda's words, Enel's face turned pale. Then he struck the big drum behind him with a golden staff in his hand. Boom! A massive amount of lightning erupted from his body, coalescing into a thunder dragon. 60 million volts, thunder dragon. Accompanied by Enel's roar, the thunder dragon immediately flew out, its power much greater than that of the earlier Thunderbird. However, in Miranda's eyes, there was no difference. A black vortex appeared again, and the thunder dragon was swallowed once more. How could this be? Enel couldn't understand. Where was his attack? Where was his lightning? I don't believe it. 100 million volts discharge. With the extreme speed of lightning, he instantly appeared behind Miranda. Immediately, Enel's arm transformed into a bolt of lightning and struck Miranda's back. Seeing that he had hit his opponent, Enel burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Blue Sea person, your only fate in front of this god is death. This god is invincible. Bang! Before Enel could finish his sentence, a fist flew in at high speed and directly hit Enel's left cheek. Under the terrifying force, Enel was sent tumbling, landing on the street below. Meanwhile, Miranda looked at her own fist. Oh dear, that was a bit too hard. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it? Seeing Enel being knocked away by a single punch, the residents of the Sky Island below were left in shock. What happened? Can anyone tell me what just happened? But before they could recover from their astonishment, a bolt of lightning shot into the sky. The tremendous destructive power turned the entire street into ruins. Following that, Enel slowly flew up. If it weren't for the fist mark still on his face, he would still look a bit scary at this moment. I will make you die. Enel showed a manic expression, controlling the overwhelming lightning behind him as he charged towards Miranda. After a frenzied series of attacks, Enel, as the attacker, surprisingly couldn't hold on first. No matter how he used lightning to launch his attacks, Miranda simply stood there with her hands behind her back, not dodging or evading, and wore a playful smile on her face. Enel's lightning, before it could even touch Miranda, was absorbed into the vortex in front of her. It was like a bottomless pit. What? This won't do. Aren't you some kind of god of the sky island? Come on then. I'm just standing here. If you can make me take a step back, I'll consider it a loss. Mislanda said flatly, her tone revealing a firm confidence. She had just seen Enel's information. Enel, a natural type, rumble fruit user, strength level, diamond. Defeating him will not earn the highest points. Mislanda didn't expect that she had underestimated this useless person. She had killed countless diamond-level foes. If it weren't for the terrifying abilities of the rumble fruit, Enel would probably just be slightly stronger than an ordinary naval officer. If you have the ability, come and hit me. I can just stand here and let you hit me. Enel thought for a moment and then said this sentence. He believed he had seen some clues. Mislanda has been standing there. Could it be that attacking is useless against herself? That's right, that's exactly it. I can transform into lightning, and their attacks can't hit me. That last punch was because I was careless and didn't elementalize. Yes, that's right, it must be like that. If Enel knew what Mislanda was thinking, he might laugh himself to death. Can't hit Enel? Even without using Haki, the dark fruit can teach Enel a lesson. All right, then take my punch. Miranda immediately clenched her fist. There was nothing fancy about it, just an ordinary punch. In the gaze of the many people below, this ordinary punch hit Enel's other cheek. Enel spat out blood and was sent flying again. Fool, you really didn't dodge. Miranda didn't expect that Enel would really imitate her, not dodging or avoiding. I've seen many fools, but someone like you is truly rare. Do you still want to struggle? Miranda immediately became interested. Suddenly, there was a loud thunder where Enel had fallen, and then a gigantic blue arm extended from the ground. Finally, a lightning giant appeared. 200 million volts. Thunder God. Enel's voice echoed around, and the lightning giant immediately spread its arms and smashed towards Miranda. This was Enel's strongest move. He intended to fight to the death with Miranda. This move was somewhat interesting, but it was only somewhat interesting. Mislanda opened his palm, and a bolt of lightning shot up into the sky, turning the entire sky blue. This lightning was what he had just absorbed, and now it was time to return it to Enel. Useless. Let me show you the true power of lightning. After saying that, all the lightning he had just absorbed immediately gathered in the palm of Mislanda's hand. A gigantic lightning dragon instantly appeared, much larger than Enel's thunder god. Go! Mislanda's hand immediately pushed forward, and the thunder dragon followed suit. Boom! In the next moment, the two massive creatures collided, and violent lightning scattered everywhere, blocking the view of the people below. After a long while, the sound of thunder gradually faded. A black vortex reappeared, swallowing all the remaining lightning in the air. When visibility was restored, everyone was shocked to find that their Sky Island Master was now lying on the ground, barely alive. Meanwhile, his opponent, that blue sea person, appeared completely unscathed, not a scratch on him, and even his hairstyle was intact. Enel, the battle is over. You've lost. Mislanda raised her right hand, and a force of suction appeared out of nowhere, controlling Enel. I'll take the rumble fruit. I really like this welcome gift. As she spoke, a stream of black energy emerged from Mislanda's hand and drilled into Enel's body. Feeling the presence inside him, Enel tried to struggle, but the suction was too strong. He couldn't break free and could only allow the black energy to enter his body. No, please spare me. A wave of intense pain hit him, and Enel immediately screamed out in agony. He felt like his body was going to be torn apart, but this pain did not last long. Soon, a blue orb of light emerged from Enel's body, and Mislanda hurriedly grasped it in her hand. She then took out a fruit, a pineapple. After injecting the orb of light into it, blue lightning patterns immediately appeared on the surface of the pineapple. Rumble fruit. Looking at the rumble fruit in her hand, Mislanda pondered. Who should she give it to? Miranda's mind flashed with images of people. Hancock, Corazon, Tesoro, Alice. All of them were already capable users. No, that's not possible. Susanoo? No. After absorbing a year of Miranda's life, Susanoo, who had awakened the disaster soul manifestation, could still put up a fight even against Miranda himself. The thunder fruit wouldn't be of much use to him. It would be unnecessary embellishment. Lilbai already had the swallowing fruit. Although it was an imperial tool and not human, it couldn't consume 2 devil fruits. Gaji? No, even though he was absolutely loyal under the contract. Miranda valued his research capabilities more. He should just focus on his research. It seemed that among Miranda's subordinates, there was no suitable person. Goodness, after thinking it through, Miranda felt a bit of a headache. Such a powerful devil fruit. And he couldn't find a suitable person? Forget it. I'll hold on to it for now. I'll find someone appropriate. After sorting all this out, Mislanda tossed the unconscious Enel onto the ground. At this moment, Gonfer was also among the crowd, and Mislanda spotted him at a glance. This guy is yours. Do whatever you want with him. After saying this, he returned to the clothing store where Hancock was. While he was fighting Enel, Hancock had already picked out many clothes. Darling, you're back. Seeing Mislanda return, Hancock immediately jumped into his arms. Just a minor character. Nothing to worry about. Let's go find a place. I want to see the clothes you picked. Soon, the news of Enel's defeat spread throughout the entire Sky Island. In no time, Mislanda became a celebrity here. It's a joke. They didn't even dare to provoke Enel, let alone someone stronger than Enel like Mislanda. He took Hancock to a hotel, and the owner didn't even dare to charge them, directly giving them the most luxurious room. After a wild night, Mislanda took Hancock to the location of the Golden Bell. I have to say, the Golden Bell is really big. Mislanda is a little over 2 meters tall, while Hancock is 1.90 meters, and the two of them seem somewhat small in front of the golden clock. It's hard to imagine how much gold this golden clock is made of. Many years ago, Roger brought him here. The words Roger left next to it are still clearly visible. What interests Mislanda the most is the historical text below the golden clock. This text records the history of ancient weapons, which is very valuable. Without much hesitation, Mislanda directly took the historical text below the golden clock. As for the golden clock, in Mislanda's eyes, it's just a lump of gold. Not interested. Let's go, we can sunbathe on the beach. 5 days later, the two of them left this place after exploring the entire Sky Island. All right, it's over. Let me take you back. Oh, Hancock seemed a bit unhappy, but nodded nonetheless. During this time, she was very happy but also quite tired. And Xia, we're back. Upon seeing Xiachi, Hancock immediately gave her a big hug to show her gratitude. After all, it was Xiachi who was handling matters on Nine Snake Island during this time. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to leave. Oh my, you two actually know how to come back. Seeing the two just returned, Xiachi said somewhat enviously. More than 20 days, Mislanda took Hancock out for over 20 days, but what about Rayleigh? Thinking of this, Xiachi glanced at Rayleigh not far away. Her expression not very friendly. Ahem. Rayleigh coughed a couple of times to cover up his embarrassment. All right, since you're all back, Xiachi and I will be leaving too. It's not appropriate to stay here any longer. After all, Rayleigh is a man, and Xiachi is the former queen. With a king present, it's indeed not very suitable for Xiachi to stay for long, unless she could be like Granny Zhao and be alone. After leaving here, do you still want to go back to the Sabaody archipelago? Mislanda couldn't help but ask. In response, Rayleigh nodded. The Sabaody archipelago is a nice place. The Navy surely wouldn't expect me to go back. The Navy had already searched there once, and in Rayleigh's eyes, such a place was still safe enough. But Mislanda didn't think so. However, if Rayleigh was happy, then let him be. With his strength, there wouldn't be any danger there. After having a meal, Rayleigh left with Haki. Dear, are you leaving too? Hancock grabbed Miranda's arm, shaking it reluctantly. Another separation, so hard to bear. To this, Mislanda smiled. Don't worry, it won't be long before we won't have to part. After returning, Mislanda would set sail. In the initial period, the Navy would definitely retaliate crazily. At this time, although Hancock was already very strong, Mislanda still thought it wasn't enough. Moreover, what would happen to Amazon Lily if she left? Seeing that she couldn't change Miranda's mind, Hancock directly pressed Miranda's head into her soft bosom. This sudden softness left Miranda stunned. Can you stay until tomorrow? Hancock said softly. If Mislanda refused this extreme tenderness, he wouldn't forgive himself. Hancock, I remember you have a really big bathroom, right? Yes, it's in my palace. That's great. Let's go take a bath first. The next morning, with strong willpower, Mislanda left that tempting place of tenderness. However, he changed his mind. He wouldn't return to Germa just yet. He had to do something else first. Plans can't keep up with changes. Thinking a few steps ahead is never a bad thing. And the place he was going this time was not simple. The world's largest prison, one of the 3 major facilities of the Navy, impelled down. There are 3 gates of justice in the world, each near an important Navy location. The Navy headquarters, Marine Ford, the Great Prison, impelled down, and Judicial Island. Setting aside Judicial Island, the other 2 are crucial and are the 2 places the Navy values the most. Impel Down is known as the world's largest prison, housing numerous pirates captured by the Navy over the decades. This shows the importance of Impel Down. At this time, the warden of Impel Down was Magellan, who is a paramecia type, poison fruit user. This is a very terrifying ability. Once contaminated by Magellan's poison, only a few can withstand it. Under Magellan's watch, over the decades, only one person has successfully escaped from impelled down, the Golden Lion Shiki. When Roger was executed, the Golden Lion caused a ruckus at the Navy headquarters, battling Garp and Sengoku for 3 days and nights, destroying half of Marineford, and was ultimately defeated and imprisoned in impelled down. Although the Golden Lion eventually escaped, his 2 legs were forever left behind. After 3 days of flying, Miranda finally arrived at the location of impelled down. Like Amazon Lily, this place is also within the Calm Belt. Looking at the massive structure below, Miranda couldn't help but sigh. Impelled down is divided into 7 levels. The first level is above the sea and is the guard section, while the 6 levels below the sea are where pirates are imprisoned, known as the 6 hells. Beast Hell, Red Lotus Hell, Hungry Hell, Burning Hell, Extreme Cold Hell, and Infinite Hell. Among them, Infinite Hell is located at the very bottom of impelled down, housing the most vicious pirates from the seas, including the Golden Lion from back then. And Miranda's goal is the 6th level of impelled down, Infinite Hell. To be precise, he is after certain individuals inside. Let's see how strong the guards of impelled down are. Miranda then landed on the drawbridge at the entrance of impelled down. Hearing the sound, the guards on the bridge immediately noticed him. Who goes there? Raise your hands. What kind of place is impelled down? Those who come here are either pirates or Navy personnel. Currently, with no Navy personnel arriving, those coming here are all enemies. Soon, Miranda was aimed at by a dozen guns. State your identity. A guard stepped forward and asked in a deep voice. But Miranda did not answer. He extended his hand towards the sea on the left, and the dragon-headed ring on his finger immediately reacted. Soon, a water dragon emerged from the sea and charged at the guards. Splash! With the impact of the water dragon, all the guards were swept into the sea. Warden Magellan, it's bad. In impelled down, in burning hell, a guard was frantically banging on the toilet door. Inside, sitting on the toilet, was Warden Magellan himself. Due to the poison fruit's effects, Magellan spent a significant amount of time in the restroom each day. Out of the 24 hours in a day, excluding 12 hours for rest and sleep and 4 hours for handling official business, Magellan spent the remaining 8 hours in the restroom. What is it? Don't you know I'm in the toilet? Hearing the frantic knocking from outside, Magellan impatiently shouted, I'm using the toilet. Can't you wait to talk about something? It's bad, Warden. Someone has invaded impelled down. They've already reached Red Lotus Hell. The guard outside hurriedly said. After 3 seconds of silence, the toilet door was pushed open from the inside, and Magellan, without having time to pull up his pants, walked out. He grabbed the guard and widened his eyes, asking, What? Say that again. Warden, someone is attacking impelled down. They've already reached Red Lotus Hell, and Deputy Warden Hannibal has been defeated. When Miranda had just reached the 1st level, the guards were preparing to find Magellan. But at that time, Magellan was busy in the restroom, so they found the Deputy Warden instead. Upon learning that someone was attacking, Hannibal immediately went to stop them. Unfortunately, Miranda knocked the diamond-level Hannibal into the wall with one slap. Up until now, Hannibal's head was still stuck in the wall. After defeating Hannibal with one move, Miranda was virtually unstoppable and quickly broke into the 2nd level, Red Lotus Hell. Damn it, who is it that's come? Miranda. The Dark King, Miranda, it's him. What? Hearing the name of the intruder, Magellan's expression turned grim. After hesitating for a few seconds, he sent someone to report to the Navy headquarters, while he himself went to confront Miranda. By the time he encountered Miranda, Miranda had already reached the 3rd level. After all, the pirates imprisoned in the earlier levels were not strong, and the guards were naturally not impressive either. On this level, besides Magellan, Miranda also encountered someone very interesting, the chief guard of impelled down, Shiryu of the Rain. At this time, Shiryu had not yet been imprisoned in the 6th level due to the massacre of prisoners. Together with Magellan, he was known as the Iron Wall of Impelled Down. With strength comparable to Magellan, Yuji Shiryu, no fruit, strength level, Star Glory, defeating him will not earn points. Magellan, Paramecia, poison fruit user, strength level, Star Glory, defeating him will not earn points. Shiryu, you are here too. Seeing Shiryu here, Magellan was quite surprised, but also felt more at ease. He was originally a bit worried. After all, Mislanda's strength was formidable, and he might not be enough on his own. But Magellan was well aware of Shiryu's strength, and with his help, the odds were a bit better. I won't let someone like you run wild and impelled down. Shiryu scoffed, then drew his Raijin and pointed it at Mislanda. Upon seeing this, Mislanda smiled. Interesting, the only capable ones from impelled down are you two. Come at me together. I hope you won't disappoint me too much. A pair of large wings appeared behind Mislanda, soaring across the sky, Mastema. Besides flying, Mastema also has quite impressive attack capabilities. Defeat me first. Shiryo's figure quickly advanced, and the thunderstorm in his hand struck down. Clang! This strike was directly blocked by Mastema's wing, sharp as a blade. Seeing this, Shiryo did not retreat. His figure began to circle around Mislanda. Clang, clang, clang. After a series of clanging sounds, Shiryo surprisingly did not injure Mislanda even a bit. Shiryo retreat. Magellan's voice suddenly rang out, and then a large mass of purple venom fell from the sky. Seeing this venom, Shiryo frowned and then dodged. He certainly did not want to get hit by Magellan's venom. Venom, huh? That's all there is to it. Miranda's wings behind her flapped forcefully, creating a strong wind that suddenly blew the toxic liquid back. Subsequently, Magellan and Shiryu teamed up to confront Miranda. Under the combined attacks of the two, Miranda maneuvered effortlessly, gaining an absolute advantage. What? He attacked Impel Down. At the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku received a distress signal from Impel Down. Impel Down must not fall in a crisis, or it would be a huge problem. Upon learning that Magellan and Shiryu were teaming up against the enemy, Sengoku's expression improved slightly, but he still sent someone to rescue them. The person he dispatched was known to Miranda and had even fought against her. Currently a vice admiral and a candidate for admiral, Aokiji. According to the Navy's plan, in a few days, Sengoku would step down to a secondary position, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku would be promoted to Fleet Admiral. Meanwhile, the three candidates for admiral, Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji, would be directly promoted to admiral. Kazan, you must hurry. Impel Down cannot be in trouble. Yes. Soon, Aokiji set off directly to support Impel Down. In the battle at Impel Down, Miranda punched Magellan in the stomach, knocking him back several meters. Shiryu was also injured by a feather dart launched by Mastema. I'm not playing with you anymore. I still have people to find. Mislanda's aura instantly changed. At this moment, he had already become a king-level powerhouse. Facing two star-level opponents, he could easily resolve the battle quickly. Darkness condensation. Mislanda slammed her palm onto the ground. Immediately, a huge black vortex appeared, accompanied by a terrifying gravitational pull. Magellan and Shiryu felt their bodies becoming somewhat uncontrollable, slowly moving towards Mislanda. Shiryu was a bit better off. After all, he wasn't a power user, so the influence on him was much less than on Magellan. Under the effect of the domineering aura, Shiryu quickly stabilized his body. But Magellan was different. His strength was roughly on par with Shiryu's, but without considering his fruit abilities. His physical stats were lacking significantly. A person who had to spend 8 hours in the bathroom every day was certainly not capable in physical combat. Soon, he was drawn closer to Mislanda. A large amount of black mist appeared in Mislanda's hand and struck Magellan's chest directly. Puffed. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Magellan clutched his chest and knelt before Mislanda. Seeing this, Shiryu's slash came again, but it was blocked with one hand. You want to save him? You're not capable of that. Saying this, Mislanda placed his hand on Magellan's head. Once captured by Mislanda, Magellan was unable to use his devil fruit abilities at all. Without his devil fruit powers, Magellan was nothing. Let go of our warden, fire. Just as Mislanda was about to extract Magellan's poison fruit, a large group of people rushed over. Leading them was Hannibal, who had just crawled out from the wall. Taking advantage of the moment Mislanda looked over, Shiryu swiftly grabbed Magellan and pulled him away a distance. Mislanda didn't stop him. After all, he didn't really want the poison fruit. Although the abilities of the poison fruit were quite strong, the side effects were also significant. Spending 8 hours a day in the toilet, Mislanda couldn't accept that. Forget it. Let continue to exist in Magellan's body. Wait, could it be that Blackbeard didn't kill Magellan because of this reason? It's very possible. Seeing that Magellan was safe, Hannibal and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Quick fire. With his command, numerous guards raised their guns and opened fire. Bullets and cannonballs rained down on Mislanda, but they were all absorbed by black whirlpools one after another. After a round of shooting, Mislanda grew somewhat impatient. My time is precious. I won't play with you anymore. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of black mist burst out from Mislanda's body, instantly filling the area around him for dozens of meters. Not good, retreat. Magellan clutched his chest and hurriedly ordered. He had personally experienced the power of that black mist. If such an attack hit others, who knows how many casualties there would be. Poison Dragon. At the same time, a purple venom dragon surged out from behind Magellan and lunged at Mislanda. But when it made contact with the black mist, The originally ferocious poison dragon was directly devoured. You can't get away. Trying to escape from the pull of the dark fruit is impossible for these guards. Before they could even take a step, a massive gravitational force pulled them all together. A large group of people immediately squeezed together, pushing against each other, trying to separate. Otherwise, that pressure would crush them into a meatball. Oh no, I don't want to die. Some of the guards in the middle screamed in desperation. Seeing this, Magellan immediately endured the severe pain in his chest and released a large amount of venom from his body. The purple venom increased, gradually forming into a gigantic venom giant that looked extremely menacing. Giant of poison, the venom giant slammed its hands down onto the ground, instantly creating a massive wave of venom that surged towards Mislanda. Witnessing this scene, Mislanda left without looking back, heading towards the next layer of the scorching hell. Meanwhile, Magellan's attack had completely missed and even sealed off the passage to the next layer. Damn it, come back. Warden, don't say anything, we can't beat him, Hannibal hurriedly said beside him. We should save people first. If we wait any longer, they will all die. Hearing this, Magellan spat out another mouthful of blood and immediately went to rescue people. As for Mislanda, they indeed were not his opponents, so they might as well wait for the Navy's rescue. Without the obstruction of Magellan and Shiryu, he quickly felt the scorching temperature ahead. Scorching hell, here we go. At this moment, there were hardly any guards left. Mislanda strode directly towards Magellan's office. He wasn't there for money. After all, what valuable things could be found in this hellish place? Bang! After smashing open the office door with a punch, Mislanda stood before a transponder snail and picked it up. Before he could do anything, the transponder snail rang on its own. Boo-boo, boo-boo. Mislanda thought for a moment and took the receiver off the transponder snail's shell. As soon as he connected, a hurried voice came through. Magellan, how's the situation? Hold on a bit longer. I've already dispatched Vice Admiral Kazan to assist you. The voice on the other end, Steelbone Kong, said urgently. But after talking for a long time, there was no sound from the other end. Magellan, speak up. Sorry, Magellan ISNT here right now. You can come in person. Hearing this unfamiliar voice, Steelbone Kong felt something was off. Who are you? What? Don't you know me, Admiral Kong? Then how did you privately put a bounty of 500 million berries on my head? Do you think the money is too much? Boom. After saying this, Mislanda could clearly feel an overwhelming rage. The transponder snail was trembling, as if it would break at any moment. You are Mislanda. Son? Steelbone Kong asked in a deep voice, gritting his teeth. That's right, it's me. Admiral Kong, is Guion around? Let her talk to me. Mislanda is still provoking Steelbone Kong. It's better not to mention Guion, but once Guion is brought up, Steelbone Kong's anger can no longer be contained. Bang! A sound of something being smashed comes from in front of Steelbone Kong, and the table is wrecked again. Damn it, what did you do to Guion back then? Hearing this voice, which was already at its peak of anger, Mislanda smiled. He decided to again. It's nothing much, just let her sleep with me for a while. I have to say, Marshal Kong, your daughter Guion, she? Mislanda deliberately made a smacking sound. So smooth, so smooth, so smooth. For a moment, the surroundings fell silent. The air seemed to stagnate, as if it were the calm before storm. Guion's skin was also very smooth. That night truly left me enchanted. Her pleading expression beneath me is still vividly etched in my memory. Mislanda continued speaking, completely disregarding the situation of Steelbone Kong. After a long time, he still hadn't heard Steelbone Kong's voice. Looking down, he realized that the phone bug had already gone offline. The phone bug in front of Steelbone Kong simply couldn't withstand his overwhelming anger. Seeing this, Mislanda let out a loud laugh and then left the office. He came here out of mere curiosity. He had other matters to attend to. On the 6th floor, infinite hell. Compared to the first 5 floors, the environment here was quite ordinary, not much different from a regular prison. However, the atmosphere was extremely dark, as the criminals here were all extremely vicious, and physical torture had little effect on them. When the door to the 6th floor was opened, they thought someone else had been captured. Miranda looked at the pitch-black infinite hell and immediately activated the 5 senses omnipotence. Found it. He quickly walked past numerous prison cells and arrived in front of one particularly large cell. Sasaki Brindana, Douglas Barrett. I'm going to kill you. A roar echoed from the marshal's office at Navy headquarters, loud enough for the entire Marineford to hear. Shortly after, Sengoku and Admiral Tsuru rushed over to see what had happened. It was rare to see the usually calm Steelbone Kong so enraged. After all, to become a Navy marshal, one must be sufficiently composed. Otherwise, how could they command such a vast navy? But by the time Sengoku and Admiral Tsuru arrived, the office was already in chaos. Steelbone Kong had smashed everything he could, even putting several large holes in the walls with his fists. Marshal Kong, what is this? Don't bother me, get lost. Sengoku attempted to offer some words of comfort, but was directly interrupted by Steelbone Kong's roar. Having been unjustly scolded, Sengoku could only endure it. After venting his anger for a while, Steelbone Kong found a place to sit down. Sengoku, Tsuru, you two need to go to Impel Down immediately and make sure to capture that bastard. If you can't catch him, don't come back. Hearing Steelbone Kong's words, Sengoku shook his head, indicating that he couldn't go. The naval marshal would soon be replaced, and Sengoku had to check every Navy base in the Grand Line. He simply didn't have the time. However, seeing Steelbone Kong's bloodshot and furious gaze, he had no choice but to go. Moreover, Impel Down was incredibly important. If it wasn't suppressed in time, it would truly be a disaster. Thus, after Admiral Aokiji set off to support Impel Down, Sengoku and Admiral Tsuru also departed. Level 6 of Impel Down, Infinite Hell. Miranda saw one of her targets on this trip, the Devil's descendant, Douglas Barrett. Hearing Miranda's words, Barrett, who was sitting on the ground with his eyes closed, immediately opened them. Subsequently, the huge prison cell was filled with a sense of oppression. Barrett was very muscular and looked quite intimidating. His fellow inmates couldn't help but inch towards the wall, fearing they might be crushed by Barrett. When Barrett first arrived, a few reckless individuals dared to provoke him, and now their graves have been dug up several times. It's not that Barrett should be on the 6th floor, but rather that Impel Down only has 6 floors. The 6th floor is merely the limit of Impel Down, but if there were a 7th, 8th, or 9th floor, Barrett would surely reside there. After all, he is one of the most terrifying criminals in Impel Down. Barrett stood up and slowly walked to the cell door, just a few steps away from Miranda. Ha ha ha, I thought who it was. Turns out to be you little brat. Barrett, like Miranda, had been part of the Roger Pirates, but he left midway. When he left, he challenged Roger and was defeated. Back then, there weren't many in the Roger Pirates who could even get close to Barrett. At that time, he certainly wouldn't have paid attention to a mere child like Miranda, and he hadn't even looked at Shanks or Buggy. He only knew there were 3 kids on the ship, 2 following Roger and 1 following Rayleigh. Devil's descendant, Douglas Barrett, Paramecia type, combined fruit user, power level, king. Defeating him grants 10,000 strongest points. Looking at Barrett before her, Miranda felt no fear. Instead, she was somewhat excited. That's right, it's me. She glanced at the huge prison cell again. I really don't know what the Navy is thinking. Not even arranging a single room for you. Isn't Barrett worth being held separately? Of course he is. Boom. Suddenly, Barrett forcefully pushed against the iron door of the cell with both hands. And Miranda could clearly feel the tremor. Although he was shackled with sea prism stone chains, Barrett's physical strength was exceptionally high. Little brat, if you're here to laugh at me, you might be disappointed. Laugh at you? No, I'm not that free. With that, Miranda placed her hand on the sea prism stone chains on Barrett's wrist. Seeing this, Barrett was somewhat puzzled. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the chains on Barrett's hand were directly torn apart by Miranda. In the next moment, Barrett could clearly feel that his strength had returned. The sea prism stone weakens the abilities of its users, and without it, Barrett was absolutely formidable. Boom! Immediately, a powerful aura burst forth from within him. The immense impact caused Miranda, who was closest to him, to take 2 steps back. After being suppressed for over a decade, the momentum Barrett unleashed was unimaginable. The entire prison cell was immediately shaken to pieces by his aura, and his fellow inmates couldn't help but fall to the ground, with some even spitting blood. After a while, Barrett let out a roar and then ceased the release of his conqueror's Haki. This feeling of power is just fantastic. He clenched his fist. Little brat, thank you, but I still have to ask, why are you helping me? Barrett looked intently at Miranda. The instinct of a strong person told him that Miranda's strength was now on par with his. He really didn't expect that the child who was once protected by Rayleigh was now standing at the same height as him. Just consider it my boredom. Looking for some fun. There are still too few strong ones on the sea. Without some challenges, I would find it very boring. Oh, hearing Miranda's arrogant words, Barrett burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Little brat, you are really arrogant, even more so than Roger back in the day. Interesting, you're really interesting. Since that's the case, I can't just do nothing. The two did not immediately start fighting here, as it was more important to get out first. All right, Mislanda waved his hand. Let's talk about it outside. Besides, there's still one person I need to see. He glanced at the wall beside him. Barrett looked over too. Yeah, that old guy. I really didn't expect him to still be alive. Having been here for more than a decade, Barrett was clear about who was around. Let's go meet this old pirate elder. Mislanda walked directly to the wall. Upon reaching it, he threw a punch and broke through. Then, an iron cage appeared. Inside was an aged figure, tall and thin, with white hair braided into two pigtails hanging over his shoulders. At this moment, the old man was in a state of deep sleep, as he was too dangerous to be contained in any other way. In the past, he could contend with Roger, Whitebeard, and Gold Lion for dominance in the New World all by himself. The solitary red, Baloric Ladefield. The solitary red, Baloric Ladefield, with no devil fruit, strength level. King. Defeating him grants 10,000 points. Ladefield, a being more formidable than Roger, Whitebeard, and Gold Lion. It's important to note that those three relied on their pirate crews to compete, but Ladefield stood alone, equally renowned. Ladefield's observation Haki was incredibly terrifying. He could see into a person's heart through it. Having witnessed too much ugliness in human nature, Ladefield trusted no one but himself, which is why he had no subordinates. Ladefield had once defeated the current Marine Admiral, Steelbone Calm. However, after that battle, he was at the end of his strength and was captured by Garp, ending up imprisoned and impelled down. Since Ladefield was not a devil fruit user, there was nothing that could truly restrain him. Barrett could be restrained somewhat by Sea Prism Stone, but Ladefield could only be rendered unconscious to be contained. Nevertheless, Ladefield still had a faint sense of the happenings outside. For instance, he sensed when Mislanda and Barrett took him out of the cage. How can we wake this old guy up? Barrett couldn't help but ask. An unconscious Ladefield was utterly useless. Simple, just perform CPR. Mislanda placed her right hand on Riderfield's chest. Then, a black vortex appeared again during the Sky Island incident. Mislanda absorbed a lot of Enel's lightning, and now was just the right time to use it. Crackle, crackle. Mislanda directly condensed all the lightning in the palm of her hand. Immediately after, with a bang, a large amount of lightning entered Riderfield's body, stimulating his heart. Under the stimulation of the lightning, Riderfield's closed eyes suddenly opened. However, he only regained consciousness for a moment before closing his eyes again. Miranda? Barrett? Are you kidding us? Forget it. Let's go out. He can handle it himself. Mislanda decided to give up. He didn't have that much time. If Riderfield could wake up, he would definitely be able to escape. Barrett said nothing about this decision and walked away directly. Outside the city, Magellan, Shiryu, Hannibal, and the others were already on high alert. They didn't know who the enemy they were about to face was. Was it just Mislanda? Or was it Mislanda along with the criminals from the 6th level? They really hoped it was the former, because none of the criminals from the 6th level were good. They were all the worst of the pirates, but the result disappointed them. Soon, Mislanda walked out, and beside him was Barrett. Seeing Barrett's figure made Magellan and the others feel a chill down their spines. Ha ha ha, Magellan, thank you for your care over the years. Barrett cracked his neck, producing a chilling sound of joint popping. Come on, let me see how many moves you can last against me. With that, Barrett's powerful fist slammed toward Magellan and the others. They couldn't withstand Barrett's attack at all. Even without using his devil fruit abilities, Barrett's strength was still terrifying. Just as Barrett was fighting Magellan and the others, a pair of wings appeared behind Mislanda, and he flew away. He left. Barrett, I have already done my best to save you. Whether you can escape from here depends on your own abilities. Miranda's purpose in advancing to the city was to take Riderfield and Barrett away, but it mainly depended on them. He didn't want to waste any more time. If they couldn't escape from here, then Miranda would consider it a misjudgment. Barrett was not angry about Miranda's departure. He and Miranda were never on the same side. Subsequently, after Barrett merged with the water part of the advancing city, he transformed into a giant. After a fierce battle, he ultimately escaped from the advancing city. Or rather, Magellan and the others saved their lives. During this battle, the beasts of the advancing city, Hell and Hellfire, were partially destroyed, and a large number of pirates ran out. By the time Aokiji led the fleet to arrive, Magellan and the others had already suppressed the fleeing pirates. But then, another heavyweight character appeared. Riderfield finally recovered. Miranda's CPR had completely awakened him, but the long period of coma had left Riderfield needing some time to recover. Kazan immediately engaged Riderfield in battle. In terms of strength, Riderfield should have had the upper hand over Kazan. However, since he had just recovered, Riderfield did not gain any advantage during the fight. After a while, Sengoku and Admiral Tsuru also arrived. Seeing that the enemy had more people, Riderfield chose to retreat. Thus, Miranda, Barrett, and Riderfield all left impelled down. After this incident, the Navy quickly issued bounty notices for Barrett and Riderfield. the solitary red, Barrelic Raidfield, with a bounty of 4 billion berries. Roger and Whitebeard have bounties over 5 billion. So Raidfields for billion is quite normal. The Devil's Descendant, Douglas Barrett, with a bounty of 9 billion berries. Miranda's bounty had also significantly increased, reaching an astonishing 5 billion berries. After resolving this matter, Miranda hurried back to the North Sea. However, he did not expect to encounter an acquaintance as soon as he entered the North Sea. On a pirate ship, a woman was sitting in a chair, while more than 20 pirates on the deck kept their heads down, not daring to look at her. Their captain had just been killed by this woman, and his body was thrown into the sea. They certainly did not want to be the next ones to be eliminated. What's this? You wanted to use me to exchange for a bounty just now, but now you're too scared? Saying this, she picked up a bounty notice from the ground. The Devil's Child, Nico Robin, with a bounty of 80 million berries. That's right, this is Robin, who has been out for less than 2 years. Over the years, Robin has grown from a little girl into a young lady. And because she hasn't been out for long, her appearance has changed somewhat. For example, her skin is a bit whiter. Robin's bounty has also reached 80 million, which is quite impressive for someone who is still underage. It is precisely because of this that she has attracted the attention of this pirate crew. After all, an 80 million bounty is quite high in the North Sea, and even pirates would be envious. However, they underestimated Robin. Although she is young, her mind is quite sharp, and her strength is not weak. By the way, first, I have already changed the restriction on the dark fruit, and I really don't like the system. But since I've written this far, there's no helping it. I will try to minimize the system's appearances from now on. Second, there may be more than one female lead in this book. Who I choose depends on my mood. Hehe 2. 5. Thank you all for watching. Money is not important. I don't have high demands. Just being able to buy a drink every day is enough. Also, I won't tell you that my manuscript fee yesterday was $19.58. After leaving those people from own.The, Robin returned to the West Sea, hoping to find Miranda. But the result was no. Later, she heard that Miranda was in the Grand Line. And then she heard he was in the North Sea. Currently, Robin cannot go to the Grand Line, so she can only head to the North Sea. At this time, Robin had just entered the North Sea a few days ago. Originally, she wanted to find a place to rest, but unexpectedly, she was recognized. Looking at her bounty notice and then at the pleading eyes of those people, Robin's heart softened. Although she had killed before, those people had actively sought trouble with her, wanting to hand her over to the world government for a bounty. But she had never killed so many people at once. Forget it, you can go. Leave quickly before I regret not killing you. If it were the Robin who lost her family at 8 and had been drifting alone in the world for many years, she would definitely have been able to kill. But the Robin now is different. Yes, thank you, my lord. Then, these pirates prepare to leave. Meanwhile, out of Robin's sight, several pirates were ready to shoot her. Just as they were about to fire, Robin noticed something. Just as she was about to dodge, a wave of black mist descended from the sky, immediately spreading throughout the pirate ship. Immediately after, a massive gravitational pull drew all the pirates together. However, Robin did not share the same fate. Seeing the situation, Robin took 2 steps back, but suddenly felt as if she had bumped into someone. Turning around, she saw Miranda had appeared here at some point. Looking at the face that was exactly like the one in the newspaper, Robin's eyes widened. What? It's only been a few years, and you don't recognize me anymore? Mislanda just wanted to fly over here and didn't expect to run into Robin. Nico Robin, a Paramecia-type devil fruit user, strength level, platinum. Defeating her will not earn points. Seeing that Robin hadn't reacted yet, Mislanda directly pinched her ear. Ouch, it hurts, let go. Robin hurriedly grabbed Mislanda's hand, but the latter had no intention of letting go and instead pulled Robin onto the deck. With a wave of his right hand, all the dark mist immediately dispersed, revealing the pirates gathered inside. Mislanda didn't kill them immediately because they still had a little bit of use. Ouch, let go. It really hurts. Robin looked at Mislanda pitifully. After searching for so long, it wasn't easy to finally meet, and yet they were greeted with a tug on the ear. Don't look at me with that kind of eyes, it won't work. Mislanda pointed at the pirates, who were still captivated and unable to move or even speak. Left to be slaughtered. Who are these people? They are pirates. They want to kill you, don't you know? It's fine. I could dodge their shots just now. Robin retorted softly. She had indeed been careless just now. But even without Mislanda, she believed she would be fine. How many times have I told you since childhood that mercy towards the enemy is cruelty towards yourself? Have you forgotten all this? In that moment, I sensed that you had softened. Hearing this, Robin felt a bit embarrassed. Mislanda is not wrong. This is her mistake for not daring to show up. All right, I get it. Can you please let go of my hand? My ears are all red. Mislanda let her go and then handed the gun on the ground to Robin. Seeing this, Robin's expression changed. She knew what Mislanda intended to do. These pirates still had some use, which was to be killed by Robin herself. Is it really going to be like this? Robin asked weakly. But what answered her was a sharp pain in her head and Mislanda's emotionless gaze. In the end, Robin raised the gun and used her devil fruit ability to lift all the guns on the deck. Bang, 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 amidst the pleading eyes of the pirates. The gunshots rang out. Seeing this result, Mislanda nodded. Let's go. I'll take you to a nearby town. It's getting late. Let's find a place to rest first. Saying this, Mislanda prepared to fly into the sky, but Robin immediately grabbed the corner of his clothes. She looked at Mislanda timidly. I can't fly. Please hold me. Hearing this, Mislanda looked at her in surprise. Under that gaze, Robin felt a bit shy and shifted her gaze away from Mislanda. You really can't fly? The Hannah, no me can allow Robin to fly. Mislanda was quite sure of that. I can't. Hey, are you going to hold me or not? After a standoff of half a minute, Mislanda finally sighed. He slipped one hand through Robin's legs and supported her back with the other, then flew up. After they left, the pirate ship suddenly shook violently. Then the hull began to crumble, compressed into a spherical shape, and finally sank into the sea. Boss, get a room. As soon as they arrived in a town, Robin pulled Mislanda's hand and found an inn. Seeing these two young people, the boss understood right away. But just then, Mislanda tapped the counter. Don't listen to her. Get 2 rooms. Upon hearing this, the boss, who was about to grab the keys, paused. He looked up at Mislanda, his expression seeming to say, Young man, are you crazy? No, listen to me. 1 room is enough. Duong. Suddenly, Mislanda threw a gold bar the thickness of a finger onto the counter. Boss, you decide who to listen to. Looking at the gold bar, the boss swallowed hard and immediately brought over 2 keys. Seeing this, Robin was a bit unconvinced. But when it came to money, she couldn't compare to Mislanda. Outside the room, Robin took the key to open the door. But as soon as the door opened, Robin immediately grabbed Mislanda by the collar and pulled him inside, then closed the door. Afterwards, Mislanda was pressed against the door, with Robin holding him down at the chest. Robin pointed her finger at Mislanda's chest and looked at him angrily. What's wrong? Is it uncomfortable to share a room with me? No. I think 1 room each is better. That way it's more comfortable. Guion, you didn't say that back then. Also, don't crowd me. Mislanda pushed Robin away and went to wash his face in the bathroom. After that, Robin briefly recounted her recent experiences. Once she finished, Robin declared that she would follow Mislanda from now on. Don't follow me. I'm leaving the North Sea to enter the Grand Line soon. It's very dangerous. Oof. If you won't take me, I'll go into the Grand Line by myself. In the end, Mislanda sighed. He couldn't find a rope to restrict Robin's movements. Fine, let's go together. That night, Mislanda lay down in bed ready to sleep. Just as he was about to drift off, half asleep, Robin quietly walked in, just a wall away from him. Upon seeing Mislanda, Robin directly lay down beside him. Since he had been used to having Hancock beside him recently, Mislanda instinctively thought Hancock was still there. So, as soon as Robin lay down, he pulled her into his arms. Instantly, Robin's body stiffened. She just wanted to lie down next to him, but she didn't resist and even felt a bit happy. However, shortly after, Robin pinched the soft flesh at Mislanda's waist. After stroking Robin for a while, Mislanda suddenly said, Hancock, why has your chest gotten smaller? Boom. Robin's eyes widened immediately, and she used all her strength to pinch Mislanda. With the intense pain, Mislanda was no longer sleepy and sat up immediately. Then he saw Robin's expression that seemed like she wanted to bite him to death. What are you doing here? He couldn't help but ask. But Robin didn't speak. Instead, she threw a pillow at him. Who is Hancock? What is your relationship with her? Robin said angrily. In response, Mislanda glanced at her and then lay back down on the bed. He was really a bit sleepy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unaware of when Robin came in. Seeing that Mislanda didn't answer, Robin immediately pushed him to make him sit up. Quick, tell me, what is your relationship? Ultimately, Mislanda, growing impatient, revealed the situation to her. Hancock is my woman. Upon hearing this answer, Robin fell silent. Mislanda wanted to comfort her, but Robin pushed her away directly. After that, Robin left the room immediately. Watching the direction in which Robin had left, Mislanda sighed. How could he not understand Robin's meaning? Or rather, he had realized Robin's feelings since childhood. Forget it, not thinking about it, time to sleep. As drowsiness hit him, Mislanda decided to take a nap first. In another room, Robin sat on the bed, frantically pounding on her pillow. The next morning, Mislanda felt his nose itching. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Robin playing with her long hair against his nose. What are you doing? Miranda couldn't help but ask. Robin didn't answer her, but continued to playfully poke Miranda's nose with her hair. Seeing this, Miranda grabbed Robin's wrist with one hand to stop her antics. But she forgot one thing. Robin might lack many things, but she never lacked hands. The next moment, dozens of hands sprouted from the bed, scratching at Miranda in a frenzy. All right, stop it, Robin huffed, and continued to play. I ask you, that woman you mentioned yesterday, is she more beautiful than me? Women love to compare, and Robin was no exception. Hearing this, Miranda sighed, and then broke free from Robin's dozens of hands, standing up from the bed. In terms of looks and figure, don't even think about it. She is unbeatable. The world's #1 beauty, you think. But Robin didn't seem to care. She thought Miranda was lying to her. Seeing Robin's disbelieving expression, Miranda took out her smartphone and found a full-body photo of Hancock. Then, she placed the phone on the bed, indicating for Robin to look for herself. Look for yourself. I'm going to wash up first. Hurry up and wash up. Everything is ready for you, and breakfast is on the table. Upon hearing this, Miranda looked at her in surprise, but Robin proudly lifted her chin. I made up my mind. No matter who that woman is, I won't give up. I will definitely win you back. Hearing this, Miranda was momentarily taken aback. After half a minute, she sighed. Why bother? I'm not a good person. You don't need to do this. I want to. It's none of your business. Regarding Robin's thoughts, Miranda felt that she couldn't compete with Hancock. In terms of intelligence, Robin was smarter, but she feared that Hancock would turn Robin into stone directly. After Miranda went to wash up, Robin picked up the smartphone that Miranda had left on the bed. Just one glance, and Robin was shocked. Wow, she's really beautiful. This face, this skin, this figure. Robin felt inferior. This is so difficult. By the way, what is this thing? Only then did Robin realize, looking curiously at the smartphone in her hand, and began to click around. As we all know, the photo album can have videos in addition to pictures. Then, when Miranda came out after washing up, she saw Robin's flushed and angry face. Hentai, Mislanda. When he saw the content on the smartphone, he instantly felt unwell. Before he could explain anything, Robin directly covered her face and ran out of the room. The next time they met, it was around 10 o'clock in the morning. As soon as they met, Robin stretched out her hand. That thing, the one I just saw, do you have any more? I want one. Sure, no problem. He immediately exchanged for another smartphone and taught Robin how to use it, and also gave her a space ring, just like Hancock's. Where did you get such a magical thing? It's a secret. Fine, don't tell me. Soon, the two left the place. I wanted to take me to play. Robin suddenly said, You've taken that woman to many places. I want to go too. But I don't have time. I don't care, I want it. I wanted to take me to play. Stop messing around. I'm about to take someone to the Grand Line. There's no time to play with you. Biased. Seeing that Mislanda directly rejected her, Robin naturally felt very upset. She wasn't asking for 10 days or half a month. Can it be just 2 or 3 days? Suddenly, Mislanda had a flash of inspiration and thought of something. He looked at Robin, and a black vortex appeared in his hand. Although I can't take you to play, I have prepared something for you. As he spoke, the black vortex slowly expanded, and a large square stone gradually revealed itself. The exposed part clearly showed ancient characters. This was the historical text he took from under the Golden Bell on Sky Island. For a scholar like Robin, historical texts were irresistibly tempting. Sure enough, when she saw the historical text again, Robin's eyes lit up. But in her eager gaze, Mislanda took the historical text back again. Quickly take it out. I want to see. Robin immediately protested, shaking Mislanda's hand desperately. Darling, just take out the historical text. I'll take a picture and look at it slowly, okay? Robin clung to Mislanda, constantly acting cute, but the latter remained unmoved. I said, go back first. No, I just want to see. Slap. Mislanda directly slapped a certain part of Robin, then stood up decisively. In fact, he almost couldn't hold back. I'm leaving now. Whether you want to follow is up to you. After saying that, Mislanda pushed open the window and flew away from there. In the room, watching Mislanda leave, Robin touched the place where he had just been hit, his face turning red. Then he hurriedly followed. Didn't you say you couldn't fly? How come you can now? Looking at the pair of wings formed by many small hands behind Robin, Mislanda couldn't help but tease. But Robin didn't answer, just shot him a fierce glare. Big bad guy, hurry back. After passing through a foggy sea area, the two finally arrived at Germa. Looking at the group of snails below, Robin felt very familiar. She rummaged through her backpack and finally took out a comic. Germa 66, do they really exist? Before entering the North Sea, Robin had carefully studied the situation of the North Sea, which included the comic about Germa 66. That's right, they do exist, and they're my subordinates. Let's go. Miranda directly brought Robin into the castle. Along the way, Robin saw many soldiers who looked quite similar, just like in the comics. "Captain, you're back." Corazon immediately came out with everyone to greet them. Gaji and his children, Alice, Susanoo, and Little Bai were all there. "Who is this?" Corazon looked a bit confused when he saw Robin behind Miranda. "She is." Miranda was about to introduce when Robin immediately stepped forward. She said, "I am his woman, so you can just call me Madam from now on." Corazon looked at Miranda in confusion. "Don't listen to her nonsense. We're not in a romantic relationship yet." Hearing this, Robin was unhappy. However, she didn't dwell on it too much, since the historical narrative was in Miranda's hands. Afterwards, Miranda introduced Corazon and the others. "Little Bai, come here." Mislanda took out a devil fruit and tossed it over. This was the Gomu Gomu no Mi obtained after defeating Wapol. Little Bee jumped up immediately and opened its mouth to catch the devil fruit, then started to chew. "Poo poo poo." Little Bee's expression immediately turned sour, and it quickly stuck out its tongue. Although Little Bee wasn't picky, the taste of the devil fruit was simply too bizarre. Seeing Little Bee's current state, Mislanda chuckled and patted its head. "All right, Reiju, Alice, you two take Robin around for a bit. Where's my history text? Hurry up and bring out." Robin hurriedly said. All right, here you go." Mislanda waved her hand and directly took out the historical text. Robin immediately stepped forward to see what was recorded on it. "Susanoo, stay here. Corazon, Gaji, come with me. Captain, everything is ready and we can set off at any time," Corazon said. Upon hearing this, Mislanda first used her all-seeing heart vision to check Corazon's current thoughts. After all, Corazon's relationship with Sengoku was quite special. Next, they were going to confront the Navy. Although Corazon's character was still good, it was better to be cautious for safety's sake. Under the observation of the all-seeing eye, Corazon showed no signs of betrayal. This relieved Mislanda quite a bit. "We will set off on time tomorrow morning. Gaji, wait for my news in the North Sea. After I secure a territory in the New World, you can bring people over." "Yes." Upon hearing this, Corazon felt a bit worried. What kind of place was the New World? Trying to establish a foothold there was undoubtedly dangerous. With just the 7 of them, it would definitely be more difficult. They might even be surrounded by the Navy before they could enter the New World. "Corazon, there's no need to worry so much." Mislanda noticed Corazon's worries. "Although we are few in number, I have many friends in the New World. One of my good friends is doing quite well there. If it really doesn't work out, we could take his place." Achoo! At that moment, in a certain sea area of the New World, Shanks, who was drinking, suddenly sneezed, spraying the drink he had just taken all over the ground. His embarrassing appearance made the members of the red-haired pirates burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, look." The captain choked on his drink. "Ha ha ha, this is killing me." Meanwhile, Shanks himself looked quite gloomy. "What's going on? Is someone plotting against me?" At the port of Germa, a giant snail was eating. And this is the pirate ship of Mislanda and his crew. This snail is very convenient. It can move on the sea and even climb mountains. It can even cross chasms like the Red Land. The Germa Kingdom is made up of these giant snails. Because of this, the Germa Kingdom can move freely, which is very convenient. The snail they're using is an upgraded version. Judge has installed a booster at the back of the snail, which greatly increases its speed. Above the snail is a sizable structure, enough to accommodate many people. A pirate flag stands tall at the highest point. This is a very ordinary pirate flag, without any changes, looking quite normal. But among the numerous flamboyant pirate flags, Mislanda's normal one gives a sense of returning to simplicity. The Night Pirates. The name has changed, and the previous one was also changed. Eaming feels strange. Looking at his pirate ship, Mislanda nodded. He was very satisfied. Early the next morning, Mislanda, Robin, Corazon, Reiju, Alice, Susanoo, and Little Bibi boarded this pirate ship together. "All right, let's set sail." "Yes, Captain." Soon, Reiju began to steer the giant snail. After sailing for a while, Mislanda came to Robin's side. "You've read the historical text too. What did it say?" Mislanda only knows that the historical text recorded information about the Sea King, but doesn't really know the specifics. Won't tell you." Robin made a face at Mislanda and then went to play with Little Bee. "Why don't we go to the calm belt instead?" Feeling the complete lack of wind around them, Robin guessed their current location. It must be the calm belt without a doubt. Robin already knew that the woman named Hancock was the king of a country in the calm belt. She couldn't help but suspect that Mislanda was here to see that woman. Stop overthinking. The country where Hancock is located is on the other side of the calm belt. We're not looking for her. For me, the first half of the Grand Line doesn't really have anything worth going to besides those few people. Mislanda has quite a few friends, all of whom he met back in the day while following the Roger Pirates. For example, those 3 from Water 7. And now, Fisher Tom is still alive. Besides, I already went through the first half with Hancock last time. so there's no need to go again. Upon hearing this, Robin gritted her teeth and shot him an angry glare. Hancock, Hancock, all you know is her. You could just die on her from now on. So sad. These days, Mislanda has mentioned Hancock countless times, and every night he uses video calls on his phone. Clearly, he's right next to her, but he acts like she doesn't exist. All right, Mislanda held Robin in his arms, but she pushed him away with force. Realizing she couldn't push him at all, Robin punched him twice in the chest to vent her frustration. Don't mention her in front of me again. Okay, I'll try my best. After another 2 days, Mislanda and his group finally left the doldrums. Feeling the long-lost sea breeze, Robin stretched out her arms and yawned. Ah, it feels good to be blown by the wind. Just as Robin was enjoying the sea breeze, a cannonball exploded on the surface of the sea not far from them, creating a water spout. What was that? Robin was startled, but not afraid. It's nothing, just a reckless pirate crew. Mislanda looked to the right and saw a pirate ship approaching their location. On that ship, dozens of pirates were curiously looking in their direction. To be exact, they were looking at the giant snail. Captain, that's definitely a snail, right? One of the pirates couldn't help but ask. Yes, it's a snail, and judging by the situation, it seems like there are people living on it. Hurry, continue the attack and seize it. This will definitely fetch a good price. Under the captain's orders, all the cannons were aimed at the snail. Fire! Bang! Just as the pirate captain was about to give the command to fire, a beam of light shot in quickly, smashing his head to pieces. Instantly, a spray of red and white matter splattered everywhere, and the nearest pirate ended up getting a face full of it. On the snail across from them, Alice was holding a gun, aiming directly at the captain's head. Romantic cannon pumpkin. My specialty is long-range sniping. Daring to disturb us. They're really asking for death. Captain, how do we deal with the rest? Alice immediately asked. Kill them all. They're useless to keep alive. Understood. Then, Alice jumped into the air, and her body immediately transformed. The weapon fruit allows the user to turn into various kinds of weapons. Alice's right leg instantly transformed into a Gatling gun. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets rained down, and before long, the pirate ship was turned into a sieve. The pirates on board were as good as dead. Watching Alice like this, Robin couldn't believe it. Is this really the little maid who helped me with a massage yesterday? What on earth did I make her do yesterday? Captain, all taken care of. Well done. After the little incident, everyone continued on towards the Sabaody archipelago. Along the way, many pirate crews set their sights on Mislanda's snail ship, but were all shot down by Alice. Those who were lucky enough to survive ended up in the stomach of Chobi. Chobi had now eaten the munch-munch fruit, and its appetite had increased significantly. It had also become less picky. In addition to eating meat, it didn't spare guns, cannons, swords, or even pirate ships. However, these things were not eaten for free. Everything Chobi consumed could be transformed into part of itself, just like Barrett's combined fruit. As long as it ate enough, Chobi could become a terrifying monster like Barrett. At the bar of Aunt Sia's place on the Sabaody archipelago, Rayleigh looked helplessly at Mislanda, who was drinking. It had only been a few days, and how had they met again? What's wrong? Old man, don't you want to see me? Mislanda shook the wine in the blanket and couldn't help but speak. To this, Rayleigh remained silent. All right, I'm just going to stay here for a few days and then leave immediately. Is that okay? Making myself look like a play god. Is it just the three of you coming? Rayleigh couldn't help but ask. At this time, Susanoo and Corazon were sitting on the sofa nearby, while Xiaobiza was lying at Mislanda's feet. No, I brought several people. Some are out doing things and aren't here. If you have something to say, just say it. They're not outsiders. Miranda noticed that Rayleigh wanted to say something, but hesitated to speak. A few days ago, Barrett had a fight with Kaido. Rayleigh said. Upon hearing this, Miranda was taken aback, but was not overly surprised. Kaido, I thought he would challenge Whitebeard instead. Now that Whitebeard has claimed the title of the strongest man in the world, Barrett, with his personality, would definitely be unwilling to accept that. The two must have a battle. By the way, what was the outcome? Neither one. After fighting for 2 days, they both went back. Oh, now that's interesting. Then, Rayleigh looked at Miranda, his eyes filled with confusion. Barrett Riderfield, why did you let those two out? Regarding this behavior, Rayleigh not only did not support it, but was somewhat opposed to it. Upon hearing this question, Miranda placed the cup on the table. It's nothing. I just feel that there are too few strong people in this world, and some shouldn't be left silent and impelled down. Besides, I need a few shields. With the things Miranda has done, as long as he appears in the Grand Line, the Navy will definitely go crazy trying to hunt him down. Having strong power is good, but 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. The best way is to find 2 shields to draw fire. Barrett and Riderfield. Although both are lone wolves, are considered top-level pirates in the eyes of the Navy. With them, the pressure on Miranda's side would be significantly reduced. By the way, is there any news about Ryderfield? Mislanda asked. In response, Rayleigh shook his head. Not to mention him, even the world government doesn't know where Ryderfield has gone. The CP organization is the most powerful intelligence organization in the world, with spies all over the globe, yet they still cannot find Ryderfield. It doesn't matter, as long as he still poses a threat to the Navy. Just then, the phone rang. After answering, Robin's voice came through. Mislanda, the target has arrived at the Sabaody archipelago. I'm good, it's up to you guys. Be sure to capture them. I want them alive. The dead are not only useless, but could also cause trouble. Oh, got it. Hearing that Mislanda was talking to someone and seemed to be trying to capture someone, Rayleigh had a bad feeling. Hey, you brat. What are you up to again? He immediately asked. Mislanda did not answer this question. After finishing his drink, he took his people and left. Old man, don't go out randomly these days. If it really doesn't work, just take Aunt Xia back to Nine Snake Island. After that, the group left, leaving Rayleigh sitting alone in the chair. After a long time, Rayleigh couldn't help but sigh. Really troublesome. I just got back. And now Mislanda is up to something again. Not long after, Xiachi returned. Didn't you say you would be back at night? What happened? It's nothing. The celestial dragons came, and to avoid any accidents, I thought it would be better to return early. As soon as Xiachi finished speaking, Rayleigh couldn't help but stand up, grabbing Xiachi's shoulders with both hands. What did you just say? The celestial dragons came? Yeah, 5 of them came all at once. Not good, that brat. How dare he be so bold? The outcome was already obvious. That's right. Mislanda's next target is the celestial dragons. He didn't say this directly in front of Rayleigh, mainly fearing that this old man couldn't handle it. Besides attracting firepower, Mislanda also needed a few talismans, and these talismans had a few requirements. High status, weak strength, low intelligence, and easy to control. Isn't that a coincidence? These 4 conditions fit the celestial dragons perfectly, except for a few special cases. With the celestial dragons as talismans, along with Ryderfield and Barrett attracting fire, Mislanda could achieve a period of stable development. He could either stay hidden in Germa or enter the Grand Line to seize territory, but the latter would take time. On the other side, an entire family of celestial dragons had arrived, 5 in total. Grandpa, Dad, 2 sons, and 1 daughter. The celestial dragons place extreme importance on bloodlines. Only children born to celestial dragons are considered celestial dragons. Those born to celestial dragons and ordinary people are aborted before birth. Because of this strange intraclan marriage and the fact that there are only a few celestial dragons, inbreeding is unavoidable. Thus, the celestial dragons all look rather foolish, as if they lack brains. At this moment, the 5 celestial dragons had already landed on the island. Each of them rode a slave, forcing these slaves to crawl on the ground. Behind the celestial dragons, several women, chained up, were carrying flower baskets and following them. The guard stood on either side, perhaps thinking that no one would dare to lay a hand on the celestial dragons. These guards were not very strong. It's important to know that if a celestial dragon is harmed, the Navy headquarters not far from the Sabaody archipelago would dispatch a Marine admiral. On both sides of the road, countless citizens knelt there, not daring to raise their heads, fearing they would be shot dead by the celestial dragons. They had seen many people killed for not kneeling. Hurry up and crawl, I still need to buy slaves. One celestial dragon angrily said, lifting the head of the slave beneath him. The slave showed no reaction and continued to crawl forward bit by bit. From his hollow gaze, it was clear he was numb, soulless, just a walking corpse. Dad, I want to buy a lot of slaves to fill my cage completely. Okay, son, whatever you say. To be able to be our slave is a glory for those lowly people. Suddenly, this celestial dragon looked at the road ahead. He then raised his pistol and aimed it in that direction. Because someone actually hadn't kneeling but was laughing and eating something. In the eyes of the celestial dragons, this was a great disrespect. Leiju, try this little dumpling. It's really delicious. It really is good. Come on, Alice, you try it too. Seeing the 3 of them like this, the celestial dragon instantly became furious. In the next moment, he pulled the trigger. But suddenly, a hand emerged from his shoulder and slapped him. The slap sent the celestial dragon flying, falling off the slave. Seeing this, the guards hurriedly helped him up. But right after, several hands emerged from the celestial dragoness body, and then it was slap, slap, slap. Damn, who did that? The guards wanted to stop it, but they had no idea who was responsible. Just then, Robin and the others walked over. I did it. Not only you, but the other celestial dragons. None of you can escape. Immediately, Robin crossed her arms over her chest. Flower, flower barrage. A flurry of petals scattered, and at least 4 hands grew from each person, grabbing their necks and tightly hugging their legs. Then, they pulled hard backward. Crack! It was the sound of bones grinding. The waists of these celestial dragons were directly broken by Robin, and they collapsed to the ground. In an instant, except for the 5 celestial dragons and their slaves. Everyone else fell down, but they did not die. They just lay on the ground moaning. Afterward, Robin waved her hand, and the celestial dragon who was being slapped also stopped. At this point, his face was unrecognizable, swollen like a pig's head. Damn you lowly people. How dare you lay hands on us? Release us, or I'll make you wish you were dead. Too noisy. Leiju looked at the celestial dragons with disgust, and then directly shot a lump of purple sticky substance at their mouths. Immediately, the mouths of the celestial dragons were all glued together, and they could only make muffled sounds. In the face of this situation, the people on both sides of the street didn't dare to breathe. They couldn't believe their eyes. Someone actually dared to attack the celestial dragons. Run. Hurry and run. They immediately distanced themselves from the scene, fearing they would be caught up in it. Meanwhile, a guard lying on the ground took out a din mushi. He was going to contact the Navy. Seeing this, Robin did not stop him, but watched as he informed the Navy. This was Mislanda's order. He was very curious about who would come after receiving this call. We have already captured the celestial dragons. Well done. Now we just wait and see who the Navy will send over. According to Mislanda, the only current admiral in the Navy is Sengoku, who is now in the New World. Besides him, there is only Zephyr left, but Zephyr definitely won't come. So the question arises, who else can make the trip? Captain, you don't seem worried at all. Corazon is a bit curious. The enemy is about to arrive. Yet Mislanda remains so composed. Worried? What do I have to worry about? If this were 2 years ago, I would have left by now, but now. I can handle anyone in the Navy, and with the celestial dragon in my hands, what am I afraid of? Aside from those old guys like Garp, I have absolute confidence in defeating Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru. Of course, if 2 of them come, I might still not be able to win. But would the Navy send 2 out of the 3 admiral candidates without knowing the situation? Even if they would, under the threat to the celestial dragon's life, they wouldn't dare to act. Red line, Mary Ahua. At this moment, Steelbone Kong is communicating with one of the 5 elders. In a week, he will no longer be the fleet admiral, but the supreme commander of the 3 armies. At that time, he can enjoy his retirement in Mary Ahua. Kong, according to our wishes, you can hold on for a few more years. The 5 elders said, as they didn't want Steelbone Kong to resign just yet. But Steelbone Kong's attitude is very firm. Seeing this, the 5 elders did not continue to pressure him. They could order Steelbone Kong to remain as fleet admiral, but they couldn't guarantee that he would take it seriously. It might be better to let him retire. Just then, a person wearing a white mask walked in. 5 elders. Fleet admiral, we just received news from Sabaody Archipelago that someone has kidnapped the celestial dragons. What? Upon hearing this news, Steelbone Kong looked very surprised. And even the usually calm 5 elders changed their expressions. Someone has kidnapped the celestial dragons? This is indeed shocking news. However, the 2 were merely surprised and had no other thoughts. They assumed it was some ignorant people acting. Since that's the case, let the Navy admirals make a trip. Fleet Admiral you. No way. Admiral Sengoku is in the New World, and the only admiral at Navy headquarters is Zephyr, but he can't go. The 5 elders also knew a bit about Zephyr's situation, so they didn't push. Then who is at Navy headquarters? Steelbone Kong thought for a moment. There are 2 admiral candidates, Kazan and Borsalino. They are set to become admirals at the succession conference in a week, so just sending one of them will suffice. All right, let's do it. It will be Borsalino. He's a bit faster. In the end, to make it more legitimate, Kizaru was promoted to admiral ahead of time, removing the candidate status. When Kizaru personally received this news, he was completely confused. What's going on? Why did I suddenly get promoted? Admiral Kizaru, please set off as soon as possible. The celestial dragons are waiting. All right, let me see who has the guts to move against the celestial dragons. How terrifying. Thus, Kizaru set off with a Navy warship. Meanwhile, the situation for the celestial dragons is dire. 5 celestial dragons are all lying on the ground, unable to speak. Mislanda didn't put them with Rayleigh because he was afraid Rayleigh couldn't handle it. After all, these were 5 celestial dragons. Not to mention Rayleigh. Even Mislanda didn't expect to capture 5 at once. This is going to be lively. Captain, the Marine Admiral is coming. What should we do? Corazon glanced at the celestial dragons on the ground. Although he was also a celestial dragon, he felt no sympathy for these guys, only disgust. No rush. Let's play with the Marine Admiral for a while. Saying this, Mislanda used his fruit ability to put the celestial dragons into a black hole space. Marineford was not far from Sabaody Archipelago, and the warship was also quite fast, so Kizaru and the others arrived quickly. By this time, The Sabaody archipelago was already in chaos. The celestial dragons had been kidnapped, and this was no small matter. The whole island could get dragged into it. Before Kizaru and the others arrived, the CP agents had already searched the area, but found nothing. There was no other choice but to wait for the Marine Admiral to come. At the port of Sabaody archipelago, many pirates were preparing to leave. Something happened to the celestial dragons, and the Marine Admiral was coming. They were nothing in front of the Marine Admiral, so they could only leave before he arrived. Bang! Just as some pirate ships were about to leave, a cannonball exploded at the port. A yellow light burst out from the cannon fire, forming a person. It was Kizaru. At this moment, he was on the phone with the Navy. Moshi, this is Admiral Kizaru. I have arrived at Sabaody archipelago. The pirates breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Kizaru's figure. Many knew that Kizaru was not the Marine Admiral, so they felt a little more at ease. But they never expected that Kizaru was already an admiral. Moreover, regardless of whether he was a Marine Admiral or not, Kizaru's strength was terrifying. Many pirates raised their guns, ready to take down Kizaru. But Kizaru seemed to ignore them and continued talking on the phone. I'm at the port. I'll go look for you soon. Wait for me at the place where the celestial dragons were captured. Yes. Seeing that Kizaru completely ignored them, the pirates immediately got angry. The next moment, countless bullets shot towards Kizaru, but they quickly realized that the bullets passed right through Kizaru's body without causing any harm. Soon, Kizaru hung up the phone and looked at the pirates. Hey, hasn't anyone taught you that you shouldn't disturb others while they're busy? Saying this, Kizaru lazily pointed his index finger at the largest pirate ship among them. In the eyes of the pirates, Kizaru's index finger suddenly lit up, with a large amount of light gathering at his fingertip. Bayou, a beam of light shot out quickly, directly hitting that pirate ship. Instantly, a massive explosion occurred on the sea. The shockwave from the explosion capsized several small pirate ships closest to it. Seeing this, the other pirates turned pale. Are you kidding me? Run. Boo. Just as they were about to escape, more laser beams came, taking them down as if they were balloons. After finishing this, Kizaru took out the Din Mushi and contacted the warship that hadn't arrived yet. You guys take care of the pirates on the sea. I have something to do first. At Sabaody archipelago, in a clothing store, Kizaru watched 3 women who were paying but didn't immediately interrupt them. Instead, he went outside the store to wait for them. You can say I'm lazy, but I, Admiral Kizaru, am very polite. At this moment, Kizaru led many Marines to surround the area. Hey ladies, have you finished your shopping? Can we talk outside? Kizaru shouted toward the inside. Before long, Robin, Reiju, and Alice came out. Hello ladies, I'm a newly appointed Marine Admiral Kizaru. Thank you very much. Otherwise, it would have taken me a few more days to become a Marine Admiral. Hearing this, Robin and the others nodded. No need to thank us. May I ask, can we leave now? To this question, Kizaru shook his head. I'm afraid that's not possible. Gratitude aside, I came here with orders. All right, we're the celestial dragons. Bang. The answer to Kizaru was a bullet from Alice. But this bullet had no effect, still passing through Kizaru's chest. This mate's finger can actually turn into a gun. How scary. Looking at Alice's finger, Kizaru said in surprise. But Alice said nothing. She lifted her right leg and turned it into a machine gun again. Not good. Get out of the way. Just kidding, Kizaru can rely on his elementalization to be unafraid of machine gun attacks, but others can't. In the pirate world, not many can block machine gun fire with their bodies. Marines, you need to be careful. Our Alice is quite powerful. Robin kindly reminded. Then came the sound of gunfire. Captain, when did Kizaru become a Marine Admiral? Not far away. Corazon was a bit surprised looking at the insignia on Kizaru's coat. The Marine coat can represent a Marine status. It doesn't matter. Kizaru will definitely become a Marine Admiral. Whether it's a few days early or late doesn't make any difference. Little Bai go. Miranda patted Little Bai's head, signaling it to go play with Kizaru for a while. Little Bai obediently jumped down from the rooftop. As long as the core wasn't destroyed, Kizaru couldn't kill Little Bai. Moreover, Little Bai had just eaten the swallow fruit, and Miranda wanted to see how it worked. Under Alice's machine gun suppression, many Navy soldiers hurriedly found places to hide, except for Kizaru. He strolled forward leisurely. Although countless bullets were aimed at him, the damage was 0. Miss Maid, there's no need to waste your effort. Your attacks can't hurt me. Kizaru said, I can't let you keep attacking, or my subordinates will have nowhere to hide. Saying this, Kizaru slowly raised his right leg, and a large amount of yellow light gathered on it. Miss, this will hurt a lot. I'm sorry. Kizaru rarely hit women, especially younger ones. Based on his judgment, Robin was around 18, that maid was a bit older, around 13 or 14, and the girl in the pink dress was about 11 or 12. He couldn't bring himself to do it. Just as Kizaru was about to attack, Reiju moved. She punched Kizaru in the abdomen. Alice and Robin couldn't use Haki, but Reiju could. Even Kizaru didn't expect that this young woman would have Haki. Although this punch didn't hurt him at all, it was astonishing that a little girl could use Haki. Suddenly, Kizaru sensed something and turned to look. He saw a huge mouth coming at him. With a crunch, Kizaru and a large area of land beneath him were swallowed up by that big mouth. A massive creature, all in white and at least 10 meters tall, stood there continuously chewing on something. This was none other than Little Bai, rushing over. Admiral Kizaru. The Navy shouted in a hurry. They couldn't react in time. What just happened? Did Kizaru get eaten by that creature? Just as they were about to save him, a glow emanated from Little Bai's belly. Boom! An explosion sounded as Little Bai's belly burst open. What a terrifying monster! It actually managed to swallow me. Kizaru's figure appeared on the ground. He brushed the dust off his new coat and looked at Little Bai. At this moment, there was a big hole in Little Bai's belly, but it was healing at a visible speed. You look familiar. Let me think. Oh, I remember now. You're that pet with a bounty of 100 million. In the pet world, Little Bai's bounty was already at the ceiling. Even Shank's monkey subordinate didn't have a bounty of 100 million. Roar. Little Bai roared, and then its white exterior began to turn blood red, making the entire creature appear extremely terrifying. Subsequently, Little Bai stood in front of Kizaru, smashing its fist down onto the ground. Each punch was incredibly powerful, causing the ground to tremble continuously. Seeing Little Bai's current state, Robin was also a bit frightened. She had only heard about Little Bai's terrifying side before. Now seeing it with her own eyes made her realize just how terrifying it was. Suddenly, a laser beam shot out, directly hitting Little Bai's head. Little Bai's head was instantly smashed to pieces. The massive body paused for a moment before collapsing to the ground. Just as Kizaru was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Little Bai stood up again, its exploded head regenerating. Seeing this scene, Kizaru's previously calm expression became somewhat serious. At that moment, Little Bai raised its hands, a large axe growing out of its left arm and a cannon appearing on its right. Since eating the swallow fruit, Little Bai had consumed many weapons, all of which could merge with it. Are you even a devil fruit user? What in the world are you? Swish! Little Bai swung the axe down, leaving a deep mark on the ground. Faced with Little Bai's frenzied attacks, Kizaru jumped into the air. I don't believe you don't have a weakness. Aokiji. A cross-shaped light shone in the air, and then countless yellow light bullets rained down. Kizaru's large area of effect skill could attack indiscriminately. Boom, boom. Countless light bullets struck Little Bai's body, causing explosions one after another, continuously damaging Little Bai. Just then, a black vortex suddenly appeared in front of Little Bai. Then, a tremendous suction force emerged from the vortex. All of Kizaru's light bullets were absorbed. Little Bai also had a weakness. Like Susanoo, it had a core. If this core was destroyed, beings like them would die. Susanoo's core was the Yada mirror on its chest, while Little Bai's core was on the right side of its waist. The two had their differences. When Susanoo's core was gone, it could absorb the user's vitality to recover, but if Little Bai's core was gone, it was truly gone. Faced with Kizaru's large area attack like the 8 Shaka-kg, Miranda couldn't just sit by and watch anymore. Otherwise, he would lose his pet. He couldn't bear to lose a pet like Little Bai. Watching the black vortex suddenly blocking his attack, Kizaru's expression became serious. Since he first saw Little Bai, Kizaru had some guesses. The person behind this kidnapping of the celestial dragons was probably the one who destroyed the slave prison back then. Admiral Kizaru. Suddenly, a voice came from above, and Kizaru looked up to see a man in black staring at him. Under that deep gaze, Kizaru felt an inexplicable fear rising within him. Dark King Miranda, I never expected it would be you again. Destroying the slave prison wasn't enough. You even kidnapped the celestial dragons. I must say, not just anyone can do such a thing. You really are a terrifying guy. Even I'm a bit afraid. Upon hearing this, Miranda smiled. He then descended to the ground. Seeing Miranda arrive, Little Bai transformed from its terrifying appearance back into a cute little dog, running to Miranda's legs and rubbing against them. Seeing this scene, Kizaru's expression was somewhat strange. Was this really the same big monster from earlier? Hey, where did you find such a pet? I want one too. When needed, it was a powerful combat force, and when not needed, it was just a little pet. Who wouldn't want that? I have to thank the Celestial Dragon Slave Prison. Otherwise, how would I have Little Bai? This isn't really a lie from Mislanda. After all, it's a reward for completing a mission. If the Celestial Dragons didn't have slave prisons, there wouldn't be a mission. So how could there be a reward? All right, Robin, you all go back and wait for me. I want to have a good chat with the Marine Admiral. After that, Robin and the others left here and returned to the snail ship. With a celestial dragon in hand, the Marines wouldn't dare to launch a strong attack. Even if they did, what could they do? Susanoo and Littleby would make them think twice in their next life. All right, the people I'm worried about have all left, so let's have a good chat now. Mislanda twisted his neck and felt a bit excited at that moment. Seeing the other party's condition, Kizaru was somewhat confused. What's wrong? Do you think I am as easy to bully as the celestial dragons? The combat power of the celestial dragons is almost zero, while Kizaru's is extraordinarily high. You might want to listen to me. Let the celestial dragons go, and today's matter will be considered over. To be honest, Kizaru didn't want to fight Mislanda. For some reason, Kizaru felt a power within Mislanda that he feared. Moreover, according to intelligence, Mislanda had been nearly as strong as Bogard over a year ago, and now, Kizaru wasn't sure. That won't do. I can't just let go of the celestial dragon I captured by my own ability. Boom! In the next moment, Mislanda directly unleashed his conqueror's Haki. The overwhelming aura forced even Kizaru to use his arm to shield his face. Kizaru, do you know? I've been waiting for someone like you all along. Mislanda has always wanted a rival, someone on his level, and also a devil fruit user. However, among the people he has encountered, Rayleigh and Garp are strong, but they are not devil fruit users. Barrett is a devil fruit user, but Impel Down is not a place for fighting. Magellan, Doflamingo, and others are too weak. Now, he has finally found a suitable opponent. Kizaru is a light fruit user, representing light, while Mislanda represents darkness. He is the perfect match. Only by battling against a devil fruit user can the powers of the dark fruit be fully unleashed. Just thinking about this, the fighting spirit in Mislanda's eyes is about to become tangible. Sensing the opponent's fighting spirit, Kizaru knows that there is no escaping this battle today. Since that's the case, let's fight. Kizaru is not afraid. At this moment, the lazy aura on Kizaru's face has completely disappeared. A black whirlwind suddenly burst forth from Mislanda's body, quickly sweeping across the surroundings, and the yellow ape was also caught within it. The yellow ape raised his palm to take a look. He felt strange. His abilities seemed to be suppressed. Hey. Getting distracted during a battle is not a good habit. Suddenly, a black shockwave swept past the yellow ape's right side, 2 meters away from his body. A black mark instantly appeared on the ground. Inside the mark, black mist continuously poured out, frantically devouring everything around it. Yellow ape, if you dare to be careless again, I will kill you. Upon hearing this, the yellow ape no longer hesitated. A large amount of light appeared around him, and then flew towards Mislanda's position. Mislanda summoned a large amount of dark energy to counterattack. For a moment, the battlefield of the two was divided into 2 parts. One half was darker than the night, while the other side was extremely bright. The 2 forces pressed against each other. At the same time, Steelbone Kong learned about the situation on the island. Bang! Another table was destroyed. It was him again, that bastard. Just thinking about Mislanda's words very moist made Steelbone Kong furious, with veins popping on his forehead. He was grinding his teeth in anger. Go, contact Kazan, and have him go to Sabaody Archipelago to capture that bastard. I want him dead. Yes. Just as the Navy was about to contact Aokiji, the Gorosei suddenly spoke up. Admiral Kong, the celestial dragons cannot die. This statement calmed the furious Steelbone Kong slightly. He looked at the Gorosei. The celestial dragons are in the hands of the opponent. We cannot guarantee their safety. This is something for you in the Navy to consider. I only want results. Steelbone Kong was troubled. Meanwhile, Shiwan, who had just returned to Navy headquarters, also received this news. She had originally been with Garp blocking Mislanda in the Grand Line, but after waiting for a long time without any news, she instead heard that Mislanda had rescued Barrett and Raidfield. But now, that guy had directly arrived at Sabaody Archipelago. Shiwan, you should not go. Vice Admiral Crane couldn't help but advise. I will go with Kazan, along with Polysolino. That should be enough to bring him back. On Sabaody Archipelago, a black energy pillar suddenly shot out from the island, directly piercing through 3 giant red trees. Seeing the damage caused by this strike, Kizaru's brow immediately furrowed. If he hadn't dodged quickly just now, that attack would have hit him. What a terrifying guy. This time, Kizaru was speaking the truth. He had previously teased his opponents. But today, facing Mislanda, his words were no longer teasing. Then, Kizaru clasped his hands together, and a brilliant light appeared from his palms. Yada no Kagami. A beam of light shot out, quickly reflecting off objects upon contact. In the blink of an eye, the area around Mislanda was filled with light. Kizaru's body was among them, capable of appearing anywhere around Mislanda at any time. Have you ever been kicked by light? Let me show you today. Speed is mass. Kizaru's body suddenly appeared behind Mislanda, followed by his famous lightspeed kick. It must be said that Kizaru's speed was indeed fast, accomplishing the entire process in the blink of an eye. But he never expected that his attack had long been anticipated by Mislanda. At that moment, a decorative item suddenly appeared on Mislanda's head, a gemstone eye. The Imperial Tool 5 Eyes was omniscient, the observer. Although Kizaru's speed was fast, it could not escape the capture of the 5 Eyes. Facing this lightspeed kick, Mislanda raised his right hand to block it. The flash fruit is indeed quite good. But what if he didn't have that fruit ability? After saying that, Mislanda activated the power of the dark fruit. A surge of black energy appeared from his hand and grabbed Kizaru. The light on Kizaru's body immediately vanished. What's happening? Feeling his ability gone, Kizaru panicked. Seeing Kizaru's expression, Mislanda couldn't help but laugh. He clenched his fist and struck Kizaru's chest, sending his body flying into a building below. The entire building collapsed instantly. Afterwards, Mislanda contacted Robin and the others, telling them not to wait and to leave first. Just as he hung up the phone, the restored Kizaru transformed into a beam of light and returned to the sky. At this point, Kizaru looked rather disheveled. His navy coat was already torn and dirty, and there were several bloodstains on his face. He looked at Mislanda with a hint of fear in his eyes. What's wrong? Is this already scary? Mislanda smiled and then raised his right hand. Immediately, a large amount of black energy gathered in his palm. Come and try this move. It's specially prepared for. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong suddenly appeared, and Huang Yuan felt his body being pulled towards Mislanda. The grew stronger, and Huang Yuan struggled to resist, barely managing to stabilize himself. Then he extended his fingers and fired 3 laser beams. However, they were absorbed by the darkness in Mislanda's hand before they could get within 5 meters. Seeing this, Huang Yuan immediately retreated, but Mislanda understood what Huang Yuan was thinking. He aimed his palm at Huang Yuan and slowly clenched his fingers. Boom! In an instant, Huang Yuan felt the on his body increase many times over. However, what Mislanda didn't expect was that after struggling for a while, Huang Yuan stopped resisting and instead charged forward using the. At the same time, a gleaming appeared in his hand. Tung Song Yunjian. Huang Yuan gripped the golden tightly and flew towards Mislanda. Swish! A sword energy sliced through the air. Miranda's ability can counter fruit abilities. However, the cutting type is not the yellow monkey's fruit ability, nor is it a type of energy, so Miranda cannot absorb it. The yellow monkey also guessed this, which is why he acted this way. Although the yellow monkey's strength heavily relies on his fruit ability, he is also a battle-hardened veteran with rich combat experience. Faced with this cut, Miranda could only defend. The sword struck Miranda's arm. Although there was Haki defense, the yellow monkey's sword could still be compared to that of the elderly Rayleigh, and this strike directly inflicted a wound. Seeing that it was effective, the yellow monkey's expression improved somewhat. Subsequently, using his speed advantage, the yellow monkey continuously launched attacks with cutting strikes. How annoying! Darkness condense. Miranda punched the ground below, and the surrounding land instantly turned into a black swamp. Immediately after, everything around, trees, stones, buildings, was drawn in and swallowed. After absorbing a lot of material, Miranda's fist suddenly opened. Release. Boom! In the next moment, everything that had been absorbed was released. Countless masses of material splattered in all directions. Seeing this, Kizaru waved the Amatsu no Kyumo sword in his hand to block, sending the scattered material flying. Upon seeing Kizaru's figure, Miranda launched another dark shockwave that directly hit Kizaru. With this strike, Kizaru spat out blood and was sent flying. But he quickly stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Sigh. If I had known it would be like this, I would have let Kazan come. Being an admiral is really tough. Saying this, yellow orbs of light appeared around Kizaru again, and each orb shot out a laser beam. He gripped the Amatsu no Kyumo sword tightly and charged forward again. In an instant, continuous explosions echoed throughout the Sabaody archipelago. Meanwhile, Aokiji and Vice Admiral Tsaru also led 3 naval warships to the scene. From a distance, they could hear the explosions on the Sabaody archipelago. Although they were well aware of Kizaru's strength, Miranda should not be underestimated. It's possible that Kizaru might lose. Suddenly, another abnormality occurred on the island. The continuous explosions were all swallowed by a black vortex. Then, a massive sphere of light hovered above the Sabaody archipelago. Bang! A huge mushroom cloud rose, and the entire Sabaody archipelago was engulfed by the massive shockwave. Even the warships on the sea were nearly capsized. When the aftershock subsided, the port of the Sabaody archipelago had disappeared, blown to pieces, and sunk into the sea. During the recent battle, The two had tactfully moved away from the crowded areas to this place. The port was mostly filled with pirates. If they died, so be it. Miranda didn't care. Whoosh! A beam of light quickly approached the warship. It was Kizaru. He braced himself with one hand to avoid falling. He had lost the recent battle. Borsalino, are you alright? Seeing Kizaru in this state, Aokiji wanted to help him up, but Kizaru stopped him. He endured the pain in his body and stood up. Although he was quite injured, he was still able to stand. At this moment, Kizaru's body was covered in small black wounds, and the blood flowing from them was also black. Kazan, I lost. It's up to you now. The opponent's fruit ability can suppress other ability users, so be careful. Upon hearing this, Aokiji nodded solemnly and arranged for someone to bandage Kizaru. Then, Aokiji looked toward the direction of the Sabaody archipelago. Vice Admiral Tsuru, beside him, also frowned. Aokiji's strength was similar to Kizaru's. If a real fight broke out, Kizaru would have a higher chance of winning. Now that Kizaru had lost, it was Aokiji's turn. Meanwhile, Miranda on the Sabaody archipelago was not unscathed either. Although the dark fruit suppressed Kizaru's abilities, Kizaru was still an admiral, a battle-hardened existence. Even though he had won, Miranda also bore considerable injuries. Blood had soaked through the front of Miranda's clothes. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the king-level opponent, Admiral Kizaru. Reward: 10,000 strongest points. The system's voice rang out, and a smile appeared on Miranda's face. At this moment, Miranda had finally defeated his first king-level opponent. It wasn't easy. Then he looked out at the sea. With his omnipotent observation, Miranda saw Aokiji on the warship, along with Vice Admiral Tsuru by his side. Vice Admiral and candidate for Admiral, Aokiji, strength level, king. Defeating him grants 10,000 points. It had been many years since the Ohara incident, and Aokiji's strength had advanced further. Vice Admiral Tsuru, on the other hand, had not changed at all, as she was already old. After the recent battle, Miranda no longer had the ability to defeat Aokiji. Moreover, there was also Vice Admiral Tsuru and many other Navy personnel. Winning was impossible, but Miranda was not afraid. After all, he had a protective charm. Furthermore, even if the Navy disregarded the Celestial Dragon's fate, wasn't Rayleigh still on the Sabaody archipelago? Watching the lingering flames of the explosions on the Sabaody archipelago, Miranda immediately released a dark vortex to absorb them all. In the gaze of Aokiji, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and the other Navy personnel, a black vortex continuously absorbed the flames. Then, several streams of black material reached the surface of the sea, not far from the warships. Vice Admiral Tsuru, Aokiji, long time no see. Miranda's figure emerged from among them. It's quite impressive that the Navy has given me such face to let you all come here. 2 Admiral-level figures and an old veteran from the Navy. This lineup really is quite flattering. In the face of Miranda's teasing, Aokiji and Vice Admiral Crane had no intention of engaging in conversation with him. In the next moment, an ice bird appeared out of thin air and charged towards Miranda. Mislanda also directly summoned a dark vortex. However, what emerged this time were clusters of light, which were the 8-footed jade pendants of the yellow ape that he had just absorbed. It must be said that if there were no restrictions, the yellow ape's move was truly enjoyable. It was powerful, fast, and very dense. It was useful, extremely useful. Aokiji's attack was directly bombarded into a pile of fragments. Just when Mislanda wanted to say something else, a blue light quickly passed by. Blocked by the ice, Mislanda's line of sight didn't catch it. Therefore, he was hit. This was again the ability of Admiral Crane's wash fruit, which could turn people into clothing. Mislanda had used this trick before, so this time he used his aura again to block this ability. With the experience from last time, everything went very smoothly, and there were no signs of his body turning into clothes. I said, can't you all let me finish my words? Roar, roar, roar. Mislanda raised the ring of black marlin adorned with a water dragon. In the vast ocean, the seawater is an endless resource, and here, the black marlin ring can unleash tremendous power. Suddenly, 3 gigantic water dragons surged up from the surface of the sea, charging towards the warship. But Mislanda forgot one thing. Aokiji. Aokiji's ability is not something seawater can contend with. On the contrary, Aokiji can deal with seawater. Ice Age. Aokiji immediately emitted a wave of cold air, and the temperature around him began to drop sharply. The water dragon attacks were instantly frozen. Seeing the scene, Mislanda felt a bit of a headache. The black marlin met Aokiji and was completely countered. If it were any other ability user, the black marlin ring could make them drink a good amount of seawater in this ocean. But not Aokiji. However, with my dark fruit, it will be different. With that, A strange smile appeared on Mislanda's face. Aokiji, Vice Admiral Crane, you need to be careful next. Mislanda raised her hands once again. In the next moment, a surge of overwhelming black mist erupted from her left hand, forming a dark whirlwind. Her right hand summoned a dozen giant water dragons. Subsequently, the two slowly merged, and the originally blue and white water dragons were instantly cloaked in a layer of darkness. Seeing this, Aokiji used his devil fruit ability again, intending to freeze all the water dragons. However, he could never have imagined that the layer of darkness perfectly obstructed Aokiji's power, although it couldn't hold for long. That moment was enough. The water dragons had already reached the front of the warship. With the impact of the water dragons, a warship was directly torn to pieces, and all the Navy personnel on board were swept into it. Upon seeing this, Aokiji created several ice walls to block the water dragon's attack. Bang, bang, bang. The ice walls were shattered one after another, and the power of the water dragons was continuously weakened, eventually being stopped. Aokiji and Vice Admiral Crane let out a sigh of relief. But when they looked towards the sea, where was Mislanda's figure? Damn it, he got away. Aokiji said unwillingly. Next time, there probably won't be such a good opportunity. Forget it, Kazan, let us go back. There's no point in staying. Afterwards, the Navy assessed the casualties and left. They had arrived with 3 warships, but only 2 returned. On Sabaody archipelago, Rayleigh and Haki watched the battle from a distance. Seeing Mislanda successfully escape, Rayleigh took a sip from his flask. Has that brat already reached this level? I can rest easy now. Just now, Rayleigh almost intervened. Yes, I believe he can become a dominant force in the new world. Let us head back too. The bar needs to prepare for its opening in a few days. After leaving Sabaody archipelago, Mislanda followed the life card to find Robin and the others. At this moment, the snail ship was anchored below the red line. How are your injuries? Seeing Mislanda's blood-stained clothes, Robin hurriedly asked. It was the first time she had seen Mislanda like this. Don't worry, I won. Just at a great cost. First, I had a fight with Kizaru, and then I exchanged a few moves with Aokiji and Vice Admiral Crane. Mislanda is also struggling a bit. However, he definitely hasn't lost. After all, Kizaru is certainly in a much worse situation than him right now, and he might need some time to recover. Take off your shirt. I'll bandage you up, Robin said as she took out a bandage and was about to remove Mislanda's upper garment. Seeing Robin's action, Mislanda hurriedly stopped her. He didn't need any bandaging. Although he had over a dozen wounds on his body, none were very serious. With Mislanda's physical condition, he could fully recover in at most 5 days. But Robin didn't care about that. Under her strong insistence, Mislanda's shirt was still taken off. Robin nodded and then began to bandage him. Corazon and Reiju also wisely left, taking Alice with them as they went. After being bandaged, Mislanda first went to find Corazon. Captain, is there something you need? Yes, I have something for you to do. Saying this, Mislanda handed Corazon a photo. Find the approximate location of the person in this photo. It will be useful later. Don't enter the Grand Line for now. Just set off. Understood. Following that, Corazon drove away in a small snail. He looked at the photo in his hand. It was of a well-known person, Gold Lion Shiki. At Marine headquarters, Marine Admiral Akainu had just returned to hear about the situation in Sabaody archipelago. Miranda has escaped, and the celestial dragons couldn't save him. The newly appointed Marine Admiral Kizaru returned injured. Furious, Steelbone Kong smashed the new table he had just replaced a few days ago. Has his strength really reached such a level? They all know Kizaru's strength. In the Navy, there are very few who can match Kizaru, and almost no one dares to say they can definitely win against him. But someone like Kizaru lost. Admiral Kong, we don't need to worry too much. Borsellino said that if it weren't for the suppression of devil fruit abilities, he wouldn't have lost. The power of the dark fruit was already known to the Navy when Miranda was shining brightly. Being able to restrain other ability users gave Miranda an invisible advantage when facing an opponent like Kizaru. So, it seems we can only let Garp take action. That's fine. It's most appropriate for Garp to deal with the remnants of the Roger pirates. At this point, Steelbone Kong looked towards the door. Guillaume, you don't need to go. Just stay at Marine headquarters. Come on, open your mouth. On the snail ship in the captain's room, Robin held food in one hand and a fork in the other, bringing a small piece of meat to Miranda's mouth. Facing this situation, Miranda had a dark expression. Hey, I said I was injured, not disabled. I know. I'm just taking care of the injured. Come on, eat first. No need to trouble you. I can eat by myself. Buzzing at that moment, the phone on the table rang. Seeing the phone on the table, Robin looked a bit unhappy. There are only 3 of these, Miranda, Hancock, and Robin. Now that Robin's is still in her pocket, who do you think is calling? Oomph. Your beautiful wife is looking for you. Hurry up and answer. Robin fiercely stabbed a piece of meat with her fork. Before answering, Mislanda put on his coat to cover the bandages on his body. If Hancock sees this, he'll probably get another round of comfort. You even deceive your own people. Robin muttered softly, then fell silent. She knew that right now. It was better not to cause any trouble. Darling, where are you right now? Hancock immediately asked through the screen. I'm about to enter the new world, so you don't have to worry about me. The video call ended a few minutes later. After casting a glare at Mislanda, Robin left. She had just heard quite a few tender words, but none were directed at her. It feels bad. Sigh. Mislanda sighed and then picked up the food to eat. Although it was a bit cold, it was enough to fill his stomach. In fact, Mislanda would not refuse beautiful women. If there was a woman lying on his bed and he found her attractive, he would take the opportunity. However, as for Robin, one could only say that Mislanda still cared about her. After finishing his meal, he lay directly on the bed, ready to sleep. Just then, the door was pushed open again. Robin walked in wearing a big coat. At that moment, Robin had a half-smiling expression on her face, making Mislanda feel a bit uneasy. What do you want? Nothing. I just want you to see if I look good in my new clothes. After saying this, Robin took off her coat under Mislanda's confused gaze. Just one glance, and Mislanda's expression became quite subtle. When did you get this outfit? What? Am I not as good-looking as Hancock in it? Indeed, at that moment, Robin was wearing the same outfit as Hancock. To be honest, you're not as pretty as her in it, but it gives me a very strange feeling. Hearing Mislanda's words, Robin smiled. She then walked to the side of the bed, took off her shoes, and climbed up. Robin pressed her hands on Mislanda's shoulders, her legs on either side of his waist. So, do you want to feel something different? Robin whispered in Mislanda's ear. Just after saying that, she was pressed down onto the bed. Phew, I originally planned to wait a while before taking advantage of you, but it seems you couldn't wait. I'm a bit impatient, so come on. By the way, you have injuries. It won't affect you, right? Robin continued to provoke. Seeing this, Mislanda couldn't hold back. He directly took off the outfit that was the same as Hancock's. These little injuries are nothing. Besides, you are my healing medicine. After saying that, they engaged in a battle of words. Just as Mislanda was about to take the final step, Robin transformed into a bunch of petals and scattered away. Mislanda? Ha 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 ha. Outside the door, seeing Mislanda's expression, Robin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sorry, perverted captain. You should heal first. Good night. The next morning, Mislanda got up. He looked at his wounds. After a night of rest, they were not serious anymore. However, thinking about Robin's teasing from last night, Mislanda decided to get his revenge first. He was about to take the final step, but it turned out to be a clone. Robin, being a user of the flower fruit, could easily create clones. Mislanda just didn't expect Robin to use her clone like this. Good morning, perverted captain. Did you sleep well last night? Robin immediately teased. But Mislanda looked at her and then directly jumped past her, entering Robin's room. After a while, Robin's voice came from the room, while the Robin outside directly dissipated. My little fairy. Using the same trick twice is asking for trouble. Indeed, Robin tried to tease Mislanda again with that trick. But this time it was different. Even without using the observation Haki, he discovered that this Robin was just a clone. Looking at Mislanda pressing her down on the bed, Robin hurriedly admitted her mistake. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. No problem, I forgive you this time. Hearing this, Robin looked at Mislanda, showing some disbelief. Really? Of course it's true, I keep my word. But, sure enough, upon hearing this, Robin knew she had been too happy too soon. I forgive you this time, but I haven't forgiven you for last night. Then what do you want? Faced with this version of Mislanda, Robin felt a little scared. Mislanda hooked her finger under Robin's chin. I'm really angry right now. This is all your fault from last night. You have to take responsibility. Wait, Robin hurriedly said, using all her strength to avoid Miranda's kiss. I'm about to go find Reiju and Alice. Let us talk later. No way. Isn't your clone quite skilled at this? Sister Robin, what's wrong? In the kitchen, Alice looked at Robin's strange expression, puzzled. It's nothing. Let's hurry and cook. They're still waiting to eat. Oh. With the snail ship, Mislanda and the others could directly cross the Red Earth continent. This saved a lot of trouble. At least they didn't have to go to Fishman Island after coding, saving a lot of time. Soon, the snail ship climbed to the top of the Red Earth continent. Looking at the scene above, Mislanda found it somewhat amusing. The originally destroyed slave prison had been rebuilt, but it was not as large as before. What bad idea are you up to again? Robin tapped his forehead and asked angrily, but she was immediately pulled into his embrace. I've used up all my bad ideas on you today. What's still angry? Hearing this, Robin angrily punched his chest. How can you say that? My clone almost dispersed. Robin's clone still had a connection with her main body. The sensations from the clone would transmit to the main body, and if it suffered a fatal injury or strong stimulation, the clone would disperse. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Robin pinched Miranda, and then blushed as she returned to her room. Regarding Robin's personality, I can only say that there is a difference between 18 and 28, everyone understands. After she left, Miranda looked at the slave prison again. Forget it. Who made me in a good mood today? Miranda crossed his arms over his chest. Boom. A large amount of black mist appeared and began to condense between Miranda's hands. A small black vortex emerged in his palm. Go. At the right moment, Miranda pushed the vortex out of his hands and ignored it. Little snail, let's go. The snail ship continued to move, preparing to descend. Behind them, the black vortex gradually moved forward, eventually reaching above the slave prison. Boom! An extremely powerful suction force suddenly appeared, turning the entire prison into a heap of ruins. Soon, news spread that Miranda had defeated the newly appointed Marine Admiral Kizaru at Sabaody Archipelago. His bounty was raised to 2 billion, surpassing Barrett. New World, Red Hair Pirates. Looking at the news about Miranda, Shanks, standing at the bow of the ship, grinned. Are we going to meet Miranda? This is really exciting. Shanks reminisced about the scenes from his time in the Roger Pirates, and his mood instantly improved. Behind him, the crew of the Red Hair Pirates also looked shocked. They had defeated an admiral. Their crew had never achieved such a feat. However, if he really could fight an admiral, Shanks estimated he could hold his own, and there was a good chance he could win. Shanks was left-handed, and he hadn't lost his most accustomed left hand yet. At that moment, the top sniper of the red-haired pirates, Yasop, noticed something unusual. A ship was sailing on the sea, not far from them. Hey, Captain, there's a world government ship over there. What should we do? Shanks looked over. Sure enough, it was the world government's flag. No need to say. We haven't fought in a long time. Let us stretch our muscles. Crew battle. Thus, the red-haired pirates raided the world government ship. While counting the loot, Shanks found a devil fruit. There were very few ability users in the red-haired pirates, so the devil fruit was stored away in a box. Let us head closer to the red line and prepare some drinks. I want to have a good drink with Miranda. With that, the red-haired pirates moved towards the red line. Not only the red-haired pirates, but the current largest pirate crew, the Whitebeard pirates, were also shocked. Meanwhile, while everyone was amazed, Marshal D. Teach had a face full of resentment. During the battle between Miranda and Kizaru, the dark fruit shone brightly. The stronger the dark fruit became, the more resentment he felt towards Miranda. Damn it. Why'd he get the dark fruit, damn it? At that moment, the 4th Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Chef Sachi, walked over. Hey, Teach, come drink with us. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Teach suddenly turned around. Due to the speed of his turn, Teach's expression hadn't changed back yet. Malicious, insidious, ambitious. These traits were evident on Teach's face. In a sea area not far from the Red Line, 3 smoking marine warships were present, and within the encirclement of these 3 warships, a giant snail slowly swam out. This was none other than Miranda and his crew, who had just entered the New World. He and T expected to encounter 3 marine warships right after entering. But a marine vice admiral was nothing to Miranda. He didn't think it would pose much of a threat. At that moment, the marine vice admiral was half kneeling in front of Miranda. His left arm was gone, having been bitten off by Chopper along with his left hand. In the previous battle, Miranda hadn't even lifted a finger. Among the Marines, vice admirals were a peculiar existence. Some vice admirals could contend with the 4 emperors, like Garp and Vice Admiral Tsuru, who weren't afraid of facing the emperors themselves. Meanwhile, some Marine vice admirals had very strange abilities, lacking combat strength and clarity of mind. The one who was knocked out by Bartolomeo during the Dressrosa incident was also a vice admiral. Looking at the kneeling Marine vice admiral, Miranda patted Robin's back, letting her sit aside while he slowly walked up to the Marine vice admiral. Kizara lost to me. What makes you think you can challenge me directly? Originally, Miranda and his crew intended to just walk past, but this guy came charging at them directly. Courageous. You bastard, the Marines will not let you go. Facing Miranda's overwhelming pressure, the Marine vice admiral didn't seem afraid. Instead, he said such words. This made Miranda laugh. Interesting. He grabbed the other's neck and lifted him up. I'm a pirate, you're the Marines. Not only will you not let me go, but I also want to let you go. Mislanda smiled and then looked at Little Bai. After that, he directly threw the person into Little Bai's huge mouth. Mislanda is not someone to be trifled with. The Navy came with the intention of killing him, so he has no reason to spare anyone. After dealing with these Navy personnel, Mislanda and his crew continue to sail forward. In the New World, Mislanda has a subordinate, Tesoro. He was ordered to make money in the New World and has already amassed several hundred billion. However, Mislanda does not plan to look for Tesoro right now because he has received news that Garp is pursuing him from behind. Just like when Garp chased Roger all over the world back in the day. It's really annoying. He was chased by Garp as a child, and now that he's grown up, it's still that old man. Forget it. Let's leave this place for now. I don't want to fight that old man. Facing Garp, Mislanda still feels a bit of a headache. In a simple fist fight, he is no match for Garp, and his fruit abilities don't have much effect on Garp either. Mislanda didn't want to waste time with him, but soon, she received another message. Garp's warship was carrying Aokiji, who was about to become a naval admiral. This was quite troublesome. There was nothing else to do. Mislanda had to find her old friend first. But fate is so wonderful. After 3 more days of travel, Mislanda encountered the red-haired pirate crew. Looking at the familiar pirate flag and ship, Mislanda couldn't believe her eyes. Could it really be this coincidental? As she stared at the pirate ship, Robin curiously approached. Do you know that pirate crew? Not just know. At the same time, Shanks also spotted the snail ship. Since the newspaper didn't describe the night pirates, Shanks had no idea that Mislanda was on that snail ship. This pirate flag looks so unfamiliar. At least add some decorations to make it look better. Exactly, it's too plain, that tasteless design. For a moment, the members of the red-haired pirate crew were discussing it. But just then, a powerful aura swept over from the opposite pirate ship. This aura created huge waves on the sea, seemingly trying to capsize Shanks' ship. Boom! Seeing this, Shanks immediately unleashed his Conqueror's Haki to counter that equally strong aura. For a moment, the sea between the two ships surged, and even lightning could be seen falling from the sky. That ship is not simple. Through the sniper rifle's 8-fold scope, Jesus Burgess saw some details. The ship appeared to be centered around Snail, but there were high-tech items everywhere. For example, the thrusters at the back of the Snail. Such things had never been seen, even on naval warships. Bang! At that moment, the clash of the two conquerors' Haki ended, and a wave of residual energy spread out, pushing both pirate ships back several dozen meters. Soon, Mislanda appeared at the bow of her ship, looking far at Shanks, who was also standing at the bow. Red-haired Shanks. No fruit, strength level. King. Defeating him grants 10,000 strongest points. Shanks also spotted Mislanda. His expression became somewhat excited, mixed with a bit of battle intent. Shanks placed his hand on his waist, slowly drawing his sword, Griffin, from its sheath. Long time no see. Let's greet each other, Mislanda. Just what I wanted. Let me see how strong the troublesome, red-haired Shanks really is. Then, the two figures, one red and one black, collided on the surface of the sea. For a moment, the sea in that area surged again. Mislanda, long time no see. Yes, we haven't seen each other since Logtown. Your strength has become very strong. You can even defeat a naval admiral. You're not bad either. That domineering slash and aura I've never seen before. In terms of Conqueror's Haki, Shanks was the strongest among everyone Mislanda had ever seen, without exception. In the recent clash of Haki, although it seemed evenly matched, Mislanda still lost slightly. Ha, then let's have a good fight. No problem. Then, the two engaged in battle once again. Not far from there, Garp and Aokiji had already chased after them. Upon seeing the turbulent sea caused by the battle, Garp's old face furrowed in concern. Who was fighting? Judging from the impact of the battle, both of these individuals were very strong. After some investigation, Garp also figured out who was fighting. Miranda, Shanks, what should we do, Mr. Garp? Aokiji couldn't help but ask. The red-haired pirates were also present, which was something they had never expected. Let us retreat. Both of them are from the Roger Pirates. If we engage, we will be facing their combined force. What? The Dark King, Miranda, is meeting with the red-haired Shanks? At the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku was shocked to hear this news from Garp. For the Navy, this was not good news at all, although both are pirates. The problem is that they were once crew members of the Roger Pirates. Just like Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom. If the three of them meet, the Navy wouldn't dare to sleep. Why? It's because they were once part of the same pirate crew. This is a very delicate relationship. Even if there's only a 1 in 10 chance of an alliance, the Navy wouldn't dare to take that gamble. Garp, is there a way to stop this? Aokiji was still on Garp's ship, and with Bogart, this lineup was quite formidable within the Navy. Admiral, I'm afraid it won't work. Garp knew what Sengoku was thinking, but it wasn't very realistic. Just the red-haired pirates alone might be a tough fight. Not to mention there's also Miranda. Miranda doesn't have many subordinates, but they are all remarkable. Just those two indestructible guys are enough to give people headaches. Moreover, the navy brought by Garp is not numerous, and it's impossible to simultaneously confront Mislanda and the red-haired pirates. In the end, the navy retreated from here on the red-haired pirate ship. Jesus Burgess observed the navy's movements through a telescope from distance. Seeing them leave, he felt a bit regretful. Oh, why did they leave? I thought we could have a good fight. The red-haired pirates are a crew that loves battle, passionate and fearless. This is the pirate path they cherish. Forget it. Vice Admiral Garp is not easy to deal with. If they want to leave, let them go. Let's watch the captain fight his good friend. Come on. It's time to bet. Who do you think will win? I want to bet. I bet the captain will lose. Me too. Meh. Thus, Mislanda and Shanks fought fiercely, while the red-haired pirates were betting excitedly. Hey, you're not that great either. Older than me by so much. And your strength is just like this. Mislanda couldn't help but taunt as she looked at Shanks not far away. In response, Shanks smiled widely. I can still beat you. Come on. All right, let's have a good fight. Afterwards, Mislanda wrapped her Haki around her fists, while Shanks wrapped his Haki around his weapon. Ding! A massive shock wave split a large area of the sea in half, and it took a long time to come back together. After this strike, Mislanda had a long wound on her arm, while Shanks was knocked into the sea, reappearing after several seconds. Ha 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 ha. That was refreshing. I haven't felt this good in a long time. Indeed, fighting with you is interesting. After the fight, both returned to their respective ships. Captain, who won? The crew of the red-haired pirates hurriedly asked. Shanks didn't respond. For him, winning or losing didn't matter, as long as it was enjoyable. Hey, everyone, find a place to hold a banquet, and treat my good brother to a drink. Sure. Soon, the two pirate crews found an island and held a banquet. The red-haired pirates, known for frequently holding banquets, made the atmosphere quite lively. After a few drinks, Robin came over with bandages. Seeing Robin tending to Miranda's wound, Shanks' expression became somewhat strange. Say, aren't you going to introduce me to her? Shanks couldn't help but ask. The relationship between the two seems to be quite special. Mislanda cast a glance at him. Nico Robin. Shanks, is that it? Is this what I wanted to hear? All right, stop messing around. Robin couldn't help but speak up. Hello, my name is Nico Robin, and I am Mislanda's wife. Oh, sister-in-law, nice to meet you. Upon hearing this, Shanks immediately became flustered. He thought the two were just a bit flirty, but he didn't expect they already had such a relationship. Don't listen to Robin's nonsense. She is not my wife. Mislanda couldn't help but rub her forehead. Robin was also quite clever. Upon hearing Miranda's words, she immediately felt like crying. An irresponsible man, once he's taken everything. He doesn't recognize people anymore. Shanks, who was nearby, nearly had his eyes pop out upon hearing that. For a moment, with Robin's crying, Shanks was confused about the situation between the two. I've been looking for it for a while. Let me see where I put it, and then we can have a good drink later. With that, Shanks left, leaving Robin and Mislanda behind. After Shanks left, Robin stopped crying. You little drama queen. Humph. Who told you to say, I'm not your wife? You weren't in the first place. I'll bite you to death. Oh, whoa. After some explanation, Shanks finally understood the relationship between Mislanda and Robin. Mislanda has women now, but Robin is just one of them. I said, you really are impressive. Of course. How could I be like you? A lifelong bachelor. Shanks, I actually can't refute that. Come on, try my wine first. It's good stuff. I usually don't even want to drink it. Shanks quickly changed the subject. After a while, they started drinking. When they were almost done, Shanks glanced at his crew in the distance. I heard you captured a few celestial dragons. Upon hearing this, Mislanda casually nodded. What's the matter? Are you feeling sorry for them? Shanks has quite an unusual relationship with the celestial dragons. Indeed, Shanks is a member of the Fig Allen family, and the Fig Allen family is quite similar to the Don Quixote family. Without that identity, Shanks would never have the chance to meet the Gorosei directly. Don't joke around. Why would I feel sorry for those people? I'm different from those guys. But have you thought about it? The celestial dragons are hot potatoes. A careless move could get you surrounded by the Navy. The celestial dragons are the nobility of the world government, and even the Gorosei don't want to provoke them. Moreover, the celestial dragons mostly intermarry within their families. Even though Mislanda captured a family of celestial dragons, this could set off a chain reaction in their network. The world government has to intervene. I know that, so isn't there you? Hey. You don't want to drag me into this, do you? Shanks looked at Mislanda warily. Don't make it sound so terrible. We are friends after all. Shouldn't we help each other? I'm in trouble. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for you not to help? The world government hold a world conference every 4 years, and all 50 member countries have to participate. The next world conference is in a month. Miranda chose a great time for this. At this moment, capturing a celestial dragon means the world government won't dare to act recklessly. To rescue the celestial dragon, the world government only has one option left: negotiation. If they can't deal with Miranda and her group before the World Conference, they'll have to resort to this method. Upon hearing Miranda's plan, Shanks understood. So, is this the main reason you wanted to see me? That's right, but I didn't expect you to come looking for me too. Isn't that a coincidence? With Shanks' red-haired pirates, even if they don't take action, their invisible deterrence is still there. So what do you want me to do? Simple. Just take a stroll around the Navy's G1 base. If Sengoku wants to come and capture me, just block him for me. Shanks ultimately nodded at this suggestion. All right, I'll help you this once. Great, thank you very much. Next time we meet, the drinks are on me. After that, the two of them happily resumed drinking. Once they had drunk enough, Miranda suddenly asked, "Have you been thinking about going to the East Blue recently?" Shanks hasn't lost his left hand yet, and the straw hat is still on his head. This means he hasn't encountered his lifelong enemy, the Lord of the Coast. I do have that plan. Why? Are you going to? I will go to the East Blue, but I'll wait until I become a dominant force first. I went to the East Blue before setting sail, and I even had a drink on the captain's execution platform. Oh, Shanks chuckled. What a coincidence. I went there too back in the day and even fought with the local Navy. By the way, have you seen Buggy? I heard he has his own pirate crew in the East Blue. When will he enter the Grand Line? Shanks asked. He felt that Buggy would eventually enter the Grand Line, even though Buggy is a bit cowardly. He indeed has his own pirate crew, but it'll probably take about 10 years before he enters the Grand Line. Buggy's resume is quite impressive, but let us not talk about that. You just said you want to become a dominant force like Whitebeard. Of course. Otherwise, being a pirate would be quite meaningless. Don't tell me you don't want to. I want to believe it. Ha 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 ha. We're indeed on the same boat. That's right, I think so too. The red-hair pirates are already one of the top pirate crews in the New World. The next step for Shanks is to expand his territory. However, the New World already has major powers like Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom. If Shanks wants to expand his territory, conflict with these guys is inevitable. So, who are you eyeing? Mislanda couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Shanks took a sip of his drink, and his gaze became resolute. The Beast Pirates, Kaido. Mislanda wasn't too surprised by this answer. The red-haired pirates are a fortress-like crew, and they might not necessarily lose to the Beast Pirates. Let me first take a trip to the East Blue, and after I come back, I'll make my move. All right, I wish you success. I've already stated my goal. What about you? Who have you set your sights on? Shanks then asked. Mislanda smiled mysteriously. Since you're going after Kaido, I can only choose the remaining two, Whitebeard and Big Mom. Shanks, are you joking with me? How many people are in your crew right now? You want to take on both the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates at the same time? Is my hearing bad, or are you just drunk? Just wait and see. I'll carve out 2 pieces of meat from these 2 tigers. Late at night, Shanks patted his belly and then staggered back to rest. He had indeed drunk quite a lot. 5 barrels of alcohol, and he drank for them alone. It's hard to believe how this guy's belly got so big. Looking at the red-haired pirates sprawled out, drunk all around, Mislanda also went back to rest. When he returned to his room, he saw Robin sitting on the bed waiting for him. It's so late. Why aren't you going to sleep? Hearing this, Robin stood up and walked step by step to Mislanda's side. Of course, I was waiting for you. Saying this, she pulled Mislanda to the edge of the bed and pushed him down. Looking at Robin sitting on his abdomen, Mislanda didn't care anymore. Have you really thought it through? No regrets? Is regret useful? Anyway, you've already touched me, so it can only be this way. From today on, I am the mistress of this ship, and no one else can have you. Then, Robin leaned down and kissed him. Mislanda was never a saint to begin with, and after drinking so much just now, he immediately hugged Robin and switched their positions. Guess what's underneath you? Is it a clone? Robin suddenly said. This sentence stunned Mislanda. He used his omniscient vision to take a look. It wasn't a clone. This was Robin's true body. Ryup, the sound of clothes being torn apart. What are you doing? Can't you be gentler? Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining Phoenix blood again. Miranda, get lost. All right, host, you continue. Wait, hold on. Sensing the change in Miranda, Robin quickly shouted to stop. A few days ago, she had helped Miranda several times, so she naturally knew what this change meant. What's wrong? I'm only 18. I know, so what? Oh, Robin covered her blushing cheeks, not wanting to explain further, but she had to say it. I'm not in a position to have kids right now. Robin had only recently met Miranda, and her age was indeed a bit young. Recently, they also had to deal with the Navy's pursuit, and afterward, they had to compete for territory with those guys in the New World. It really wasn't suitable. I don't care. You can't do this anyway. There are ways to handle it. Mislanda leaned close to Robin's ear and said, "Did you forget about your clone?" Upon hearing this, Robin was momentarily confused, then shamefully bit down on Mislanda's shoulder. "You're so bad." Afterwards, looking at the pile of petals on the bed, Robin rolled herself up in the blanket and refused to come out, no matter what Mislanda said. "Come out, I still have something to give you." Mislanda looked at the phoenix blood in her hand. This belonged to Robin, and with it, Robin's physique could be greatly enhanced. How does it feel? In the bathroom, looking at Robin soaking in a bathtub, Mislanda couldn't help but ask. "It's just the right temperature, much better now, and my body feels warm. The pain has also lessened a lot." But Robin suddenly looked a bit puzzled. "What's wrong? Is something off?" Seeing Robin's expression, Mislanda couldn't help but ask. He didn't know much either, but one thing he was sure of was that the phoenix blood wouldn't be harmful to Robin. Robin waved his hand, wanting Mislanda to come a bit closer. When they were about the right distance apart, Robin suddenly splashed some water on Mislanda's head. "Ha ha ha." Seeing his plan succeed, Robin immediately burst into laughter. "Isn't it fun, Mr. Pervert?" Miranda wiped the water off her face and then looked at Robin with a dangerous gaze. Under his stare, Robin immediately stopped smiling. "This is fun. Come on, let's keep playing." "No, don't come in. I still want to take a shower." "It's okay, I'll help you." After futile resistance, Robin had no choice but to comply. It was unclear how much time had passed, but Miranda was now lying on the bed, holding Robin. "Let me ask you, between that woman named Hancock and me, who is better?" That's a tough question to answer. If Miranda says Robin is better, then when the two women meet, Robin will definitely use that statement to provoke Hancock. But if he answers that Hancock is better, then that would be hard to explain. Who is better? I'm not sure how to answer that either. Why don't we discuss it together when you two meet? Upon hearing this, Robin pushed him. "You wish." Then, Robin fell silent, and Miranda thought she had fallen asleep. Just as he was also preparing to doze off, Robin's voice came again. "So, is there any place where I'm better than that woman?" "It seems not. In terms of figure, looks, strength, and status, Hancock is better than you. The world's #1 beauty, the pirate empress, that's not just for show. I don't care. You have to find out where I'm better than her. You're making it difficult for me. I'm making it difficult for you because you have two women." At this point, Robin's hand suddenly moved downward. Hiss! The next moment, Miranda felt Robin's nails. It is well known that women's nails are longer than men's, except for a few cases. "Robin, don't mess around. If you don't want me to mess around, fine. Then hurry up and answer the question. Otherwise, what's going to happen? How is it? Don't you know there's something called Haki?" Robin hadn't started learning Haki yet, and there were some things she didn't understand. Once she released her hand, Miranda hugged her. "You do have places where you're better than Hancock. What is it?" Robin quickly asked. She also wanted to know what made her better. "Hancock is just Hancock. But you're different. Robin is not just Robin, but Robin. You." Hearing Miranda's answer, Robin pinched him hard and then turned her head away, no longer speaking. Before long, Miranda heard her steady breathing. It seemed she had fallen asleep. The next day, Miranda woke up very early. Shanks was already outside. He looked in amazement at Susanoo and Little B, and not just him, but the members of the red-haired pirates were also curious. "Miranda, did you really get this from a slave prison?" "That's right, I got it after destroying the slave prison." Still the same story, he didn't lie. The world government must regret it. These two monstrous guys have benefited you for nothing. In response, Miranda smiled and didn't elaborate further. After having another meal, the red-haired pirates were about to leave. "Don't worry, we'll take care of Sengoku." Thank you, Shanks. By the way, be careful in the East Blue. Don't capsize in the gutter," Mislanda kindly reminded him. He didn't want Shanks to become disabled either. However, if Shanks really lost an arm to a fish, Mislanda had a way to help him get it back. Just like that, the red-haired pirates set off. Upon learning this news, the Navy immediately sprang into action. Garp once again set out with Aokiji. In order to capture Mislanda, the Marine Admiral succession ceremony was postponed. Shortly after Garp and the others departed, Steelbone Kong received a call from the Gorosei. "Admiral Kong, if you can't rescue the Celestial Dragons before the World Conference, we will have to take matters into our own hands. What do you plan to do?" Steelbone Kong couldn't help but ask. The Gorosei had already made plans for this. The 7 Warlords of the Sea, currently including the sea hero Jinbei and Boa Hancock, still need one more person. Boom! Upon hearing the Gorosei's plan, Steelbone Kong nearly exploded. However, he held back. Steelbone Kong knew very well that once the Gorosei made a certain decision, even he, as the Marine Admiral, could not change it. "I understand, the Navy will do its best." After hanging up the call with the Gorosei, Steelbone Kong immediately contacted Sengoku, who was at the G1 base in the New World. After some discussion, Garp, along with Aokiji and Sengoku leading a demon-slaying order composed of 5 Marine Vice Admirals, set out together. The target, the night pirates. In any case, the Navy was going all out this time. After receiving this news, Mislanda thought for a long time. The Navy's mobilization had indeed exceeded his expectations. However, it was not to the point where Mislanda couldn't bear it. Shanks had already gone to stop Sengoku. With him there, Sengoku's demon-slaying order could only bring half of its forces, and Sengoku himself couldn't come. So the main pressure on Mislanda came from Garp, Aokiji, and this half of the demon-slaying order. This was still a tough nut to crack. Who's down there? Just as Mislanda was thinking of a way, he suddenly sensed something. It seemed that there was someone beneath the snail ship. Mislanda immediately rushed out of the room, using the power of Black Marlin to control the seawater beneath the snail ship. In the next moment, a water dragon charged downwards. Bang! To Mislanda's surprise. In response to this attack, a water column surged up from beneath the surface, directly dispersing the water dragon. Suddenly, a person burst out from beneath the sea, throwing a punch at Mislanda. Mislanda clenched her fists and fought back. Bang! The two fists collided, causing the sea to shake incessantly under their power. What immense strength! You two, to be able to match us fishmen in strength. You truly deserve your reputation. It's you but not you. Upon seeing this person's face clearly, Mislanda's eyes widened in shock. You're not dead. Looking at the fishmen on the surface of the sea, Mislanda was extremely astonished. Fisher Tiger. Initially, it was Corazon who informed Mislanda of Tiger's death, and she had been pondering it for quite some time. But now, what do you think? I'm not dead. Surprised, aren't you? Tiger jumped directly onto Mislanda's ship and gave her a big hug. In front of Tiger, Mislanda's height of over 2 meters still seemed insignificant. Indeed, you shocked me greatly. Then, Tiger revealed his plan of faking his death. He had indeed fallen into a trap set by the Navy. Although he escaped, he sustained multiple fatal injuries and was bleeding excessively, in grave danger. He initially didn't intend to accept human blood, as he had been harmed by humans before. Not to mention, he fell into the Navy's trap because he trusted humans. Just when he was about to die, Tiger suddenly remembered the promise he made with Mislanda to form a pirate crew together. For that reason, he accepted the blood and survived. But at that time, only a few people knew about this, including King Neptune and Queen Otoheim of Fishman Island, and his trusted subordinate, Jinbei. Tiger knew that as long as he was alive, the Navy would definitely come up with a plan, so he arranged this fake death. His goal was achieved, and the Navy stopped troubling the Sun Pirates afterward. In fact, they even extended an invitation to Jinbei to become one of the warlords of the sea. The only downside was that the Sun Pirates fell apart. Jinbei and his group remained, forming the Fishman Pirates, while Arlong and his crew went to the East Sea, and some even became human traffickers to take revenge on humans. Tiger felt very pained by this. After listening to Tiger's story, Mislanda patted his shoulder. All right, enough of this. I came to see you this time for that initial promise. Oh, I'm about to be besieged by the Navy, and you still want to form a pirate crew with me? Mislanda said with a smile. Do you think I'm Fisher Tiger? The promises I make, I will definitely keep. From now on, you and I are part of the same pirate crew. As for who the captain is, we'll talk about that after defeating the Navy. In terms of strength, Tiger is definitely the strongest of the fishmen. Even the New World, there aren't many who can match him. In the recent power struggle, Tiger hardly fell behind. Moreover, what is the advantage of the fishmen? Of course, it's in the water. In the sea, apart from Aokiji and a certain someone with cheats, who can compete with the fishmen. All right, after that, Mislanda recounted her current situation. After listening, Tiger was a bit shocked. He hadn't expected the Navy to send such a luxurious lineup. However, it's not impossible to fight. I'll go find Jinbei and the others, and then we'll meet up here. Saying this, Tiger handed a permanent pointer to Mislanda, and then jumped into the water. Miranda picked up the pointer and took a look. Punk hazard. Miranda, what just happened? Are you fighting someone again? Robin rushed over to ask. The impact just now was so great that they all felt it. It's nothing. I ran into an old friend that surprised me. Miranda admitted that she was indeed shocked by the person she had just met. I didn't expect that guy would also be playing tricks. That's good to hear. I thought the Navy was coming. All right, enough talk. Let's head to the next place. At this moment, Miranda already had a way to break the deadlock. With the involvement of the Fishman Pirates, this matter became much simpler. New World, Navy G1 base. At this time, Admiral Sengoku had gathered the Demon Slayer formation, leading 5 Navy Vice Admirals to encircle the Night Pirates. But before they could set off, a shocking message came through. A pirate ship had appeared nearby. Where's this? The Navy G1 base, the largest Navy base in the New World, second only to the Navy headquarters in the Grand Line. To see a pirate ship's silhouette nearby? However, the next piece of news caused Sengoku to pause the plan. The red-haired pirates. That pirate ship belongs to the red-haired pirates. Although the red-haired pirates are not yet one of the four emperors, they're still one of the top existences. This pirate group indeed has the strength to attack the G1 base, even with Sengoku here. After thinking for a while, Sengoku prepared to meet Shanks with a warship. On the distant sea, Jesus Burgess watched the Navy's every move from afar. Boss, the Navy is coming. Sengoku is on board. Got it, guys, get ready for battle. Let's give it our all. All right. Soon, the warship was only more than 30 meters away from Shanks' pirate ship. Watching the red-haired figure at the bow, Sengoku and the others also prepared for battle. Admiral Sengoku, long time no see. As soon as they met, Shanks greeted him with a smile. Sengoku did not give him a good face in return. Red-haired Shanks, what do you want? Are you planning to attack my Navy G1 base? The relationship between Mislanda and Shanks is well understood by Sengoku. Therefore, Sengoku has enough reason to believe that the red-haired pirates are here to help Mislanda and her group. No, I don't like fighting either. Shanks waved his hand with a smile. As long as Admiral Sengoku doesn't go after my good brother. Consider me here for a vacation today. If you find me annoying, I still have the leftover money from the wine I bought the day before yesterday. Just consider it a toll. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Sengoku realized that there was no escaping today's battle. Looking at Shanks and the officers behind him, Sengoku immediately summoned all the Navy from the G1 base. He first approached the 5 Navy Vice Admirals. Later, let us see who can rush out to join Vice Admiral Garp and the others. Sengoku knew very well that he probably wouldn't be able to leave today. So let's see how many troops can assist Garp. Get ready for battle. Yes, the Navy soldiers bravely moved forward to defeat the pirates in the name of justice. Then, both sides immediately clashed. A fierce battle immediately broke out. In the end, 2 of the 5 Navy Vice Admirals left. The rest stayed. It must be said that the Iron Wall pirates live up to their name. Although they were vastly outnumbered by the Navy, they did not fall behind in the fight at all. What? The red-haired pirates are attacking the G1 base. Just as the battle started over there, Steel Bone Kong received the news from across the Redland. He really didn't expect that the red-haired pirates would dare to do this. They directly intercepted Sengoku at the G1 base. Such behavior is so arrogant, so reckless, and so conceited, but they really did it. Moreover, Sengoku was indeed blocked and unable to help Garp. Who else in Marineford can move? There's no choice. Steel Bone Kong can only send people again. But the current Navy can't send out any more forces. Kizaru is still recovering from injuries, and Akainu is responsible for the defense of Mary Geos during the World Conference. Originally, Akainu could have already earned the title of Admiral at this time. But the appearance of Mislanda has stirred the situation into chaos. Marshal Kong, it's useless. Even if we can send people, we won't be able to meet up with Garp before the World Conference. Everything depends on whether Garp can capture the opponent. If not, our Navy will really lose. Vice Admiral Tsaru sighed and said helplessly. In the end, Steel Bone Kong also had to face this reality. He truly had no more plans left and was entirely reliant on Garp. In fact, it wasn't just Steel Bone Kong. Even the 5 elders were quite troubled. They didn't want to take action against Shanks. It wasn't because of Shanks and the red-haired pirate's formidable strength, but because of the status of Shanks' family, the Vinsmoke family. Even the 5 elders had to give Shanks some face. On the other side, Mislanda, who was heading to Punk Hazard, also stopped. It wasn't because they were caught up by Garp, but because he encountered someone, Caesar Clown. Like Judge, he was once one of Vegapunk's partners and also a member of MSD. He is best known for his artificial devil fruit technology. Was most precious in the pirate world. Talent. Coincidentally, Caesar is a talented individual, but unfortunately, talented people often lack awareness. Therefore, Mislanda's slight intervention made him more obedient. Hey, stop hitting me, I was wrong. On the deck, a bruised and battered Caesar became much more compliant after getting beaten. Seeing this, Mislanda walked over, grabbed Caesar by the neck, and lifted him up. You don't appreciate kindness. Judge was like this, and you are too. Both are worthless. Suddenly, Caesar let out a loud scream, because Mislanda used his ability to deprive him of his fruit again. Caesar is a Logia-type gas fruit user, and Logia-type users are rare. After screaming for a while, Caesar became as quiet as a dead dog. Then a pink light orb appeared in Mislanda's hand. Reiju, it's yours. Mislanda called Legio over and directly merged the light orb into Leggio's body. The gas fruit suits Leggio quite well. Leggio plays with poison, and the gas is also toxic. Plus, the colors match perfectly. Since that's the case, let's just give it to Leggio. Thank you, Captain. Go familiarize yourself with your abilities. You'll need them in the upcoming battle. Yes. Then, Leggio went to get acquainted with her powers. As for Caesar, he is destined to work for Mislanda in the future. Wouldn't it be better for him to obediently stay in the laboratory? Scientists just need to focus on their research. They don't need to worry about anything else. You all wait for me here. I'll go to the island alone. Looking at the faintly visible Punk Hazard, Mislanda made this decision. At this time, Punk Hazard was quite an extraordinary place, as it was the location of Vegapunk's laboratory. If nothing unexpected happens, a few years later, there will be a major mishap here that will fill Punk Hazard with poisonous gas, after which Vegapunk's laboratory will move to another location. A few years later, Akainu and Aokiji will have a battle for the position of Fleet Admiral here, and Punk Hazard will become an island of ice and fire amidst their powerful clash. But at this moment, Punk Hazard is still a laboratory. Although Vegapunk is very valuable, far exceeding Caesar and Judge, Mislanda currently does not have the ability to confront the world government head-on. If Vegapunk is taken away, that will be disastrous. Therefore, it's best to avoid coming here for now. However, since Tiger and the others are here, Mislanda has no choice but to go. Oh, be careful then. Don't worry. If it's just me alone, no one can stop me. If Mislanda is a lone wolf, then he can go wherever he wants and do whatever he wants. All right. You're impressive, are you satisfied? We are all weaklings, all fools. Robin kicked him in dissatisfaction and then ignored him. Miranda smiled and then flew towards Punk Hazard. Upon landing, he saw a huge laboratory. The door of the laboratory was adorned with the emblem of the world government, and CP agents were everywhere around. Vegapunk was a person of the world government, and someone highly valued by the Gorosei. So, of course, there had to be a large number of people watching over him. Five Eyes Universal. Mislanda immediately activated the ability of the Imperial tool, searching for the location of the Fishman pirates. A minute later, he saw Tiger at the northernmost part of Punk Hazard, along with a blue chubby figure next to him. This was the Sea Knight, Jinbei. After the recent split, the Fishman pirates were left with only over 20 fishmen. After Tiger's fake death, they were all loyal crew members, absolutely trustworthy. Upon learning that Tiger was still alive, they were all very excited. They first teamed up to beat up Jinbei. For such a big matter, this guy actually didn't believe them, so they had to teach him a lesson. So by the time Mislanda arrived, Jinbei was already bruised and battered. He didn't fight back. He accepted the beating. Come, let me introduce you. This is the one who destroyed the slave prison with me back then. No, to be precise, I followed him. Most of the credit goes to him. Tiger hurriedly introduced. At this moment, the fishmen around did not have any extreme thoughts. They believed that some humans were different. Moreover, 2 or 3 of these fishmen were rescued from the slave prison, so they naturally did not hate Mislanda, but were instead very grateful. Well, hello everyone. Let's change places. Punk Hazard is not suitable for long stays, Mislanda immediately said. In response, Tiger was also puzzled. He had just discovered how there was such a large building on the other side of the island. Moreover, there were so many people looking at that building. Miranda did not elaborate further and quickly led the group away from Punk Hazard. Vice Admiral Garp, Vice Admiral Kazan, we have confirmed the location of the night pirates. Oh, where? Garp hurriedly asked. Just now, Steelbone Kong issued a death order, stating that within 5 days they must capture Miranda and her group and rescue the Celestial Dragons. Otherwise, the world government will negotiate with them. At that time, the Navy's face will be ground into the dirt. This cannot be allowed to happen. At Blackstone Island, a Navy soldier grimly revealed a location. Upon hearing this island's name, even Garp's expression turned somewhat grim. Although it is an uninhabited island, the sea area surrounding it is the territory of someone, and that someone is an old adversary of the Navy. The largest pirate crew in the world today, the Whitebeard Pirates. That's right, the island called Blackstone Island is located within the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates. This is going to be difficult. Although the Navy is the most powerful force at sea and generally stronger than the Whitebeard Pirates in a new world, the Navy may not be able to compete with the Whitebeard Pirates. In this sea full of unknowns and challenges, pirates are the rulers. Moreover, Garp only has Aokiji by his side, along with Bogart and 1,000 Navy soldiers. With this lineup, confronting the Whitebeard Pirates head-on would be like seeking death. The Red Hair Pirates have blocked Sengoku at the G1 base, so Garp and his team won't have much reinforcements. What should we do, Mr. Garp? Do we really have to go there? Aokiji seemed a bit indecisive. He didn't know what to do, whether to go or not. Garp pondered for a moment, then looked up at the sea ahead. All troops, accelerate, target, Blackstone Island. Yes, Garp's prestige in the Navy is quite significant. Even Sengoku, who has not yet become admiral, cannot compare to him. At Garp's command, all Navy personnel immediately became excited and then set sail at full speed toward the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. On Blackstone Island, Mislanda, Tiger, and others were gathered around a campfire. This is the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Isn't it a bit too audacious for us to just walk in here? Tiger couldn't help but ask. In the New World, there is an unwritten rule that entering the territory of a pirate crew will be met with hostility unless prior arrangements have been made with that crew. Mislanda barged in so directly. To others, it seems like she's trying to seize territory. Is she being arrogant? This is just the beginning. Mislanda doesn't care at all. He had previously agreed with Shanks that Shanks would take on Kaido. As for Whitebeard and Big Mom, they are Mislanda's targets. If they don't even dare to break in, then what's there to say? Better go home and sleep. Don't worry, didn't I say before that I have many friends in the New World? Coincidentally, Whitebeard is one of them. Although the relationship between the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates is adversarial, their friendship runs deep. Mislanda has drunk with Whitebeard, not just once. That old man wouldn't get angry over this. Even if he did get angry, so what? It would just end in a fight. Anyway, Whitebeard wouldn't come with the Navy to deal with Mislanda. After all, pirates and the Navy are the real enemies. It's settled then. Let's wait for the Navy to arrive. Mislanda patted Little B's head. Little B wagged his tail and then rubbed against his hand. At night, after Mislanda and Robin finished their activities, they lay down in bed. Touching Robin's smooth back, Mislanda couldn't help but say, "Why don't you leave me for 2 days?" "I don't want to." Robin immediately sat up, looking very dissatisfied. "You can't make me leave you again." She pressed down on Miranda's shoulders and said firmly. In response, Mislanda rubbed her forehead. "I'm doing this for your own good. It's too dangerous." "I don't care. Even if it's dangerous, I want to follow you, and I'm not weak, okay?" Robin's strength couldn't compare to Mislanda and Tiger, and she was far weaker than Tiger, Susanoo, and Little B. But she was indeed not weak. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to drift alone at sea for 1 or 2 years. Seeing Miranda's expression, Robin gritted her teeth. She directly threw the blankets off the two of them. "What do you want to do?" "I want to change your opinion of me." Then, the two of them pressed against each other again. It was unclear how long it had been, but Robin was lying back on the bed again. Mislanda picked up the blanket and helped her cover herself. "Don't think you can make me leave." "Okay, I won't leave." Robin nodded in satisfaction and then fell asleep immediately. Looking at the night outside, Mislanda quickly got dressed and went outside. "Mr. Mislanda, why aren't you sleeping?" Seeing Mislanda come out, the night watchman Jinbei hurried over. "It's nothing, I just can't sleep." "Jinbei, if I formed a pirate crew with Tiger, would you still follow us?" Mislanda suddenly asked. In response, Jinbei was somewhat puzzled, not understanding why Mislanda would ask such a question. "Of course, I will always be loyal to Brother Tiger." Jinbei answered without any hesitation. In his eyes, Tiger was his big brother. "Well, what if I were the captain?" "In that case, as long as Brother Tiger is in your pirate crew, I won't leave, and the other fishmen must think the same." Upon hearing this answer, Mislanda nodded. "With a brother like you, Tiger is worth it in this life." "No, with a big brother like Tiger, we are worth it in this life." After Mislanda arrived at the sea surface, he looked at the sea under the moonlight. He clenched his fist. "Come on, Navy, let's have a good fight." In a certain sea area, 3 pirate ships resembling whales were anchored. This was the Moby Dick of Whitebeard. Gulalalala. I hope the little brat next to Rayleigh won't get caught by Garp. If that happens, Rayleigh's face will be thrown out. It's obvious that Whitebeard wants to see how Mislanda deals with Garp's capture. Garp's fists are something that even Whitebeard doesn't want to touch. He is very curious about Mislanda's performance. With Shanks and Mislanda together, Whitebeard feels that the future sea will be very interesting. Not far away. Teach was also a bit excited. The Navy hero Garp is going to move against Mislanda. He hopes Garp can directly kill Mislanda, and then the dark fruit will appear again. But this is destined to be impossible. Soon, 3 days passed. That evening, Mislanda was sitting on a large rock by the shore. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked towards the distant sea. Although the sky was dim, several small black dots were still visible. "Here they come. Everyone be careful." "Yes, Captain." On the other side, through the binoculars, Garp also saw Mislanda and his group on Blackstone Island. But he only saw Mislanda standing on the rock, and the other party even waved at him, full of provocation. Seeing this scene, Garp couldn't help but appreciate Mislanda a bit. Even at this time, he still has such a good mindset. Full speed ahead. Garp immediately ordered, and the warship reached its fastest speed. In the recent observation, Garp only found Mislanda and did not see Tiger and those fishmen, because they had all submerged into the water. These were all surprises for the Navy and could not be revealed too early. Soon, 7 warships arrived not far from Blackstone Island, carrying more than 2,000 Navy soldiers. How come it's this dog again? Looking at the lonely little bee sitting on the shore, Garp had a bit of a headache. That's right, Mislanda was no longer here on the coast of Blackstone Island. Only the small figure of Little Bee was left. At this time, Little Bee had not transformed and looked very cute. But those who had witnessed Little Bee's horror did not think so. On Sabaody Archipelago, many Navy soldiers still remembered the scene of Little Bee munching on people. Roar! Suddenly, the originally cute Little Bee let out a loud roar, and its small body began to grow rapidly. In an instant, a large white monster appeared. Looking at that white monster, Garp's face turned a bit ugly. This dog is really troublesome. Sure enough, the next moment, the enlarged Little Bee immediately opened its mouth. A cannon more than 10 meters long extended out from its mouth. With the ability of the munch fruit, Little Bee could fuse with anything it swallowed. Up until now, Little Bee had swallowed at least 30 cannons. Boom! A huge cannonball was shot out, flying towards one of the warships. This cannonball was enormous, dozens of times the size of a regular cannonball. If it hit, even a Navy warship would be turned into scraps. Just as the cannonball was about to hit a warship, a figure immediately appeared in the air, and then, swish, a huge slash cut through the air, splitting the cannonball in half. With a bang, the bomb exploded in the air, and the fire lit up the dim sky red. Well done, Bogart. Leave it to me. Bogart wasn't talkative. He belonged to the type of person who spoke little but had strong abilities. Tough and few words. Then, Bogart stepped lightly on a Blackstone Island, preparing to fight Little Bee. Looking at the person in the air, Little Bee's arm suddenly extended an axe, then swung it down powerfully. But in Bogart's eyes, Little Bee's speed was too slow. Swish, another slash. Little Bee's sturdy arm was directly chopped off by Bogart and fell to the ground. Then, Bogart's figure moved quickly around Little Bee. Countless slashes landed on Little Bee's body, causing scar after scar. Finally, Bogart's figure swiftly passed by and then slowly sheathed his weapon. Poochie, an X-shaped wound, immediately appeared in front of Little Bee. The wound was deep, almost piercing through Little Bee. That enormous body crashed to the ground. Seeing this scene, many Navy soldiers on the warship cheered, but Garp was not so happy. He had also knocked down this dog, even smashing its head to pieces, but it had no real effect. Sure enough, just a few seconds later, Little Bee's body stood up again. The arm that Bogart had severed also sprouted a wriggling flesh bud. Soon, a new arm grew out, and the wounds on its body disappeared. Bang! Little Bee punched down, and the surface of the black stone immediately showed spiderweb-like cracks. Then Little Bee's hands grew axes again and chopped down together. Ding! Bogart's strength was also impressive. He actually blocked Little Bee's attack directly. Even though the ground beneath him was cracking, Bogart's arms remained firm. Just then, Garp's figure arrived above Little Bee. The armament Haki immediately covered Garp's fist and slammed down. This time, Little Bee's head was not smashed. Because the long-absent Susanoo also arrived, Garp's punch was blocked. Although Susanoo was not Garp's opponent, blocking his punch was not a problem. Looking at Susanoo in front of him, Garp immediately increased his strength, and Susanoo fell to the ground like a cannonball, raising a huge cloud of dust. On the other side, Little Bee's hands were once again chopped off. Just as Garp and Bogart were about to attack again, a dense barrage of bullets suddenly shot over, forcing the two back. Although they could forcefully block the bullets with Haki, there were simply too many. Not only that, a pink mist suddenly rose, enveloping Little Bee and Susanoo. Not good. It's toxic. After inhaling some gas, Garp immediately held his breath and distanced himself a bit. Bogart did the same. Soon, the pink mist dissipated, and several people appeared in front of the Navy. At the forefront was the main target of the Navy's operation this time, the captain of the night pirates, Dark King Mislanda. Susanoo, Little Bee, Robin, Reiju, and Alice stood on either side of him. Garp, it's been nearly 2 years since we last met at Sabaody Archipelago. I didn't expect you to still be so spirited. Mislanda looked at Garp and couldn't help but speak. Just then, a figure fell from the sky and landed to Garp's right. Aokiji, another familiar face. Aokiji, it's been a long time since we last met, back in Ohara. During their time in Ohara, Mislanda had a battle with Aokiji. He lost, and it was a devastating defeat. After being frozen by Aokiji, he lost all consciousness. Are you here to catch me? Of course. Garp stepped forward and cracked his knuckles, making a creaking sound. It sounded very imposing. Marshal Kong has given a strict order to capture you, and that's also what I want to do. Hearing this, Mislanda smiled. Good, very good. Since that's the case, let me see if you have the capability to do so. Boom. As soon as the words fell, everyone felt the scene before them darken a bit, followed by an overwhelming aura. Conqueror's Haki. Through constant training, although Mislanda's Haki is not the strongest, it is seldom met with rivals. Miranda's Conqueror's Haki created a suffocating atmosphere, darkening the surroundings. On the sea, the waves crashing against the shore grew tumultuous, causing even the warships to sway. What terrifying Haki! Garp couldn't help but exclaim, kid. You really are strong. At your age, I've never seen anyone who can match you. As he spoke, Garp clenched his fists. The muscles in his arms instantly tightened, and his clothes ripped apart, due to the strain. Huh! Garp shouted, his deep voice instantly pushing back Miranda's Conqueror's Haki. Kid, try taking a punch from me. With that, Garp leaped into the air, his right hand clenched, charging towards Miranda's position. Susanoo wanted to intervene, but was stopped by Miranda's wave of his hand. This punch, he wanted to take himself. Miranda also clenched his fist, and his Conqueror's Haki instantly wrapped around it. Besides being used to coat weapons, Conqueror's Haki can also envelop fists. Under the wrapping of Haki, black mist emanated from Miranda's fist, not from his fruit ability, but from his Haki. In the next moment, their fists collided. A massive shockwave immediately spread out, creating a large crack in the black island beneath their feet, as if it were about to split the island in half. The shockwave reached the sky, creating a huge dividing line in the clouds above. Both of them staggered back slightly, but while Miranda retreated about 10 meters, Garp only took 5 steps back. As expected, I can't match you in a fistfight, old man. Garp, known as the Iron Fist, had never lost in this aspect. You're not bad yourself, you've got real strength. Meanwhile, taking advantage of their clash, the warships had already docked. 2,000 Navy soldiers disembarked in an orderly manner, preparing for battle. However, just as they left the ships, they heard the sound of something shattering behind them. The Navy turned around to see that out of their 7 warships, only 5 remained. 2 had been completely destroyed. The ones that shattered the ships were 2 columns of water. Just as the Navy was trying to figure out what was happening, bang, bang, 2 more columns of water struck. Immediately, 2 more warships were lost. Who was down there? Aokiji rushed to the shore, looking at the sea below. The water here was still quite clear, and Aokiji could vaguely see several figures constantly moving through the water beneath. He then reached his hand into the sea. His ability not only wasn't restrained by seawater, but could actually counteract it. Seeing Aokiji preparing to act, Miranda certainly wouldn't just stand by and watch. If this guy froze the surface of the sea, how would Tej and the others come up? As Aokiji activated his ability, Miranda raised his hand as well. In the next moment, the ground on Blackstone Island instantly cracked open. Large chunks of rock rapidly lifted into the air, then continuously compressed together. A massive sphere appeared in the sky. Navy, catch this. Mislanda's hand pointed at the huge stone above, then suddenly yanked down. The stone in the air streaked down like a meteor, even producing sparks from the friction. Seeing this, Aokiji couldn't help but frown. He quickly released a giant iceberg, ready to take on this strike head-on. Boom! The two collided in midair, and huge fragments of stone kept falling down. Little brat, you've picked the wrong opponent. I'm still here. Garp seized the moment and immediately appeared in front of Mislanda. That sandbag-sized, domineering black fist came rushing in. However, Mislanda did not dodge. It was his capable assistant, Susanoo, who blocked Garp's punch. What a bothersome guy. Garp only found Susanoo and little by annoying. In front of Garp, neither of them seemed strong. He could knock them down with a single punch. But after being knocked down, they would just get back up, as if nothing had happened. Annoying, very annoying. Get out of my way. Garp's punch landed on Susanoo's chest, and by coincidence, it directly hit the cursed soul-hooked jade on his chest. Crack! It shattered. The cursed soul-hooked jade on Susanoo's chest was completely broken. Then, Susanoo's body also shattered, and it took a long time before it began to restore. Seeing this, Garp was momentarily stunned, then realized, so this guy has a weakness. In contrast, Mislanda's expression remained very calm. Little brat, one of your monsters is already dead. Do you still want to resist? Dead? Who said Susanoo is dead? Saying this, Mislanda picked up the cursed soul-hooked jade that Garp had shattered. Garp, you indeed discovered Susanoo's weakness, but to kill him, you must first kill me. As long as I am alive, Susanoo will not die. As soon as the words fell, Mislanda's body actually began to glow, and all that light entered the cursed soul-hooked jade in his hand. In the blink of an eye, The cursed soul-hook jade that Garp had shattered instantly restored to its original form. Be careful, Garp, this is the first time I'm using this move. Don't get killed. Cursed soul manifestation, Mislanda shouted and threw the soul-hook jade in her hand. Immediately, the figure of Susanoo reappeared, surrounded by a golden glow. Huh! Accompanied by a loud shout, Susanoo's body began to change. He was evolving. Susanoo's hair turned white, and his body became much more robust, with solid muscles exposed on his upper body, and a strange object that looked like a mirror on his back. This was one of Susanoo's weapons, the Yada mirror. Seeing Susanoo's transformed appearance, Garp felt a sense of impending danger. He could clearly sense that this guy was not just a simple change in appearance. That faint sense of oppression was not to be underestimated, even by Garp himself. Garp immediately threw a punch to test Susanoo's current strength. Bang! But the punch that could easily injure Susanoo before was now blocked by him with one hand. Subsequently, the Yada mirror floating behind Susanoo immediately moved to the side and aimed at Garp. Yada Kyoku. You read that right. Susanoo's skill has the same name as Kizaru's skill. A blue beam of light shot out from the Yada mirror, directly hitting Garp. Under this terrifying impact, Garp used his fists as shields to block the attack. However, his body was pushed back quite a distance, leaving a deep scratch on the ground. The power was quite strong. Watching Susanoo's performance after evolution, Mislanda was very satisfied. His year of life was worth it. Of course, a year of life was nothing to him. The only regret was that Susanoo's evolution only lasted half an hour, and it could only be used once for a period of time. In the short term, Mislanda wouldn't have the opportunity to use it a second time. Back on the battlefield, the Navy soldiers looked in disbelief at the retreating Garp. They never expected that the hero of the Navy would be pushed back by this monster. And what kind of monster was this? It was already very strong, but it could even evolve. Garp looked at his fists, also finding it hard to accept. But before he could say anything, Susanoo immediately jumped into the air. Then, a large sword glowing with blue light appeared in Susanoo's hand. Tengaku Amitsukami. That's right. Still the name of Kizaru's skill. It's like that in the anime. Holding the Tengaku Amitsukami, Susanoo raised it high above his head and then swung it down with all his might towards Garp. A massive slash fell from the sky, the blue light instantly sweeping across the entire island. In the dazed gazes of many Navy soldiers, a huge crack appeared in the middle of Blackstone Island, and the split was very clean. Immediately, this small, uninhabited island was split directly in half. But it wasn't entirely in half, as a small piece of land still connected in one place. And this area was exactly where Garp stood. To the other Navy soldiers, this move was terrifyingly powerful. But Garp was not afraid. Although Garp felt pain in his arm under the slash, it was just a brief pain, and he didn't even bleed. Seeing this scene, Mislanda couldn't help but marvel at Garp's strength. This old man was quite tough. Just from that slash by Susanoo, Mislanda felt that without the fruit ability, he would definitely have been injured. But Garp only suffered a minor injury, truly impressive. After twisting his slightly painful arm, Garp grinned and quickly soared into the air. With a loud bang, Garp's fist came crashing down, but he didn't hit Susanoo. Instead, he struck the Yada mirror. This Yada mirror could rebound damage. Its defensive power was unquestionable. Crash! Just as Garp was about to launch another attack, something jumped up from the sea. In a recent battle, the Navy had sunk 2 more ships. At this moment, the Navy was left with only 1 ship. And Taeg and the others weren't just watching from the sea. They were here to help. When he saw more than 20 fishmen land on the island, Garp looked somewhat stunned. Fishmen? Where did the fishmen come from? And the 2 fishmen at the forefront looked so familiar. You are. Aokiji was shocked when he saw Taeg. Impossible, Fisher Taeg, didn't you die a long time ago? Compared to Jinbei appearing here, Taeg still being alive was a huge shock for Aokiji. Seeing Aokiji's ghostly expression, Taeg smiled. Ha 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 ha, Navy. You must be disappointed to see I'm not dead. Falling into your Navy's trap back then really made me suffer. Today is the time for me to pay you back. Seeing Taeg arrive, Mislanda also breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of being surrounded. But Robin and the others couldn't handle it. Susanoo, block Garp for me. Mislanda immediately commanded. He really didn't want to deal with Garp, so let Susanoo stop him instead. It was unlikely to defeat Garp, but stopping him was no problem. Yes, master. Then, the sword of Tsumagari appeared in Susanoo's hand again, and he started fighting Garp. In an instant, slashes continuously fell on Blackstone Island, creating numerous cracks. The battle was intense. Little Bina's massive figure rampaged through the Navy ranks, and wherever it passed. Ordinary Navy soldiers couldn't withstand a single punch. Seeing this, Several Navy vice admirals who rushed from G1 base to reinforce joint forces and unleashed a barrage of attacks on Little Bina, but the effect was not great. Moreover, Robin, Reiju, and Alice were not weak either. Robin's flower fruit, Reiju's gas fruit, and Alice's weapon fruit caused a huge amount of casualties among the Navy soldiers. Just then, a person stood in front of Mislanda. Looking at the ready-to-fight Aokiji, Mislanda became interested. Are you the only one facing me, with no other options in mind? Garp was blocked by Susanoo, and Bogard also had Tiger Jinbei as an opponent. So Mislanda could only leave it to Aokiji. Just me is enough. As soon as the words fell, numerous small ice blocks appeared around Aokiji. Then these ice blocks rapidly grew larger, forming ice spears. Who gave you the confidence? Even Kizaru was defeated by me. If I remember correctly, your strength seems to be inferior to Kizaru's. Among Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, Aokiji should be the weakest. Anyway, Aokiji is definitely not the strongest. For Mislanda, defeating Aokiji was a bit troublesome, but entirely possible. Immediately, countless ice spears fell from the sky, landing around Mislanda. The number of ice spears increased, ultimately freezing a large area with Mislanda inside. But the freezing didn't last 3 seconds. A black whirlwind immediately burst out of the ice, swirling all the ice blocks into it. In Aokiji's gaze, this huge whirlwind slowly shrank, eventually stopping in the palm of Mislanda's hand. Aokiji, I remember you sealed me back then. Miranda tightened his grip on the black whirlwind, and wisps of white cold air seeped through his fingers. Let me ask you, do you want to know what it feels like to be frozen? Upon hearing this, Aokiji silently cursed. Miranda immediately raised her other hand, aiming at Green Pheasant. In the next moment, an unimaginable gravitational force appeared in the palm of Miranda's hand, attempting to pull Green Pheasant towards her. Not only Green Pheasant, but even the ground around him immediately cracked, and large chunks of black rock flew over, all absorbed by Miranda, feeling the pull on his body. Green Pheasant immediately tried to distance himself. Want to leave? Can you escape? Mislanda immediately used her maximum suction power, and no matter how much Aokiji struggled, he couldn't escape. As he saw himself getting closer and closer, Aokiji simply stopped trying to escape. He slammed his hands on the ground, and a massive ice spike appeared behind Mislanda, aiming for her back. Devil fruit abilities, Haki training, and martial arts. These three are essential for strong fighters. However, among the 3 admirals of the Navy, they mostly showcase their devil fruit abilities. Regarding Aokiji's attack, Mislanda did not give up on pulling him over. Instead, she directly used Haki to forcefully block the attack from behind. The huge ice block collided with Mislanda's body and shattered. Seeing this, Aokiji immediately formed 2 ice blades with his hands. When he was only about 2 meters away from Mislanda, Aokiji suddenly exerted force. The ice blade struck Mislanda's chest. At the same time, Mislanda was not idle. Her icy palm also struck Aokiji's abdomen. In the next moment, a layer of ice crystals immediately appeared on Aokiji's body. This was definitely the first time in his life that Aokiji felt cold. After acquiring the freezing ability, cold had basically said goodbye to Aokiji. But this time, he truly felt the chill. How does that feel? Not so good, right? Bang! Mislanda knocked Aokiji back several meters with a single punch. He looked at his chest, where Aokiji's ice blade had caused some damage, cutting his skin and drawing a bit of blood. But compared to Aokiji's situation, Mislanda was doing much better. Cough, cough, cough. Aokiji covered his abdomen. Indeed, this feeling was very unfamiliar and quite uncomfortable. But the fight was far from over. Aokiji immediately straightened up, and the right half of his body was instantly covered in a layer of white mist. The surrounding temperature dropped significantly as well. Now, this is more like it. Don't let me win too easily. That would be boring. Mislanda spread his hands, and dark energy immediately spread from his palms, dimming the already gloomy sky even further. Come on. After saying that, Mislanda teamed up with Aokiji. Boom! 2 forces collided, making this already restless island even more lively. But this situation didn't last long. Soon, half an hour was about to pass, and Susanoo's transformation time was also coming to an end. Feeling that Susanoo's power had decreased significantly, Garp began to suspect. He believed that this guy's sudden increase in strength must have a time limit. Sure enough, in less than half a minute, Susanoo transformed back to his previous form. Seeing this, Garp immediately seized the opportunity and punched the cursed soul gem on Susanoo's chest, shattering it again. Susanoo's body disappeared once more. Seeing the situation over there, Mislanda punched Aokiji back, then quickly picked up the shattered Cursed Soul gem. Within an hour, Susanu's core had been destroyed twice, and he had also used the Cursed Soul manifestation once. In the next few days, Susanu would not be able to return. Come to me. After securing the Cursed Soul gem, Mislanda called over Tiger, Jinbei, Robin, and others to his side. Upon seeing this, the over 1,000 Navy soldiers immediately surrounded them. Garp finally showed a smile upon seeing the situation. You brats, Tiger, I advise you to surrender. You can't escape, whether in numbers or anything else. Garp's side had the advantage. At least, from the Navy's perspective, today's victory was certain. Hearing Garp's words, Mislanda shook his head. Old man Garp, you're too happy too soon. Who told you we've already lost? Until the outcome is decided, any incorrect assumptions can be fatal. As he spoke, Mislanda spread his arms. Immediately, the already damaged black stone island beneath everyone's feet began to tremble. Crack! The ground of the island started to crumble slowly, and a large amount of dark energy seeped out. Watch closely, Admiral Garp, this is my little gift for your Navy. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the Navy present, including Garp, Aokiji, and Bogard, all felt their bodies tremble. They felt as if an invisible giant hand was pulling them. This force was immense, and those weaker Navy members directly fell to the ground, unable to get up. What is going on? Garp steadied himself and looked around. Originally, they had over 2,000 Navy soldiers, but 300 to 400 had been injured or killed in the recent battle. Now, aside from a few capable Navy officers, the rest were all immobilized by this force, unable to move. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. Mislanda's mouth curled up slightly, and then he immediately controlled the surrounding black mist to gather. In the eyes of Garp and the others, the black aura that emerged from the ground all converged between Mislanda's palms. As the black mist around them continued to decrease, the pressure on the Navy also gradually weakened, eventually disappearing completely. However, a small black ball appeared between Mislanda's hands. At this moment, it was very quiet all around, uncomfortably quiet, as if the entire world had paused. Not good, retreat quickly. Although Garp didn't know what Mislanda was planning, his instincts told him that what would happen next would surely be terrifying. To prevent the Navy from suffering massive casualties, Garp charged toward Mislanda alone. He wanted to stop him, but Mislanda wasn't alone. Facing Garp's attack, Tiger, Jinbei, and Chopper stood directly in front of him. In a one-on-one fight, Garp was definitely the strongest among everyone present. But 2 fists couldn't fight against 4 hands, and this side had 6 hands. With the combined efforts of the 2 men and 1 dog, Garp was blocked. At that moment, Mislanda threw the black ball in his palm into the air, shimming black hole. When it was 200 or 300 meters above the ground, the black ball suddenly stopped, and then it began to expand violently. Accompanying the expansion of the small ball, an unimaginable gravitational pull suddenly emerged. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic black vortex with a diameter of 100 meters appeared in the air. That pressure was almost tangible, crazily absorbing everything around it. On Blackstone Island, in an instant, hundreds of Navy soldiers were sucked into the air and swallowed by that black vortex. But this was just the beginning. Soon, more and more Navy soldiers could no longer hold on, unable to resist this terrifying suction. Seeing this scene, Aokiji wanted to intervene, but it was impossible. The effect of this suction on ability users was the greatest, and the gravitational pull Aokiji was experiencing was unimaginable. He was also struggling to resist. Crack! At that moment, the Blackstone Island beneath their feet shattered into pieces, which then rose into the air, entering that terrifying black vortex. After 3 Navy vice admirals were sucked in, Mislanda also came to a stop. What was once an island on the sea now shrank to only a few dozen square meters. After a long time, the black vortex high in the sky slowly shrank. Eventually, it became a basketball-sized sphere, landing in Mislanda's hand. However, in the wake of that terrifying scene, a small area around Mislanda was not affected. Therefore, he and his group were just fine. In contrast, the situation for the Navy was completely different. Garp, Aokiji, and Bogard. Apart from these 3, all the other Navy soldiers had vanished, along with Blackstone Island, absorbed by Mislanda's shimmering black hole. Now, that group was in the palm of Mislanda's hand. This situation was roughly what he had anticipated. Garp and the other 2 were among the top-tier powerhouses in the Navy. If they couldn't withstand that recent force, that would be a surprise. Without those Navy soldiers, Garp and the other 3 wouldn't be able to create any big waves, no matter how strong they were. Suddenly, a large area of the sea surface immediately froze. It was Aokiji using his ability to freeze the seawater. What about Mislanda and the other three? Tiger asked from the side. To be honest, not only Garp but also Tiger was shocked by Mislanda's recent move. An island, plus thousands of Navy soldiers, was directly absorbed. What a visual impact. What else could they do? Of course, they had to leave, with only 3 people. He didn't believe Garp wouldn't leave. Of course, if the fight continued, Mislanda wasn't afraid. After all, he had a protective talisman. Sure enough, as soon as Mislanda finished speaking, a fist the size of a sandbag came crashing towards him. Seeing this scene, a black vortex appeared in front of Mislanda, and then a person emerged from it. Dressed like an astronaut, he looked rather foolish. It was a celestial dragon. At this moment, the celestial dragon was in a bad state. His mouth was bound with iron wire, and he had quite a few injuries. These wounds were inflicted by Tiger's subordinate fishmen. Some of them had once been slaves of the celestial dragons. What a twist of fate, revenge for old grievances. Miranda didn't mind them venting their anger, as long as they didn't kill anyone. Seeing the celestial dragon standing in front of Miranda, Garp quickly held back. In the end, Garp's fist stopped about 5 centimeters from the celestial dragon's face. Although Garp was very angry at that moment, he couldn't hit a celestial dragon. It is not an exaggeration to say that if Garp had thrown that punch, given the physical condition of a celestial dragon, he would either die or suffer a concussion. In that case, the Navy would be in trouble. What? Why did Vice Admiral Garp stop? Just throw the punch. If he did, I would get to see a great show. Within the Navy, Garp's position was somewhat awkward. He was a naval hero, but his son, although that guy wasn't the world's most notorious criminal yet, he had done quite a lot of things over the years. His head was also one of the things the world government wanted. If Garp were to kill or incapacitate a celestial dragon today, it would surely be quite a spectacle. Even though that punch didn't actually land, the wind from it still caused the celestial dragon's nose to bleed, making him look even more miserable. What have you done to those Navy soldiers? Garp asked with a murderous glare. Miranda found this question quite amusing. Oh man, if I were you, I wouldn't ask questions in that tone, because if I get unhappy, some of the people in my hands will die. For example, saying this, Miranda manipulated the sphere in her hand to change. Immediately, more than a dozen soldiers appeared before everyone's eyes. But these soldiers were all surrounded by a black mist. Watch closely, don't blink, Mislanda said with a smile, then immediately clenched her right hand. The black mist that surrounded over a dozen soldiers immediately compressed together, including those soldiers. The next moment, blood dripped onto the ice surface, dyeing it red. A meatball then fell to the ground. You stop it. Garp's eyes turned red. Killing Navy soldiers in front of him was something he could not tolerate. But now, he could only watch and do nothing. Not only him, but also Aokiji and the cold-faced Bogart beside him were extremely furious. After dealing with those over a dozen Navy soldiers, Mislanda was about to release more than 30 others, planning to use the same method to eliminate them. Stop. Oh, just because you tell me to stop, I will. Give me a good reason, or else. Miranda once again made a fist. This scared Garp and the others quite a bit. Stop, what do you want? In the end, Garp didn't dare to take action and could only persuade her kindly. Given that I once had to deal with your son, I won't make things difficult for you. Take the 2 of them and get lost. Today's battle should come to an end. After hesitating for more than 10 seconds, Garp solemnly nodded. All right, we'll leave, but you have to release them. That's not possible. Miranda shook her head with a smile. Why should I release someone I caught with my own ability? Besides, you were the ones who wanted to capture me in the first place. If I were caught by you, would you let me go? At this sentence, Garp didn't know how to refute. He looked at the sphere in Miranda's hand. For a moment, he wanted to quickly snatch it back. Bang! Just when Garp thought he could make a move, the Navy in the air was once again crushed into a pulp. Fresh red blood fell down again, with a few drops even splattering on Garp's face. Old man Garp, don't have any other thoughts. I have over 1,000 hostages in my hands, and I can play a few more rounds with you. Mislanda waved again, this time directly releasing 100 people. Come on, now tell me. Do you want to roll out? Stop it, we're leaving. Looking at the 100 people released by Mislanda, Garp hurriedly said. Staying 1T changed this outcome. They could only choose to leave. Soon, Garp and the others boarded the only remaining warship and left this place. Watching the warship sail away, Mislanda once again gathered the people back and then stored the black sphere. All right, this matter is considered over. Mislanda sat on the ground and sighed. He was feeling a bit tired. Swallowing an island was quite taxing even for him. Are you okay? Robin asked as she squatted beside him. Don't worry, I'm fine. Just need a rest for a bit. We should leave here first. Otherwise, we'll have to sleep on the ice tonight. The Navy hero was defeated by the Dark Knight pirates. Over 1,000 Navy soldiers were captured, including several rear admirals. The celestial dragons were beaten to a pulp. The former Fishman pirate crew captain, Fishman explorer Fisher Tiger, was still alive. The Dark Knight pirates formed an alliance with the Fishman pirates. Soon, this news dominated the headlines of all newspapers. After all, each piece of news was shocking. The Navy had failed this time, and it was a complete defeat. Not only did they fail to rescue the celestial dragons, but they also lost over 1,000 soldiers, with hundreds killed or injured. 6 naval ships were destroyed. On the way back, Garp, who hadn't piloted a Navy warship in a long time, had to take matters into his own hands. After learning this news, the red-haired pirates, who had been harassing the G1 bays for several days, finally left. During this time, Shanks fought several battles with Sengoku. Both were injured. However, in terms of casualties, the red-haired pirates had a complete victory. All right, boys, let's head to the East Blue. When we come back, we will compete with those monsters. Then, the red-haired pirates prepared to head to the East Blue, taking with them the devil fruit they had just stolen from a world government ship. Not long after, another explosive piece of news came out. The Dark Knight pirates and the Fishman pirates merged. The name remained the Dark Knight pirates, with Mislanda as the captain, and Tiger became the vice captain. Jinbei and his crew also joined the Dark Knight pirates. In an instant, the number of members in the Dark Knight pirates increased several times, and each member's strength could not be underestimated. The Dark Knight pirates had jumped to become a powerful force in the New World. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, a heavy atmosphere hung over the place, which was known as the world's strongest fortress. The Navy had failed once again, this time at the hands of the Dark Knight pirates. The last time they kidnapped the celestial dragons, the Navy sent Kizaru, who returned injured, and this time was even more outrageous. Garp brought Aokiji and 2,000 Navy soldiers, but they only rescued 3 people. Over 2,000 soldiers returned with only 3 people. What does that even mean? The loss was simply absurd, outrageously so. Sigh. Looking at Garp, who came to apologize, Admiral Steelbone sighed heavily. It was infuriating. Not just Garp, but Steelbone was equally frustrated. The Navy had lost twice in a row, completely losing face, and they couldn't do anything about it. At that moment, the Navy superior, the world government, added fuel to the fire. Upon learning of the Navy's failure, the world government implemented a backup plan to rescue the celestial dragons. That was to invite the Dark Knight pirates to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Garp, I know about this. You should go back and rest. Don't blame yourself too much. More than 1,000 Navy soldiers were captured, and Garp, as the leader of this operation, could not escape responsibility. But Steelbone did not want to make things difficult for his old subordinate, where he could show leniency. He would try his best to do so. Just then, the world government's phone rang. Admiral Kong, it's me. Hearing the voice, Steelbone immediately recognized who it was. Elders, is there something you need? Yes, we do have something for you to do. Just now, I have sent someone to negotiate with the Dark Knight pirates. But we need one of your Navy personnel. Upon hearing this, Steelbone's expression turned puzzled. You need a Navy officer to negotiate with the Dark Knight pirates? Who do you need? Steelbone asked, confused. But the world government's next answer nearly made Steelbone explode. Navy Major Guion. Hearing this name, the table in front of Steelbone was destroyed again. Impossible. Steelbone roared at the snail phone. Fortunately, the snail phone used to contact the elders was specially selected, stronger than ordinary ones. Otherwise, Steelbone's voice could have broken it. What the hell? You need Guion to negotiate with the Dark Knight pirates? What does that even mean? Admiral Kong, please calm down. The elders had already anticipated Steelbone's mood. They knew about Guion's relationship with the Dark King, Mislanda. When Steelbone personally offered a bounty of 500 million for Mislanda, the world government had already discovered the reason. In their view, Guion definitely had a connection with Mislanda. The night he was captured, who knows what kind of relationship they had. If Guion could negotiate this time, there might be a chance to get the celestial dragons back. No way, I won't let Guion meet that person. There's no room for negotiation. Admiral Kong, I'm not asking for your agreement. I'm giving you an order. As soon as these words were spoken, both ends of the snail phone fell silent. The tension between both parties clashed over the snail phone. Admiral Kong, the Navy has failed twice and must pay a price. Don't forget, you are still the Navy Admiral and need to bear responsibility. For the next half hour, Steelbone raged against the elders. In the end, the elders did not make Steelbone comply. They had no choice but to find Guion and tell her that if she didn't go, Steelbone would face punishment from the world government and would lose everything he once had. Upon hearing that she had to meet Mislanda, Guion immediately thought of that night. She was still very scared of that incident. She did not want to go at all. However, Guion also understood what the world government was like. If she didn't go, Steelbone would definitely be implicated. After seeing Steelbone's troubled expression, Guion ultimately decided to go. She quietly left the Navy headquarters. By the time Vice Admiral Sir noticed, it was already too late. Guion, come back. Steelbone hurried to the port and shouted towards the small black dot in the distance. But it was too far for Guion to hear, and even if she did, she wouldn't come back. Borsalino, where is he? Get him here. Kizaru was the fastest. He might be able to catch up. Admiral Kong. Admiral Borsalino is still recuperating in the hospital. Soon, Guion arrived on the world government's ship, and she would take the ship to meet the Dark Knight pirates. Meanwhile, the Dark Knight pirates were on their new pirate ship. That's right. The previous snail ship had been destroyed by Aokiji's ice, and that giant snail could no longer sail, so they had to change ships. But they were stuck on the sea because a huge pirate ship was blocking their way. Moby Dick, Whitebeard pirates. On the sea, two massive pirate ships are anchored. Mislanda's new pirate ship is quite large, comparable in size to the red-haired pirate ship. However, in front of Whitebeard's Moby Dick, Mislanda's pirate ship seems a bit small. Captain, it's the Whitebeard pirates, and Whitebeard himself must be on that ship. What should we do? Jinbei asked from behind Mislanda. It's clear that the Whitebeard pirates have come specifically for this. A few days ago, they directly entered the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, and they are still there. The arrival of the Whitebeard pirates was to be expected. However, Jinbei didn't expect it to be the Moby Dick. He thought it would be one of the pirate crews under Whitebeard. An old guy who can't stand being lonely. What is there to be afraid of? My first mate. What do you think? Miranda patted Tiger's shoulder and smiled as she asked. Tiger was somewhat unconvinced about Miranda becoming the captain. Each person had 10 million, and whoever lost all their money in cards would be the vice captain. But Tiger didn't win a single round from start to finish. It was quite strange. Tiger felt as if Miranda could see through his thoughts. There was no choice. Tiger was the vice captain now. If it came to a fight, then let us fight. Tiger said with a fierce spirit. Ha ha, I didn't expect my vice captain to be a battle maniac. All right, who is it? Is there good wine on the ship? Miranda glanced at the fisherman beside her and then asked, is there good wine on the ship? Hearing Miranda's words, the fisherman looked slightly annoyed. Captain, my name is Alva. It doesn't matter. Just tell me if there's good wine on board. Yes, we just bought some 2 days ago. And there are also many fine wines from Fishman Island left by the previous Fishman pirate crew, all in a cabin. The wine from Fishman Island is quite good. All right, go get some. I want to go see Whitebeard. Are you going alone? Tiger asked with some concern. They had directly entered Whitebeard's territory, and it could be dangerous for Miranda to go alone. Don't worry, that old guy Whitebeard wouldn't wait until now if he wanted to fight. Soon, a huge wine gourd capable of holding a ton was brought over. At this time, their ship was already very close to the Moby Dick, and the other side had lowered the ladder. It was clear they wanted Miranda to come over. Seeing this, Miranda prepared to board with the wine. Welcome, Captain Miranda. As soon as she boarded the ship, the pirates on both sides immediately stood in formation and loudly welcomed Miranda's arrival. Miranda just nodded and then walked forward. Bang! When Mislanda took her first step, the surrounding space immediately changed color. All she could see was gray, which looked very eerie. This was Mislanda's conqueror's Haki, capable of altering and affecting the environment around her. Boom! Suddenly, a young pirate from the Whitebeard pirates lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Following that, there was a second, a third. Soon, all the young pirates from the Whitebeard pirates were lying on the ground. Compared to Shanks, Mislanda's Haki was still lacking. Shanks could make half-hearted opponents fall without deliberately releasing his Haki. In contrast, Mislanda had to intentionally unleash her conqueror's Haki to achieve this. However, given a few years, she believed she could reach Shanks' level. On the deck of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard sat in his seat, watching Mislanda approach with great interest. He seemed to ignore the fallen pirates on both sides and showed no anger. Gururara, what a terrifying Haki! When Mislanda was about 5 meters away from Whitebeard, she stopped. She looked at the towering Whitebeard, her face revealing a smile. Sorry for causing some trouble upon arrival. Do you need me to cover the medical expenses? Oomph. You little brat are still like this. Facing Mislanda's attitude, Whitebeard felt nothing. After all, this was not their first meeting. Boom! Whitebeard suddenly released a powerful aura, pushing Mislanda's conqueror's Haki back. Hey, little one, look at the mess you've made. At that moment, Marco, the first commander standing nearby, spoke up. His words were filled with dissatisfaction towards Mislanda's recent actions. As a second in command on this ship, it was a concern for him that so many people had fallen. Oh, It's you, Pineapple Head, long time no see. My pirate crew is just short of a crew member. Are you interested? Digging for the second in command right after meeting. If you know, you know. After hearing this, Marco looked at Mislanda as if she were a fool. Hey, are you still asleep? The possibility of getting Marco to leave the Whitebeard pirates was almost zero. Mislanda certainly doesn't really want to do anything serious. He just wants to stir things up a bit. La 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 la. Digging up people right in front of me. Kid, you're quite brave. Seeing your face reminds me of those two guys, Roger and Rayleigh. The scars they left on me still throb faintly to this day. The Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates have been old rivals, battling countless times, and wounds have become a part of everyday life. This is where the gap between the Navy and the pirates becomes evident. If the Navy gets injured, they go to the hospital for proper treatment. Meanwhile, pirates adhere to the idea that as long as they don't die, it's all good. That's why Garp and Sengoku have suffered who knows how many injuries and still remain strong in their old age. Unlike Whitebeard, who has to get 4 drips from time to time. What's even more ridiculous is if you're going to get in 4, just do it. But what's up with the leopard print nurse? Well, I brought some good wine. Consider it compensation for you. Saying this, Mislanda opened the lid. Then with a flick of his finger, the wine inside flew out automatically and landed in front of Whitebeard. Whitebeard casually took his large wine bowl and filled it. As an old drunkard, he could tell where the wine was from just by smelling it. Wine from Fishman Island, it really brings back memories. The last time I drank this was with Neptune back on Fishman Island. Glug glug, Whitebeard immediately started drinking heartily. Oh, this is the taste, good wine, really good wine. Seeing this scene, Mislanda smiled and then handed over all the wine he had brought to Whitebeard. Soon, the wine he brought was gone, truly worthy of being an old drunkard. All right, kid, the wine is finished. Let's get down to business. Are you trying to take a piece of my territory? As soon as this was said, Whitebeard's oppressive aura descended immediately. On the Moby Dick, the atmosphere instantly became very tense. It's a lie to say that Whitebeard wasn't angry about Mislanda's previous actions. If he didn't make the other party pay a price, where would his face be? That's right, I do intend to take a bite out of your territory, Mislanda said calmly, without any hint of fear. While others might feel intimidated by the pressure from Whitebeard, Mislanda was not afraid at all. This old man claimed to be the strongest man in the world, but that was only because Mislanda was still young. Even now, if he really had to face Whitebeard in a one-on-one fight, he had nothing to fear. Upon hearing Mislanda's admission, the atmosphere around them immediately became tense to the extreme, as if a fight was about to break out at any moment. After a brief moment of calm, a huge wine cup flew over. Mislanda dodged to the side, and then he was blocked by a massive figure. The old man with white beard stood at 6 meters and 66 centimeters tall. Quite an impressive number. When he stood up, he exuded a significant sense of oppression. Kid, you want to fight me? You're still hundreds of years away from that. You're not even qualified to take my territory. Hearing this, Mislanda couldn't help but laugh. He twisted his wrist. ISNT, your territory is something you took by force as well. If you can take it, so can I. It just depends on whose fist is harder and whose skills are greater. You're old, so you might as well lie down obediently in bed. Kid, talking big can get your tongue twisted. The old man with the white beard glared angrily, clenched his fist, and smashed it down. With his enormous body in a top-down attack, even without the power of the Tremor fruit, that punch was terrifying. Mislanda stood her ground, raising her fist to counter the strike. Bang! The two fists collided, generating an unimaginable force. The once calm sea around them began to churn, waves spreading out from the ship's hull. Seeing the huge change on the sea, Robin on Mislanda's ship couldn't help but feel worried. Mr. Tiger, are they going to fight? Robin couldn't help but ask. With such a commotion, it must be that Mislanda is clashing with someone. It shouldn't be. Mislanda is too smart to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the Whitebeard pirates at this time. With just these 20 or so people, how can we fight the Whitebeard pirates? Tiger didn't think his captain was a fool. Suddenly, the massive Moby Dick split in half at the point where the two collided. Amidst the violent tremors, Mislanda and Whitebeard were separated. A large amount of seawater rushed into the ship's cabin, and the split Moby Dick continued to sink. Quick, save them. Some people shouted. Just now, Mislanda's Haki had knocked out quite a few half-baked pirates. If they were left alone, the seawater would drown them. In response, Mislanda raised her hand adorned with a black marlin ring. A blue light flickered, and the seawater that was originally flooding into the cabin actually flowed back out, lifting the already split Moby Dick. Gulalala, kid, your ability is really strange. It's just a small trick. My true power is far beyond this. Gulalala, go on. Let me see how you take the territory from me. All right, just wait and see. With that, Mislanda left the scene and returned to her ship. Seeing her return, everyone on the ship breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, I'm fine. But that old guy Whitebeard's ship is going to need a new one. Miranda magically produced a box and threw it towards the Moby Dick behind her. Inside were gold bars worth about 500 million berries, enough for the ship's repair costs. Let's go. Where to? Tiger asked. Now that Miranda was the captain, he could only follow orders. I remember Shanks wanted to go to the East Sea, so let's stay on his territory for a few days. No problem for me to watch over his territory. Where else would he find a good brother like me? Upon hearing this, Robin shot him a glance. The red-haired captain is really unlucky to have a friend like you. At that moment, Shanks, who had already reached the front half of the ship, suddenly sneezed. What's going on? Is someone targeting me? Shanks rubbed his nose, feeling a bad premonition in his heart. Soon 2 days passed. Before the night pirates could reach the territory of the red-haired pirates, Miranda and the others encountered something. People from the world government had arrived. Mislanda sat in the chair, looking with interest at this guy dressed in all white. White suit, white pants, white hat, white mask. This outfit indirectly indicated that this guy held a high position in the CP organization. Before making a move, you better think of a suitable reason to dissuade me from the thought of killing you. Miranda said directly, the people of the world government. They kill without any psychological burden. Upon hearing this, the man in the white mask swallowed hard. Although his expression couldn't be seen, he was definitely very scared. Captain Miranda, the world government wants to make a deal with you. As he spoke, this guy kept watching Miranda's expression. Seeing that there was no change in his expression, the guy continued, as long as you can release the celestial dragon, the world government is willing to offer a substantial amount of money and make you a warlord of the sea. Upon hearing this, Miranda was already a bit impatient. He walked over, grabbed this guy by the neck, and lifted him up. Warlord of the sea, do you think I'm interested? What is the world government thinking? Sending people to seek death? Have they been kicked in the head by a donkey? Mislanda's fingers tightened as she tried to strangle him. Wait, Rear Admiral Guion, her. Huh, Guion. Upon hearing that name, Mislanda released her grip, and the guy instantly collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Clarify what happened to Guion. Mislanda had quite a feeling for that little bunny Guion. Everyone has a desire for beauty. After all, ahem, Rear Admiral Guion is on her way. You can talk to her. Upon hearing this, Mislanda pondered for a moment. Then, she waved her hand at Little Bai. The latter immediately ran over and opened wide, swallowing the guy whole. Crunch, crunch, crispy. This is getting interesting. Guion, really looking forward to seeing you. So who is Guion? Robin angrily walked up to Mislanda, questioning her furiously. What's going on? Why is there suddenly an unclear relationship woman here? Seeing this, Tiger coughed lightly, and then signaled for the others to leave quickly. Before leaving, he even cast a gloating glance at Mislanda. He didn't expect Mislanda to engage in such things either. Once only Mislanda and Robin were left, Robin completely let loose. She immediately pulled out Mislanda's phone from her pocket, skillfully opened the album, and started searching. Sure enough, she found a photo. Is this the woman? The person in the photo is neither Robin herself nor Hancock. After all, she had seen Hancock's bounty notice, so it could only be this one named Guion. Miranda glanced at the photo and nodded. That's right, she is Guion. What is your relationship with her? Speak. Robin grabbed Miranda by the collar, glaring at him fiercely. Seeing this, Miranda easily picked Robin up and walked towards the captain's room. What are you doing? Put me down and answer my question first. Robin's little fist kept pounding against Miranda's chest, but the strength she used was only enough to tickle Miranda, causing no pain at all. Just talking won't make things clear. Let's go back to the room first, and I'll repeat everything that happened that night in detail, so you'll know. I don't want to hurry up and put me down. I don't want to know anymore. Soon, the door was opened and then tightly closed by Miranda. After throwing Robin onto the bed, Miranda immediately leaned in to kiss her. But the next moment, a smell of blood wafted in. Hee, how interesting. Your current behavior is just like Guion back then, and you're biting the same spot. Seeing the blood at the corner of Miranda's mouth, Robin snorted. Humph, who told you to bully me? Rip, don't tear my clothes. I've only worn them once. It's okay. I'll buy you 100 more. Oh, you just bully me. Why don't you go bully that woman named Hancock? Robin said defiantly. You're mistaken. If I did such things to Hancock, she would cooperate very well. That's what I like most about her. After saying that, the two began to wrestle again. It was unclear how long it had been, but the room finally quieted down. Robin lay on Miranda's chest and bit down hard. Are you a puppy? Dare to bite me? Humph, you bad guy. I really want to bite you to death. At this moment, Robin understood what the relationship between Miranda and that Guion was. But the process of understanding was quite painful. "You've wronged me," Robin suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Miranda hugged her tightly. "Indeed, I have wronged you, and also Hancock. I'm just a jerk, a complete jerk." Hearing Miranda's words, Robin couldn't help but laugh. "That's right, you finally spoke the truth, Mr. Jerk. Let me ask you, does Hancock know about this?" Robin placed her finger on Miranda's chest, drawing circles as she asked. "She knows I once told her." "Oh, what was her reaction at that time? Did she cry? Did she cause a scene?" "You can ask her yourself when you meet." Miranda doesn't want to answer this question. "All right, back to the issue about Guion. How do you plan to arrange her? Accepted? Of course. Am I the kind of person who would refuse meat delivered right to my mouth?" "Hiss, what are you doing?" Looking at Robin, who was biting her shoulder again, Miranda felt a bit helpless. After biting a few times fiercely, Robin finally stopped. "This counts as your punishment. I forgive you." "Really? Why don't you bite a couple more times, or else I won't feel at ease." "Oh, I've never heard such a request before, so I won't hold back." "Oh, the next morning, Miranda, Tiger, Jinbei, and Robin discussed. "Captain, you can't really be considering accepting the position of Warlord of the Sea, right?" Jinbei spoke first. He had received the invitation to become a warlord long ago, but had never agreed. Now, Jinbei definitely couldn't become a warlord. After all, he wasn't the captain. "Of course not. I have no interest in that position. Moreover, counting me, our pirate crew has 3 people who have received invitations to become warlords." 3 people? Hearing Miranda's words, Jinbei and Tiger looked at him in confusion. "Who else?" "You'll find out later. For now, let's discuss what we want to obtain, and wait for the world government's people to arrive." Soon, the world government's people arrived. They were all dressed in white. And, compared to the guy who was eaten by Little B, these people had a very strong presence. They were definitely among the few experts in CP. Mislanda turned her gaze to the other side, to Guion. That's right, she finally came, seeing Mislanda's figure and then her naked gaze. Guion couldn't help but wrap her arms around herself. She quickly averted her eyes, not daring to meet Mislanda's gaze. Mislanda completely ignored those guys from the world government and instead approached Guion. Guion wanted to back away, but Mislanda was quick and reached out. He lifted Guion's chin just like he did back in the day. "Little rabbit, we meet again. Why, you let me go first," Guion said softly. Now she was alone on the pirate ship, and coupled with her previous fear of Mislanda, she felt a bit scared at that moment. "Why should I let you go? So much time has passed, and I've missed you dearly." Mislanda took a sniff of the fragrance on Gun. That feeling again, it makes me want to devour you." Seeing Mislanda like this, Robin, not far away, couldn't stand it anymore. Ahem. She deliberately coughed twice, signaling Mislanda to be more aware of the situation. Miranda did not let Guion go, but pulled her to a seat and made Guion sit on her lap. This made Robin very unhappy. She immediately used her ability to pinch Miranda hard at the waist. Guion wanted to resist, but Miranda was too strong, and there was no escape. "Well, I'm very satisfied with this gift arranged by the world government. We can talk about the celestial dragons now. Captain Miranda, here is the invitation to the 7 Warlords of the Sea." A guy from the world government handed over a scroll. "As long as you sign your name on it, you will be one of the 7 Warlords of the Sea." The recovered Susanoo took it and spread it out in front of Miranda. The material of this scroll is quite good. As for what was written on it, Miranda didn't even look and directly tore it to pieces. Seeing the scene, the guy in white was completely stunned. "Captain Miranda, if you're not going to sign, then why tear it up?" Boom! A powerful momentum immediately swept in and knocked all the people from the world government away. "A bunch of blind fools, daring to disturb my good business." Miranda touched the pretty face of Shiwan in her arms. "If it weren't for you, I would have fed them to my pets long ago." Hearing this, Shiwan turned her head away. At that moment, she didn't know what to do or say. "Little rabbit, now that there are no outsiders, tell me, why did you come to see me? Aren't you afraid I would treat you the same way as that night?" Logically, Shiwan wouldn't have come, and even if she wanted to, Steelbone Kong definitely wouldn't let her. So the question arises. Shiwan looked up at Miranda, and a hint of sadness appeared in her eyes. "Do you think I wanted to see you? If I didn't come, Marshal Kong would lose everything, even end up in prison." Upon hearing this, Miranda couldn't help but knock on Shiwan's head. "You fool. I thought you were a smart woman, but I didn't expect you to be so foolish." Shiwan was a future candidate for a general. Her mind shouldn't be lacking, but now, she was as easily fooled as a 3-year-old child. Are you stupid? Would the world government dare to punish Steelbone Kong? Aren't they afraid of a naval upheaval? Steelbone Kong's status in the Navy is unquestionable. If the world government dares to imprison Steelbone Kong the next day, who knows how many in the Navy would resign? Although the Navy had failed twice to rescue the celestial dragons, the world government would at most impose a written punishment on Steelbone Kong. They wouldn't dare to be serious. But at that moment, Shiyuan's mind was in a blur, and she didn't think of this at all. All right, since you're here, I won't let you go. Miranda could slightly guess the purpose of the world government in sending Shiyuan here. It was a beauty trap. Mislanda said, "Don't be afraid. You'll actually enjoy it. Can you let go of me? I'm not your woman." Shiyuan pushed Mislanda's chest, but it had no effect at all. At that moment, Robin could no longer watch. She walked over to Mislanda's side and pinched his waist hard. "Are you done playing? Hurry up and let her go." Hearing the woman's voice, Shiyuan looked over. He saw a woman around 18 years old standing beside them, looking at Mislanda with great anger. "Oh, what are you doing? Let me go." Suddenly, Mislanda's other hand instinctively wrapped around Robin, pulling her to sit on his other leg. Seeing this scene, Shiyuan's mood immediately plummeted to the lowest point. What is their relationship? "Come on, little rabbit. Let me introduce you. This is Nicole Robin, my second woman." Second. Shiyuan immediately caught the key point. Then who is the first? It can't be me, right? Don't think about it. I'm the second, but you're not the first either. Robin immediately replied, unhappily. Hearing Robin's words, Shiyuan looked at Mislanda. "You already have 2 women." "Yes, that's right. Including you, I have 3 women." Mislanda shamelessly said. This sentence directly left Cheyenne in a daze, and she couldn't react for a long time. "You, let go of me." Once she came to her senses, Cheyenne used all her strength to finally break free from Mislanda's embrace. To this, Mislanda was not angry, but looked at her very calmly. "You already have 2 women. Why do you treat me like this?" As she spoke, tears welled up in the corners of Cheyenne's eyes. Feeling wronged, she felt extremely aggrieved at that moment. Her body had been touched by a pirate, and this pirate had 2 women. As a Navy officer, Cheyenne felt she had no face to live on. Seeing Cheyenne already in tears, Mislanda stood up. "Robin, you go back to your room." "Oh." Robin obediently left, reminding Mislanda in a low voice before leaving not to provoke her again. With only the 2 of them left, Mislanda walked in front of Cheyenne. Whoosh! Cheyenne immediately drew her sword, looking like she wanted to kill Mislanda. "Come, let me see how much my little rabbit has improved in these 2 years." The next moment, Cheyenne gripped her sword tightly and swung it directly at the Navy headquarters Marineford. At this moment, in the marshal's office, Steelbone Kong was constantly sighing, while Vice Admiral Tsuru and the newly returned Sengoku also wore worried expressions. They were all concerned. The 3 old men were worried about Cheyenne's safety. Miranda's last bullying of Jiyuan made Jiyuan cry several times after returning. This time, Steelbone Kong was a bit hesitant to think about it. Suddenly, the phone bug in Steelbone Kong's pocket rang. The phone bug had a direct line to Jiyuan, and if it rang, it definitely meant Jiyuan was calling. "Hello, Jiyuan. How are you? Hurry back." Steelbone Kong quickly answered the call and said anxiously. However, the voice coming from the phone bug was not Jiyuan's. "Hello, Marshal Kong. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but the little rabbit can't come home right now," Miranda said triumphantly while looking at Jiyuan, who was subdued in her arms. That's right, Jiyuan was once again subdued by Miranda. It took Miranda only 3 moves. If it weren't for wanting to see how much Jiyuan had improved, 2 moves would have been enough. You bastard. Steelbone Kong, what have you done to Jiyuan?" "Nothing much. It's still not dark yet. I can hold on a little longer, but once it gets dark, it'll be different. Tell the world government that I really like this gift they sent me. The skin is still so smooth and tender. Very nice." Hearing this, Steelbone Kong was almost going crazy. Sengoku and Vice Admiral Crane walked over to snatch the phone bug from his hand, which was about to break. If this phone bug dies, how would they contact Jiyuan? "Dark King, Miranda, let go of Jiyuan. We can give you corresponding compensation." "Compensation?" Hearing the words from the phone bug, Miranda laughed. "Sorry in my eyes. Jiyuan is the best compensation you Navy can give me. The reason I called this time is to thank you Navy. I really didn't expect that, Marshal Kong. You were so generous. Even after losing twice, you still sent me a beautiful woman. Thank you very much. I'll treat you to a meal next time." Steelbone Kong couldn't hold it in any longer, and his roar could be heard throughout Marineford. He wanted to rush up, but Sengoku held him down firmly, even using his devil fruit ability. "Dark King, Miranda, as a big man, don't you feel ashamed to treat a woman like this?" Vice Admiral Crane immediately mocked, trying to condemn Miranda from a moral standpoint. However, Miranda remained unfazed. "You're right, Vice Admiral Crane. Men shouldn't bully women like this, but it seems you forgot one thing. I'm a pirate. Are you talking about morals with a pirate? There's a saying, moral kidnapping. You have to have morals to do that. We all know what pirates are in the eyes of the Navy. Talking about this with a pirate, are you not a fool? All right, I won't say too much. It's almost dark, let's talk next time. After saying that, the phone bug stopped working. The next moment, Marine headquarters trembled under Steelbone Kong's roar. On the other side, on Miranda's ship, Gun was being held in Miranda's arms. Although Gun was struggling nonstop, it was of no use. Bastard, you are a bastard, you are scum. You're right, I am scum, so let me do some things that scum should do. Then, Gun was directly picked up by Miranda. Beautiful. Let us go back to the room and have a good chat. You bastard, let go of me. I will never let you touch me again, even if I die. Let go. Faced with Gun's resistance, Miranda responded, the more you struggle, the more I will want you. Not long after, seeing Gun dressed in the Emperor's new clothes, Miranda's heart immediately heated up. Bang! Just as Miranda was about to turn into a wolf and devour the little rabbit, the door was kicked open. Then, a gloomy Robin walked in. Upon seeing the scene on the bed, Robin glared fiercely at Miranda, then took out a piece of clothing and draped it over Gun. After that, Robin didn't leave, but directly sat down on a nearby chair. She just stared at Miranda, saying nothing. What do you want to do? Mislanda couldn't help but ask. What a strange scene. Being looked at by Robin made Mislanda feel a chill in a certain place. In the end, due to Robin's interference, Mislanda didn't eat Gun. Now Gun was a bit agitated, so she decided not to provoke her anymore. The next morning, those guys from the world government came again. This time, Mislanda did not drive them away. After all, the celestial dragons in his hands still needed to be exchanged for something valuable. The celestial dragons were both a talisman and a death warrant. Moreover, with the World Conference approaching, if it didn't deal with this hot potato before the conference, who knew what crazy actions the world government might take afterward? That would be counterproductive. Captain Mislanda, how have you considered it? One person immediately asked. Not much. A warlord plus a woman thinks they can exchange my 5 celestial dragons? Are the 5 elders out of their minds? Then what does Captain Mislanda want? The world government will try to accommodate. Miranda's implication is that she wants more benefits. The world government can only listen for now. Whether they can agree later is another matter. What I want isn't something I can clearly state right now. So let's have those who want to trade with me come to discuss it. Upon hearing Miranda's words, these guys exchanged glances. What does that mean? Don't you know? I want your backers to come talk to me in person, and I'll decide the location. The group fell silent. After a long while, the leader said, we can't decide this matter. We need to consult. No problem. I'll wait for your reply. Soon, the world government agreed and asked Miranda where she would like to meet. Mislanda revealed a strange smile and then mentioned a place name. The Zolo. And I have another request. On that day, I want all 7 warlords to participate. Regarding this request, the world government expressed that they might not be able to fulfill it. Among the current warlords, there are Hawkeye Mihawk, Crocodile, Gecko Moria, Bartholomew Kuma, plus the yet-to-respond Pirate Empress. These individuals are all unruly and not easy to deal with. They certainly won't listen to the world government's invitation. You don't need to worry about that. Just notify them. No problem. And so it was settled. 5 days later, on the Zolo, the night pirates would conduct a transaction with the world government. Soon, the world government issued a notice to the warlords. Faced with this notice, Hawkeye, Crocodile, and Kuma all agreed to attend. Among them, Hawkeye and Crocodile found it boring and decided to watch a show to pass the time. However, Kuma had different intentions. Being a member of the Revolutionary Army and under the orders of Monkey D. Dragon, he agreed. Only Moria did not comply. Moreover, the individuals sent by the world government to invite him had their shadows stripped. A mere onion head dares to disrespect me. Moria, you are too arrogant. A disgrace among the warlords, and yet so full of himself, completely unaware of the consequences, not putting me in his sights at all. Jinbe, go to the Devil's Triangle and bring this reckless guy over. Yes, Captain. With Jinbe's strength, dealing with Moria would be a piece of cake. By the way, you should first stop by Sabaody Archipelago. There's a pirate crew looking for me. Bring them over. After giving the instructions, Jinbe set off. Subsequently, Robin cast an unhappy glance at Mislanda. As for the pirate crew on Sabaody Archipelago, Robin was fully aware of them last night. After all, she had been working hard right beside Mislanda during the video call with them. Your big wife is coming. My good days are about to end. All right, I will be heading towards you. Miranda pinched Robin's cheek. My dear, Robin works so hard. I have to give her a reward. The Tesoro. This is an entertainment ship that has risen rapidly in the New World in recent years. That's right, at this time, Golden City has not yet been established. All that exists is a particularly large ship. The entire ship shines with a golden light. But this ship is not made entirely of gold. Aside from the lowest layer that touches the sea, the rest is mostly formed by a person's abilities. The user of the gold fruit, Gilt Tesoro. At this moment, Gilt Tesoro already possesses nearly 100 billion in assets. And the Tesoro has become the largest entertainment ship in the world, attracting many wealthy individuals to spend here. It is precisely for this reason that when the world government learned that Mislanda chose this location, they agreed without hesitation. Because in their eyes, this place is just a money-spending venue where the world government can negotiate better. But they could never have imagined that this place is Miranda's territory. Even Tesoro is a loyal subordinate of Miranda. Years ago, Miranda entrusted the gold fruit to Tesoro, who signed a contract obtained from the system, making it impossible for him to betray. Mislanda also handed over the tiger fruit and the explosive fruit to him, asking Tesoro to find 2 bodyguards. Tesoro's performance did not disappoint. At this point, Mislanda could already be considered one of the richest people in the world. Meanwhile, on the side of the world government, one of the 5 elders, Saturn, was on his way, accompanied by Sogeking, Admiral Kato, Vice Admiral Aokiji, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and over 100 CP guards. Upon learning this news, countless reporters rushed to the Tesoro ship. They knew that the negotiations here would be much more exciting than the World Conference. As long as they could take some photos, the hype would definitely be there. Guilty Tesoro, welcome everyone. When the Navy warships arrived, the entrance of the golden ship opened. A voice came from within, and golden powder immediately floated down from the sky. Although these were gold, they were not real gold, but golden spores created by Tesoro using his abilities. Once these stuck to the skin, Tesoro could make them grow wildly, which was very useful. Mr. Tesoro, we need to requisition this place forcibly, and you will receive some compensation afterward. An official from CP immediately said. To this, Tesoro smiled. No problem. Enjoy yourselves. What the group failed to notice was the hatred and playfulness in Tesoro's eyes. Then, they arrived at the accommodations Tesoro had prepared for them. Saturn, Sogeking, and Vice Admiral Su entered, while Aokiji and Kizuru were responsible for security, taking turns with one person for half a day. Not long after, while Kizuru was on duty, many pirate ships suddenly appeared on the sea. They were aggressively sailing towards this direction. This golden ship had many people eyeing it. Money could make the devil push the mill. These pirates all wanted to come and grab the money. Over the years, Tesoro had seen so much that he was no longer surprised. Seeing this, Kizuru put down his teacup and prepared to take action. For him, taking out these pirates was very easy. The 5 elders were here, and there could be no mistakes. But before Kizuru could use the Yada no Kagami, a green beam of light appeared and directly cut one of the pirate ships in half. The cut was very neat. Seeing this scene, Kizuru's eyes brightened a bit. In his line of sight, a small boat slowly approached from between the 2 halves of the ship, and there was a person sitting on it. This small boat looked like a coffin, very eerie. Damn it, who are you? The other pirates immediately raised their weapons at this person. Hearing this, the person sitting in the boat looked up and opened his eyes, which were sharp like a hawk. Hawkeye, my hawk, Kizaru said in a low voice. That's right. The visitor is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Hawkeye Dracula my hawk. You are blocking my way, Hawkeye said very calmly, not putting these guys in his eyes at all. Damn it, die fire. In an instant, all the cannon fire was aimed at Hawkeye. Whoosh. Faced with attacks from all directions, Hawkeye quickly drew his famous sword from behind. One of the supreme great swords, Black Blade. Yoru. Hawkeye quickly slashed out a circular arc of light, and the surroundings were filled with green. A whirlwind directly swept all the pirate ships inside. This was not wind, but an incredibly sharp slash that turned these ships into fragments. Subsequently, with no obstacles left, Hawkeye headed straight for the Tesoro ship. Glancing at Kizuru not far away, Hawkeye gave him a look and then ignored him. Kizuru did the same. Hawkeye was not to be trifled with. Kizuru might be slightly stronger than him, but if they really fought, it would be a case of killing 1,000 enemies while losing 900 of their own. Ha! Saki Burita, Hawkeye. Suddenly, a sandstorm approached not far from Hawkeye. Then a man with a golden hook appeared. He was also one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Crocodile. I didn't expect you to come back for this, Hawkeye. Just bored passing the time. What a coincidence. I've been quite bored lately. Crocodile lit a cigar for himself. Hawkeye, do you want to join me? Not interested. After saying this, Hawkeye directly headed for the bar here. Watching Hawkeye leave, Crocodile snorted coldly and then walked inside as well. After a while, Bartholomew Kuma also arrived here. Currently, only Moria was missing from the Seven Warlords. Soon, the appointed time arrived. At the very top of the Tesoro ship, a huge platform had already been set up, and the five elders Saturn and the others were seated. Hawkeye, Crocodile, and Bartholomew Kuma also sat down. They would not be polite to the world government, even with the five elders present. Saturn, who had been squinting, suddenly opened his eyes. He was very old, and his gaze gave off a feeling of being incredibly weathered and oppressed, as if no change in the world could alter him. They're coming. Saturn looked at the distant sea surface and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Sogeking and the others looked over. Sure enough, a massive tsunami was rapidly approaching. This tsunami was huge, towering over 100 meters high. Kazan, Sogeking hurriedly shouted. Aokiji's abilities were most useful against tsunamis. No need, they will stop. Saturn continued calmly, his words filled with confidence. Hearing this, Aokiji glanced at Sogeking, who nodded, and Aokiji did not take action. Sure enough, although the huge tsunami came fiercely, it stopped about 10 meters away from the Tesoro ship. Seeing the scene, the others on the ship breathed a sigh of relief. If such a large tsunami fell, the golden ship would be overturned. Most of the people on board were ordinary people, so of course, they would be afraid. After all, powerful individuals were incredibly rare, and encountering one was not easy. But now, many experts had gathered at the highest point of the golden ship, looking at the massive tsunami. Hawkeye directly drew his black blade, Yoru from his back, and quickly slashed down. In an instant, the gigantic tsunami was split in two, and the massive blade light seemed capable of cutting through anything. Roar! Suddenly, the tsunami, which had been cut in half, transformed into two giant water dragons, towering over the people below. Seeing this scene, Bartholomew Kuma also stood up. He raised his hands, continuously using his fruit abilities. Kuma was a paramecia-type pawpaw fruit user, with paw pads that resembled bear paws on his palms. He compressed a large mass of air repeatedly, thump, 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 and soon, the several hundred cubic meters of air were compressed to the size of the paw pad in Kuma's hands. Bear shock, Kuma said in a deep voice, and then pushed the paw in his hands outward. Several hundred cubic meters compressed to such a small size. One could imagine the explosive power it would unleash. Bang! In the next moment, a gigantic bear paw appeared on the surface of the sea, and the immense impact directly scattered the two water dragons, turning them back into seawater that fell onto the surface. Seeing the strength of Hawkeye and the bear, Steelbone Kong couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Such powerful abilities, can they really be used by the Navy? The answer is definitely no. Although the Seven Warlords and the Navy are nominally in the same camp, those who can become Seven Warlords are all the toughest of the tough. Can such people listen to the Navy or the world government? It's just mutual exploitation. The Navy relies on the Seven Warlords to suppress other pirates, and the Seven Warlords use their government-sanctioned title to do some unspeakable things. If one side's appetite grows larger one day, this relationship can easily fall apart. Thinking of this, Steelbone Kong couldn't help but worry. But now is not the time to think about these things. Roar, 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 roar. Suddenly, the surface of the sea began to churn again, and 5 water dragons, the same size as before, emerged from the sea. Each water dragon had a person in its mouth, dressed in a strange, spacesuit-like outfit, but somewhat tattered, undoubtedly a celestial dragon. Upon seeing the celestial dragon in the mouth of the water dragon, Kizaru instinctively wanted to save the person. Kizaru, I advise you not to move. Miranda suddenly landed on the top of the Tesoro ship. If you move again, the celestial dragon will die. He slightly tightened his fist, and the 5 water dragons slowly closed their mouths, seemingly ready to kill the celestial dragon at any moment. Faced with this situation, Kizaru naturally dared not move recklessly. Thus, Miranda sat down in the prepared seat. He glanced at Tesoro. Although Tesoro was the nominal master here, he could not participate in this negotiation, so he waited below. Bang! Suddenly, Steelbone Kong slammed the table and then wanted to walk up to Miranda to fight him. Hearing this sound, Miranda smiled. Admiral Kong, nice to meet you for the first time. By the way, Guion is really something. She is very moist. Very moist, very moist, very moist. This was the second time Steelbone Kong had heard such words, which echoed in his ears like a curse that he couldn't shake off. You bastard. I'll kill you. Steelbone Kong stood up angrily, ready to make a move. Admiral Kong, calm down, St. Saturn said, hearing the voice of the 5 elders. Along with General Crane desperately trying to stop him, Steelbone Kong finally suppressed his anger and did not fight Miranda. Looking at Steelbone Kong, who was holding back his anger, Mislanda sneered. Such a steel-boned Kong was truly uninteresting. He then shifted his gaze to the three Shichibukai. Without a doubt, Mihawk was the strongest among them, and Mislanda felt a significant threat from him. As for Bartholomew Kuma, he was also strong, but still a bit lacking compared to Mihawk. And Crocodile was at least weak on the surface. Feeling Miranda's gaze, Mihawk also looked over. I heard you have a good relationship with Shanks? Mislanda asked with great curiosity. Shanks? Upon hearing this name, Mihawk nodded. He's strong. He's the person I most want to defeat. At that moment, Mihawk was not yet the world's greatest swordsman, as he and Shanks were evenly matched in this regard. To attain that position, what Mihawk needed to do was to defeat Shanks in swordsmanship. You have a good idea. I wish you success. Mislanda was very curious. If Shanks hadn't lost his arm, would Mihawk still become the world's #1 swordsman? It's worth pondering. Given Miranda's friendship with Shanks, he definitely wouldn't let Shanks become disabled. Reattaching an arm is not a big deal. There are many methods. After looking around, Mislanda finally turned to the person with the highest status present. One of the 5 elders, Saturn. In the face of Miranda's gaze, Saturn remained calm and collected, showing no signs of disturbance. From Saturn's expression, Mislanda could not glean any valuable information. Have you seen enough? Let us talk, Saturn said calmly, and Mislanda nodded in agreement. While Mislanda and the 5 elders were locking eyes, Admiral Crane nearby had some other thoughts. Mislanda was surrounded, and with Steelbone Kong, Aokiji, and Kizaru on her side. Even if these 3 Shichibukai didn't act, it would be more than enough to take her down. Once this thought emerged, it spread like a flood that couldn't be stopped. There's hope. Vice Admiral Tsuru, you should reconsider your thoughts. At that moment, Mislanda sighed and looked at Vice Admiral Tsuru. Your idea is very dangerous. That's right. I can't defeat Fleet Admiral Kong, and with Aokiji and Kizaru, the 3 of them together, but I can escape. And do you think my hostage doesn't matter? Crack. Suddenly, a drop of blood splattered onto the table in front of everyone. They looked up and saw Littleby suddenly appeared above Water Dragon, chewing on an arm. Meanwhile, the Celestial Dragon in Water Dragon's mouth had already fainted from the pain. Seeing this, the expression on Elder Star Saturn's face finally changed, and he immediately furrowed his brow. Vice Admiral Tsuru was even more shocked. The previous thought was just a desperate idea. How could the other party know it so clearly? She looked at Mislanda and finally focused on the ornament on Mislanda's forehead. It was an eye, a gemstone carved into the shape of an eye. Universal observation, observer. You. Looking at the gemstone eye on Mislanda's head, Vice Admiral Tsuru was astonished. At that moment, it seemed that the eye was winking at her. In an instant, Vice Admiral Tsuru felt as if she was being watched. Mislanda smiled and said nothing. Then, Susanoo descended from the sky and came to stand behind Mislanda. Upon seeing Susanoo's figure, Aokiji frowned. In the battle against Garp, Susanoo's performance was quite remarkable. He had his weakness shattered by Garp twice, yet he recovered both times. Seeming to be immortal, the ability to temporarily withstand Garp and not die is terrifying. Susanoo pulled a chair over from Mislanda and then stood behind him again. Sigh. 3 of the 7 warlords have arrived, but it's not very orderly. Mislanda sighed. He was not very satisfied with this result. We have already notified all 7 warlords, even the pirate empress who did not agree to join the warlords. Admiral Crane said from the side, the Navy can't do anything. If the warlords don't listen, they can't be forced. I'm not blaming you. Just because you can't invite someone doesn't mean others can't. As he spoke, Mislanda looked out at the distant sea. Everyone was taken aback. What does that mean? Are you sending someone to invite them? They followed Mislanda's gaze. On the Azure Sea, a pirate ship was rapidly advancing. Unlike ordinary pirate ships, this one did not rely on manpower to glide, nor did it depend on machinery to propel. Instead, it was being pulled by 2 snakes at the bow. The Snake Princess, Boa Hancock, was at the helm, and the ship was the Mero ship of the Kuja pirates. At this moment, the 2 giant venomous snakes pulling the ship were moving at their fastest speed. But Hancock, standing at the bow, was still urging them on. Go faster, or I'll make soup out of you, Hancock said anxiously. Then, she cupped her face with her hands. Am I going to see Mislanda again? Will we have a wedding? What should we name the child? Seeing Hancock lost in her beautiful fantasies, Jean Bay on the deck didn't dare to speak. That's right. The pirate crew Mislanda sent him to find in the Sabaody archipelago was indeed the Kuja pirates. In addition, there was a large figure being held by the warriors of the Kuja ship on the deck. This was, of course, the missing warlord Gecko Moria. After arriving at the Devil's Triangle, Jinbei went completely berserk. The zombies created by Moria are simply no match for Jinbei. Even Moria himself is incredibly weak. I can't believe that this guy, who is about the size of an onion, once competed with Kaido. By the way, Your Majesty, Hancock, there's something he— Shut up. Before Jinbei could finish his sentence, Hancock angrily interrupted him. Seeing this, Jinbei also dared not speak. He initially wanted to say that Mislanda had women around her, and not just one. However, given the current situation, it was better not to provoke trouble. Forget it. Just bringing Moria here is enough. Other matters are not for him to worry about. He can just quietly watch from the side. That's the Kuja pirates? Looking at that pirate ship, Admiral Tsuru immediately recognized them. That's right, it's the Kuja pirates. Do you know why Boa Hancock won't become a warlord of the sea? Upon hearing this, everyone except Satan looked at Mislanda. Admiral Tsuru, who understood some situations about Amazon Lily, suddenly thought of a possibility. That's right, just as you thought. I, like my old man, have gained the favor of the Empress of Amazon Lily. My people would never go to become warlords of the sea. Saying this, Mislanda waved her hand. A water dragon immediately lowered its massive body. Then, a waterway appeared in the air. The lowest point was not far from the Snake Princess ship, and the highest point was naturally in the direction of Mislanda and the others. Seeing that waterway, the Snake Princess ship quickly moved onto it and then rapidly ascended. Mislanda. Soon, Hancock was the first to arrive here and quickly leaped into Mislanda's arms. Feeling this long-lost embrace, Hancock nestled into him, holding him tightly. I missed you so much. I missed you too. Can we not be apart anymore? Okay, we won't be apart. In front of everyone, the two immediately became affectionate, completely ignoring the others. Seeing this, Frankie was about to explode with anger. No, I must rescue Guion. I can't let her stay with Mislanda. Not long after, Jinbei also arrived here, holding the beaten-up Moria by the collar. Everyone is here. Looking at Moria, who was bruised and battered, the expressions of the Navy were not good. But damn it, I will kill you all, Moria stammered. But no one paid him any attention. Strength is paramount, and Moria does not have that strength. All right, everyone is here. We can negotiate now. My first mate, bring those reporters up. Today we'll have breaking news. Mislanda shouted loudly downwards. No problem. Tiger waved his hand, and then a crowd of reporters rushed up. Seeing this scene, CP's agents wanted to stop them. After all, the 5 elders were up there, and these people couldn't go up. But Tiger blocked them. Forget it. No need to stop them. Let them come up, Satan said calmly. Soon, many reporters arrived here, continuously taking pictures. However, Mislanda did not immediately address the 5 elders, but instead went in front of Moria. Hawkeye and Bartholomew Kuma. Those two can disregard my authority because they have the strength to refuse. Although both Hawkeye and the bear are weaker than Mislanda, they have that qualification. But you? What level are you at to dare to show off? Mislanda stepped on Moria's face and ground it down hard, with his face pressed against the ground. Moria wanted to resist, but the opponent's strength was too great, and he couldn't get up at all. Damn it, I'm going to kill you, you bastard. Oh, kill me? What are you going to use to kill me? Mislanda smiled. Then a dragon fruit appeared in his hand. He looked at Moria with ill intentions, then squatted down and pressed Moria's head with his hand. Moria, thank you for your gift, the shadow fruit. I really like it. As soon as he finished speaking, darkness surged from Mislanda's palm and drilled into Moria's body. Subsequently, Moria let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Ability deprivation, start. At the highest point of the Gulandi Zolo, everyone looked at Mislanda in shock. Even the 5 elders cast astonished glances. At that moment, a ball of light appeared in Mislanda's hand. If it was an ordinary ball of light, that would be fine. But the problem was that this ball of light was extracted from Moria's body. Then, Mislanda fused this ball of light into the dragon fruit in his hand. Immediately, the appearance of this dragon fruit changed, revealing beautiful black patterns. A devil fruit. Thank you for your gift, the shadow fruit. I accept it. After being deprived of his ability, Moria lay on the ground like a corpse. If it weren't for his faint breathing, everyone would have thought he was dead. Looking at the black devil fruit in Mislanda's hand, the reporters couldn't help but swallow hard. What kind of trick is this? It can actually extract the abilities of a devil fruit user, with the ability to deprive powers, coupled with Mislanda's terrifying strength. They seem to foresee how powerful the night pirates would become in the future. Although Haki and physical skills are the true paths, those who can surpass devil fruit users with Haki and physical skills are extremely rare. Therefore, the number of devil fruit users can still represent the strength of a force. Artificial ones don't count. Vegapunk is an exception. The Shadow fruit is indeed powerful. Elder Saturn of the Five Elders looked at the Shadow fruit and couldn't help but say, "This old guy has the most experience among them, and he has certainly seen the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. Regarding the Shadow fruit, aside from Mislanda, he understands it the best. Not only the Shadow fruit, but even this fruit is something Elder Saturn desires. However, this fruit now belongs to Mislanda, and they cannot take it. All right, we can start talking now." Miranda immediately sat down, with Hancock sitting very close to his right. Tiger and Jinbei also took their seats, although there was no fighting. One could easily feel the thick smell of gunpowder in the air. "Now, tell me, how are you going to release the celestial dragons?" The Gorosei asked first. His purpose for this trip was to rescue the celestial dragons. The rest of the matters would be discussed after the World Conference ended. Mislanda naturally knows the intentions of the Five Elders. Want to get back the celestial dragons? It's simple. Just agree to a few of my conditions. What do you want? Just say it. Don't waste time. Satan is already losing patience. First, I want a naval base. The G3 base is pretty good. I want that. A naval base? Upon hearing this condition, Steelbone Kong couldn't hold back anymore. Bang! He slammed his fist on the table, leaving a deep dent in the golden table. "I agree." Before Steelbone Kong could speak, Elder Satan directly agreed. This decision left the naval officers dumbfounded. "State your next condition." Satan ignored them and directly asked Mislanda to state the next condition. "Second, I want you Navy and the world government not to provoke me for 5 years." "This is also fine. Any other conditions?" Without thinking, Satan readily agreed to this condition. "Of course there is. I want one of my subordinates to become a Warlord of the Sea." Warlord of the Sea? Hearing this condition, Satan was a bit puzzled. "But this is easier to achieve. It can be done now." "No problem. Is it Jinbei or Boa Hancock?" Elder Satan immediately asked. He could make it happen with just one word. Not to mention one warlord, he could manage 3 or 4. Moria is already out of the game, so he can't become a warlord anymore. No, it's not these two people, but..." As he spoke, Mislanda pointed upwards. At this moment, a figure was standing on the pirate ship above the water dragon. Impossible. Upon seeing the person above, Steelbone Kong directly overturned the table, because the person they saw above was Ji Yuan. Steelbone Kong would absolutely not agree to make Ji Yuan a warlord of the sea. Although the warlords are nominal allies of the Navy, they are ultimately pirates. As the current admiral of the Navy, Steelbone Kong would naturally not allow Ji Yuan to become a pirate. Thinking of this, Steelbone Kong clenched his fists and charged at Mislanda. Let those who can endure do so. He could no longer hold back. From the very beginning, Steelbone Kong was like a volcano about to erupt, and Mislanda was constantly adding fuel to this volcano. Bang! At this moment, Steelbone Kong was already so angry that he couldn't bear it anymore. Ding! Suddenly, just as Mislanda was about to play with Steelbone Kong, a slash fell from the sky, striking Steelbone Kong. It knocked him off the high platform. This sudden scene shocked even Mislanda, who came, and the power of this slash was even stronger than that of Hawkeye. He immediately activated the observation Haki to look into the sky. There, Miranda looked in the direction of her pirate ship. At that moment, a red figure was standing on the mast, looking this way from afar, holding an umbrella, dressed in clothes like an earl. The solitary red, Rayfield. Mislanda immediately recognized the identity of the person. It was Rayfield, who had vanished after escaping from Impel Down. Rayfield's strength was extremely powerful. He was a presence that could stand alongside the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates all by himself. One person against an entire ship. Moreover, Rayfield was not a devil fruit user. He had reached such heights purely through swordsmanship. In terms of swordsmanship, the current Mihawk certainly could not match Rayfield. Rayfield smirked and looked at Mislanda from a distance. "Kid, I finally get to see you. Thank you for rescuing me from that hellish place." Boom! At that moment, the defeated Sogeking returned to the platform. He looked grimly at Rayfield. "Sogeking, after all these years, you've regressed a bit. Rayfield, how dare you show up?" "Oh, why wouldn't I dare? If it weren't for Garp back then, you would have long been a ghost under my sword." Suddenly, a slash came towards Rayfield. Sogeking immediately opened his mouth and shouted, "Gun, no?" That's right, Gun launched an attack on Rayfield, but the latter easily blocked it. "Little girl, isn't it better to listen to Sogeking? If you attack me, you'll have to pay the price." Rayfield immediately placed his hand on the handle of his umbrella and drew his sword. A massive red slash rushed towards Gun. Facing Rayfield, Gun didn't know how far she was from matching him. She couldn't block this strike. In response to Rayfield's slash, Gun also exerted all her strength. quickly sweeping her golden blade through the air, slashing back. But the gap between her and Rayfield was too vast. In an instant, the light from her blade was shattered. No. Seeing this scene, Sogeking wanted to save her, but it was too far away. Jiyuan also felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. She closed her eyes, ready to welcome death. The next moment, the slash arrived in front of her. Foolish woman, do you want to die that badly? The imagined pain did not come, and Jiyuan opened her eyes. She found herself being held in Mislanda's arms. Rayfield's slash halted in midair, unable to advance an inch under Mislanda's defense. Kid, don't meddle in my business, Rayfield said with an unhappy expression. He was proficient in observation Haki and could see into a person's heart. It was precisely because he had witnessed the ugliness of humanity that Rayfield had become so proud. Meddle? This is not meddling. She is my woman. If you want to kill her, you should first ask if I agree. A pirate wanting a Navy woman. Kid, you're the first one to do that. After living for so many years, Rayfield had never heard of such a thing. Although I appreciate you rescuing me, if you get in my way, I'll kill you too. Saying this, Rayfield drew his umbrella sword again. His body moved rapidly, so fast that Mislanda could only see the afterimage left in the air. You go down first. Don't be a hindrance. Mislanda pushed Jiyuan down and then started a battle with Rayfield. Steelbone Kong hurriedly came to Jiyuan's side below. Jiyuan, are you okay? Steelbone Kong immediately asked with concern. But Jiyuan did not answer, only looking up at Mislanda and Rayfield, who were fighting. Hey, old man, you can't just deny your age. Is that all you've got? Ha ha ha. Kid, your personality is just like Roger's, really annoying. That's right, Rayfield was already old, and after being locked up for so long, he couldn't use his power at all. Originally, he wanted to search for the vampire fruit so that he could regain youthful strength. But in the vast ocean, finding that fruit was like searching for a needle in a haystack. However, Rayfield was still a seasoned powerhouse, even without using his full strength. He was not at a disadvantage at all. Seeing the two fighting, General Crane's eyes lit up. Palyasalino, hurry, the celestial dragon. Mislanda was held back by Rayfield, which meant they could save the celestial dragons. Under the reminder of Admiral Crane, Kizaru also reacted and transformed into a beam of light, quickly ascending into the air. Just as he was about to reach the celestial dragons, a swift slash came at him. With his eyes only on the celestial dragons and the slash being too fast, Kizaru couldn't dodge and was directly hit in the back. Blood sprayed into the air as Kizaru immediately fell to the ground. Although I find this kid annoying. I hate you Navy bastards even more, Rayfield said coldly. Pirates and the Navy are the true mortal enemies. Trying to take advantage of the situation? Dream on. Whoosh. Just as Rayfield was about to engage Mislanda again, a green blade of light rushed towards him. Seeing this, Rayfield swung his sword to counter and directly dispersed the blade. Clang. Then, blades clashed as Mihawk and Rayfield began to fight. Who are you? Looking at the man before him, who resembled a hawk, Rayfield couldn't help but ask. When he was captured and sent to impel down, Shanks was still under 10 years old, and Mihawk was only 4 or 5 years older than Shanks. At that time, Rayfield obviously did not know Mihawk. Senior, let's have a match, Mihawk said excitedly. His goal is to be the world's greatest swordsman. Previously, he and Shanks were evenly matched in this regard, and now there's Rayfield to contend with. Mihawk naturally wanted to have a good duel with him. Kid, you're quite strong. I was not as good as you at your age. With just one move, Rayfield gave Mihawk a high evaluation. If you want to fight, come with me. Looking at the Steelbone Kong and others below, Rayfield knew it was time for him to leave. Otherwise, he would be locked up and impelled down again. One Steelbone Kong could contend with him, not to mention Aokiji and Kizaru. Steelbone Kong, wait for me to regain my youth, and I'll come find you. After saying that, Rayfield quickly moved towards the distance. Seeing this, Mihawk immediately jumped onto his coffin ship and chased after the direction Rayfield was leaving. Mislanda did not stop Rayfield from leaving. He was not afraid that Rayfield would find the vampire fruit and come back for revenge. In the original story, Rayfield found the vampire fruit 2 years after the Summit War, and now it is nearly 10 years until the Summit War. Who knows where the vampire fruit is? It would take Rayfield several years to find it, and Mislanda was not afraid of Rayfield now, let alone in a few years. After that, Mislanda returned to the high platform. All right, the one who interrupted the negotiations has left. Let us continue. Thus, the negotiations resumed. Due to Kizaru's earlier actions, Mislanda was quite displeased, so he added another condition. 10,000 firearms plus 10 billion berries. The five elders immediately agreed to this. Now, the only unresolved condition left was GY in becoming a Shichibukai. Impossible. Steelbone Kong immediately blocked GY in behind him, his expression very resolute. He would not let GY in become a pirate. Absolutely not. Not even as a Shichibukai. In response, Satan did not use his identity to force him. Because at this moment, Steelbone Kong was truly angry. Oh, I wonder if this thing can make Admiral Kong change his mind? Mislanda smiled, then took out a black sphere from her body. Looking at this sphere, the others may not know, but Aokiji felt a tightness in his chest. Could it be that this is the Grand Admiral? Save us. We don't want to die. Admiral, please help us. Help. In the next moment, screams immediately came from the sphere. That's right, these were the Navy members who had been sucked into the Xianyuan black hole. Grand Admiral, you really think highly of me, sending over 2,000 Navy personnel to capture me. But unfortunately, they failed. And now, their lives are in my hands, but you have the choice to save them. Mislanda's ability can crush all objects within the black hole space, including people, as long as he wants. These more than 1,000 Navy personnel will quickly turn into a large meatball. However, on one side are the Navy soldiers, and on the other side is GUN. Even a Navy admiral would find it difficult to make a decision. Do you see that? Steelbone Kong, the Navy's empty admiral, would rather watch his Navy soldiers die than save them. Would you believe in such a Navy? Seeing Steelbone Kong on the verge of collapse, Mislanda said loudly. The reporters who had not left went wild with their cameras, especially that old UC reporter Morgan. For him, the truth of the news doesn't matter. What matters is the sales of the newspaper. You. Steelbone Kong looked at Mislanda with bloodshot eyes. At that moment, he didn't know what to say. Seeing this, GUN stepped forward. She looked at Steelbone Kong and then smiled. GUN you. I'm Fine. Saying this, GUN turned to Mislanda. I promise you, I will become a Shichibukai, so let those Navy personnel go. Mislanda was very pleased with this answer. Very good, you are much smarter than Steelbone Kong. Since you have agreed, then come over. Miranda extended her hand. Seeing this, Shine slowly walked over. Although she was still very afraid of Miranda, Shine did not turn back. From now on, she was no longer a Navy officer, but a pirate, one of the warlords of the sea. Seeing this scene, Saint Saturn of the Five Elders showed no emotional fluctuation. In his eyes, Shine was just one person dispensable. Since that is the case, I agree to all your conditions. Can I release the Celestial Dragon now? Not yet. I need to receive the things I asked for before I can release them. You all should hurry up and prepare what I want. Tomorrow, at the G3 base, I will come to collect. After saying this, Miranda summoned a black vortex, taking everyone, including those celestial dragons, back to her ship. Then, the two pirate ships left the area. Not far from the Tesoro, on a small, uninhabited island. Mihawk chased after Redfield and arrived here. Redfield did not refuse this battle. Instead, he waited for Mihawk here. Young man, you are quite excited. Looking at the intensely battle-ready Mihawk, Redfield said with a smile. Hearing this, Mihawk took the black sword. Yoru, from his back, ready for the attack. Come on, senior. Let me see what the strongest swordsman is really like. Oh, upon hearing this, Redfield immediately became interested. He had already used his incredibly powerful observation Haki to assess Mihawk. To his surprise, he found that Mihawk's heart was very pure. He only sought to become stronger. To be the strongest. This feeling was refreshingly new for Redfield, who had seen much of the world's ugliness. Ha ha! Redfield laughed heartily, then slowly drew his sword umbrella. All right, then let me see your determination. After saying this, both of them swung their weapons and charged at each other. In an instant, an overwhelming slash occurred, splitting the entire island in two. By nightfall, this battle ended, and the once intact island was chopped into pieces with very neat cuts. Mihawk lost. There was nothing he could do. After all, Redfield stood at the pinnacle of pirates by himself, and Mihawk was certainly no match for him. Looking at Mihawk, who was half kneeling on the ground, using the black sword Yoru to support himself, Redfield did not kill him. It was hard to find someone as pure as Mihawk again. Young man, go train for another 2.5 years. I will wait for you to challenge me again. After saying this, Redfield left. Meanwhile, the Navy was already preparing the items Miranda requested. Money and weapons were easy to solve. The world government could get those ready in no time. However, the G3 base was much more difficult. At Navy headquarters, G1, G2, G3. The higher the rank, the more important the base. Moreover, handing over a Navy base to pirates. What kind of situation is that? The Navy would lose all face. Marshal Kong, Are we really going to hand over the G3 base? Sengoku said, very dissatisfied. In response, Steelbone Kong weakly nodded. He grabbed Sengoku's hand, looking at him with red eyes. Sengoku, tomorrow is my last day as the Navy Admiral, and I will handle this embarrassing matter for the Navy. Promise me, you will defeat the night pirates in the future and regain the Navy's lost face. Steelbone Kong could no longer do that. He could only leave it to Sengoku. Hearing Steelbone Kong's words, Sengoku nodded solemnly. Admiral Kong, I promise, I will do it in the name of justice. All right, you go prepare. The day after tomorrow, you will be the new Navy Admiral. Compared to the Navy's despair, Mislanda, as the victorious side, should have been very comfortable. However, her situation was quite the opposite, because the harem was on fire. At this moment, Mislanda was holding Hancock in her arms, but her expression was not good. Besides the two of them, Robin was also in the room. Mislanda, don't you like me anymore? Hancock looked at Mislanda with teary eyes, feeling very wronged. She didn't expect that, after being away for a while, Mislanda had taken another woman. She was already upset about Cheyenne, and now there was another one. Although Mislanda said that Hancock would listen to whatever she said, it didn't mean she was willing to share with other women. This meant that the love Mislanda had for her had decreased and shifted to the other women. Hearing this, Mislanda pressed Hancock's head against her chest. Hancock, how can I not like you? Don't overthink it. You are my woman, and that will never change. As she spoke, Mislanda looked at Robin, signaling her to leave first. But Robin, being clever, certainly wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. She wanted to see Mislanda in an awkward situation. Seeing Robin not leaving, Mislanda did not insist. Since you're not leaving, then stay. Mislanda directly pushed Hancock onto the bed and then pressed herself on top of him, facing his kiss. Hancock responded passionately. It had been a long time since they last met, so they prioritized the matter at hand before anything else. Seeing the situation completely different from what she had imagined, Robin was dumbfounded. How could this be? But before she could react, Mislanda pulled her in two. Since she wasn't leaving, she might as well stay. Mislanda pinned Robin down and kissed her directly. Woo-woo-woo. Robin pushed against Miranda's chest, wanting to say something, but her mouth was blocked. If it were just one person, Robin would gladly accept it. But Hancock was right there. No way, this is too ridiculous. Robin knew that sooner or later she would be bullied along with the other women, but she needed some time to accept it. At least not now. She struggled to turn her face away. Can we take a break for a moment? Robin pleaded. Perhaps understanding Robin's thoughts, Mislanda did not insist. If he wanted to let you go, can we get along well in the future? Yes. Robin quickly nodded. From now on, they would be living together. They would see each other every day, and Robin didn't want to compete with Hancock every day. Besides, she couldn't win. Whether in looks, figure, or strength, Hancock surpassed Robin. Since that's the case, why not just call her? How should you address Hancock? After that, Robin took a deep breath and looked at Hancock. Hello, sister. Seeing Robin like this, Hancock still felt a bit uncomfortable. However, under Miranda's reminder, she nodded as well. Sister, all right, from now on we are family. If anyone dares to plot against each other, don't blame me for punishing you. After finishing this, Mislanda released Robin, leaving Hancock there. Once Robin left the room, Hancock immediately wrapped her arms around Miranda's neck. During the exchange of words, their clothes were also thrown aside. Looking at Hancock's stunning body, Mislanda immediately felt her blood boil. It had been a while since they last met, and what followed was quite intense. After a storm, Hancock lay in Miranda's arms like a little one. From now on, stay by my side. Hancock agreed without a second thought. In her eyes, being able to stay by Miranda's side was the best. You don't need to worry about the matters of Amazon Lily. I have my subordinates looking for someone already. As long as we can find him, Amazon Lily can move away from the Combelt. At that time, you will still be the king and can stay by my side. Caressing Hancock's smooth skin, Mislanda felt very satisfied. However, while enjoying the gentle times, one must not remain lost in them. You should rest well. I'll go out for a bit. With the addition of the 9 snake pirates, the strength of the night pirates has increased significantly. Moreover, after learning that Tiger is still alive, many fishmen have come to join. Mislanda kept these fishmen and handed them over to Jinbei to manage. Now, Mislanda has territory, subordinates, and money. He lacks nothing. Well, I'll be waiting for your return. Hancock obediently nodded and then released Mislanda. Once outside, everyone was already waiting for him on the deck. Captain, okay, everyone take a seat. Mislanda sat in the main seat, while Tiger sat not far away, and the others also had suitable positions. Looking at her assets, Mislanda nodded. I have made up my mind to use the Navy's G3 base as the headquarters and continuously expand my territory. Miranda immediately said. The location of the Navy G3 base is quite good, very close to the territories of the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates. Previously, Shanks chose the Beast pirates as his main target, and I won't choose the same as him. Captain, although our crew has increased in number, isn't it a bit too much to confront Whitebeard and Big Mom? Tiger said with some concern. Both the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates have been well known in the New World for a long time, and they have many experts, which the current Night pirates cannot compare to. You don't need to worry about this. Germa 66 from the North Sea is already on their way. Also, we can still recruit some people. Like I said, I know too many people in this new era. After this matter is settled, I'll go recruit. Soon, the Navy G3 base was occupied by Miranda and others. The hanging Navy flag was replaced with the Night Pirates' Jolly Roger. Seeing this scene, Aokiji, who was responsible for evacuating the Navy, also had red eyes. Shame, what a disgrace. Aokiji, thanks Steelbone Kong for leaving such a good place for me. To this, Aokiji gritted his teeth and prepared to leave. He couldn't fight back, and the other side had celestial dragons. Just then, a few guys dressed in white walked over. Holding Adin Din Mushi, Dark King Miranda, released the celestial dragons, said the person on the other end of the Din Din Mushi. Mislanda recognized the voice. It was that old man Satan. No problem, you can keep these useless ones. Soon, 5 severely tortured celestial dragons were released. The world government personnel hurriedly took them away. However, these few in white remained here. What do you want? Do you think I haven't killed enough and sent you more heads? I want to make a deal with you, Elder Star Satan said in a deep voice. Then, these guys placed a transponder snail on the ground and retreated a good distance away. Seeing this scene, Mislanda also waved to the people behind to let them not listen. Once everyone had left, Satan said, "Not long ago, the red-haired pirate stole something from us, and I hope you can retrieve it. In return, we can offer 50 billion berries. 50 billion is not a small amount." "Oh, what is it?" Mislanda immediately became interested. He certainly knew what the 5 elders were up to. They were just trying to sow discord between him and Shanks. Playing along, Mislanda was more than willing to have some fun with them. "A devil fruit," the 5 elders said in a deep voice. "Devil fruit?" Upon hearing what the 5 elders wanted, Mislanda quickly reacted. Yes, during this time period, Shanks had snatched a devil fruit from the world government. The human fruit. Mythical zoan-type, Nika form. If this sounded unfamiliar, then its other name was certainly not the gum-gum fruit. That's right, it was Luffy's ability. By now, Shanks had already gone to the East Sea, and Mislanda couldn't retrieve it in time. Thinking of this, Mislanda said, "I think you have made a mistake. What is my relationship with Shanks? He is my beloved friend, my brother. Back when they were in the Roger Pirates, the bond between Shanks, Buggy, and Mislanda was exceptionally strong. Describing them as beloved friends and brothers was not an exaggeration. It was absolutely impossible to get Mislanda to harm Shanks." Hearing this, Satan did not feel disappointed. This was originally a spur-of-the-moment plan. If it succeeded, the relationship between the Night Pirates and the red-haired pirates would sour, which would be beneficial for them. If it failed, there would be no loss. In that case, we have nothing to discuss. Increase the payment. Before Satan could finish his sentence, Mislanda suddenly interjected. "Satan, what did I just hear? Increase the payment. As long as you offer enough, I can still help you out once." In an instant, the 5 elders Satan was caught off guard by Mislanda's twist. What was going on? What happened to the brotherly bond and beloved friends? "No problem, we can add 2 billion. As long as you can hand over the devil fruit that was taken by the red-haired pirates." After regaining his composure, the 5 elders agreed to increase the payment. Soon after, a few people dressed in white approached, carrying several boxes. "This 10 billion is a down payment. We will give you the rest once we receive the fruit." After saying this, the group left. Looking at the money, Mislanda couldn't help but laugh. Since the 5 elders hadn't specified what kind of devil fruit it was, any fruit obtained from Shanks would do. Everything would wait until Shanks returned from the East Sea. "All right, from now on, this place is ours." Looking down at the G3 base, Mislanda shouted loudly to everyone. In an instant, all members of the Night Pirates cheered. Finally, they had a place of their own. The next step was to gradually expand. "Jinbei, you are in charge of arranging personnel. Tiger, come with me. It's time for that guy to do something." Mislanda brought Tiger into the cabin of the Night Pirates. On a bed, Caesar, who had almost fully recovered, was lying there. After being stripped of his abilities by Mislanda, there would be a long period of weakness, and some who weren't very strong might even die directly. Although Caesar was a scientist, his physical strength was still decent. "What are you going to do?" Seeing Mislanda arrive, Caesar immediately became frightened. He was very afraid of dying. "Don't be nervous, I won't kill you. After all, you're quite talented. Miranda sat down on a nearby chair and then took out a large piece of raw meat and tossed it to Little Bai. The latter immediately jumped up, opened its big mouth, and swallowed the raw meat. Seeing this scene, Caesar couldn't help but swallow hard. He knew that this dog could eat people. Now I give you two choices. First, become my subordinate and help me research what I want. As for the second, Mislanda patted Xiao Bai's head. My little pet eats a lot every day and is never picky, especially when it comes to eating people. Upon hearing this, Caesar immediately felt a chill run down his spine. His face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He quickly made a choice. Captain, it is my honor to serve you. Caesar hurriedly lay down on the ground and said. He certainly didn't want to be fed to the dogs. Ha ha, very good, very understanding. If Gargi had your awareness back then, it would have saved me a lot of trouble. Saying this, Mislanda stood up. Gargi is on his way, and once he arrives, you can start working. I will provide anything you need. Back on the deck, Tiger was somewhat puzzled. He didn't quite understand. Is this Caesar really that important? Miranda nodded confidently. Just wait, this guy will play a huge role, but it will take a long time. After resolving these matters, Miranda came to Robin's room. Seeing her enter, Robin pouted in dissatisfaction. What do you want from me? Go find your big wife. Miranda didn't say anything and directly hugged Robin, making her sit on her lap. Robin didn't refuse and obediently sat down. I won't cause trouble with you anymore, but you have to be fair. Since she arrived, you've been with her all the time. Have you ever come to find me? Hancock has been here for several days, and during these days, Miranda has also been accompanying her. Robin still felt very upset about this. Although she was a latecomer, she shouldn't be so neglected. All right, I know I was wrong. I won't do this anymore. Tonight, I'll stay with you. Really? Robin's eyes showed a hint of mischief as she smiled at Miranda. Seeing Robin's expression, Miranda felt a bit tricked. However, once the words were spoken, he wouldn't take them back. Of course, come on, let's rest. Saying this, Miranda intended to take off Robin's clothes. Robin didn't refuse, but cooperated very well. When only her underwear remained, Robin leaned close to Miranda's ear and said, Darling, I forgot to tell you something. I'm on my special period today. Hearing this, Miranda's hands, which were preparing to continue undressing Robin, immediately stopped. Seeing Miranda's somewhat uncomfortable expression, Robin chuckled. She immediately laid down on the bed, striking a very tempting pose. Although my split body won't have a special period, the feelings from the split body will still be transmitted to me. So this method won't work. Robin said first, if you want to take back what you just said, I have no objections. Just consider it that I misjudged you. Looking at Robin on the bed, Miranda also lay down. I won't take back what I said to you. Oh, can you hold back? Robin's fingers kept teasing. Stop it. He immediately grabbed Robin's hand, stopping her movements. All right, let's get some rest early. Robin took off the last remaining clothes on her body and then pressed herself against Miranda. Mislanda also gave a wry smile and then prepared to sleep with Robin. But Robin was not going to be quiet. This hard-won opportunity couldn't be given up easily. Robin, stop messing around. That's not going to happen. You've bullied me for so long. Today, I'm going to get my revenge. I, Nico Robin, am not someone to be trifled with. After that, Robin began to have fun, completely disregarding Mislanda's feelings. Robin, your special time will soon pass. I advise you to be a little more obedient now. Oh, you dare to threaten me? Take this. Soon, Katakuri arrived with the German members. Seeing the large moving islands, the members of the night pirate crew were very excited. Although Germa was in the North Sea, their reputation was not small at all. With their addition, the strength of the night pirate crew rose another level. This was quite comfortable. After Katakuri arrived, he entered the laboratory with Caesar. With money, manpower, and resources, they didn't have to worry about anything. Just focus on research. Captain, tell me, who do we start with? Looking at the map on the table, Tiger was already a bit excited. The current night pirate crew was like a hungry wolf, eager to find prey. Starting tomorrow, you will take Jinbei and the Fishman pirates to the territory of the Big Mom pirates, while Hancock and Robin will expand the 9 snake pirates around. And the German members will watch the base. For now, Mislanda decided to confront the Big Mom pirates first. No choice. One has to pick the softest persimmon to squeeze. As for me, Shanks had helped me a lot before, so I should help him out a bit. Otherwise, it would be a bit ungrateful. Hearing Mislanda's words, Tiger was a bit puzzled. I plan to set off tomorrow for Weno. There, I might be able to recruit quite a few people. The warriors of Weno are not Kaido's people. The Mislanda plan is very clear. The first step is to recruit people and expand territory on a small scale. Once the manpower is sufficient, we can confront those large pirate crews head-on and directly seize their territory. Right now, the night pirates are already among the top 10 pirate crews in the New World, But Mislanda's ambitions go far beyond that. He wants to establish a power comparable to the world government on the Grand Line. Hey. Weno country is currently the base of the Beast Pirates. Isn't it a bit too risky for you to go alone? Don't worry, I'm fine with it. Mislanda waved her hand. If it really doesn't work, and I want to leave, no one from the Beast Pirates can keep me here. Besides, I want to find someone first. With her help, some samurai from Weno country will assist me too. All right, be careful. Mislanda is the captain, and he has absolute authority on the ship. Since Tiger chose to join, he must support the captain's decisions. Shanks helped us deal with the Navy last time, and in return, I will help him deal with the Beast Pirates. Early the next morning, Mislanda set off for Weno country. At this time, Kazuki Oden had been dead for several years, and it would still be a while before Momonosuke reappeared. Of course, if Momonosuke were to show up now, Mislanda had decided to give him a good beating. Back when they were in the Roger Pirates, Mislanda had beaten him up quite a bit. During that time, whenever he saw Mislanda, Momonosuke would take a detour, not daring to be around him at all. Those who understand, understand. Speaking of which, Kazuki Oden was also a fool. With the strength of Weno country at that time, they could have completely resisted the Beast Pirates. But in the end, when it was time to fight, he didn't, insisting on compromising for years. In the end, he ended up in a pathetic state, losing both his family and his country. Since he didn't use the strength of Weno country, then I, Mislanda, will take it without hesitation. Soon, he arrived in the waters of Weno country. But to Mislanda's surprise, when he reached the sky over Onigashima, he found chaos below. Numerous pirates had surrounded a large area. Within this area, two individuals were fighting. One was Kaido in his Dragon Man form, holding a kanabo, and his opponent was a huge guy, a giant made of steel about 2 or 3 times the size of Kaido in his Dragon Man form. It looked like their battle was extremely fierce. This is Barrett. How could he be here? That's right, the steel giant below is also one of Mislanda's acquaintances. It was Barrett, whom he had rescued from Impel Down. Barrett's strength is incredibly formidable, following a path of brute force, which is very similar to Kaido. Therefore, their battle was a contest of raw power, with punches landing hard. Even though they had been fighting for an entire day, they still had the energy to continue. You hit me, I hit you. The fighting scene was quite intense. According to the information provided by Rayleigh, Barrett had previously fought Kaido for 2 days and nights, and there was still no clear winner. It seems that these two battle maniacs are quite invested in seeing who is stronger. Bang! Just as Mislanda was pondering, the two below clashed again. Barrett landed a punch on Kaido's face, while Kaido's kanabo struck Barrett's chest. In an instant, the entire island trembled under their terrifying power. Both flew backward. Barrett was directly blown apart, and Kaido also exited his dragon form. Lord Kaido. Seeing the situation, the spectators around called out in a hurry. Given the current circumstances, it was a draw, hard to determine a winner. Both were already top-tier existences among pirates, making it difficult to establish superiority. Soon, Kaido and Barrett slowly stood up. Both were injured, but the result was again nearly indistinguishable, and the current situation could only be counted as a tie. Looking at each other, Kaido and Barrett laughed simultaneously. Bring me some alcohol. Yes. Soon, a large wine gourd was brought over. Kaido happily drank half of it and then tossed the rest to Barrett. Barrett didn't hesitate and took a drink. Refreshing, truly refreshing. Barrett, you are a great opponent. But today, I will definitely win. Oh, is that so? Kaido, looking at your current state, I'm afraid I could kill you with a single punch. They've been fighting all day, both injured and tired. Of course, they could continue fighting. Come on, let's continue. All right, bring it on. Then the two prepared to fight again. Kaido immediately transformed into a giant dragon, roaring as he charged at Barrett. Barrett also didn't back down, transforming into a steel giant again. Bang! Barrett grabbed Kaido's 2 dragon horns, and they engaged in a pure power contest. Just then, Kaido's left arm, one of the calamities, Inti, suddenly noticed something. A ball of flame appeared on his back, and then he shot a fire dragon into the sky. Seeing this fire dragon, Mislanda raised his right hand and directly blocked it. Then, a wave of darkness emerged from his palm, devouring Inti's attack. Upon seeing the figure in the air, Inti quickly waved his wings and drew his long knife to slash. In response, Mislanda returned the fire dragon he had just swallowed. However, Inti's long knife directly sliced it in half. Trespassing into Onigashima, die. Inti quickly approached Mislanda and shouted loudly. The knife struck Mislanda's arm, but the sound it made was that of metal clashing. If you want to kill me, you're not strong enough. Miranda's left hand was immediately engulfed in thick black mist, and then she struck Jin's chest with a punch. In the next moment, darkness pierced through Jin's chest, and bright red blood instantly splattered into the air, causing Jin's body to fall down. Lord Jin, the members of the beast pirates below looked up in shock at the scene. Taking advantage of everyone's focus on Jin, Mislanda quickly collected Jin's blood. This was valuable stuff. The Lunaria tribe, one of the gods that once lived on the Red Earth continent. They possessed incredibly powerful abilities which existed within their bloodline. To create a seraph, Jin's blood was essential. That last attack, Mislanda held nothing back, and her aim was precisely for this rare blood. At that moment, flames were present behind Jin. Although his chest was pierced, he quickly recovered. The entire recovery process occurred without Jin even touching the ground. Such a powerful ability. Seeing Jin recover so quickly, Mislanda couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This speed was probably not much different from that of the Phoenix Marco. After recovering, looking at his torn clothes, Jin's eyes turned red with rage. Jin usually wrapped himself up tightly, with only his eyes exposed, to avoid revealing his identity. Whoever destroyed his clothes would make Jin extremely angry. Following this, Jin let out a furious roar, and his hands transformed into a pair of enormous wings. Ancient Zoan-type pterosaur. Then, Jin charged into the sky again, swinging his blade-like wings towards Mislanda. Seeing Jin charging at her again, Mislanda immediately used Mastema's power, and a pair of wings appeared behind her as well. I'm coming too. Ding! The white and black wings clashed continuously in the air. Who dares to interrupt our battle? Hearing the commotion, Kaido and Barrett also stopped fighting and looked over. In the sky, two figures were rapidly colliding, but the situation was not evenly matched. Every time, Mislanda inflicted wounds on Jin, continuously collecting his blood. Such a good thing, of course, is better in abundance. Each time he was scratched, Jin's wounds healed in the blink of an eye. Thunderous gossip. Just as Mislanda was trying to gather more blood, Kaido jumped into the air. That massive kanabo, still enveloped in Haki, came crashing down. Mislanda immediately blocked with her left hand. Bang! A dull sound echoed in the air, and a massive impact dispersed the clouds above. The force was indeed considerable. Seeing Kaido's fierce expression, Miranda's heart tightened. It wasn't that she was afraid. In a one-on-one situation, she believed she could still take on Kaido. However, it wasn't just Kaido here. Barrett was not one to sit back and watch. For this battle maniac, interrupting his fight was a provocation. Sure enough, the next moment, two massive hands reached up from the ground, grabbing at Mislanda from two directions. With Kaido still blocking her, Mislanda had no way to dodge. The two rocky hands immediately slammed her in between. Under this tremendous commotion, the ground shook once more. Boom! Just a few seconds later, Mislanda burst out from the middle and quickly flew above everyone. Hey Barrett, at least I was the one who got you out of impelled down. Is it really okay to attack me like this? Mislanda couldn't help but tease. It was only at this moment that Kaido and Barrett realized who the other was. So it's you. Why are you here at Onigashima instead of staying at the G3 base you extorted from the Navy? That's an interesting question. If you can come, why can't I? As she spoke, Mislanda looked at Kaido. At this point, he was already surrounded by the beast pirates. Kid, do you know what the consequences are for interrupting my fight? Kaido raised his kanabo and rested it on his shoulder. From the outside, Kaido looked quite terrifying. Fish fruit, mythical Zoan, azure dragon form. I don't know, and I don't want to know. I'm here to take someone from Weno. You two can continue fighting. Just pretend I don't exist, all right? You do your thing, and I'll find my person, no interference. Ah ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Kaido burst into laughter. He raised his kanabo towards Mislanda. Kid, are you telling me a joke? You think you can get away unharmed after injuring my capable subordinate? Do you think I'm that easy to talk to? If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, you probably won't be able to leave. At this moment, more members of the beast pirates arrived. Mislanda looked around. All right, how about I trade a piece of information? Information? Kaido was taken aback by Miranda's words. A piece of information about the Lunaria tribe. Boom! In the next moment, the expressions of Kaido and Jin immediately changed. Others might not know, but Kaido and Jin understood what Mislanda meant. Jin was from the Lunaria tribe, and once this information spread, it would be disastrous if the world government found out. A threat. This was Miranda's threat. Although Jin was Kaido's subordinate, their relationship was very good, and Kaido would not let Jin be in danger. He had witnessed Jin's past experiences, and if he fell into the hands of the world government again, Jin would suffer all kinds of torment, unable to live or die. You can leave. Get lost. If others find out about this, I won't let you go. Kaido shouted loudly. and his conqueror's Haki immediately caused the surrounding sea surface to churn. There was no choice. He had to compromise. But Miranda was not accepting it. No, no, no. I said I came to find someone, and I can't leave now. Kid, don't challenge my limits of patience. Hearing that Miranda was still being unreasonable, Kaido immediately said, all right, I won't come empty-handed. How about making a deal? Mislanda suddenly changed his approach. Then he took out an apple. With this deal, the overall strength of the beast pirates would definitely increase significantly. It was obvious that this was a devil fruit, but the patterns on it were very strange. It looked ugly, as if a sticker had been stuck on it. Devil fruit? Looking at the apple in Mislanda's hand, Kaido was quite disdainful. Kid, a single devil fruit can't satisfy my appetite. Although Haki and physical skills are the true sources of strength, how many people in this world can surpass a devil fruit user through training in Haki and physical skills? Therefore, the abilities of the fruits are still quite valuable. The number of ability users in a force indirectly represents the strength of that force. However, for someone of Kaido's level, he doesn't even regard a single fruit. Ha ha ha, Kaido. Is your IQ really that low? If it were just a devil fruit, would I make a deal with you? A single fruit. Mislanda could easily find someone to deal with it. Right now, Mislanda has a very precious devil fruit, the Rumble fruit. Unfortunately, Mislanda hasn't found a suitable person yet. Otherwise, one of his subordinates would gain a capable aide. This candidate must have enough talent and be absolutely loyal to Mislanda. Mislanda has approached Kaido and Jinbe, but neither of them wants to become a devil fruit user. So until now, the thunder fruit still hasn't found a suitable owner. Of course, Mislanda wouldn't give the thunder fruit to others. The ugly fruit in his hand is actually an artificial fruit. This was created by Caesar. After leaving MESD, Caesar focused on artificial fruits and has made some progress. In the original work, the artificial fruits traded by the beast pirates with Don Quixote da Flamingo were produced by Caesar. Now, Mislanda plans to establish a trading chain for artificial fruits, and the preferred customer is naturally the beast pirates. Kaido, follow me. We need to have a good talk. It's not convenient to talk here. As he spoke, Mislanda flew towards Onigashima. Seeing this, Kaido hesitated for a moment. He looked at Barrett. There's something going on today. Let's compare who's stronger next time. No problem. Let's fight next time. With that, Barrett left. After he left, Kaido and Jean followed Mislanda. Inside Onigashima, Kaido looked in shock at one of his subordinates who had just eaten the artificial fruit. After eating the artificial fruit, this guy's arm turned directly into a python. It really works. How many of these can you make? Kaido asked in a deep voice. He wanted to buy, and in large quantities. Currently, I don't have much stock on hand. For mass production, it will take about a year. Of course, Mislanda wouldn't let his subordinates eat such half-baked artificial devil fruits. But others are very eager for them. All right, give me a price, and I'll send someone to pick up the goods in a year. Kaido immediately agreed to this deal. In his view, as long as he could buy a large number of artificial fruits, the overall strength of the beast pirates would definitely improve. Time is not a problem, but I don't want money. Mislanda said, no money? Then what do you want? It's simple. I want the minerals of your country. Mislanda looked at the land of Weno outside and said excitedly, the mining industry here is extremely rich. Weapons made from the minerals here are much stronger than ordinary ones. How much do you want? I want half of this year's mineral production every time you come to collect. That's too much. 3/10. 40%. All right, deal. In the end, both parties reached an agreement, with each transaction requiring 40% of a year's mineral production. After the deal was made, Kaido and Jin took Mislanda into the land of Weno. They also wanted to know who Mislanda was looking for. Upon arriving at the capital of Weno, the current general of Weno, Black Carbon Snake, immediately came to greet them. Lord Kaido, it's been a long time. Black Carbon Snake still feared Kaido. After all, he became general thanks to the help of the beast pirates. Kaido secretly looked down on Black Carbon Snake and just nodded without further acknowledging him. Mislanda was even more straightforward and didn't even look at Black Carbon Snake. He walked directly to the front of a brothel. That's right. The person he was looking for was here. The daughter of Kazuki Oden, Kazuki Hiyori. At this time, Hiyori had already been taken in by one of the red scabbards, Kanjuro, and had become a geisha here. At this moment, Kazuki Hiyori was almost 14 years old. 5 visions, all powerful. The gem eyes on Mislanda's forehead immediately opened, taking in the situation inside the brothel. Upon seeing this, Sanjiro, the bodyguard behind Kaido, known as Kayashiro, panicked. Weno had little interaction with the outside world, so they didn't know who Mislanda was. But judging by Kaido's attitude towards this person, their status must be quite high. Found you. Soon, Mislanda located Hiyori's position. He waved his hand, and a large amount of black substance surrounded the brothel. Then, the entire building collapsed with a loud crash, leaving Hiyori's room completely intact. As for the others, a group of foolish samurai, Mislanda killed them without a second thought. At this moment, Hiyori inside the room also sensed the commotion outside. Before she could open the door, it was directly swallowed, and Hiyori appeared in front of everyone. Seeing Hiyori's figure, Sanjiro immediately stepped forward, blocking her path. This lady, Kamurasaki, is a geisha here, and she hasn't been trained properly yet. Although he didn't know who this person was, Sanjiro couldn't let him approach Hiyori. Hey, Kayashiro, what are you doing? Get back here. Black Charcoal, Orochi hurriedly said. He dared not anger Kaido's people. In Black Charcoal, Orochi's eyes, Kayashiro was absolutely loyal to him, and often referred to him as his dog. However, this time, Kayashiro did not listen to him, and stood in front of Hiyori. Loyal to your master. Very commendable. Mislanda patted Sanjiro on the shoulder and praised him. You. Upon hearing this, Sanjiro was immediately shocked. He was sure that this person absolutely knew Hiyori's true identity. Are you Mislanda-san? At that moment, Hiyori, who had been silent, spoke up. She had felt a sense of familiarity when she saw Mislanda, but couldn't recall why at that moment. You still remember me? That's great. Mislanda was not at all surprised that Hiyori could recognize him. After all, Hiyori was born when Oden was with the Roger Pirates, and at that time, Mislanda had held her. Moreover, the two had met again afterward. Given how many times Mislanda had beaten up Momonosuke, Hiyori would definitely recognize the black-clad man in front of her. You are Kazuki Oden's daughter, Kazuki Hiyori. Kaido stared in shock at the little girl. Indeed, there were some aspects that resembled Kazuki Oden, but she looked even more like Lady Toki. Hearing Kaido's words, the residents of Weno around them were immediately astonished. This person, she is actually the princess of Weno. You have suffered all these years. Miranda patted Hiyori's head. From now on, you will follow me, and I will take you away from here. At this moment, Hiyori's identity was exposed. She had nowhere to go except to follow Miranda. Damn it, Kanjuro, kill her. Kaido snapped out of shock, and then endless anger surged within him. He had taken Weno from Kazuki Oden, and to his surprise, Oden's daughter was right under his nose. In an instant, Kaido was so furious that he lost his mind, completely unaware that Kanjuro was looking at him with a murderous expression. Kill. Sure, let's kill. In the next moment, Kanjuro immediately drew his sword. But he didn't swing it at Hiyori. Instead, he looked at Kaido. Kanjuro, what are you doing? Seeing this scene, Kaido hurriedly stepped back. He was no match for Kanjuro. Kanjuro was one of the Red Scabbards, and his strength was certainly formidable. If it weren't for the beast pirates in Weno, he could have taken down Kaido on his own long ago. This blade is for the Kazuki family, Dai. Swish! A flash of the sword cut through the air, and Kaido's head was directly severed. Seeing this, Miranda nodded in approval. He walked over to Hiyori. Kanjuro, are you willing to follow me? Upon hearing this, Kanjuro tidied his hairstyle, returning to his original appearance. He glanced at Hiyori behind Miranda and finally nodded. I vow to protect the princess with my life. Wherever Princess Hiyori goes, I will follow. Kanjuro couldn't bear to let Hiyori leave alone with Miranda. Very well, from now on, you are part of my night pirates. Now, gather all your subordinates and follow me out of here. Yes. Then, Kanjuro summoned all the subordinates willing to leave with him, totaling over 200 people. They were all warriors with considerable strength. Additionally, some warriors in Weno who opposed Kaido and the Beast Pirates were also willing to follow Kanjuro. All told, there were as many as 500 people ready to leave. Miranda was very pleased with this outcome. Brother Miranda. Suddenly, Hiyori tugged at Miranda's hand. What's wrong? Brother Miranda, can you help me find Kawamatsu? I haven't heard from him since I left. At the beginning, Kawamatsu had given all his food to Hiyori to prevent Kawamatsu from starving. Hiyori chose to leave. Miranda didn't know what to say in response to this explanation. He could only think that both of them were fools, with their heads full of mush. Don't worry, I know where he is. As he spoke, Miranda looked toward Kaido. From earlier until now, Kaido and King had been watching the show. In their eyes, Kazuki Oden was already dead, and his daughter was nothing special. She wouldn't stir up any trouble. With Kaido dead, they could support someone more obedient to become the general. Kaido, kill him. Suddenly, the headless Kaido came back to life and appeared in front of Kaido. Seeing that this guy was still alive, Kaido was a bit surprised. Wasn't he dead? As long as you kill him, I will give you the position of General of Weno. Bang! Before Kaido could finish his sentence, he punched Kaido away. What level do you think you are to speak to me like that? I don't care for the position of General of Weno. Looking at the fallen Kaido, Miranda walked straight over. He grabbed the guy by the neck. Kaido, do you still want this person? No, he's useless. All right, since you don't want him, then I'll take him. Speaking of which, this guy's abilities are quite impressive. Miranda's palm once again appeared dark and quickly drilled into the body of the black carbon giant snake. Ability deprivation. Zoan-type mythical beast, Yamada no Orochi. With 8 heads, it's equivalent to 8 lives, quite strong. After a heart-wrenching scream, the ability deprivation was completed. Mislanda now had a devil fruit with a purple spiral pattern in his hand. Afterwards, he threw Kaido to Tanjiro, who drew his sword and decapitated Kaido. This time, he was really dead. After resolving matters here, Mislanda took people to the mine and found Ko, who was eating rotten fish in his cell, and brought him along as well. Thus, Mislanda, who had come alone, left with over 500 people. But that wasn't all. Many loyal to the Kazuki family chose not to leave. They wanted to find a way to save Weno. Although Kaido was dead, the beast pirates were still around. To that, Mislanda couldn't care less. Whether those fools lived or died had little to do with him. Hey, are you planning to compete with me for territory? As Mislanda was about to leave, Kaido suddenly spoke up loudly. Hearing this, Mislanda shook her head. Don't worry, we are not enemies for now, because you're the target of the red-haired pirate crew. After saying this, Mislanda left with her 2 ships. With their addition, the Dark Knight pirate crew was already in contention for the 4 emperors. At this time, the 4 emperors had not yet been confirmed. Whitebeard pirate crew, Dark Knight pirate crew, Red-haired pirate crew, Beast pirate crew, and Big Mom pirate crew. Let's see who is stronger. Soon, Mislanda returned to the G3 base with everyone. The G3 base had now been renamed to Eternal Night Island during the days of Mislanda's absence. The Fishman pirate crew and the 9 Snake pirate crew each defeated 3 pirate crews and took control of 2 nearby islands, raising their own pirate flags on them. Among them, Jinbe led the Fishman crew to clash with the Big Mom pirate crew and defeated them. Seeing Mislanda return with 2 ships of people, Tiger was stunned. All right, don't look at me like that. Go arrange accommodations for them. I one team a street, anyone willing to follow me. Leave it to me. Then, Tiger went to arrange their accommodations. Suddenly, with more than 500 extra people, most were very happy, as the strength of the Dark Knight pirate crew had increased. But 2 people were not happy because Mislanda brought back a daughter. Moreover, this woman was always by Mislanda's side. Seeing Hancock and Robin's expressions, Mislanda couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. Alice, take Hiyori to rest. Yes, Captain. The little maid nodded and then took Hiyori away. After the 2 left, Mislanda sat on the sofa and stretched out her right hand. Seeing this, Hancock immediately placed her hand on it and then sat on Mislanda's lap. Do you miss me? I really miss you. So obedient. Miranda pinched Hancock's cheek. If it weren't daytime, he would definitely reward Hancock properly. How long are you planning to stand there? Come sit down. Miranda couldn't help but say, looking at Robin who was standing nearby. Hearing this, Robin glanced at Miranda and then at Hancock nestled in his arms. She eventually came over and sat on the sofa. Aren't you supposed to explain what that girl is about? Robin immediately asked, although Hiyori is still young. She's definitely a beauty. She'll be very pretty when she grows up. Don't worry, I'm really not interested in her. But I need her right now. Without her by my side, those samurai won't serve me. Tanjiro, Kowamatsu, and those hundreds of samurai, their true master in their hearts is not Miranda, but Kazuki Hiyori. If Hiyori is not around, no matter how many benefits I offer, I can't keep them. Oh, you don't like samurai? Robin asked in surprise. Sort of, to be precise. I don't like Weno country. I just can't bring myself to like this place. All right, enough about that. How have you 2 been getting along while I was away? Have you argued or fought? Mislanda doesn't want his woman to be involved in scheming. He wants a harmonious environment. No, I've been getting along well with my sister. Hancock immediately replied. She hadn't caused any trouble for Robin these past few days. Instead, they've been discussing some matters together. Overall, their relationship is quite good. We're fine. But that Guion, since coming here, Guion has been shutting herself in her room and hardly comes out. And these past few days, Mislanda has been busy and hasn't gone to see her. Don't worry about her. I'll go talk to her tonight. Mislanda touched her chin and then made a decision. Oomph. Are you lusting after her body, you big pervert? Robin looked at Mislanda with disdain. What could happen if she went to see Guion at night? That's right. I am indeed craving her body, and yours too. Come on, let me kiss you. Saying that, Mislanda grabbed Robin and pulled her over, preparing to kiss her. But Robin couldn't let her pride down. It was daytime, and Mislanda, as the captain, could be interrupted at any moment. She turned her head and dodged away. Stop fooling around. You're the captain. Act like one. But Mislanda didn't care about that. Act like a captain? Since you know I'm the captain, shouldn't you listen to me even more? How dare you refuse me? Just as Mislanda was about to educate Robin, Hancock's arms immediately wrapped around her neck. Then, Hancock took the initiative to offer a passionate kiss. The two quickly lost themselves in the moment. Watching the two of them engaged in a heated exchange, Robin felt quite uncomfortable. If it weren't for Mislanda holding her hand, Robin would have left. Sure enough, my Hancock is the most obedient and listens the best. I will always listen to you. So obedient. All right, go call your two sisters over. I have something to give them. Oh. Hancock then left to find Sandersonia and Marigold. Seeing that she was left alone, Robin felt a bit flustered. Sure enough, the next moment, Mislanda directly pushed her down onto the sofa. Hancock will be back soon. Please don't do this. But the response Robin got was Mislanda's domineering kiss. Then, Robin sighed internally and actively cooperated. When footsteps were heard from outside, Robin quickly patted Mislanda. They're coming. Hurry up and get up, Robin hurriedly said. It was fine if only Hancock came in, but if her two sisters saw her like this, Robin didn't even dare to imagine. All right, since you were so intent on entertaining me, I will let you go this time. Then, Robin quickly draped Mislanda's coat over herself. The next moment, Hancock walked in with her two sisters. Captain, the two said hurriedly. They showed great respect for Mislanda, and when facing her, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Mislanda nodded and then placed the two devil fruits on the table. He looked at Sandersonia. I remember, you can turn your hair into an 8-headed serpent, right? Yes. Sandersonia quickly nodded. Perfect, this devil fruit is yours. Mislanda immediately handed the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, Yamada no Orochi, to Sandersonia. Then she gave another fruit to Marigold. This fruit I'm giving you is the Paramecia-type shadow fruit. Although it's not a rare mythical Zoan in my eyes, the abilities of this fruit are still very powerful. It depends on how much you can develop it. Miranda has 3 powerful devil fruits in her hands, a natural type thunder fruit, a mythical Zoan type, Yamada no Orochi fruit, and a Paramecia type shadow fruit. Sandersonia and Marigold's loyalty is unquestionable, but their talents are not very high. However, after all, they're my sisters-in-law, so they cannot be treated poorly. As for the thunder fruit, I'm sorry, but you'll have to wait a bit longer. But Captain, in front of outsiders, just calling me Captain is enough. In other situations, you can directly call me brother-in-law. Yes, brother-in-law. My sister and I are already devil fruit users, so we can't eat the fruits you give us. A person can only consume 1 devil fruit. Eating 2 would result in death. You don't need to worry about this. I have my ways. I can extract the fruit powers from your bodies. But this process is very painful. Can you endure it? Upon hearing Miranda's words, the two exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. Brother-in-law, we can do it. The fruits in their hands are very powerful, and this pain is worth it. All right, endure it. With that, Miranda immediately enveloped the two in darkness. Soon, the fruit powers of Sandersonia and Marigold were extracted. Looking at the 2 orbs of light in her hands, Miranda suddenly realized a problem. Both of them are snake fruit users. How is that possible? Could it be that the species of the snakes are different? After thinking for a while, Miranda still couldn't figure it out and decided not to dwell on it. It doesn't matter. Hancock, take these and find 2 suitable people in the Kuja pirates. Oh, Hancock then put away the 2 brand new devil fruits. What about them? Don't worry. They'll recover in 3 days at most, and then they can consume new devil fruits. Knock, knock, knock. This sudden knocking on the door startled Guillaume in the room. Who is it? Guillaume asked, a bit scared, clenching her hands. She had just heard the noise outside. Miranda was back. The person knocking on the door must be her. Who else would come to knock? Sure enough, Miranda's voice came from outside the door, making Guillaume even more anxious. She slowly walked to the door, but did not open it. What do you want? Guillaume asked softly, her voice trembling slightly. Clearly, she was still very scared. What's wrong? Are you going to open the door? My Shichibukai, miss. Miss Landa could clearly feel that Guillaume was just on the other side of the door, only about a meter away, but blocked by a door. On the count of 3, open the door immediately, or I will be even more brutal than that night. That night? Hearing this, Guillaume immediately felt uneasy. 1, 2. Guillaume hurriedly opened the door and then saw the face that had haunted her in nightmares for a long time. Although Miss Landa was still very attractive, in Guillaume's eyes, she was just a big bad wolf, ready to eat her at any moment. Is there something you need? Guillaume dared not look into Miss Landa's eyes and turned her head to ask. Miss Landa did not respond, but walked straight in. Seeing this, Guillaume wanted to stop her, but was completely unable to do so. Mislanda walked directly to the bedside and sat down. Come here. He patted the space next to him, his tone carrying an absolute command. Hearing that tone, Guillaume felt a struggle within, but ultimately sat down beside Mislanda. As soon as Guillaume sat down, Mislanda immediately grabbed her chin. Little rabbit, have you been comfortable these past few days? Not at all. It's not as cozy as when I'm staying with the Navy. Although Guillaume was scared, she still spoke truthfully. What an honest little rabbit. Then I won't beat around the bush. Saying this, Mislanda stood up from the bed and took off his shirt, hanging it on a nearby rack. Tonight, you will sleep with me. Miranda pressed Guillaume's shoulders and pinned her down on the bed. He wanted to kiss her directly, but Guillaume blocked him with her hands. Let go of me, you pervert. I will never sleep with you, even if I die. Bastard, let me go. Seeing Guillaume struggle beneath him, Miranda smiled. Bastard? Pervert? I'll show you how much of a bastard I can be. The next morning, Miranda opened his eyes, feeling refreshed and incredibly comfortable. He reached out to the side, but did not find a body that had driven him crazy last night. Compared to his current state, Guillaume looked quite miserable. She was curled up at the foot of the bed, clutching her clothes and crying incessantly. Much of her snow-white skin was exposed, and there were clear red marks in some places. You liar, you deserve to die. After what happened last night, you said you wouldn't go all the way. You tricked me. With that, Guillaume buried her face in her clothes and began to cry loudly. After a long time, perhaps exhausted from crying, her voice gradually quieted down. Are you done crying? Come here. Miranda exerted force and pulled Guillaume back under the blanket. Holding her smooth body, Miranda reacted again. Upon sensing this, Guillaume immediately escaped to the edge of the bed. You bastard, come back. This means I like you, my little bunny. After pulling Guillaume back once more, Miranda directly touched the spider tattoo on her leg. Little bunny, I haven't asked you yet. Why do you have a spider tattoo on your leg? Hearing about the spider tattoo on her leg, Guillaume's mood changed immediately, as if she recalled something. It has nothing to do with you. I just wanted to play. If you want to play, then hurry up and leave. After saying that, Guillaume lay down on the bed, ready to be bullied again. Interesting. It seems there are many things I don't know about you. Come on, let's go to the bathroom and chat while we wash up. 2 hours later, just as Guillaume was lying on the bed, trying her best to hold on, a knock sounded at the door. Who is it? Mislanda stopped and then asked, It's me. It's almost lunchtime. Do you still plan to continue? Robin said angrily outside the door. She could hear Guillaume's voice from quite a distance. Moreover, Hancock, Robin, and Guillaume's rooms were not far apart, and Robin hadn't slept well last night, nor had Hancock. Hearing Robin's voice, Mislanda quickly tidied herself up and opened the door. Robin shot her a fierce glare and then pushed past Mislanda into the room. You're such a jerk. Can't you be a little gentler? Robin said angrily, looking at the pitiful Guillaume on the bed. At her words, Guillaume's grievances surged up again, and the next moment she buried her face in the pillow and cried. Robin, do you know? Miranda suddenly hugged Robin from behind and whispered in her ear, You also have a responsibility for Guillaume like this. If you had been willing to accompany me last night, Guillaume wouldn't be like this. Hearing this, Robin's face turned red. Hancock is still waiting for you to eat. You should go find her first. Then she immediately used her devil fruit powers to push Miranda out and close the door. Without Miranda, Robin went to the bedside and comforted Guillaume. All right, stop crying. Go wash up first, then eat something. Guillaume nodded and took her clothes into the bathroom again. 2 days later, Sonda, Sonia, and Marigold had become new users of their abilities, and their strength had increased significantly. Meanwhile, Corazon, who had been assigned to do something by Miranda a long time ago, had returned. He found the location of the flying pirate crew. Captain, after escaping from Impel Down, the Golden Lion Shiki has gathered his former subordinates again. The flying pirate crew once became the largest pirate crew in the world. During the Battle of Eitwald, the Roger pirates almost got wiped out, thanks to the sudden appearance of a storm. Otherwise, the Pirate King would most likely be Golden Lion. However, after being captured and sent to Impel Down, the flying pirate crew disbanded, and it was only after Shiki successfully escaped that they slowly regrouped. Right here, on Baltimore Island in the first half of the Grand Line, but the flying pirate crew is high in the sky. I can't go in to check. Golden Lion Shiki is a Paramecia-type float fruit user, allowing him to fly himself or other objects into the air, which is also the origin of the name Flying Pirate Crew. So, what is the scale of the Flying Pirate Crew now? And how many people are there? Mislanda immediately asked. About half of them before the Battle of Etwall, right? However, most of those powerful ones have been captured and taken to Impel Down. Although the Flying Sky Pirates are now quite large, their strength is average. They just have a lot of people. After the incident with the Golden Lion, The Flying Sky pirates scattered into many smaller pirate crews, and quite a few were taken down by Garp and his guys. Right now, there are still many of the Golden Lion subordinates on the 6th level of Impelled Down. Half. That's still pretty good. As she spoke, Mislanda stood up. Corazon, gather everyone. I have something to announce. Yes, Captain. Soon, all the high-ranking members of the Night Pirates gathered together. Without a doubt, Mislanda sat in the main seat while the others stood on both sides. Today I announce something. From now on, the size of our Night Pirates crew will grow larger. And for better management, I have decided to adopt Whitebeard Pirates method and divide the entire Night Pirates crew into 8 teams. Now, I will announce the leaders and members of each team. The leader of Team 1 is Jinbe, and the members are half of the former Fishman Pirates. As for the number, you decide. Jinbe, yes, Captain. The leader of Team 2 is Tanjiro, and the members are your original subordinates from Weno country. The leader of Team 3 is Kawamatsu, and the members are the remaining samurai. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro and Kawamatsu, who were standing behind Hiyori, nodded. In their eyes, it was quite good to lead people from Weno country. Although they joined the Night Pirates, their true master was not Mislanda, but Hiyori. Among the Akainu 9, Tanjiro and Kawamatsu's strength was enough to rank in the top 3, so being a captain was no problem at all. As for the other 6 members of the Akainu 9, except for the 3 who traveled through time, Mislanda had approached them all. However, apart from Tanjiro and Kawamatsu, the others chose to stay and wait for Momonosuke. Mislanda didn't use any coercion. After all, he had already gained a part of the people. The captain of the 4th team, Aladdin, and the members are the remaining members of the Fishman pirate crew. If new fishmen join in the future, you will be their captain. Aladdin is the 3rd in command of the Fishman pirate crew, with strength only second to Tiger and Jinbe, making him fully capable of the captaincy. Yes, Captain, I won't let you down. Aladdin nodded solemnly. With Tiger as the vice-captain, along with Jinbe and Aladdin as 2 captains, it is clear how much Mislanda values the fishmen. Moreover, with Tiger's status among the fishmen, more fishmen will continue to join the Night Pirate crew in the future. The captain of the 5th team, Guild Tesoro, is currently not here, but you all know that. Right now, the Tesoro ship is on its way. We will talk about it when they arrive. The captain of the 6th team, Vinsmoke Reiju, leads the soldiers of Germa 66. After obtaining the gas fruit, Reiju's strength has reached the standard of a captain. The captain of the 7th team, Sandasonia, and the captain of the 8th team, Marigold. The entire Snake Princess pirate crew will be your members. Choose people yourselves. At least they are your own sisters-in-law, so they shouldn't be treated poorly. Just like that, we have 8 captains. Additionally, we recently seized 3 islands, and I plan to merge them into one island called City of the Sea, with our vice-captain, Fisher Tiger, as the lord of the city. Soon, another island will arrive here, and the island lord will be Boa Hancock. Besides that, I also plan to establish 2 departments, a research department and an intelligence department. The research department will be entrusted to Nico Robin, while the intelligence department will be given to Corazon. Now, Mislanda already has 2 scientists, Caesar and Judge. We definitely need a place for research. As for intelligence, that is also indispensable. Is there any problem? After arranging everyone, Mislanda immediately asked. Everyone remained silent, clearly agreeing with their captain's arrangements. Next, our target is the big MOM pirate crew. 2nd team captain, are you willing to show everyone the strength of your warriors? Miranda looked at Torajiro. Upon hearing this, Torajiro nodded. No problem, leave it to me. Okay, the 4th, 7th, and 8th teams will go together as well. Be careful. Sandasonia and Marigold have just gained new abilities, so it's perfect for them to get familiar with it. Yes, Captain. After everything was arranged, everyone left. Once only Miranda and his 3 women were left, he immediately grabbed Guillaume's hand and pulled her onto his lap. Over these days, with Miranda's efforts, Guillaume had already taken on his shape, and her mindset had changed. If I let you deal with the Navy, would you agree? Mislanda touched Guillaume's face and asked curiously. No way. Guillaume replied firmly. Ha. Are you not afraid of my punishment with that answer? Punishment? At this, Guillaume's face turned red, but she still stood by her principles. She would not lay a hand on the Navy. If you want to punish me, come on. I'm not afraid of you now. Seeing Guillaume's current situation, Mislanda was not angry. Instead, he felt a bit happy. He had been worried that Guillaume might seek death, but unexpectedly, the old saying was right. Feelings develop over time. All right, then I'll punish you by making you accompany me to a place. Let us move an island. Move an island? Upon hearing this, Robin expressed disbelief. You're lying. What? Does my Robin not believe me? Of course not. How can someone move an island? Robin was the youngest among them in age and experience. And there were some things she did not know. She was not familiar with the person, Goldline Shiki. Oh, let us make a bet then. Let us bet whether I can move Snake Island from the Calm Belt to near Eternal Night Island. Sure, what is the bet? If I win, you'll accompany me with them. Robin's face turned red. She was still a bit uncomfortable with the idea of accompanying them. Okay, if I win. You can't find us for a month. No problem, the bet is on. Seeing Robin agree to the bet so easily, Guillaume wanted to stop her. But before she could speak, Mislanda pinched her softly. Guillaume's face instantly turned red, and she looked at Robin with a strange expression. Third sister, what is that expression? Looking at Guillaume's strange face, Robin asked indignantly. Third sister, that is naturally the ranking among the three of us. Hancock, Robin, Guillaume. Guillaume initially found this ranking hard to accept. She was the oldest among them, but had to call the others sisters. However, she had to accept it regardless. It's nothing, sister, just be mentally prepared. Guillaume didn't say much. She had roughly guessed who Mislanda was going to find. Hancock should come with us too. After all, Snake Island is your place. Thank you, husband. Hancock hugged Mislanda's neck and gratefully gave him a kiss. Upon seeing this, Guillaume wanted to give her elder sister some space. After spending these days together, Guillaume had understood Hancock and Robin's personalities. After the deep kiss, Mislanda patted Hancock's back. Go help Sonda and Sonia. We need your help to split the snake pirates into 2 parts. Oh, then I'll be back later. After Hancock left, Mislanda suddenly remembered something and said to Guillaume, by the way, open your mouth. I have something to give you. Hearing this familiar phrase, Guillaume patted Mislanda's chest and angrily said, Are you done? Not even letting me off during the day? Pervert, lecher, Mislanda. I swear, this time it's serious. I didn't originally plan to scold you, but now it's not my fault. Saying this, Mislanda swept everything off the table and pinned Guillaume on it. Seeing the scene, Robin looked at Guillaume sympathetically and then ran away, completely ignoring Guillaume's cries for help. After feeling comfortable, Mislanda secretly fed Guillaume the phoenix blood without her knowing. In the following days, the Dark Knight pirates clashed with the Big Mom pirates. The second team of the Dark Knight pirates encountered one of Big Mom's sons. In a battle, Tanjiro split the enemy's pirate ship in half with a single sword strike and killed the opponent, gaining fame in one battle. Because of this, Tanjiro and his team faced retaliation from the Big Mom pirates. One of the future 4 emperors, Snag, fought with Tanjiro, resulting in casualties on both sides. In the end, Sonda, Sonia, and Marigold arrived just in time to defeat the Big Mom pirates again and seize a significant territory. During this time, the Red Hair pirates finally returned from the East Sea. But what Mislanda didn't expect was that Shanks came back with both hands. When the two met, Mislanda stared at Shanks' left hand for a long time, puzzled. It doesn't make sense. The straw hat is gone. The Nika fruit is also gone. How is Shanks' hand still intact? It seems the butterfly effect is quite powerful. To reduce the system's appearances, let's not have Shanks lose his hand. You really act fast. That old woman Big Mom must be furious now. Hearing about the recent achievements of the Dark Knight pirates, Shanks couldn't help but feel emotional. The current Dark Knight pirates are no weaker than his Red Hair pirates. After sailing for so many years, he ultimately stands on the same level as Mislanda, who has just set sail for a few months. What a big discrepancy. There's no way around it. Our main goals are different, and the results are naturally different too. Mislanda's goal is to establish a vast power akin to a world government, and for that, he needs to gather enough strength. Shanks, on the other hand, is completely different. He has little desire for status. Otherwise, Shanks could easily recruit Momo and the Mink tribe from Zo to join him, but he didn't, which only benefits Mislanda. As for the Mink tribe, Mislanda can't recruit them because his relationship with those two is not very good. Back in the Roger Pirates, Mislanda often beat up Momonosuke, and as a result, Duke Inuarashi and Ashura Doji have a mediocre relationship with Mislanda. Therefore, even with Momo around, those two might not necessarily join. Since you're acting so quickly, I can't fall behind. Kaido, the Beast Pirates, I'm going to take action too. After a brief meeting, the two parted ways and began their respective battles. Mislanda is also curious whether Shanks, with 2 hands, will achieve greater accomplishments. He still hopes that Shanks can become stronger. Otherwise, it would be very boring without any rivals. As a member of the Roger Pirates, Mislanda cannot allow anyone to be too weak, of course, except for Buggy. By the way, do you have a devil fruit in your hands? Mislanda suddenly asked. He still had dealings with the world government, intending to reclaim the devil fruit that was stolen from Shanks. A devil fruit? It seems there is one. What do you want it for? After all, the Red Hair Pirates are one of the top pirate crews, so having 1 or 2 devil fruits on board is quite normal. Then, Mislanda explained the situation. Hey, I said, Aren't you just trying to deceive him? After hearing Mislanda's plan, Shanks couldn't help but say, "What else? You go find a rubber fruit for me. Or just give me the money the world government hasn't paid. Besides, we are pirates. Isn't it normal to deceive? Pirates deceiving. How normal is that? I think your method is pretty good. Let us go with it." Just like that, Mislanda obtained a devil fruit from the red-haired pirates. "By the way, if I'm going to take the devil fruit from you, don't you think I should make a little move?" Bang! Before Shanks could react, Mislanda punched him right in the eye. After hitting him, Mislanda didn't linger and ran away as fast as he could. "You actually sneak attack me. What about martial ethics?" Shanks covered his eye and cursed in the direction where Mislanda had left. Seeing this scene, the other members of the red-haired pirates were almost laughing themselves to death. "Ha ha! I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die laughing. The captain is so miserable." Soon, Mislanda, with the stolen fruit from Shanks, found the world government personnel. Upon learning this news, the 5 elders were dumbfounded. "What's going on? You really want to steal it?" The 5 elders initially thought Mislanda was just joking with them and didn't have much hope. They never expected that the night pirates would really go to steal from the red-haired pirates for this devil fruit. Especially after hearing that Shanks had been cursing Mislanda at the bow of the ship for half an hour. After some consideration, the 5 elders decided to pay the money first. Whether the fruit was real or not, in their eyes, the night pirates had already clashed with the red-haired pirates. That was what they hoped to see. After receiving the money, Mislanda generously shared half with Shanks. After getting 3.5 billion berries, Shanks immediately held a grand banquet. With money, there's no shortage of it. Let us just go wild. At the banquet, Mislanda also brought his 3 women. Watching Mislanda having a great relationship with Shanks at the banquet, the world government nearly ground their teeth in anger. Damn it, we were deceived. At this moment, they finally realized that these 2 pirate crews had colluded to trick them out of money, and after checking the fruit they received, they found out it was a paramecia-type ball fruit, which only resembled the rubber fruit in appearance. That night, Mislanda and Shanks drank a lot to celebrate their newfound wealth. Although Shanks didn't particularly like money, he didn't mind having more. "Hey, when you clash with the beast pirates, be careful. If you can't win, just mention my name. That way Kaido will let you off once." Miranda joked, but how could Shanks possibly do such a thing? Moreover, at this moment, the beast pirates were not as strong as they would be in the future. Shanks' red-haired pirates could easily rival them. Regarding this dismissive remark, Shanks wanted to retort, but he had drunk too much. As soon as he opened his mouth, the drunkenness hit him, and he immediately collapsed to the ground. Looking at Shanks lying on the ground, Miranda smiled and then left. Although the 2 were friends, they were also rivals. They probably wouldn't meet often in the future. After the banquet, Miranda took her people back. "All right, who will sleep with me tonight?" As soon as she returned to her ship, Miranda immediately asked. Upon hearing this, Hancock raised her hand. "You can forget it. You still have to accompany me tomorrow." Mislanda has already decided to set off tomorrow, with the goal of finding the Flying Sky Pirates. Upon hearing that Hancock can accompany Mislanda, Guion immediately returned to her room and locked the door. Over these days, Guion has lost count of how many times she has been bullied. She's so tired. Moreover, she will also accompany Mislanda to find the Flying Sky Pirates tomorrow. If she gets bullied again tonight, they will definitely set off late tomorrow. Compared to Guion, Robin's reaction was a beat slower. When she finally realized what was happening, she found Mislanda looking at her with a smile. He pulled Robin into his arms. "Hancock, get some rest. See you tomorrow." After saying that, he took Robin into the captain's room. As the captain of the ship, Mislanda's room is located at the center of the ship, while Hancock and the others' rooms are around it. Currently, the Sea City is under construction, and Tiger is there, while Amazon Lily hasn't arrived yet. So Mislanda and the others are still staying on the ship. Once inside the room, Mislanda directly threw Robin onto the bed. "Ah, can't you be a little gentler? You do this every time." Robin tidied her hair and looked at Mislanda with dissatisfaction. "It's always like this." Mislanda didn't care at all about Robin's displeasure. He directly grabbed Robin's leg and pulled her closer. "Wait, I want to take a shower first." "A shower?" "Sure." "No, I want to shower by myself. Let go of me." Late at night, Robin lay on Mislanda's chest, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. "Looking at your expression, do you have something to say?" Miranda immediately asked. Upon hearing this, Robin thought for a moment and then said, "Dear, I miss my mom." Robin rubbed against Miranda's chest, acting like a child. "Mom? Olvia?" Due to Miranda's intervention, the demon-slaying order from that year was directly driven away by Rayleigh, Jabba, Dragon, and others. The scholars from Ohara were also taken to safety by Dragon, including Robin's mother and Dr. Clover. Even Robin herself only left there a few years ago. After not seeing her mother for several years, Robin naturally missed her a bit. Moreover, now that she has a man, she certainly wants to go back and take a look. That's easy. Once I handle things on Amazon Lily, I'll have someone contact the Revolutionary Army. At that time, I'll personally take you there. Miranda immediately agreed. Upon hearing this, Robin excitedly kissed Miranda's cheek. Thank you, dear. Robin, one kiss is not enough to thank me. Saying this, Miranda suddenly exerted herself and pinned Robin, who was originally lying on her chest, down. Robin, do you remember what I told you last time? I don't want that. It's too weird, and my main body is right here. Why do I need a clone? Robin had never understood. Isn't the main body enough? Why can't I let go of the clone? Of course it's different. This is your advantage. You should make use of it. In the end, Robin sighed. She waved her hand, and a person who looked exactly like her appeared. You all need to be careful while I'm gone. That old woman Big Mom has been quite angry lately. Although she probably won't take action herself, her children are not simple characters. Before leaving, Miranda instructed Tiger. When he is not around, Tiger, as the vice captain, will be responsible for confronting the Big Mom pirates. Now, the Night Pirates and the Big Mom pirates have completely started their confrontation. In just a few days, the second team led by Tsunetsuru has defeated 3 pirate ships under the Big Mom pirates and captured an island. Don't worry, I sent Jinbei over. With his abilities, there aren't many in the Big Mom pirates who can match him. Jinbei's current strength is not as great as it will be in the future, but he is still a fierce general under Miranda. All right, I'm off. In the new world, Cake Island. This is the base of the Big Mom pirates, and the entire island looks like a gigantic cake, hence the name. Even more astonishingly, this island is indeed a big cake, and everything is edible. Not only that, but the sea surrounding the island is not made of seawater, but various juice drinks. Living here, at least you won't starve. Under the power of Big Mom's soul fruit, many originally lifeless objects on Cake Island have gained life and a soul. Here, every blade of grass, every unassuming house, and every ship could be alive. At this moment, an angry roar suddenly erupted from the center of Cake Island. Big Mom has gone mad. Under the power of this old witch, the place she resides is constantly trembling. Damn it, how dare you kill my son? Looking at the corpse lying on the ground, split in half, Big Mom's eyes turned blood red, as if she was about to lose control at any moment. Big Mom has many children because she believes that only her own bloodline can be trusted. For this reason, she gives birth to sons with anyone she takes a liking to, regardless of race or size. Marines, pirates, bounty hunters, people of all identities. Therefore, her children are all bizarre and varied. In addition, Big Mom has established a nation of her own called Land, with the goal of having people of all races in this world within it. As of now, Land is still missing 3 races. Tsunetsuru of the Night Pirates. I'm going to kill you. Although the son who died is not a significant loss to the Big Mom pirates, after all, he is her own bloodline. Being killed just like that, who can stand it? Moreover, recently the Night Pirates have seized a large part of Big Mom's territory and sunk several ships. The two sides have now completely engaged in battle. Mom, please calm down. Seeing the collapsing buildings, Big Mom's eldest son, Perispero, hurriedly advised. As the eldest son and the candy minister of Land, Perispero holds a very high position in the Big Mom pirates. Katakuri, you go now and deal with Tsunetsuru. Big Mom ordered her second son. Among her many children, Charlotte Katakuri, Charlotte Smoothie, Charlotte Cracker, and Charlotte Snack are the 4 strongest, also known as the 4 Sweet Commanders. However, years later, Snack was defeated by one of the most notorious figures of the worst generation, the monk Urki, and was kicked out of the 4 Sweet Commanders, leaving only the 3 remaining. Among these 4, Katakuri is the strongest and is loved by his siblings, making him the undisputed second in command. Having Katakuri take action personally also means that both sides are about to engage in a major battle. Yes, Mom, I will make them pay. Then, Katakuri set off with some people. Accompanying him were Perispero, Snack, and Katakuri's 2 triplet brothers. Such a lineup is quite formidable in the Big Mom Pirates. On the other side, upon learning of the Big Mom Pirates' movements, Tiger immediately dispatched Jinbei's first team and Kawamatsu's third team. This way, Jinbei, Tsunetsu, Kawamatsu, plus Miranda's 2 sisters-in-law. This already constitutes half of the Night Pirate strength. Mislanda is not here, so Tiger can only handle it this way. Having a large territory isn't particularly good either, as it requires arranging manpower to keep watch, otherwise it could be taken away. Not only the Night Pirates and the Big Mon Pirates, but Shanks has also brought the red-haired pirates into the territory of the Beast Pirates. For a moment, The 4 top pirate crews are about to start a battle for dominance in the New World. The New World, which had been calm for a while, is lively again. Oh la la, look who has arrived. At Aunt Shaki's bar in Sabaody Archipelago, Shaki looked surprised at the 3 people who walked in. The captain of the night pirates. A big shot like you. Why are you here in my little bar instead of fighting for territory in the New World? Hearing Shaki's words, Rayleigh, who was looking for something in the storage room, hurried over. Mislanda, what are you doing here again? The last time Mislanda came, he captured a celestial dragon. This forced Rayleigh and Shaki, who had just returned to Sabaody Archipelago, to hide for a few days. Hey, old man, aren't we father and son? Is this really the expression you have when you see me back? Don't say that. If I can spend my old age peacefully, I would be grateful for Captain Mislanda's concern. Hearing the conversation between the father and son, Shaki couldn't help but laugh. Then she poured drinks for Mislanda, Hancock, and Guion. Quietly, our Hancock is getting more and more beautiful. She will definitely be the world's #1 beauty in the future. Shaki pinched Hancock's pretty face and couldn't help but tease. At this time, Hancock had not yet received the title of the world's #1 beauty. But it was just a matter of time. You must be Guion, right? Seeing this unfamiliar face, Shaki couldn't help but ask. Guion just nodded in response. Her identity is quite awkward, so it's better not to speak. Seeing that Guion wasn't going to talk, Shaki smiled and didn't press her. All right, enough chit-chat. What do you really want to do? Rayleigh said directly. He had just enjoyed 2 days of peace and didn't want to continue hiding. I really just passed by this time, came to see you all, and have no other thoughts. Miranda was also speechless. It seemed that his actions had caused Rayleigh a lot of trouble, destroying the slave prison, and Garp personally coming to the Sabaody Archipelago to capture people, forced Rayleigh to leave and hide for a while. Then, due to the situation in Guion, the world put a bounty on Miranda, and Rayleigh suffered as well. Just recently, after capturing a celestial dragon, Rayleigh had to start hiding again. Rayleigh couldn't understand why it was so difficult for him to find a place to live quietly. Ultimately, it was all because of Miranda. If it weren't for all the things he had done, Raleigh's life would be much more comfortable now. When he ran out of money, he could just go to the auction house and take out a couple of wealthy patrons, then buy some drinks, and when tired, find a place to sleep. How relaxing that would be. Believe me, this time I really am just passing by, not doing anything else. I decided to move Amazon Lily to the New World. This time I'm looking for someone to help me move the island. Move Amazon Lily? Hearing this, Rayleigh immediately realized what Miranda was planning. You want to find the flying pirate crew. In Rayleigh's memory, it seemed that only this old friend had such capability. That's right. I plan to meet with Shiki the Lion. Shiki the Lion is truly a formidable opponent. Just thinking about Shiki made Rayleigh unable to help but admire him. Shiki was an old rival of Roger's, just like Whitebeard. And Shiki was the last obstacle for Roger in becoming the Pirate King. And when Roger surrendered and was to be taken to the execution platform, Shiki single-handedly stormed into Marineford. He fought against the terrifying combination of Garp and Sengoku for 3 days and nights before ultimately being defeated and imprisoned and impelled down. Marineford was also half destroyed in that battle. It is no exaggeration to say that Shiki was absolutely the greatest overlord at that time. But man proposes and heaven disposes. A storm made Roger the Pirate King. Compared to the peak period of Shiki, the current Shiki is indeed a fallen lion. Not to mention, losing to Luffy, who couldn't even use Haki, is definitely the kind of shame that makes one want to hide in the toilet at home. According to Miranda's speculation, the injuries on Shiki cause him to have brief periods of weakness from time to time. And Luffy, being the son of the world, just happened to encounter a weak Shiki. Otherwise, there would be no other explanation. But in any case, Miranda no longer saw him as a threat. Not to mention the fallen Shiki. Even the Shiki from 10 years ago wouldn't scare Miranda. He would still confront him. Seeing Miranda's confident demeanor, Rayleigh felt quite satisfied. Moving Amazon Lily over is good. That way, you won't have any worries. Although Amazon Lily is currently protected by the Calm Belt, that may not be the case in the future. If Hancock continues to stay with the Night Pirates, Amazon Lily will inevitably become a hidden danger. If the Kuja Pirates remained on Amazon Lily, they could be safe for 10 years. But the problem is, the current Kuja Pirates have already become the 7th and 8th divisions of the Night Pirates. Miranda, you are now the captain, and as a captain, you must be calm enough. When facing any dilemma, you need to be the calmest person. Yes, I know. As the first mate of the Pirate King, Rayleigh understands this aspect much better than Miranda. By the way, I met Shanks a few days ago. I know, that guy told me. He is currently fighting against the Beast Pirates, and I even bet with him on who could become a presence like the Whitebeard Pirates first. Right now, without a Pirate King, The Whitebeard pirates are at the peak among all pirate crews. This is also Miranda's current goal. Good. Seeing your current state, I feel relieved. When are we leaving? Rayleigh immediately asked. But Miranda looked at the night sky that was about to arrive outside. Let's stay one night and leave tomorrow. That night, Rayleigh went out to have some fun. When there was nothing to do, Rayleigh wandered around, just waiting for a human trafficker to capture him and take him to the slave auction house. Once bought by a wealthy person, Rayleigh would knock out the seller and take the money to leave. I don't know what fun there is in that. Sabaody couldn't be bothered with him. That night, Miranda had Hancock on his left and Guion on his right. At that moment, he really had no such intentions. Mislanda needs to hurry back to the New World. The battle between the Night Pirates and the Bigman Pirates is about to begin, and as the captain, she cannot be away for too long. To save time, there will be no more fooling around. Hey, it's very close to Marineford here. Are you not afraid I'll run away? Guion said, unable to hold back. At this moment, it was a perfect opportunity to escape. Upon hearing this, Mislanda looked at Guion. Since Guion dared to say that, she definitely wouldn't run away. Even if she really wanted to escape, Mislanda could easily catch her back. Suddenly, Mislanda slapped Guion on the butt. Little rabbit, if you want to run, then go ahead, but if I catch you back, be prepared not to sit for 3 days. Be good and rest early. After saying that, Mislanda kissed them and then took a rest. Soon, the three of them arrived at Belgo Island. This is a relatively decent-sized island. According to the information collected by Corazon, the flying pirate crew is just above this island, just like in Sky Island. Unexpectedly, after escaping from Impel Down, the Golden Lion Shiki is hiding here. Guion looked up at the sky and couldn't help but say, when the Golden Lion fought against Garp and Sengoku back in the day, Guion was in Marineford. At that time, she was shocked by the Golden Lion's courage and powerful strength. Let's go up and meet the person who almost killed me once. During the Battle of Othwal, Mislanda was right next to Shanks. In that battle, he almost got killed by the Golden Lion. Then, a black vortex appeared under Mislanda's feet, sucking the two of them in and flying toward the sky. The flying pirate crew is located at an altitude of about 5,000 meters, much lower than the Sky Island, but can't be seen from below. This is not a pirate crew at all. It's simply an island. Looking at the scene before her, Mislanda couldn't help but say, pieces of islands float in the air, and besides the islands, there is a vast expanse of sea. Truly the float fruit. Let's greet him, Golden Lion. The next moment, Mislanda immediately unleashed her conqueror's Haki. A tremendous oppressive force erupted from her body, instantly sweeping across the entire flying pirate crew. Under the influence of Mislanda's conqueror's Haki, the entire world darkened. The huge island group trembled continuously, as if it was about to fall from the sky at any moment. Soon, the first island separated from the entire island group and began to fall. Roar! Just then, the island that was about to fall flew back up again and transformed into a gigantic lion, charging towards Mislanda with its mouth wide open. Oh, has it come out? Mislanda smiled and then unleashed her conqueror's Haki to the maximum. An invisible aura surged towards the massive lion, shattering it into pieces. Roar, 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 roar. Soon, the surface of the sea that was floating in the air began to churn, and 4 gigantic water lions emerged from the water, surrounding Mislanda in the center. Water dragon manifestation, Black Marlin. Miranda immediately raised her hand adorned with a black marlin ring. The sea surged again, and a column of water shot into the sky, blocking the 4 water lions. For a moment, large amounts of seawater collided in the air, ultimately landing back on the surface. Ha! I thought someone important had arrived, but it's just that little brat who used to follow Rayleigh. The Golden Lion Shiki, before being injured, truly looked like a lion. But now, with the ship's helm stuck in his head and knives bound to his legs, the Golden Lion looked a bit pitiful. The helm on his head was a remnant from the battle with Roger, when he had knocked Roger into the sea. The Golden Lion had crashed into the helm that controlled the ship's direction. With such a thing stuck in his head, the Golden Lion had passed out at the time. Otherwise, he could still fight. Over the years, this helm had remained on his head. If removed carelessly, it could be life-threatening. As for the 2 knives on his legs, they were the Golden Lion's prized blades, Sakura and Deadwood. To escape from Impel Down, the Golden Lion had severed his own legs and then bound his 2 famous blades to his legs. It was precisely because of this that the Golden Lion earned the title of the first escapee from Impel Down. I must say, no one else would dare to do such a thing, at least not Barrett. What's wrong, brat? Shiki spat out smoke, looking arrogantly at Miranda. Do I look that intimidating? Can't even speak? With that, the Golden Lion's left leg swiftly slashed through the air, leaving behind a massive cut. Miranda immediately attached herself to her arm with a powerful stance, then positioned herself in front. Soon after, the golden lion's slash landed on Miranda's arm, and the tremendous force forced her to retreat a few meters. At her age, she still has quite a bit of strength. Miranda smiled, and with a sudden burst of strength, pushed away the golden lion's slash. Seeing this, the golden lion grinned widely. Ha 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 ha, little brat. It seems what the newspapers say is true. You have indeed become someone beyond Rayleigh. Come, since I didn't kill Rayleigh back then, let me kill you now. The golden lion roared, then immediately unleashed his conqueror's Haki. Although he was old and injured, the golden lion was still that ageless lion, and the aura of a ruler around him was undiminished. This kind of dominance is rarely matched, even in the New World. To be honest, defeating you, an old cripple, won't give me much sense of accomplishment. Mislanda waved her hand. However, in order to get you to do one thing, I still need to take action. Is the golden lion someone who will obediently listen?